Qiao Lan was awakened by the sound of arguing. Second mismarriage is dictated by parents. Why must you suffer like this? That butcher is just a bit ruthless in nature and rough in his methods. For a concubine's daughter like you to marry Prince Chu as his official wife is highly honorable. Amidst the fragmented discussions, she was about to recite her lines. You must marry him even if you refuse. Even if you kneel here until you die, it won't change a thing. The man shouted angrily, and then kicked Qiao Lan away. A solid force hit her abdomen, making Qiao Lan dizzy with pain. She cursed inwardly. Where did this extra come from, acting so heavy-handedly? Clutching her abdomen, Qiao Lan, still confused, couldn't help but look up and ask, "Teacher, which scene is this? Why didn't it match her script?" "Stop playing the fool." The middle-aged man glared angrily, followed by a stream of insults. She had seen arrogant actors, but never one this arrogant. Qiao Lan feigned anger and was about to look for the camera and her manager. Looking around for a long time, not only had she never seen this location before, but she couldn't find a single modern item. As Qiao Lan felt a sense of dread, she realized she hadn't been sent to the hospital after a car crash on her way back from the Best Actress award ceremony. She had died. A flood of memories that did not belong to her suddenly surged in. To be precise, she was still alive, but it was a resurrection in another's body. Time travel. And she became a cannon-fodder concubine's daughter, forced to marry a murderous demon. Before Qiao Lan could fully digest this, a concubine with peach-pink blush on her cheeks couldn't help but advise, although you are marrying in place of your legitimate sister, you are marrying a prince. If you win his favor, you will have boundless wealth in the future. To put it bluntly, going to the prince's mansion is better than suffering and starving here. After all, no one cares whether you live or die in this estate. Marrying him not only grants you the title of princess consort, but also saves the Qiao family. The heavily made-up women in the room were chattering away lively. Qiao Lan remained expressionless. Acting, huh? She was good at that. Qiao Lan sneered. You make it sound like such a good thing. You're just afraid the emperor will implicate the Qiao family, and you don't want the legitimate sister to suffer. The crowd looked embarrassed. Qiao Lan's heart suddenly trembled. She blinked her eyes. Why did the scene before her seem to revert to a strong modern style? Blinking again, her motorhome appeared in her mind, complete with costumes and daily necessities. A hint of surprise flashed in Qiao Lan's eyes. Is this the legendary cheat code? With this, why would she stay in this cannibalistic mansion of the original owner? She should leave and enjoy life as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Qiao Lan stood up and patted off the dust. All right, I'll marry him. Whatever Prince Chu, she would just get a divorce after marrying out. There was no need to return to this estate. Hiding in her motorhome, the real good days were ahead. Although they didn't understand Qiao Lan's sudden change of heart, thankfully the matter was settled. The concubines were overjoyed and praised Qiao Lan for being sensible. Master Qiao snorted coldly. Take her away, wash and dress her up, and send her to the prince's mansion once she changes into the wedding dress. Qiao Lan complained inwardly. They really didn't give her a moment's rest. After dressing up, Qiao Lan looked exceptionally dazzling in a red wedding dress. The nanny held her hand, preparing to leave the estate and board the sedan, but Qiao Lan suddenly squatted down, clutching her stomach. No, my stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom. The nanny's face turned livid. What bride goes to the latrine at this time? Go quickly, don't miss the auspicious hour. All right, I'll be right back. After slipping into a corner, Qiao Lan headed straight for the storehouse. The Qiao family had been successful in business over the years, and combined with the betrothal gifts from the groom's side, a room of over 200 square meters was already packed full. Looking at the blue and white porcelain vases before her, chests of gold and silver treasures exuded a unique luster along with many unnamed precious items. Qiao Lan smiled from ear to ear. It was just a pity that thinking about how the original owner was sent to die as a substitute bride, while the Qiao family prepared such a shabby dowry, made her unhappy. On her way out, just now, Qiao Lan had already figured out how to use her suddenly appearing cheat code. The motorhome not only brought her modern belongings over, but could also store an endless amount of supplies. Since the Qiao family was unkind, they couldn't blame her for being unrighteous. With a wave of her hand, Qiao Lan stuffed all the treasure boxes into the motorhome. Then she smilingly followed the nanny to finish getting ready. The auspicious hour has arrived. Board the sedan. Inside the sedan, Qiao Lan pulled off her red veil and counted the gold and silver jewelry in her arms, laughing uncontrollably. With these good things in hand, where would she worry about not living a good life? Just as the corners of her mouth curled up, someone outside hurriedly said, "Second Miss, bad news, something happened to Prince Chu." "What? Am I going to be a widow?" The maid's face turned pale. Second Miss is really open-minded. Not quite a widow, but the prince has been condemned by the emperor and is to be exiled. What a... Qiao Lan almost lost her breath. Wouldn't life be even harder in the future? What's the point of a divorce now? She was completely dragged down with him. She took a deep breath. "Xiao Tao, can we slip away in the chaos right now, eh?" Xiao Tao turned to look at the imperial guards behind the procession. "It seems not quite possible. That's exile." Qiao Lan slumped in the sedan. When she first entered the industry as an extra, she had played an exiled prisoner. Even acting for a short time was unbearably bitter, let alone a real exile. She pondered for a moment, and as if making up her mind, poked her head out to create a disturbance. Just as she stuck her head out, the sedan suddenly dropped heavily. Looking up, a half-hanging estate plaque appeared before her eyes. Prince Chu's mansion. Qiao Lan smiled bitterly. "Heaven wants me dead. Please alight from the sedan, Princess Consort Chu." Qiao Lan stepped down. The entrance of Prince Chu's mansion was decorated with lanterns and flying red silk, yet it lacked any festive atmosphere and instead exuded decay. Let's go inside and take a look." The courtyard of the mansion was huge, with gold and silver jewelry scattered all over. Soldiers were carrying out boxes one by one, making Qiao Lan itch with desire. They are all treasures. How many scenes would she have to act in modern times to earn this? Xiao Tao, with so much wealth in the mansion, it's normal if a few items go missing, right? Xiao Tao trembled with fear. "Master, don't be foolish. These are all registered. Stealing and withholding confiscated property will cost you your head." Qiao Lan curled her lips and walked in wearing her red wedding dress. The coming and going soldiers didn't even spare her a glance, and even told her to make way. "Where are the guests of the mansion?" "I heard. Because of the emperor's decree, no one dared to come. Plus, the prince has always had a reputation for killing like flies, and everyone is afraid that in his fury he will kill people to vent his anger." "Killing?" "Yes, precisely because of this the prince earned the title of butcher, and that's why the master didn't want the eldest miss to marry him." Xiao Tao spoke with righteous indignation, feeling deeply heartbroken for Qiao Lan. As she spoke, tears fell. "I thought that by marrying over and winning the prince's favor, the princess consort could escape torment. Who would have thought? It's just jumping from one hellhole to another." In the original owner's memory, Xiao Tao was a maid who grew up with her since childhood, and they shared a very good relationship. Qiao Lan raised her hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Life hasn't even started, yet who knows how it will turn out. She looked ahead, ready to face whatever came her way. The master and servant shared a heartfelt exchange, unaware that the courtyard had gradually emptied. All that remained was the sound of Xiao Tao's muffled sobs. Qiao Lan kept her head lowered until a pair of shoes with golden threaded edges came into her line of sight. Following the line upward, a tall, striking man appeared before her. His skin was fair, his brows and eyes gentle, his pink lips pressed into a thin line. A hint of sharpness lingered in his peach blossom eyes, and his broad shoulders radiated masculine vigor. He wore only a thin inner garment that clung to his chest, faintly outlining his figure. Qiao Lan's gaze lingered, her eyes flickering with surprise. The man boasted a well-defined eight-pack far more impressive than any heartthrob she had ever worked with. Qiao Lan had been preoccupied with wondering how to navigate her future, but now all those thoughts vanished. Her eyes lit up as she gazed at the handsome face before her. Before she could open her mouth to speak, Xiao Tao suddenly dropped to her knees, trembling. "This servant greets your highness." Qiao Lan was stunned. Was this the man she was to marry? Wasn't the butcher prince known for slaughtering people without mercy? He should have been a burly, pockmarked brute of a man, strong as an ox. As she stared in disbelief, Xie Chenya's cold gaze swept over her. "You are the daughter of the Qiao family, sent to marry me." "My lady, bow quickly." Xiao Tao, cowering on the ground, squeezed out a cold sweat for Qiao Lan and tugged at her sleeve, whispering urgently. Only then did Qiao Lan snap back to reality, hiding the confusion in her eyes. "Indeed, this concubine greets your highness." Having filmed numerous period dramas, Qiao Lan was well versed in court etiquette and her bow was graceful and precise. Qiao gave a slight nod. You must have heard of the emperor's decree. From now on, whether you live or die, you belong to the prince's mansion. Was he subtly warning her? Sweat formed in Qiao Lan's palms. Recalling the rumors, this man was unpredictable, taking sadistic pleasure in torturing others, blinding, deafening, and countless other cruel methods. She forced a smile. This concubine understands. Qiao folded his hands behind his back and raised an eyebrow. That smile looks worse than crying. Are you afraid of me? No, your highness is brilliant and majestic. Your presence naturally inspires awe. Keeping her head bowed, Qiao Lan pinched her fingertips. Fortunately, she had played many palace intrigue roles in her past life. After a long pause, a half-sneering snort came from above. Outside the door, the soldiers urged, "What are you dawdling for? Move quickly, we need to seal the place." The two stepped out. Qiao Lan cast a somewhat regretful glance at the prince's mansion, having barely had time to admire the ancient royal residence. Suddenly, a commotion in the courtyard caught her attention. "How dare you? I am a princess and you dare seize my belongings. The law forbids exiled convicts from carrying any items, your highness. Please do not make this difficult for us. Get lost." The woman's hair was nearly bald, and she wore the simplest plain clothes. She scolded the soldiers fiercely. And Qiao's voice was deep. With a grim face, princess, and he angrily threw her jewelry to the ground and walked out of the Chu prince's mansion, her expression full of grievance. "Brother, is that you, princess?" And he immediately noticed Qiao Lan standing behind Qiao. Her anger and grievance erupted as she stormed forward, pointing at Qiao Lan's nose and cursing. "It's all because of you, you jinx. Just when you married into the prince's mansion, disaster strikes. You bring nothing but bad luck." Qiao Lan was stunned. Before she could respond, Xiao Tao tugged her sleeve, shook her head, and whispered, "That's the prince's sworn sister. Mess with her, and we'll suffer the consequences." Outside the gate, a carriage approached from afar. As soon as its occupant stepped down, princess, and he rushed into the beautiful woman's arms, sobbing pitifully. "Godmother, she is the one who brought this disaster upon the prince's mansion. She is only causing my brother trouble. Make him divorce her at once." And he stopped causing a scene. Qiao frowned slightly and bowed to the woman. "It is my fault, mother. I have dragged you into this. My lady, let's step back. That's Imperial Noble Consort Duan from the palace." Just as Xiao Tao was about to pull Qiao Lan behind, Qiao Lan felt a dark, piercing gaze. She pressed her lips and murmured, "There's no escaping now." Eyes narrowing, Noble Consort Duan said coldly, "Have I been deposed yet? Do you take me for a dead woman?" "Princess," and he, sensing an ally, lifted her chin. "Are you going to kneel and pay your respects or what?" Qiao Lan paused. At a time like this, did etiquette still matter? Quickly masking her impatience, she bowed respectfully. "This concubine greets mother. I was merely stunned by this scene. I beg your forgiveness." Observing Qiao Lan's restrained expression, Noble Consort Duan snorted. "At least she knows her place." Keeping her head lowered, Qiao Lan could feel princess and his triumphant glance from the corner of her eye. "Godmother, although His Majesty has issued this decree, all these charges are baseless. Brother Qiao has always conducted himself with integrity. His innocence will be proven in time. I can only hope so. It is unfortunate that you must accompany him through this." A flash of irritation crossed Princess and his eyes, but her expression remained sincere. Accompanying Godmother and Brother Qiao is nothing at all. Qiao Lan rubbed the goosebumps on her arms and deliberately stepped back. In the corner, Xiao Tao muttered, "Is the prince blind? After all this, he still won't protect his own wife." "He's not blind, his brain is broken." Xiao Tao looked puzzled. Qiao Lan curled her lips. The way Princess and he looks at him doesn't resemble a sister's gaze at her brother at all. It's full of romantic longing. Hearing this, Xiao Tao glared. If the princess has feelings for the prince, why did the emperor decree the marriage between the prince's mansion and the Qiao family? Qiao Lan fell silent. Who knew why the prince's mansion had chosen her as a pawn? Meanwhile, at the Gu residence, the dining table was filled with cheerfulness. Now that the butcher prince has been exiled, it's fortunate that the unfortunate Qiao Lan married into his mansion. Our family's rice wasn't wasted after all. Hearing that the butcher prince had been sentenced to exile, Xiao Xingqian's appetite increased. Madame Qiao snorted. Even the title of princess consort is too good for her. Madam, Terrible news. The entire contents of the storage room have vanished. The steward rushed to report. Shocked Madame Qiao hurried with her people to the storage room. The vast house was completely empty, not a single thread remaining. Madame Qiao's vision whitened, and she collapsed to the ground. Mother! Quick report to the authorities. There were imperial gifts inside. Hardly had the words left her lips when Madame Qiao fainted completely. Qiao Lan, carrying all the Gu family's possessions on her person, was escorted by officials to the city gate. Her hair disheveled, her appearance wretched. No sooner had they reached the city gate than a group blocked their path. Hold it! The official called out to them, circled them, and tapped Qiao Lan's bundle with his sword scabbard. Exiled convicts are not permitted to carry gold, silver, or silk. Open the bundle. Xiao Tao quickly stepped forward to protect it. We were already searched and confiscated ahead. These are my lady's private belongings. You are not permitted to look at them. The guard's tone was harsh. We have already searched ahead. To prevent private bribery, we must search again. Open up. We cannot. Those men roughly grabbed the bundles from their hands and threw them on the ground, prying them open with sword scabbards. These cannot be taken away. The soldiers picked out clothes from inside and casually tossed them onto the ground. Qiao Lan narrowed her eyes. It was never mentioned before that even silk handkerchiefs and sandalwood bracelets must be surrendered. Here, I am the rule. The soldier glanced provocatively at the group. The soldier beside him seemed to take it as an example, directly snatching the bundles from the prince's mansion people and rummaging through them openly on the street. Tisk, what kind of junk did you bring? Xiao Tao angrily picked up the bundle and patted it, muttering, We are already accused of having our property confiscated and exiled. What good things could there possibly be? She walked over to Qiao Lan's side, pouting and muttering, Isn't it said that the prince is feared by all, famously ruthless and cruel? He does not seem like it. Xie, standing at the front, remained completely calm, not a ripple of emotion in his eyes. Qiao Lan watched those belongings snatched by the soldiers, feeling as though a piece of her heart had been cut out, and clicked her tongue. Even the money is gone, and the title is just empty words now. Life will be difficult from here on. This servant thought that following my mistress to marry into the prince's mansion, even if it was not a good life, at least we would not go hungry. Qiao Lan asked in confusion, Didn't they say he was extremely formidable? How could he be sentenced to exile and humiliated by these low-ranking soldiers? She pulled Xiao Tao closer. Tell me everything you know about the human butcher before he was sentenced to exile. The procession was moving along when it suddenly stopped ahead. The soldiers escorting the exiled criminals carried a large barrel of food and shouted, Come eat, or you will miss out. Xiao Tao's eyes seemed glued to the wooden barrel, her mouth nearly watering. Mistress, nothing is more important than eating. We need to be full before we can talk about anything. Sigh. Qiao Lan was about to stop her and press further when a rumble came from her stomach and she froze. She had nearly forgotten that since transmigrating she had not eaten a single grain of rice before being sent off in the wedding palanquin to marry in her place, and now she was so hungry her vision was blurring. Xiao Tao brought over 2 bowls, clutching 2 steamed buns in her hands. Mistress, eat quickly. This servant was the first to grab them. Can this be eaten? Qiao Lan could not believe her eyes as she looked at the few grains of rice at the bottom of the bowl. The pale congee had a few green vegetable leaves floating on top, and the bun in her hand was hard and cold, leaving only faint indentations when she squeezed it hard. Xiao Tao took a vicious bite, then spat it out with a bitter expression. It tastes exactly like dishwater and chaff. Qiao Lan shook her head. This was worse than the worst crew meal she had ever had. The procession was resting at the moment, and Qiao Lan took the opportunity to walk a bit further out. Xiao Tao quickly said, Mistress, be careful. The forest is dangerous. Don't worry. Your mistress still knows some martial arts. Qiao Lan waved her hand behind her back. Because she had filmed a martial arts movie, she had trained with a martial arts instructor for 3 months. If she encountered some thugs or jerks, she could still handle them. Xiao Tao muttered, When did mistress learn martial arts? Xie, who was resting against a tree trunk, paused, a trace of inquiry flashing through his deep eyes. Fortunately, this place was near the suburbs of the capital, and she could faintly see traces of farmers. Qiao Lan ate some of the instant bird's nest and energy bars from her RV. Thinking she should not be too wasteful and needed to make things last, she also found some wild vegetables along the way and picked over a dozen, putting them in her space. Qiao Lan could not help but sigh. Who would have thought that a top-tier star's car would one day contain a pile of wild vegetables? As soon as she bent down, she heard a fluttering sound beside her ear. Qiao Lan stood on her tiptoes to look, and found it was a wild pheasant. A trace of delight flashed in Qiao Lan's eyes, and she crept forward cautiously. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The pheasant was startled by the sound of shackles on Qiao Lan's wrists. Just as it was about to leap up, Qiao Lan pounced on it, grinning. You have met your match, old man. Your days are numbered. Qiao Lan was quick with her hands. She squatted by a river and cleaned the pheasant, then built a fire. From the depths of the jungle, Xie and his servant slowly emerged. Zhu Feng looked at the pheasant rotating and roasting over the fire and said in surprise, "The princess is quite the remarkable woman." Xie gaze swept over that face flushed red by the firelight. He had never heard that a daughter of the Qiao family knew martial arts and wilderness survival. Keep an eye on her for the rest of the journey. One more variable means more danger for the plan. Yes, I obey your command. Zhu Feng saw Qiao Lan slowly approaching while gathering firewood everywhere and reminded him, Your Highness, the princess is coming. We must leave. Leave? A wild pheasant handed to us on a silver platter. Why not eat it? Zhu Feng was stunned. Handed to them. Was it not caught by her herself? The aroma of the roasting meat grew stronger. Though there was no seasoning at all, it aroused Qiao Lan's enormous appetite. The wild pheasant was not large, but its meat was firm and dense. Qiao Lan took down the golden roasted chicken and threw it onto a banana leaf, the heat making her pinch her earlobes. I will bring a big chicken leg back for Xiao Tao. That girl will be over the moon. Qiao Lan was already imagining Xiao Tao's delighted expression, and her lips naturally curled up slightly. Suddenly, a pair of shoes embroidered with gold thread appeared in her vision. Could it be that the soldiers had discovered her? Qiao Lan was so frightened that she nearly dropped what she was holding. The wooden stick fell from her hand, and the roasted chicken almost hit the ground. What is wrong? Is the princess so afraid of this prince? She turned her head and saw Xie peach blossom pale face suddenly appearing before her eyes. Qiao Lan breathed a sigh of relief for no particular reason, and her smile returned. This concubine is timid. I hope the prince will forgive me. Thank you, Your Highness, for your assistance. She reached out, just about to take back the roasted chicken, when she saw that big hand brazenly tear off the right leg of the chicken. Qiao Lan was stunned. A noble prince was actually so shamelessly snatching food. This prince is helping you. A chicken leg is not excessive, is it? If he had not appeared from behind, how could she have been so distracted that he took advantage? Qiao Lan forced a smile and took the remaining roasted chicken from his hand. Not excessive at all. I hope the prince will not disdain this concubine's cooking skills. Xie nodded after finishing. A bit burnt. Qiao Lan secretly rolled her eyes, sat in the corner, and began enjoying the roasted chicken. The grease coated her fingertips and the corners of her mouth. The firm meat had its own natural sweetness, leaving a lingering fragrance on her lips and teeth. While enjoying her meal, Qiao Lan did not notice Xie burning gaze, and the smile on her lips was involuntary. I heard that you joined the prince's mansion in place of your legitimate elder sister. Xie voice sounded particularly cold in the silent mountain forest. Qiao Lan replied yes. The Qiao family was capable of doing something like this, and it would only be a matter of time before people found out. Moreover, the other party was a human butcher, so it would be even harder to keep it hidden. However, based on the Qiao family's nature at that time, they would definitely push all the blame onto her. Unfortunately, the original host had died, and this Chu prince's mansion had also suffered misfortune. You just entered the prince's mansion and ended up exiled. Do you not hate your father and legitimate elder sister? What good is resentment? Life goes on regardless. I can spend my days in sorrow or with open-hearted magnanimity. Why let the trivialities of others disturb my peace? Those despicable people were not worth her energy. Upon hearing this, Xie gave her a long appraising look. After a moment, he let out a soft chuckle. Your Highness possesses a remarkable state of mind. This prince finds himself rather taken aback. Qiao Lan met his gaze and said slowly, and I too was surprised after getting to know Your Highness. You are nothing like the brutal and ferocious man the rumors describe. Xie fell silent for a moment. After she finished eating, she took out banana leaves, wrapped the remaining roast chicken into several portions, and tucked them securely into her pouch, careful not to let a single whiff of meat escape. Your Highness, we have been away for quite some time now. We should return. Upon rejoining the group, Xiao Tao's eyes lit up at the roast chicken Qiao Lan brought back. Only after gnawing every bone clean did she react. Where on earth did you get this roast chicken? Qiao Lan raised an eyebrow. That was a wild pheasant I caught, with tremendous effort. Xiao Tao's nose tingled with emotion, and she sobbed. You still think of me at a time like this. I will follow you to the ends of my life, no matter what. Qiao Lan was caught between laughter and tears. Xiao Tao wiped away her tears, holding 2 wrapped portions of meat in her hands. There are still 2 portions left. In this heat, they'll spoil before long. There are 2 children in this group, young and vulnerable with weak resistance. Without proper food, they might fall ill on the road. Take the meat to them. Xiao Tao was reluctant. But those are children adopted by the Grand Consort. Have you forgotten how she treated you before? You yourself said it. That was the Grand Consort's doing. The children have nothing to do with it. Qiao Lan said, helplessly taking the leaf-wrapped meat that was still warm against Xiao Tao's chest. The 2 children were curled up at the base of a large tree, their faces sallow and sickly looking, as if they might faint at any moment. The moment Qiao Lan approached, the little boy sat up. Did you just smell meat? How could there possibly be meat? Are you still dreaming? Qiao Lan listened to the children's hushed murmurs and couldn't help but smile softly. She crouched before them and unveiled the leaf-wrapped meat. Guess what's inside? If you guess right, it's yours. The boy leaned in and sniffed, hope sparkling in his eyes. It really is meat. Go ahead and eat. Thank you, Your Highness. Qiao Lan smiled, about to help the grateful children up when she felt a hostile gaze boring into her from behind. Before she could turn around, Lady Anha appeared with a cold expression. I thought it was something truly extraordinary that you're showing off everywhere. As expected of someone from a petty household. Her maidservant chimed in. Indeed, my lady. You've feasted on countless delicacies. A mere chicken is hardly worth such fuss. Qiao Lan remained unruffled, speaking with deliberate implication. Meat is best eaten while it's fresh, lest someone with a sour tongue snatch it away. What do you mean by that? Do you think I would compete with 2 brats over a bit of meat? Fury flickered in Lady Anna's eyes. Qiao Lan shrugged innocently. I name no names. With that, she turned to leave. Stop her. 2 maidservants stepped forward and seized Qiao Lan. Lady Anha demanded arrogantly. You were searched before leaving the city gates. There's no way you still have silver on you. Tell me, where did that meat come from? You must have stolen it. How disgraceful. A princess consort committing such a base act, shaming the royal family. Lady Anha's voice grew louder, drawing the attention of everyone around. Xiao Tao rushed over and shoved the 2 maidservants aside. Let go of my mistress. The roast chicken wasn't stolen. You're slandering her. What's all this commotion? You've arrived just in time. She must have hidden valuables. How else could she afford chicken? Lady Anha said sharply. Qiao Lan replied coolly. I caught it myself in the mountains. Besides, where in these 10 li could one even buy chicken? A weak woman like you could never subdue a wild chicken. They clearly refused to believe that someone of Qiao Lan's delicate frame could outrun a wild pheasant. Whether she's hiding something, we'll know once we search her. The lead officer raised his chin. Seize her. I'll conduct the search myself. How dare you? She is the princess consort. Seeing the officer rubbing his hands, eagerly ready to lunge, Xiao Tao rushed forward to block him. But the officer sneered. The butcher prince is nothing but a disgraced convict now. What does a mere princess consort amount to? Xiao Tao burst into tears, while Lady Anha watched coldly from the sidelines, excitement gleaming in her eyes. If only those reckless officers would defile Qiao Lan, then Brother Chen I would have no choice but to divorce her. If you're going to search, then search thoroughly. The officer leered, reaching out toward Qiao Lan's front, when his wrist suddenly gave way with a sharp crack. He turned his head and met a pair of pitch-black eyes brimming with murderous intent and seething fury. Looking for death. Mercy, Your Highness. This lowly one knows his mistake. Xie Chenai applied a little more pressure, and Qiao Lan could faintly hear the grinding of bones. Shock flickered across her eyes. This man had crushed a man's wrist with his bare hands. Qiao Lan felt the restraints on her vanish and looked down to see the officers kneeling on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Get lost, Xie Chenai said coldly. She had to admit, At this moment, Qiao was exceptionally alluring. Lady Anha stood nearby, her face ashen, nearly shredding the bark of the tree she gripped. She's quite something. In all my years in the residence, I've never seen Brother Qiao so enraged over a woman. Her maidservant probed. Perhaps His Highness is merely defending his pride as a man. He clearly cares for her. Lady Anha fixed her resentful gaze on that red figure, wishing her eyes could turn into daggers and pierce straight through Qiao Lan's heart. The summer heat was oppressive and the journey long. By the second rest stop, sweat had already soaked through her garments, the trailing hem of her skirt caked with grass and mud. Qiao Lan's wedding dress was especially cumbersome and impractical. As soon as they reached a stopping point, Qiao Lan immediately found a secluded spot to change. She put on a costume from a historical drama she had once filmed, exquisitely crafted with fine, lightweight fabric. After changing, she felt considerably lighter. She reached up to pull the clothes hanging from a tree branch, and when she looked up, she spotted small fruits on the branches above, looking temptingly ripe. Truly what comes without effort. Qiao Lan swept her hand across, stripping most of the fruit from the tree. When she returned to the group, several pairs of curious eyes followed her. The princess's garments don't look like ordinary cloth. That fabric looks expensive. It doesn't resemble anything from the capital's clothing shops. It looks far more comfortable and practical. The officers muttered among themselves, drawing Lady Anha's attention to Qiao Lan's new attire. She fumed. Everyone else is only allowed plain coarse garments. What makes you think you can have fine new clothes to change into? You must have failed to honestly surrender your belongings when we left the city gates. The maidservant beside her lowered her voice, and Princess Anha gave a cold snort to the assembled officials, saying, "Is this how you carry out your duties? Just look at her. She's still wearing fine fabric worth at least 100 taels of silver." The officials rose to their feet, exchanging glances, and one said, "Previously, since the consort had not yet formally entered the princely manor, we did not search your dowry. According to the regulations, convicts in exile are not permitted to carry valuables." The leading officer scanned the crowd, and before Qiao Lan could react, they were already standing before the chests. Xiao Tao was the first to rush forward, desperately clinging to the chest, crying, "That is my mistress's dowry. It does not belong to the manor. You cannot touch it." Qiao Lan smiled bitterly and shook her head. What a foolish Xiao Tao. As a substitute bride from a concubine's branch, what good dowry could the Qiao family possibly give her? Out of the corner of her eye, she caught Princess Anha's gleeful expression, and a scheme immediately formed in her mind. Qiao Lan hurried forward, as well, her tone humble. "This is my only support. If I lose even this, how will I survive in the days to come? Mother once said that this dowry must not be touched unless absolutely necessary." Seeing Qiao Lan so agitated, Princess Anha and her entourage grew excited. Princess Anha declared with righteous indignation, "Although she has not yet performed the wedding ceremony, the imperial decree has been issued. She is undoubtedly a member of the Chu princely manor, so naturally her belongings belong to the manor. Then we shall act according to orders. Open them." Behind the crowd, Juefeng could not bear to watch, and said, "Your Highness, are you truly not going to help the consort? She is crying so pitifully. Oh, are you so concerned for her?" Qiao glanced at him indifferently, and Juefeng's scalp tingled as he lowered his head. This subordinate spoke out of turn. "Ha, scheming creature." He caught sight of the woman, forcing tears the corners of his mouth, lifting into a faint chuckle. This young lady from the Qiao family had indeed piqued his interest. Princess Anha watched the soldiers open the chests, a grin nearly splitting her face. "She must have hidden quite a lot, hasn't she? That is a capital offense." The leading officer searched through each chest several times, his face ashen. "Does your Highness think it amusing to toy with us? A few chests of straw. What valuables could there be?" Princess Anha's smile vanished. "Impossible. If her dowry isn't here, where did her clothes come from?" She rushed to the chests, frantically rummaging through the straw, but found nothing except straw and a few scraps of cloth. The officials were equally puzzled. Princess Anha exclaimed excitedly, "She must have hidden her dowry. She is a legitimate daughter marrying into a princely manor. How could the Qiao family not provide a generous dowry? Perhaps she hid it where she changed clothes." Hearing this, the officers pressed Qiao Lan about the location where she had changed. But after searching the area, they found no suspicious hiding spots. The officer fumed. If you dare conceal valuables, it will be an additional crime. Qiao Lan sighed helplessly. I am not favored in my family. I never expected a dowry. I brought only 2 sets of clothes, and the wedding gown is already stained. They are worth nothing. If you want them, take them. With that, she tossed out the red wedding gown crumpled in her bundle. The officer was left speechless and departed in frustration. After the farce ended, Xiao Tao approached, asking nervously, was the master truly so heartless as to give you no dowry at all? He did give something, but it was of little value. Xiao Tao was astonished. Then how did the dowry vanish into thin air? I had it moved away long ago. Xiao Tao's eyes filled with admiration. The mistress is truly brilliant. Just as the farce seemed to end, Princess Anha spotted Xie Chenai approaching and immediately rushed to him, pointing at Qiao Lan. Brother Qinya, this woman is deeply scheming. She deceived you with an empty dowry. Defrauding a member of the royal family is a capital offense. Xie Chenai glanced indifferently at the empty chests. She has not yet performed the wedding ceremony with me. Princess Anha stared at him in disbelief. Everyone knew the Qiao family had married off their legitimate daughter, but only he knew she was a substitute. On this road of exile, Xie Chenai could barely save himself. How could he have time to question her? He adhered to the principle of avoiding trouble when possible, so why should she invite trouble? Qiao Lan ignored the tension between them, yawned, and said, it was the people in the manor who faked the dowry. If you have the nerve, go find them. You. Princess Anha was left speechless watching Qiao Lan walk away. That night, everyone held the rock-hard steamed buns, their faces bitter as they lamented, yet they gnawed away at them until nearly finished. Only Qiao Lan's bun remained untouched, drawing the attention of Duan Tai Fei. Everyone has been traveling all day relying on this bun. Yet you won't take a single bite. Why is that? My stomach is unsettled. Eating would only make it worse. Duan Tai Fei nodded and sighed. I have enjoyed luxury in the palace for decades, and my stomach has grown pampered. I can hardly stomach these things. Qiao Lan noticed the half-eaten bun in her hand, a thought stirring in her heart. She took out some wild fruits she had picked earlier from her storage space, pretending to pull them from her sleeve, and offered them to Duan Tai Fei. Wild fruits I picked. They can fill the stomach. Duan Tai Fei frowned. How can I recklessly eat such unknown wild fruits? Qiao Lan said nothing more, but gave a few to Xiao Tao, wiped them on her sleeve, and popped them into her mouth. The juice burst with a fragrant sweetness, refreshing her spirit. She ate with relish, unaware that Duan Tai Fei had been watching her intently. Duan Tai Fei looked at the crimson fruit in her hand and asked, is it truly that delicious? Qiao Lan did not answer, simply handed one over. Duan Tai Fei took it, bit into it, and the refreshing taste instantly awakened her palate. Soon she had finished all the fruits in her hand. Princess Anha and her companions watched wide-eyed. Qiao Lan smiled faintly, casually tossing a few small fruits to them. Princess Anha eagerly shoved them into her mouth, soon becoming addicted. These fruits you picked are not good. They have a bitter taste. The big fiery red ones are sweet. You have a knack for finding things. From now on, the task of foraging food will be yours. That way we won't have to eat steamed buns every day. Qiao Lan could not be bothered to respond. She found an excuse to leave the resting area, raised her head, and gazed at the bright moon above. When would this journey of exile finally end? Tonight is not a good night for moon gazing. Hearing this, Qiao Lan noticed Xie Chenai in the shadows. She raised an eyebrow. The moon waxes and wanes. Who says it must be full to be beautiful? Xie Chenai did not argue, merely offering a faint smile. She looked up to see him leaning against a tree trunk, bathed in a silvery light, ethereal and otherworldly. The next moment, Xie Chenai leaped down from the tree. Qiao Lan immediately noticed his right hand trembling uncontrollably and asked, are you injured? Xie Chenai pressed it with his left hand and said calmly, it's nothing. An old ailment. She frowned. Though this man had been trailing along with the procession, he was as elusive as a dragon, appearing and disappearing at will. He showed not a trace of the dejection one might expect from a noble stripped of his status. And yet here he was perched in a tree in the middle of the night. Qiao Lan grew suspicious and was about to probe when Xie Chenai suddenly asked, is your dowry truly empty? She had intended to brush him off with a casual reply, but Qiao Lan's gaze met Xie Chenai's earnest expression. His dark eyes, deep as an abyss, swirled with a tangle of emotions she could not decipher. Qiao Lan did not rush to answer. Noticing no one was around, she slipped a small packet of her private wound medicine from her sleeve into Xiechenya's hand. "What is this?" Xiechenya looked at the woman before him, with confusion, momentarily dazed. "Does your highness not even recognize medicinal herbs anymore?" After speaking, Qiao Lan rose to leave, but before she could step away, a large hand grabbed her, and she stumbled forward, falling into Xiechenya's embrace. "Though we have not yet exchanged wedding vows, I would never take advantage of your position." Xiechenya's expression grew troubled at her words, realizing this woman was nothing like the rumors had described. Qiao Lan quietly withdrew from his embrace. "Since I share hardship with your highness, I must ask. Since the princess consort is so forthright, why not take this opportunity to discuss what happened at noon?" Xiechenya turned to the side, quietly awaiting Qiao Lan's response, curious to see how this sharp-tongued woman would try to deceive him. "So your highness is worried about that matter. In that case, you must give me an explanation today." Qiao Lan had been waiting for just such an opportunity to clear things up. "Your highness need not worry. No matter how bold the Qiao family may be, they would never dare do anything to bring shame upon you. I have already made arrangements for those matters." After answering so straightforwardly, Qiao Lan left without hesitation. Xiechenya was taken aback by her response. He had imagined countless possibilities, but never anticipated such candor. "Mistress, did the prince consort give you any trouble just now?" Qiao Lan sidestepped the question and looked at Xiao Tao with concern, the girl who had shared her hardships. "If you don't rest now, how will you endure tomorrow?" "Mistress need not worry, my constitution is." Seeing her mistress's haggard face, Xiao Tao wisely withdrew. Qiao Lan leaned against the tree, recalling the moments she had spent with Xiechenya over the past few days. Thinking of Xiechenya's stunned expression when he heard her answer, Qiao Lan let out a cold snort. She understood clearly now. This man appeared indifferent on the surface, but was deeply calculating within. She only wished to pass through these days peacefully, so she would not seek out trouble. Gazing at the stars in the night sky, Qiao Lan gradually drifted into sleep. The next morning, her eyes heavy with sleep, Xiao Tao came forward to help her up gently. "Mistress, take care." Before Qiao Lan could even rise, she heard a mocking voice from nearby. "Times have changed. I hope Sister Qiao understands her place now. We're all waiting for you." Xiao Tao, who had always disliked Lady Anha, couldn't resist retorting. "It's barely dawn. Surely the lady just woke up. How can you presume to lecture my mistress?" Lady Anha would not tolerate such insolence, and snapped back at Xiao Tao. "You're merely a servant. How dare you speak back to me?" Xiao Tao hadn't anticipated Lady Anha would wield her status as a weapon, leaving her speechless for a moment. Just as a smug smile began to form on Lady Anha's face, Qiao Lan interjected with a cold retort. Since the lady is aware of her position, she should keep her mouth shut to conserve her energy. Without waiting for a response, Qiao Lan led Xiao Tao away from the confrontation. Lady Anha stood frozen, her fists clenched. "She's nothing but a legitimate daughter. How dare she?" The attendant beside her watched the lady's defeated posture with trembling anxiety. Once the guards confirmed Xiechenya was ready, they set out. Halfway through, a scout returned with a worried expression. The bridge ahead had already collapsed. A guard immediately reported to the commanding officer. "Sir, since the bridge is broken, perhaps we should find another route. They're merely prisoners. If the bridge is ruined, make them wade across." The guard looked uneasy. This wasn't just any prisoner, but a prince. Still, the commanding officer cut him off sharply. "I don't care what he is. All that matters is whether we arrive on time." The commanding officer marched off without looking back, and the guard reluctantly approached Xiechenya. "The order is that everyone must cross here." Xiechenya's expression darkened, though he remained silent. Lady Anha, mortified, spoke up in protest. "Isn't this excessive? Can't you see most of us are women?" Her words barely left her lips before wailing erupted from all around. "We have dignity too. Why must we be treated this way?" "Exactly. It would be kinder to just kill us." The guard looked troubled. Though they were prisoners, they still carried royal blood. While the others argued, Qiao Lan made her way to the riverbank. The water was so clear she could see the bottom, yet deceptively treacherous rivers like this were the most dangerous. Qiao Lan gathered several stones and placed them in a small bundle to measure the depth. The results confirmed what she had suspected. With the answer clear, Qiao Lan approached the guard with confidence. You're only following orders. Logically, we should comply. Lady Anha burst forth indignantly, you poisonous woman. But the guard, surprised that Qiao Lan was defending him, cut her off. Since the princess consort. Qiao Lan ignored them both. Please accompany me over there. The guard couldn't fathom her intention, but seeing her prepared to cross the river, he felt he couldn't refuse, and followed her to the water's edge. Xiechenai and Lady Anha joined them as well. Qiao Lan paid no mind to the others, and simply opened her small bundle. The commander likely issued that order based on the assumption that clear water meant shallow depth. But now you should report the true conditions. She slowly lowered the bundle into the river. At first no one understood until the guard realized the reported depth was actually sufficient to swallow an adult manhole. Forgive me, Your Highness. I'll report to the commander at once. The guard's legs trembled as he departed. If not for her demonstration, they would all have been devoured by that deceptively clear river. The commander, shaken by what he'd learned, immediately revised the order. Yet they were deep in an ancient forest, and if they couldn't reach the far bank before dark, danger would surely come with nightfall. The commander found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. If he failed to deliver Xiechenai and Qiao Lan to the border on time, his own head would pay the price. After deep deliberation, the military advisor stepped before Qiao Lan and said, had it not been for the princess's timely discovery, even death would not have absolved us of our guilt. There is no need for the advisor to blame himself. The river is clear, and had I not glimpsed this object within its depths, I too would have remained oblivious. Seeing that Qiao Lan was approachable, the military advisor relayed the imperial decree in full. This matter should not have troubled the princess, but at present I am utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. The advisor did not conceal his report from others, so all nearby overheard. Yet when Qiao Lan glanced back at Xiechenya, she found him utterly indifferent. If the advisor trusts me, I have a plan. Pray tell, princess. If we have the soldiers fell some timber and fashion rafts, we can cross the river safely. The princess's idea is truly ingenious, but among our ranks there is none skilled in such craft, and thus. The emperor had originally selected only burly, simple-minded men to escort the prince, and now, when it came to building rafts, these men proved useless. Qiao Lan smiled faintly, for this task was hardly a challenge for her. Have the soldiers gather timber, collect some rubber, and prepare hemp rope. Leave the rest to me. Hearing that Qiao Lan had taken full charge, the military advisor sighed with relief and promptly ordered the soldiers to cut down trees. After the advisor departed, Qiao Lan leaned against a tree, carefully recalling the raft-building methods her university instructor had taught in handicraft class. When Xiechenai heard Qiao Lan's proposal, he was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed this woman was a fool, yet her conduct throughout this journey had left him utterly perplexed. I find myself grateful to His Majesty for the marriage decree, for otherwise I would never have witnessed the princess's prowess here. Then I shall take that as a compliment, my lord. And I trust these trifling skills are not entirely foreign to you either. Xiechenai regarded Qiao Lan with amusement. This woman was no simple soul. If she could be made an ally, so much the better. When Princess Anha saw how close Qiechenai and Qiao Lan stood, she unconsciously clenched her handkerchief. Vile woman. Yet no matter how she loathed Qiao Lan, she dared not stir up trouble now. Still, the mere sight of that wench beside Qiechenai set her blood ablaze. Seeing that Princess Anha could barely contain her temper, Ma Xin hurried forward to placate her. My lady, once we reach our destination, we can deal with her then. I have never suffered such indignity. How dare that woman stand beside Qiechenai? Ma Xin knew her mistress was restless by nature, but for now she could only counsel patience. After all, as long as her mistress committed no grievous wrong, the dowager consort's influence could still secure her the position of princess. And only then might Ma Xin herself hope to become the prince's concubine. When that day came, winning the prince's heart would be a matter of her own skill. With this thought, Ma Xin suppressed her disgust and stepped forward to counsel her mistress. My lady, the prince surely pays that wench no mind. But for now you must show him due respect. Hearing Ma Xin's words, Princess Anha gradually regained her composure. When the time comes, I shall make her wish for death, yet find none. By noon, the soldiers had finally gathered all the timber Qiao Lan required. Seeing Xiechenai and Qiao Lan together, the advisor steeled himself and approached. I know I should not disturb the princess, but the men have finished preparing the materials. No matter. Please lead the way, advisor. Qiao Lan paid Xie Chenai no heed. Approaching the soldiers, she gave a brief demonstration and then began supervising their work. By the tree, Zhuefeng watched as raft after raft took shape, then turned to Xie Chenai in astonishment. My lord, this princess seems to possess no small measure of talent capable of feats both above and below the heavens. Xie Chenai said nothing, for this woman was utterly unlike the one his investigations had described. Clearly she had played her part well all these years. Reflecting on how the Qiao household had treated her, he could well understand her hardships, and against his will a flicker of sympathy for Qiao Lan stirred within him. Princess Anha did not miss the subtle shift in Xie Chenya's gaze toward Qiao Lan. Never had she imagined she would one day see such an expression in Chenya's eyes. Before long, a fleet of rafts capable of carrying the entire company lay neatly arrayed before Xie Chenai. Given the time constraints, I must beg the prince and the dowager consort to make do with these humble rafts. Dowager consort Duan eyed the rafts with evident curiosity. Few among those present could have conceived such a solution. She knew Xie Chenai well, and Anha lacked such ingenuity. Scanning the crowd, a most unlikely thought took shape in her mind. Whose idea were these rafts? I am told it was the princess's idea, replied Aunt Lingxiu, who then helped the dowager consort aboard and explained the whole affair in detail. The dowager consort's gaze drifted toward Qiao Lan. That girl is not without talent. Every step of this journey, she has acted with remarkable thoughtfulness. Hearing this, Aunt Lingxiu knew the girl had found favor in the dowager consort's eyes. Seeing the dowager consort emerge, Anha hurried forward. Your Grace, the hour grows late, and I must trouble you to endure some discomfort. We have come this far, we shall simply make the best of it. Lingxiu could see that beneath the dowager consort's calm exterior lay a wounded heart. Having spent her entire life in the palace, she never imagined she would end her days in this desolate borderland with her son. Noticing Princess Anha helping his mother to the riverbank, Xie Chenai hurried over. Mother, allow your son to assist you onto the raft. With her son growing ever closer to her, the dowager consort, though stranded in this bleak wilderness, felt a profound warmth within her heart. At first, the dowager consort had been consumed by bitterness, unable to comprehend the emperor's cruelty. But along this journey, she had come to cherish the bond between her and Xie Chenai all the more. Where's that girl? The rafts can only bear so many, so I had her take the one behind us, Xie Chenai replied. Princess Anna's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this. She had feared Chenai might harbor other feelings for Qiao Lan. Now it seemed that she and the dowager consort were the ones closest to his heart, and her spirits lifted considerably. Yet the dowager consort perceived the change in her son's heart. Though his words were dismissive, his gaze kept drifting backward. A single glance at Princess Anha filled the dowager consort with quiet regret. Meanwhile, Qiao Lan boarded the second raft with Xiaotao and Zhuefeng. My lady, why must you ride apart from the prince and the dowager consort? And that princess? You are the rightful princess, yet she is forever pushing herself forward. Qiao Lan paid Xiaotao no mind, instead studying her surroundings. As the princess, she had certain duties to fulfill. As the raft neared the shore, she spotted a dense mountain forest along the bank. Judging by its coverage, it surely concealed no small number of treasures. Under the guidance of the military officer, they arrived at a dwelling that could barely be called a residence. My lord, we have arrived. Looking at the surroundings, the Princess Anha was filled with disgust, for she had never experienced such a place in her entire life. Are we truly to stay here? The military officer did not answer the princess's question, but instead turned to bow to Xie Chenai. It is already late. Please rest here for the night. We shall camp outside. After the officer left, Xie Chenai and his party entered the inner quarters. How can we stay in such a place? Even servants would look down on this house in ordinary times. Xie Chenai's face darkened, but out of respect for his mother, he restrained himself. For him, turning a blind eye was the best course of action he could choose. Since the officers are camping outside, Zhuefeng, come with me. Princess Anha wanted to stop him, but in a blink Zhuefeng had already followed Xie Chenai away. Consort Duan, supported by Lingxiu, walked into the inner chamber. Your Highness, I have already prepared this room. After dinner you may rest. But the consort did not reply. She merely gazed quietly at the scenery outside the window. She recalled that when the late emperor was still alive, even though she was not the most favored, she had never endured such poverty. Lingxiu, observing consort Duan, knew her mistress was reminiscing about the past. But after everyone left, the outside began to bustle again. Having thought that enduring the wilderness was already miserable enough, Princess Anha found herself speechless with grievances when facing this house. When will this life come to an end? Look at this broken-down house. Does it show any sign of human habitation? Qiao Lan had always despised the princess's behavior, and especially now that the guards escorting them were camping outside on their own. We are only resting here for one night. If the princess finds this environment unsuitable, why not sleep outside with your maidservant? Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Princess Anha's face turned ugly. How many obstacles had Qiao Lan placed in her way throughout this journey? You are merely a gift from the Qiao family to curry favor with the prince. How dare you speak so insolently to a princess? Even if I am a gift from the Qiao family, I still hold the position of princess that you covet so much. If I wished, I could simply speak to the dowager consort and have you stripped of that title. Qiao Lan walked up to the princess with disdain. If the princess had real ability, why would she be following the prince into exile without a title? Princess Anha was momentarily speechless. Throughout this journey, she had endured countless rumors, yet Chang'ai had never once offered her a word of comfort. Seeing Qiao Lan's satisfaction, Princess Anha stormed off into a room. Xiao Tao, watching from the side, almost clapped her hands in delight at how Qiao Lan handled the situation. My lady, you have been too kind to her, which is why she dares to walk all over you. You are becoming more and more impertinent, girl. Do I need to teach you what to say and what not to say? Your servant was wrong. Hearing Xiao Tao admit her mistake, Qiao Lan let out a helpless sigh. From the very beginning, she had never regarded Princess Anha as a romantic rival, for she had become the princess by imperial decree. The words and actions of those around her would inevitably affect Xie Chang'ai and the entire household. Since she had transmigrated into the original owner's body, she had to shoulder the responsibilities and duties of that role. Although only a few people remained in the household now. Evening is approaching, let us go out to find some food. My lady, shouldn't we call the others? It's just enough for the few of us in the courtyard, no need to trouble others. I noticed some wild vegetables by the river earlier, and if we're lucky we might even find some seafood. Zhuifeng had been watching from outside. When the princess walked out, he immediately stepped forward to inquire. Princess, what? The people in the courtyard haven't had dinner yet. I saw some wild vegetables by the river, so I want to take Xiao Tao to pick some. Such trivial matters shouldn't bother you, princess. I'll go immediately. But before Zhuifeng could act, Qiao Lan stopped him. If you handle everything for us, we'll be exhausted before we even reach our destination. It's just picking a few things. If you're worried, you can come along with us. Zhuifeng, hearing the princess speak so directly, said no more. In that case, I shall accompany you both. Soon the three of them arrived at the riverbank. Qiao Lan, relying on what she had previously searched on the internet, immediately spotted the wild vegetables. My lady, can this really be eaten? Seeing Xiao Tao looking so inexperienced, Qiao Lan couldn't help but tease. These are called wild vegetables. They are far more valuable than delicacies from land and sea. All right. Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Xiao Tao immediately began searching nearby, and in no time brought a few stalks of grass to Qiao Lan. My lady, look. I didn't expect there to be so many wild vegetables around. Silly girl, what you picked are just common weeds by the roadside. Look closely. There's a world of difference between these and what I have in my hand. Xiao Tao pouted upon hearing this. By all rights, she should be more skilled than Qiao Lan, yet now she found herself admiring her mistress. Fair-skinned, beautiful, wise, and brave. You made mistakes simply because you haven't seen enough. I'll give you another chance. Now go. Hearing this, Xiao Tao brightened up. It wasn't that she was stupid, it was just that her mistress had read more medical books. There would be plenty of time ahead, and she would surely become just like her mistress. Zhuifeng, overhearing the conversation between the mistress and her maid, felt even more admiration for Qiao Lan. But on reflection, it was only that foolish maid Xiao Tao who would believe Qiao Lan's words. At that thought, Zhuifeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. What's so funny? Have you found more things than I have, guard Zhuifeng? Xiao Tao said, then went off in a huff to search. This? Zhuifeng looked at his empty hands and blushed. When he looked up, he found Xiao Tao was already far away. Determined to settle the score with that girl, he walked up to Qiao Lan. Princess, I'm a rough man and don't know much about plants and flowers. Is there any other place where I can help? Qiao Lan looked him up and down, thinking that anyone who could serve by Xie Chenya's side must have extraordinary martial skills. In that case, go search by the river for some seafood, so we can all enjoy a good meal. Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Zhu Weifeng's eyes lit up. Catching fish and shrimp was a piece of cake for him. Princess, wait and see. Today I will definitely make sure everyone has a hearty meal. Half an hour later, Qiao Lan, Xiao Tao, and Zhu Weifeng returned with bountiful harvests. Xiao Tao was extremely excited looking at what the three had gathered. My lady, with all this, we won't have to worry about being hungry tomorrow morning. You little foodie, when have you ever let your little belly suffer? Under the glow of the setting sun, the three returned to the courtyard. Xiao Tao began to kindle the fire, while Qiao Lan started preparing the foraged ingredients. In no time, the courtyard was filled with a tantalizing aroma. Once everything was ready, Qiao Lan and Xiao Tao carried a portion of the dishes to Duan Taifei's chamber. Mother, please enjoy your evening meal. Gazing at the array of delicacies on the table, Duan Taifei looked somewhat astonished. Along this journey, I have seen no rare beasts or exotic fowl, and there is not a single household for miles around. Where did all this come from? Your Highness, my mistress and I gathered wild greens by the riverbank, and the guard Zhu Weifeng caught fish and shrimp from the stream. You and your subordinates are rather resourceful, but where did you learn such skills? Qiao Lan froze for a moment. She certainly could not tell Duan Taifei that she was a modern person who had traveled through time. But then it struck her. There was one person who could serve as the perfect scapegoat. On our way here, His Highness taught me that if no edible fruit could be found, one should search along the riverbank. Duan Taifei harbored no doubt whatsoever regarding Qiao Lan's words, for she knew well the capabilities of her own son. Once Lingxiu began arranging the dishes beside the Taifei, Qiao Lan took Xiao Tao and departed. Your Highness, forgive this servant for speaking out of turn, but the princess consort is indeed a clever woman. If she could walk alongside His Highness till the end, perhaps it would not be a bad thing. I share that sentiment, yet I cannot bear to watch that girl Anha suffer injustice. She has always been beneficial to Yi in daily matters, and now she has even set aside her status as a commandery princess to share in our exile. Lingxiu too understood Duan Taifei's concerns. Compared to the daughters of noble families, Qiao Lan's origins were far too humble. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao followed Qiao Lan away, utterly bewildered. Mistress, why did you not tell the Taifei the truth? From beginning to end, His Highness has not spoken a single word. Silly girl, His Highness and I are one now. But the Taifei has never approved of this marriage. If I were to claim all these things for myself, it would only go against propriety. Zhu Weifeng had been waiting in the small kitchen. Why did the princess consort not dine with the Taifei? Take these things to the commandery princess's chamber. Zhu Weifeng looked at the food Qiao Lan had prepared with a sense of bewilderment. Xiao Tao, standing nearby, was equally perplexed. These are things we worked so hard to find. Why should she get to enjoy them without lifting a finger? Even if we give them to her, she will never harbor any gratitude toward us. She might even suspect we intend to poison her. Send these over to her. If we delay any longer, they will go cold. Zhu Weifeng said no more and simply obeyed orders. Let us prepare ourselves as well. We can eat too. We still have to travel tomorrow. Though resentment churned within Xiao Tao's heart, she could only endure. On the other side, Zhu Weifeng set the prepared food upon the table and withdrew. Princess Anha sat down by the table with great delight, utterly oblivious to the fact that Zhu Weifeng had already left. Since Zhu Weifeng was one of Xie Chenya's trusted attendants, Princess Anha naturally assumed the food had been sent by Xie Chenyi himself. After departing, Zhu Weifeng reported to Xie Chenyi everything that had transpired during the afternoon and evening. I never imagined the princess consort could be so magnanimous. Were it me, even with mountains of delicacies before me, I would not share them with another. Hearing Zhu Weifeng's words, Xie Chenyi too fell into contemplation. Throughout this journey, Qiao Lan had never once shown any concern over the matters between him and Princess Anha. Meanwhile, Qiao Lan was quietly planning for the future. If the land here was already this desolate before reaching the frontier, how would everyone survive once they arrived at such a remote place? Xiao Tao tidied up the remaining items, then went to prepare Qiao Lan's inner chamber. Mistress, the room has been cleaned, though the furnishings are rather crude, and the bed is a bit worn. Xiao Tao was about to withdraw after speaking, but to her surprise Qiao Lan reached out and pulled her back. It's already this late. Where were you planning to go without resting? Mistress, please rest well. I will wait just outside the door. If you need anything, simply call for me. There are plenty of people in the courtyard, and there isn't a single household for miles around. What could possibly happen? Tonight you will rest with me. We have a long journey ahead tomorrow. How can your frail little body endure it? But, no buts. If you won't listen to me, I'll have His Highness send you back to your hometown. Hearing this, Xiao Tao panicked. She had served by her mistress's side since childhood. If she were sent back now, Mistress, I'll listen to you. Just please don't ever think of sending me away again. There's a good girl. Before long the two fell into a deep slumber. Early the next morning Qiao Lan and Xiao Tao went to the kitchen and prepared breakfast for everyone. I could have handled this myself. Why must you humble yourself, mistress? You silly girl, chirping away like a little sparrow first thing in the morning. Once everything was ready, the same routine as the previous evening followed. Qiao Lan set out the dishes, then served Duan Taifei alongside Ling Xiu. Once Duan Taifei was seated at the table, Qiao Lan withdrew. And subtly Duan Taifei's attitude toward Qiao Lan began to shift. After everyone had finished preparing, the military advisor stepped before Xiechenya. Your Highness, the day is already growing late. Perhaps we should. Naturally. Zhuifeng. Upon receiving the order, Zhuifeng went to the inner courtyard to notify everyone one by one. Once all had assembled in the courtyard, Princess Anha approached Xiechenya with a radiant countenance. Brother Qinya, thank you for your kindness. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Tao could not help but roll her eyes dramatically before leaning close to Qiao Lan's ear. Mistress, if the princess ever learns that these past 2 meals were prepared by you, she will surely regret it to death. As Duan Taifei emerged, she caught the tail end of Princess Anna's words. She turned to look at Qiao Lan, somewhat surprised. She had not expected the girl to have sent the food under Year's name. Seeing Duan Taifei emerge, Princess Anha abandoned Xiechenya without a second thought and hurried over. Your Highness, the sun is quite harsh today. I made this little palm leaf fan last night. Duan Taifei took Princess Anna's hand. Child, knowing we had to travel today, why did you not rest well last night? The weather yesterday was rather oppressive, and I feared you would not withstand today's sunlight. Besides, you call me child. I am still young, so it matters not. Though disgust churned in her stomach, Xiao Tao forced herself to stand calmly by her mistress's side. Truth be told, the scene that morning stirred no ripple in Qiao Lan's heart. Had she been in Princess Anna's position, she too would have wished to tear the nominal princess consort to pieces. And so toward Princess Anha, her stance had always been, I will not offend unless offended. Seeing that everyone in the inner courtyard was fully prepared, the military advisor ordered the departure. With the long road ahead, and the height of summer upon them, the earlier they set out the better. Without further ado, the party resumed their journey. Throughout the journey, Princess Anha either stayed by Grand Consort Duan's side, or kept close to Xiechenya, fearing that either of them might suffer from the heat. While it was understandable for Princess Anha to attend to Grand Consort Duan, the sight of her intimacy with the prince stirred unease in Xiao Tao's heart. My lady, if you do not appear before the prince soon, Princess Anha will cling to him like a second skin. Xiao Tao, you must understand that what is destined for you will remain yours, and no one can snatch it away. Even so, you should. What we need to do now is reach the border, not dwell on such matters. She herself had no romantic feelings for Xiechenya, and along the way she had come to understand the relationship between him and Princess Anha. Since everything was as usual, why burden herself with unnecessary worries? After leaving the residence, the road became rugged and difficult. The military advisor was fraught with anxiety the entire way, fearing that some mishap might befall the prince and his household. Due to the rugged terrain, Princess Anha had gone from her initial eagerness to serve to now suffering from sore feet, while Grand Consort Duan walked with a limp supported by Aunt Ling Xiu. Prince, the mountain path is rough. Perhaps we should take a brief rest. Zhuifeng suggested reluctantly, seeing the state of the others. Xiechenya gave no response. For what right did they have to negotiate a halt? In truth, Qiao Lan had noticed the women struggling to walk from halfway through the journey, but since Xiechenya had not spoken, she refrained from meddling. Now that Zhuifeng had raised it, she might as well go along with the idea. My prince, I believe what Zhuifeng said is not without reason. The mountain road is treacherous. Perhaps we could discuss with the military advisor and take a rest to hasten our pace. Qiao still did not respond, but Qiao Lan understood and took it upon herself to approach the military advisor. Military advisor, I normally wouldn't voice opinions on travel arrangements, but as you can see, most of this group are women. A short rest might actually speed up our arrival. In fact, even if Qiao Lan had not spoken, the military advisor had been considering the same order. Now that she had proposed it, he could simply follow suit. The princess is most wise. It was this general's oversight. I beg the princess for forgiveness. We have relied on the military advisor and the soldiers throughout this journey. How could you say such a thing? The military advisor nodded, having noticed that Qiao Lan was no ordinary woman. She had resolved many issues and conducted herself impeccably. Everyone rest for a while, then we will set off again. Princess Anha saw Qiao Lan chatting cheerfully with the military advisor and concluded in her heart that Qiao Lan must have resorted to unscrupulous means. She's nothing but a wench. Not only has she bewitched the prince, but she also sells her charm to seduce a lowly military advisor. Ma Xin, standing nearby, heard her mistress's words, but dared not speak. Qiao Lan sat by the roadside, immensely grateful for the extensive physical training she had undergone before, otherwise her current weak body would have collapsed long ago. My lady, you are truly resourceful. Otherwise this servant's legs would have been ruined. It's just that this military advisor is reasonable. If it had been someone else, the outcome might have been different. Grand Consort Duan leaned against a large tree, supported by Aunt Lingxiu. What do you think of her? Throughout this journey, every action the princess took has been thoughtful and irreproachable. Grand Consort Duan had been observing Qiao Lan's words and deeds all along. She noticed that Qiao Lan never made unilateral decisions, and although Yi did not openly express it, he was gradually changing his opinion of her. Comparing the two, Qiao Lan was actually more worthy of her Yi in every aspect, whereas Princess Anha remained as domineering and willful as ever. Qiao Lan also sensed Grand Consort Duan's gaze, but did not respond, for she knew well that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law have always been adversaries. My lady, it's almost noon now. Should we go gather some wild game? Qiao Lan shook her head, having already surveyed the surroundings. This area was sparsely populated, and venturing off alone could easily lead to danger. Qiao Lan straightened her clothes and walked over to Xiechenya. My prince, given the current circumstances, I cannot procure ingredients. Could you lend me Zhuifeng? No need. Today's midday meal is already prepared, albeit simpler than before. Hearing Xiechenya's voice, Princess Anha immediately stepped forward. As long as Brother Chenai prepares it, it will be wonderful. If Qiao Lan had reacted to such words earlier, she might have been affected, but now safety was paramount. A few words here and there could not disturb her. Since the prince has made arrangements, I shall take my leave and not disturb you too. Though Qiao Lan's words were beyond reproach, Princess Anha felt a pang of displeasure upon hearing them. You should also rest. It won't be long, but if you continue traveling this afternoon, your body will not endure. Xiechenai simply wished to prevent Princess Anha from slowing them down further, but she interpreted his words differently. I had hoped to ease Brother Chenya's worries. Since that's the case, I will go rest now. Xiao Tao watched as her mistress left the prince's side with Princess Anha still lingering there, and felt a surge of indignation. Bored, Xiao Tao took out her frustration on a nearby branch. This is the wilderness. If you scratch your skin, there are no herbs to treat it. My lady will certainly not abandon me. You foolish girl, don't speak so absolutely. Even if I can't bear to see you hurt, you will still suffer some pain. Xiao Tao pouted and leaned against the tree. My lady, is there any plan for today's lunch? We'll have to trouble the prince today? Surely he has a plan. Qiao Lan closed her eyes and leaned against the tree. Despite her previous endurance, this body was truly too frail. All of this unfolded before Grand Consort Duan's eyes. Having experienced countless schemes and intrigues in the palace, she could discern a person's heart at a single glance. Yet in these past few days, she found it increasingly difficult to understand Qiao Lan's behavior. If she were heartless, she cared for everyone's needs, but if she were compassionate, a certain aloofness was unmistakable. At first I thought this girl was merely putting on a show in front of Yi and me, but now I believe she harbors no romantic intentions at all. Aunt Lingxiu had also gradually changed her view of Qiao Lan through the events of recent days. I believe that as a princess, only such a disposition can truly assist the prince. Grand Consort Duan nodded. As for Princess Anha, she had always thought that if the girl remained well-behaved there would be a place for her in the prince's household, but she was not yet qualified for the position of princess. Zhuefeng distributed the dried rations prepared that morning to everyone. Time was too short to prepare more. Please forgive us. Qiao Lan and the others did not mind, for in these past days they had already tasted both the best and the worst. Upon seeing the hardtack in her hands, Princess Anha felt a mix of emotions. If this hardtack had been produced by Qiao Lan, she could have simply thrown it on the ground. But it was her brother Qinyi. My lady, why are you looking at me? Should we really waste what brother Qinyi sent? Moxin's face was filled with bitter tears. Xiao Tao didn't miss the changes on Princess Anha's face. My lady, look how wonderful this is. Thank goodness the noon meal today was prepared by the prince. Qiao Lan made no comment on Princess Anha's appearance. You? If you continue being so gossipy, be careful, or I'll slap you. Hearing this, Xiao Tao playfully threw herself into Qiao Lan's arms. You wouldn't dare hit me. Moxin was envious of the way Xiao Tao and Qiao Lan interacted. But fate played cruel tricks, and she was stuck with such a master. After a brief rest, the military officer announced their departure, and only at dusk did the group arrive at the forest where they would rest for the night. However, during their advance, a soldier was suddenly scratched by wild grass beside the path. The military officer hadn't paid much attention to this initially, given years of campaigning in the field. The officer considered it merely a minor wound, never expecting the man to develop a fever. It started mildly but soon escalated to persistent high fever with the wound oozing blood. If the officer continues like this, he may not survive. The military officer was also somewhat troubled by this sudden situation. In previous campaigns, there had always been military doctors accompanying them. Now they were merely escorting Xiecheni and others to the border. So, wait. The officer immediately approached Xiecheni, explained the situation, and ordered a temporary halt. Xiecheni immediately sent Zhuefeng to fetch Qiao Lan. Are you proficient in medicine? Upon being asked by Xiecheni, Qiao Lan was momentarily stunned. Yes. I need to trouble the princess now. One person in the group was scratched by wild grass earlier. I thought it was nothing serious, but now he has a persistent high fever. This area is barren for hundreds of miles around, and I cannot abandon a life. The officer speaks too severely. Could you please guide the way? Seeing that Qiao Lan was walking unsteadily, Xiecheni sent Zhuefeng to accompany her. After a brief examination, Qiao Lan's brows furrowed tightly. Following the pulse diagnosis, she quickly inserted a fine needle horizontally along the metacarpal bone to a depth of 1.52 inches. I may need some time next. I need to find some medicinal herbs. It's already late if I let you. That's precisely why it's too late. He can't wait any longer. If I can't find the herbs, he won't survive until dawn tomorrow. Only after hearing Qiao Lan's words did the officer realize how severe the consequences could be. Don't worry, with Zhuefeng accompanying me, no danger will be encountered. The officer agreed reluctantly. Can those herbs really be found in these mountains, my lady? Since ancient times, where there are poisonous creatures, there are antidotes. That person wasn't cut by wild grass, but scratched by a poisonous creature. Zhuefeng heard this with astonishment, but everyone around said he was scratched by wild grass. Wild grass itself doesn't have such power. Unless there's a hidden poison on it, any poisonous creature that breaks the skin can cause fatal harm. Zhuefeng didn't fully understand, but after this incident, he admired Qiao Lan even more. Can we find them? Naturally. Although the poison is fierce, any antidotal herb will work. Qiao Lan persisted in searching through the mountain forest with the faint firelight. It wasn't until an hour later that Qiao Lan finally found the herbs in the dim light. Found it. Zhuefeng looked at the small leaves in Qiao Lan's hand with some hesitation. My lady, this is just common wild grass found everywhere. How can it be used to detoxify? You're an amateur. Look at how this grass differs from the others. After careful observation, Zhuefeng discovered that the wild grass in Qiao Lan's hand actually had thick roots, but he still didn't understand. However, since the princess had found the antidotal herb regardless of whether he understood or not, this was a good thing. Can we leave now? Finding only this one kind isn't enough. As soon as Qiao Lan finished speaking, she discovered something surprising beside her. I never expected to find such good things hidden here. My lady, how much longer do we need to search? Zhuofeng asked carefully, for if the time was too long the man's life would be in jeopardy. No need, we can leave now. Zhuofeng followed Qiao Lan away with a face full of questions. Qiao Lan took the 2 wild grasses in her hands to the officer. Please help me chop these 2 things into pieces. The officer had no objections and acted according to Qiao Lan's instructions. In no time the officer had processed the 2 wild grasses properly. Qiao Lan applied the processed herbs to the soldier's leg, and the bleeding stopped shortly after. Then she took out a small gourd from her pocket and poured out a black pill. No need to replace these herbs. Until he's completely recovered, they can be discarded directly. Now have him take this pill, and a brief rest will suffice. What are the effects of this? He was injured by a poisonous creature. The blood he lost earlier was all poison. The herbs applied to his leg can help stop the bleeding, and this small pill can reduce his fever. Upon hearing this, the officer had someone collect the pill. Thank you, my lady. I should be the one thanking you for your help. Otherwise, how could we have traveled so easily? I wonder how many more days it will take to reach the border. If we continue like this, how can the body endure? Qiao Lan didn't say much and simply left with Zhuofeng. Why didn't the princess accept his gratitude? Healing the sick and saving lives is the original intention of a doctor. If one goes against this intention, why do all this at all? Since spending these few days with the princess, Zhuofeng's eyes were full of admiration. After settling Qiao Lan, Zhuofeng returned to Xiechinia's side and told him everything that had happened. Now the princess has all sorts of skills. She can handle matters in the hall, and in the kitchen she's talented in both literature and martial arts, and she can heal the sick and save lives. Xiao Tao was very surprised to see Qiao Lan return. She had no idea what Qiao Lan had just been doing. My lady, if the prince hadn't come over to explain personally just now, I would have been scared half to death. Aren't you usually very brave? That's because you're by my side, my lady. But just now when I opened my eyes, I couldn't find you anywhere. It really scared me. Qiao Lan silently walked to Xiao Tao's side and let her lean on her. Rest quickly. Consider this my apology to you. Xiao Tao also took the opportunity and obediently leaned on Qiao Lan's shoulder. Normally, I don't get such treatment. Since there's this opportunity today, I certainly won't let it go. The 2 remained silent, and as the day grew late, they gradually drifted into slumber. After Qiao Lan fell into deep sleep, Xiechini stood beside her with an inscrutable expression. He gazed at the delicate young girl before him, wondering how many secrets his consort still harbored, or rather how many surprises remained unknown to him. At dawn the next day, Qiao Lan was the first to arrive outside the soldiers' encampment. I wonder how that young officer from yesterday is faring now. The soldier on duty entered the tent to check and immediately reported back. Please rest assured, Your Highness. Last night the wounds on his body stopped bleeding, and today his fever has subsided. What needs to be done now is to let him rest well. The poison in his body will be neutralized within a day or 2. On the other side, upon learning that the consort had arrived at the camp, the military advisor immediately set off to see her. Seeing the military advisor appear before her, Qiao Lan felt it was somewhat overblown. I merely came to inquire about his condition, yet I've troubled you to come personally. Your Highness, what are you saying? If not for your formidable assistance yesterday, that lad would already be a corpse by now. It was all his own fortune. Oh, without those herbs, even a celestial descending to the mortal world couldn't have saved him. After a few more pleasantries with the military advisor, Qiao Lan took her leave, as appearing among a camp full of men as a woman would inevitably invite gossip. Princess Anha was unaware of what Qiao Lan had done the previous day and only watched as she returned smiling from the military advisor's presence. Now that you hold the honored title of consort, you should understand propriety and shame. If others were to learn of what you did today, how could Brother Qianai hold his head up? Princess Anha, these matters are not for you to worry about. Whatever I do, I will surely report to the prince first. With that she left. Then Qiao Lan walked to the riverbank and sighed helplessly, wondering whether Princess Anha was deliberate or not, always appearing before her to pick at trivialities. Princess Anha stood in place, never having imagined that that wretch would dare speak rudely to her. What do you think you are? If not for your seductive tricks, how could Brother Qianai have married you? These people now were not like the soldiers on the march. the military advisor had pitched a few tents nearby for the convenience of the womenfolk. Ling Qiao had intended to help Dowager Consort Duan outside for some fresh air, but the Dowager Consort was unwell. However, she never expected to witness such an unseemly display from Princess Anha. Princess Anha, even at worst, she is the consort now. Please mind your words and actions. Aunt Ling Qiao, I was too excessive. Princess Anha, such words are too heavy for this old servant. However, with so many eyes and ears around, if others heard this, they would certainly think Princess Anha is too jealous. After a moment's thought, Princess Anha found some sense in this. Though she disdained Qiao Lan's actions, she could not do anything that would affect Brother Chenya's future. I will be careful from now on. Thank you for the reminder, Aunt. After receiving Princess Anha's response, Ling Qiao returned to Dowager Consort Duan's side. It's a good thing you reminded her, otherwise who knows what great disaster this girl might have caused. Ling Qiao could already see the anger on Dowager Consort Duan's face. She had hoped to handle the matter quietly, but it had all fallen upon the Dowager Consort's ears. The princess was just momentarily overcome with jealousy. But this girl is too immature now. You know the current situation. If others see that they have internal discord, wouldn't the one in the capital laugh their head off? Your Highness, why bother with those now? Although life is hard, at least we are with the prince. Dowager Consort Duan sighed helplessly. I know I have wronged that child, but now things are settled. I had hoped she could fight for her status, but now. Ling Qiao knew that from Princess Anha's perspective, she had not done anything wrong. That girl has had a rough life since childhood. In her heart, she has always regarded the prince as her own private possession. Now that Qiao Lan has appeared, she naturally feels resentment. Hearing Ling Qiao's words, the anger on Dowager Consort Duan's face gradually dissipated. After all, it was my miscalculation. Anha is usually blunt with her words. In the future, you should also guide her more. Having said that, Dowager Consort Duan closed her eyes and leaned back to rest. Now that she was old, she could no longer strive for anything for her year. Her only wish was for year to live a peaceful life. Outside the tent, Princess Anha gradually regained her composure after being scolded by Ling Qiao. Now that they were still on the journey, despite her intense aversion to Qiao Lan, she had to exercise more patience given the presence of outsiders. Ma Xin appeared beside Princess Anha, noticing that her mistress radiated a chilling aura and could only stand quietly at a distance. Since you're already here, why hide so far away? Mistress, come here. Do you think I'll eat you? Ma Xin, looking at her mistress with great confusion, had never imagined that someone who had been so flamboyant at first could become so composed. Little did she know that Princess Anha's hatred for Qiao Lan had already reached its peak. At this moment, Princess Anha was contemplating how to make Qiao Lan disappear from Xiechenya's presence without a trace. What do you think of that woman? She is merely an unloved daughter. How can she compare to the princess's nobility? These are just empty words to fool me. These past 2 days I've heard that more and more people like her. Ma Xin trembled at Princess Anha's response. After all, she didn't know her mistress's temperament now. If she said the wrong thing, how could she endure so many tortures? Seeing Ma Xin's timid appearance, Princess Anha felt that she was beyond help, but now the only one beside her was this lowly maid. Today I'll spare your life. Tell me everything you know. Now that Princess Anha had spoken, Ma Xin knew she couldn't avoid it, so she recounted all the gossip she had heard over the past few days to Princess Anha. She certainly plays the Good Samaritan. Relying on her 2 years of medical study, she's now stealing the spotlight. As a woman, doesn't she know what impact these actions have on the prince? Although Princess Anha was somewhat arrogant, she had been taught the 3 obediences and 4 virtues since childhood. Not to mention using medicine to save an unrelated man. Even in her courtyard, no man was ever allowed. But what Princess Anha could never understand was why the Dowager Consort and Brother Chenai had not made any remarks about this matter. This alone should have been enough for the Dowager Consort to divorce her. Princess Anha said nothing and simply let Ma Xin support her to rest by the river. Seeing the fish in the river, Princess Anha suddenly understood. They were like the fish in this river, and the one in the capital was the spectator on the bank. Yet she could not figure out what role Qiao Lan played in all this. Throughout the journey, her jealousy and rivalry with that woman had become a joke in an instant. At this thought, Princess Anha's face turned ashen. Mistress, are you unwell? Ma Xin watched as Princess Anha's face gradually turned pale and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. If you're not feeling well, please tell me. Leave me, I wish to be alone here. Since Princess Anha had already spoken, how could Ma Xin dare to disobey? Qiao Lan pinched a handful of soil to test its moisture, and after various investigations, she finally arrived at the riverside, where she had been searching for cooling and detoxifying herbs. Mistress, what are you doing with these things now? The weather has been getting increasingly hot these past few days, so I want to prepare in advance. Hearing this, Xiao Tao was somewhat puzzled. Mistress, it hasn't even reached Li Xia yet. Bringing these things seems unnecessary. Girl, you don't understand. Not all weather follows the solar terms, and since we're still on the journey, we must be very sensitive to the weather. After Qiao Lan finished speaking, she left without regard for Xiao Tao, who watched her mistress walking further away and hurriedly caught up. The adjutant will be grumbling about needing to continue the journey soon. It would be best if the mistress didn't go too far. Just as Xiao Tao finished speaking, a low rumble of thunder suddenly echoed from the sky. The adjutant near the tent couldn't help but worry upon hearing this. Although the emperor's decree was important, he couldn't lead a group of soldiers and ladies through the rain. Your Highness, why not rest here for the day and continue tomorrow if the weather clears? Xie Chenai agreed and sent Zhuefeng to inform everyone. How could the weather be like this? Xiao Tao looked depressed. Before she could finish, Qiao Lan ran back to the tent and touched it, discovering it had built-in rain protection, and let out a long sigh of relief. Mistress, what you've done today is truly confusing. Girl, if you have that energy, you'd be better off resting yourself. Seizing the opportunity before the weather changed, Qiao Lan hurried to the riverside and continued her search, soon gathering a full bag. Now we won't have to worry anymore. Happy about her findings, Qiao Lan washed up by the riverside and returned to the tent, clapping off the dirt from her hands. Just then a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. While Qiao Lan was still pondering what to do next, Zhuefeng's voice came from outside the tent. According to the discussion between the adjutant and Your Highness, we need to camp here for one night. However, the princess need not worry, as there are soldiers stationed around to keep watch. Understood. Zhuefeng then conveyed the results of the discussion between the prince and the adjutant to everyone in turn. Although Princess Anha was unwilling, she had no choice. Accustomed to comfortable rooms in her daily life, she found it even harder to sleep in the wilderness. Mistress, it's getting late, you should rest. With this weather, and in such a wretched place, how can I rest properly? Princess Anha, who usually kept her residence immaculately clean, found herself unable to do so now. Meanwhile, in another tent, Qiao Lan was still counting the treasures she had gathered today. Mistress, you've looked at these things over and over again. You silly girl, when the time comes you'll understand how useful these things are. After saying this, Qiao Lan lay down beside her. Looking at the tent ceiling for just a moment, she suddenly remembered her past experiences and wondered how she was doing in her original world. Thus, Qiao Lan gradually drifted into a dream where she had loving family members, friends who played with her, and companions she had spent day and night with. Meanwhile, in another tent, consort Duan, like Princess Anha, was also unable to sleep, but her worries were focused more on her son's future. The further south they went, the more remote it became. How could her son endure such hardship? If he failed to gain recognition, his life would be worse than an ordinary child's. Seeing the consort's face full of worry, Ling Xiu felt deeply distressed. It's getting late, and the weather is damp. Your Highness must take care of yourself. Consort Duan sighed, knowing that her old bones could only be a burden to her son now. If only I had planned more skillfully back then, Year wouldn't have fallen to this state. But what was done, and the only thing she could do now was to stop being a burden to her son. But Your Highness, I believe the bond between you and the prince has grown stronger, and that is what matters most. Hearing this, Consort Duan's expression softened slightly. Before I pushed Year too hard. Now that Qiao Lan is by his side to assist him, I feel somewhat at ease. Princess Anha had originally planned to visit Consort Duan since it wasn't late yet, and she might not have rested, but she unexpectedly overheard Consort Duan's conversation with Ling Xiu. Hearing about the consort's changed attitude toward Qiao Lan, Princess Anha felt angry, yet powerless to change it. Not wanting to return to the tent, she went to the riverside accompanied by Ma Xin. It was she who told me since childhood that I could be Chinye's wife, yet that low-born woman has only been married for so short a time and has already changed her mind. Princess Anha couldn't understand what she had done wrong. Everything should have been hers, and if not for Qiao Lan's arrival, how could Chang'ai have become like this? Machine, tell me why. Do you all think that lowborn woman is perfectly matched to stand by Chang'ai? Although Machine usually feared Princess Anha, the current situation made even a lowly servant like her unable to bear watching. Mistress, this has nothing to do with you. How can it have nothing to do with me? If I were good enough, why would even the consort think Qiao Lan can stand by Chenye's side to assist him? Seeing Princess Anha in this state caused Machine great pain. Despite their long history together, she decided to share her thoughts regardless of whether the princess would be pleased. Mistress, perhaps after Machine speaks these words you will understand a little. Speak. Mistress, from the consort's perspective, the prince is in the most need of support now, but as you've traveled this journey, you should consider what impact your actions have had on him. After speaking, Machine knelt beside her. In the past, Princess Anha would have slapped her immediately, but today the words Machine had said made her fall into deep thought. After a moment of silence, Princess Anha slowly spoke. Am I supposed to watch helplessly as that woman and Chang'ai share their love without a shadow of doubt? From my humble opinion, the bond between Qiao Lan and the prince is not yet deep enough, but if Mistress continues to strain your relationship with the consort and the prince, there may come a day. Hearing Machine's words, Princess Anha fell into reminiscence. Throughout this journey, her actions had indeed been somewhat overbearing, perhaps all because that woman deliberately provoked her. Then what do you suggest I do? My lady must alter herself and reduce the influence she has had on the prince throughout this journey. With the bond between you and the dowager consort, how could you possibly fail to defeat that lowborn woman? You may leave. But after Machine departed, Lady Anha helplessly crouched by the riverbank. There was no denying that Machine's words had affected her. In that case, she would have to choose a wiser and more covert approach to drive Qiao Lan away. After composing herself, Lady Anha returned to her tent. My lady, shall I assist you with your ablutions? No need. Rest first. Though Machine was taken aback by her mistress's words, she understood that if she did not retreat at this moment, who knew what might transpire next? Yes. Lady Anha lay alone in the tent, recalling everything she had experienced at the prince's mansion. At that time, everyone had treated her as their future mistress. But when had everything begun to change? Perhaps it had started when Qiao Lan had so nobly accompanied Xie Chang'ai into exile. She had given so much, yet in the end which servant had not pointed their finger behind her back. At this thought, tears slowly welled in Lady Anha's eyes. Why should an unfavored daughter upon marrying into the prince's mansion become superior to me? All this calamity was brought about by that wretched woman. Lady Anha knew she was powerless to change her situation. Even if she spoke these words to the dowager consort Duan, given what the dowager had said today, she could never expect the woman to stand by her side. Since everyone is now arrayed against me, then don't blame me. Meanwhile, Qiao Lan, lost in slumber, felt an inexplicable tickle in her nose. Before dawn broke the next morning, Lady Anha had already gathered wild berries and made her way to the outer tent of the dowager consort Duan. Lingxi had only just heard rustling outside and was about to go investigate when she stepped out of the tent and found Lady Anha waiting nearby. This humble servant greets Lady Anha. May I ask why you have come to the dowager consort's tent so early today? Your grace's health falters on damp, overcast days, so I thought I would gather some wild berries myself and keep the dowager consort company. Her grace has not yet finished her morning toilette, so I must trouble Lady Anha to wait here for a moment. Since when do you address me with such courtesy, Auntie Lingxi? Lingxi bowed and proceeded to prepare the dowager consort's ablutions. Xiao Tao overheard the conversation between Lady Anha and Auntie Lingxi as soon as she rose and returned to the tent with a displeased expression. I wonder what scheme that lady is plotting this time. She actually went to wait upon the dowager consort at dawn this morning. After her simple morning routine, Qiao Lan heard this little gnat buzzing her complaints right beside her ear. Your speech has grown increasingly disrespectful. If anyone outside the tent hears this, and it reaches the prince's ears, I'll make sure you regret it. My lady, I only worry about you. If Lady Anha wins the dowager consort's favor, how will you survive among them? Qiao Lan harbored no such concerns. To her, Xie Chang'ai was merely a comrade in arms, and the dowager consort nothing more than a comrade's elder relative. If I try to keep both the dowager consort and the prince entirely to myself, would they truly be pleased? Xiao Tao pursed her lips in exasperation, puzzled as to why her mistress seemed to have undergone such a transformation in temperament. Qiao Lan tidied up the medicinal herbs she had prepared the day before and came before the dowager consort Duan. To her surprise, Lady Anha was already present. She intended to withdraw, but it was Lady Anha who spoke first. Since Miss Qiao has business with the dowager consort, I shall take my leave first. The dowager consort naturally understood the discord between Lady Anha and Qiao Lan, yet Lady Anha had remained by her side since morning. Though her opinion of Qiao Lan had improved somewhat, she ultimately considered Lady Anha her own flesh and blood, so she spoke to stop her. You've grown increasingly willful, girl. We're all family here. What need is there for such formalities? Lady Anha jests. I merely came to deliver some herbs to my mother. How could I possibly disturb her? Qiao Lan felt an odd unease upon seeing Lady Anha today. Under normal circumstances, Lady Anha would have already launched into hostile gestures. However, glancing at the dowager consort beside her, Qiao Lan reasoned that Lady Anha was hardly foolish enough to flaunt herself before the dowager. With the dowager consort having already spoken, there was no need for her to press the matter. This daughter heard from Andy Lingxi a few days ago that your grace suffers from an old affliction in the legs. Yesterday I happened upon some medicinal herbs and thought to bring them today to ease your pain. The dowager consort Duan, gazing at the herbs before her, was taken aback by Qiao Lan's resourcefulness and cast a glance toward Lingxi. Only after receiving the dowager consort's permission did Lingxi smile and accept the herbs from Qiao Lan's hands. You are remarkably thoughtful. I merely complained in passing a few days ago, yet you took it to heart. And he flatters me. This was all for your grace's well-being. Since Lady Anha now accompanies you, this daughter will take her leave. With that, Qiao Lan departed. Lady Anha left inside the tent, flushed red and purple with frustration. She had planned to win favor by staying close to the dowager consort Duan, only to have that wretched woman intrude. Not only had she barged in, but she had also humbly referred to herself as this daughter before the dowager consort. Didn't she claim to dislike Brother Chang'ai? Since she was so eager to present these herbs, if anything went wrong with them, Chang'ai would make her pay dearly. Since Miss Qiao has prepared the herbs for you, I shall take my leave. I'd be distressed if I kept you from applying them on time. You've always been sharp-tongued since childhood. Very well, I cannot expect you to spend the entire day at an old woman's side. Have Machine accompany you to relax nearby. Lady Anha withdrew with a smile, having already caught sight of the herbs Qiao Lan had presented. Though she lacked Qiao Lan's expertise, she had studied medical texts over the years to prevent Brother Chang'ai from injury during his martial arts training. The herbs Qiao Lan had brought today were merely those for promoting blood circulation and dispelling stasis. Since you're so filial, I'll give you a hand. Lady Anha did not let Machine follow. Instead, she went into the mountains herself, gathered several herbs that appeared suitable, and returned to the tent. After working them over, she concealed the mixture within her sleeve. Taking advantage of the absence of witnesses, she slipped into the dowager consort's tent and secretly blended her own concoction with the herbs Qiao Lan had prepared before slipping away. For several consecutive days, light rain persisted, so the military commander ordered the troops to rest in place. Under normal circumstances, dedicated personnel prepared their meals, meaning guards rarely entered the tent encampment where the women resided. That evening, as Xie Chang'ai stood outside the tent, he heard Annie Lingxi's urgent cries. Help! Someone come quickly! Upon hearing Aunt Lingxiu's call, Qiao Lan and Xie Chang'ai and the others immediately rushed inside. What has happened? Miss Qiao prepared some herbal medicine today, claiming it would promote blood circulation for the Taifei. This morning when the Taifei took it, she felt no discomfort, but now her leg feels as if being pierced by needles. It hurts. The Taifei's face was pale, her voice weak and feeble. The Anha Junju was not present in the tent. Had she been there, Qiao Lan would have naturally assumed it was another one of her schemes to frame her. Now the Anha Junju's plan was to sit back and watch the tigers fight. Since Qiao Lan was so clever, repeatedly escaping the traps she had set for her this time, she wanted to see how Qiao Lan would explain herself before Xie Chang'ai. And the roar coming from next door, Xie Chang'ai's furious shouts, proved that the Anha Junju had bet correctly this time. Xie Chang'ai first stared fixedly at Qiao Lan, then noticed his mother's pale complexion. But Qiao Lan merely furrowed her brows and took no action, so he assumed he had guessed the truth. Did you deliver this? Xie Chenai glared at Qiao Lan, never having imagined this woman would use her greatest skill in medicine to harm his mother. Your Highness, it is true that I delivered this, but didn't you hear what Annie said? This morning when the Taifei took it, she felt no discomfort. Silence. How dare you call her mother? I never thought you could be so vicious. If you were truly innocent, how could such coincidences keep happening because of your presence? Xie Chenai had rarely interacted with Qiao Lan before, and she had repeatedly tried to frame the Anha Junju. During these days of exile, he had finally begun to change his view of her. Yet he never expected she would remain obstinate and still attempt to harm those closest to him. Furthermore, in recent days, Xie Chenai had been unable to sleep at night due to worries about the border affairs. His emotions had reached a breaking point, and disregarding any past feelings he had for Qiao Lan, he poured out all his hurtful words. From today on, you need not appear before my mother again. If I see you once more, I will send someone to deliver the divorce papers to the Qiao mansion. Zhu Feng immediately sent someone to summon the imperial physician from the convoy. Qiao Lan stood there stunned, listening to Xie Chenai finish his words. She had no idea what had gone wrong to cause such a grave misunderstanding. I truly examined these herbs many times, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with them. I even gathered them myself. What's the point of saying this now, Miss Qiao? Lock her in her tent immediately. Without my permission, no one is to release her. Qiao Lan was given no chance to explain from beginning to end, and she herself couldn't figure out where things had gone wrong. And so she and Xiao Dao were pushed into the tent by Zhu Feng. Xiao Dao had no idea what had gone wrong, and she stared blankly at Qiao Lan. My lady, could there be any issue with the Taifei? I don't know either. The Taifei's complexion is pale. It must be that something incompatible was mixed into the herbs. Otherwise, how could it have taken effect so deeply? Qiao Lan was now lost in confusion. The only people who could have accessed those herbs were the women in this camp. No one else could have gotten their hands on them. She carefully recalled everything that had happened throughout the day, and a bold thought began to form in her mind. After all, apart from herself, no one here wanted her dead. But that reasoning didn't hold up. Although the Anha Junju hated her deeply, she would never risk the Taifei's life as a bargaining chip. Moreover, the Anha Junju had no knowledge of medicine whatsoever, so how could she possibly find substances that were incompatible? Could it be the Anha Junju who framed you, my lady? She doesn't understand medicine at all. How could she frame me? After saying this, Qiao Lan fell into deep thought. She couldn't figure out who else in this group could hate her this much, and who would be bold enough to use the Taifei's life as a stake. At the same time, Xie Chenai was also caught in turmoil. Actually, even as he spoke those words, regret had already begun to stir within him. Regardless of anything, none of this had anything to do with Qiao Lan, and he felt it was wrong to lay all the blame on her. But the fact before him was that among all these women, only she possessed medical knowledge, and it was she who had voluntarily delivered these herbs. The military doctor has examined the Taifei's condition. There are 2 incompatible substances in the herbs. He said the Taifei may have been feeling unwell since daytime, but she simply attributed it to her chronic leg ailment. After Zhu Feng finished speaking, he also sighed helplessly. Although he believed Qiao Lan was not responsible, the military doctor's words were essentially a death sentence for her. Have Aunt Lingxiu accompany the Taifei properly. I will definitely uncover the truth behind this, Xie Chenai said, and left without looking back. Meanwhile, inside the Anha Junju's tent, she sat aside with an indifferent expression. My lady, I heard from those outside that the Taifei seems unwell. Shouldn't we go visit her? Which of those people below would want me to appear before the Taifei? Besides, this is their family matter. If I meddle, others will use this as ammunition against me. Ma Xin agreed with her mistress's reasoning, yet something felt off. As a servant, she dared not question her mistress's affairs. For the next few days, you and I should stay out of sight, otherwise Brother Chenai might take his frustration out on us again. Qiao Lan was unaware of Xie Chenai's temperament, but the Anha Junju and Ma Xin knew it all too well. Xie Chenai rarely lost his temper, but when he truly did, even the Taifei could not calm him down. On the other side, Qiao Lan gazed quietly at the tent ceiling. She racked her brains, but could think of no second person, yet she could not voice this thought to anyone. Because the Anha Junju had no possibility of committing the crime. Not to mention whether she had the ruthlessness, but more importantly, she had no knowledge of medicine at all. My lady, must we really swallow this insult this time? Clearly you didn't do any of this, so why would the prince say such cruel words? Qiao Lan sighed helplessly. The Taifei had always lived a pampered life and never suffered, yet now she followed them into exile at the border. Xie Chenai already felt guilty about this, and with such an incident occurring on top of it. Meanwhile, the Taifei's situation was not stable either. The military doctor was only skilled in treating minor injuries, and he felt powerless against the Taifei's condition. I am truly incompetent. The Taifei's constitution is already delicate, and even with 100 guts I would not dare prescribe such strong medicine. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Zhui Feng's heart sank. If anything were to happen to the Taifei on this journey, Xie Chenai would surely. Just to be safe, Zhui Feng approached Qiao Lan. Although I do not know if this matter is related to you, Her Royal Highness, the Taifei's health cannot sustain itself. I implore you to lend your assistance. But the prince has locked me here. I shall escort you there myself. Zhui Feng naturally dared not report this matter to Xie Chenai, but with Her Royal Highness the Taifei's life hanging in the balance, and having witnessed Qiao Lan's abilities firsthand, he had no choice. Qiao Lan did not say much, and simply followed Zhui Feng to the tent of Her Royal Highness the Taifei. When Qiao Lan attempted to enter the tent, Zhui Feng stopped her. Princess, if you do not mind, I will first ask Aunt Lingxi to accompany me elsewhere. Once I have led her away, I shall kick a small stone to signal you. Zhui Feng understood the misunderstanding between Qiao Lan and Aunt Lingxi, but at this moment Her Royal Highness the Taifei's health must come first. Upon hearing Zhui Feng's words, Qiao Lan did not rush, as she too recognized the gravity of the situation. If those people discovered that she had reappeared before Her Royal Highness the Taifei, it would likely provoke another storm of bloodshed before Xie Chenai. Since you have spoken so plainly, I will naturally follow your arrangements. Zhui Feng cupped his fists in respect. He well knew Qiao Lan's magnanimity, but some matters still needed to be made clear. Zhui Feng led Qiao Lan to a secluded place. I am afraid I must trouble the princess to wait here for a moment. It is of no consequence, all of this is for Her Royal Highness the Taifei's health. After Qiao Lan finished speaking, Zhui Feng proceeded to the tent of Her Royal Highness the Taifei. Upon seeing Zhui Feng, Aunt Lingxi assumed he had come to convey Prince Ye's instructions. Has the prince any directives? Is Her Royal Highness the Taifei's condition not promising? Aunt Lingxi worries too much. The prince is currently searching with all his strength for a remedy to save Her Royal Highness the Taifei, so he has not sent me to give you any orders. Aunt Lingxi sighed. In ordinary times she held no ill will toward Qiao Lan, as she simply could not understand why that girl would seek to harm the Taifei. I heard that girl has been confined to a tent by the prince. Her Royal Highness the Taifei's health is a matter of utmost importance and cannot be treated carelessly. Since there are grounds for suspicion, the prince must inevitably investigate thoroughly. I hope the prince can uncover the truth as soon as possible, but Her Royal Highness the Taifei's condition cannot wait. Zhui Feng grew anxious, for he did not have much time to chat with Aunt Lingxi, so he came straight to the point. Over these past few days, might Aunt Lingxi be available? I only need to detain you for a brief moment. I have been by Her Royal Highness the Taifei's side these past few days. What is the matter? Aunt Lingxi, the prince still needs your concern on his end, after all, regarding the princess. Moreover, with such a major incident befalling Her Royal Highness the Taifei, the prince has lost both his appetite and his sleep. But even if I go, the prince may not necessarily. Who are you, after all? You are a veteran who has accompanied Her Royal Highness the Taifei in the palace since long ago. The prince may disregard the faces of others, but he cannot disregard yours. Hearing this, Aunt Lingxi could only sigh helplessly. That child's temperament is inherently. And now this has happened to Her Royal Highness the Taifei. Very well, lead the way. Zhui Feng barely concealed his delight. He had intended to negotiate further with Aunt Lingxi, never expecting it to be so simple. If he had known this earlier, there would have been no need to delay. Then I shall escort you. And so Zhui Feng led Aunt Lingxi past the spot where Qiao Lan was concealed and gently kicked a small stone. Qiao Lan understood the signal at once. Only after the two had walked far away did Qiao Lan creep quietly to Her Royal Highness the Taifei's side. Taking the pulse carefully, Qiao Lan discovered that the Tai Fei's illness had progressed to a critical stage. Without timely treatment, her life would be in peril. Most critically, when medicinal herbs are incompatibly combined, they not only damage the body, but also bring endless suffering. Therefore, what Qiao Lan needed to do first was relieve the Tai Fei's unbearable pain. She immediately took out the emergency pills she had prepared earlier. Although this can only temporarily slow the spread of the toxin, it will at least make you more comfortable for these few days. Qiao Lan placed the pill into Her Royal Highness the Tai Fei's mouth and waited for her to swallow it before quietly slipping away. Not long after, Aunt Lingxi returned to Her Royal Highness the Tai Fei's side and noticed that the furrowed brows had relaxed. "Your Highness, this humble servant would trade 10 years of my life for your health and peace in this lifetime." Meanwhile, after returning to the tent, Qiao Lan began to formulate the antidote Her Royal Highness the Tai Fei required. "Master, I do not believe the prince will ever forgive us. Besides, what you are doing will only invite gossip. They will never trust us. I never intended to use these pills to exchange for anything. I simply feel that Her Royal Highness the Tai Fei has never harbored ill will toward me from start to finish, so I cannot be a person without conscience." Little Tao sighed helplessly. She naturally knew her master's nature. Since she could not persuade her master to remain aloof as a servant, all she could do was share some of the physical labor. After a day and a half, the two of them finally prepared a batch of detoxifying pills. Only when Her Royal Highness the Tai Fei takes this medicine will we know its efficacy. "Master, our current problem is how to get this inside." Ever since the prince returned and consulted the court physicians, he had strengthened the guard around the Tai Fei's tent. Previously, they could still visit by relying on their connection with Zhui Feng. Now Xie Chenai had completely blocked all their avenues. "If we truly cannot enter, then we shall send someone to present this to the prince." Upon hearing Qiao Lan's words, Little Tao felt this path was unworkable. "Master, in this wilderness, who is such an influential figure? However, I think it would be more direct if Zhui Feng secretly fed it to Her Royal Highness the Tai Fei." Hearing Little Tao's suggestion, Qiao Lan suddenly realized she had completely forgotten the most important person. "My goodness, but Zhui Feng has not appeared recently. I fear." "Master, rest assured. What kind of person is Zhui Feng? He has been by the prince's side since childhood. The prince treats him as a brother. Even if he did something, the prince would never be angry." "That may be so, but we must still be cautious. Last time my carelessness gave that villain an opportunity to strike." Qiao Lan carefully wrapped and stored the pills. All that remained was to wait for Zhui Feng's appearance. On Zhui Feng's end, matters were equally urgent. He did not know why, but that morning Xie Chenai had sent someone to guard his door. Though suspicious, he dared not speak directly and could only wait silently. Who would have thought the day would pass so quickly? "Is there any brother on guard outside? I am about to suffocate in here." "Guard Zhui Feng, we are merely following the prince's orders. You must stay here quietly today." Zhui Feng was at a loss, but the problem was that Qiao Lan was still waiting for him. "Based on my relationship with the prince, even if he is angry with me now and has confined me here, I will still have my day of freedom. Are you planning to ruin your careers?" The guards outside the door were clearly intimidated by Zhui Feng's words. Although the order to watch over him had come directly from the prince, everyone in this small contingent knew about Zhui Feng's relationship with the prince. "We may understand your connection with the prince, but this order was personally issued by him. You fail to grasp the full picture. Though I currently have some differences with the prince, you must understand the root of it all. If you cannot even handle this matter properly, then in the future." All the prince is doing now is borrowing 2 men from the military advisor. If it were not for His Imperial Highness the Crown Princess Dowager's recent incident, the advisor would never have agreed to the prince's request. "Brother, even though he is a demoted prince, he is still beyond our capacity to handle. But Zhui Feng is genuinely one of his closest men." "But we..." Zhui Feng stood nearby, quietly listening to their conversation, and interrupted them at the moment of their pause. "Do you still not understand which side you belong to? The military advisor brought you on this arduous mission for the sake of your future careers. If your actions now prove to be a costly mistake. Moreover, I have a suggestion for you now. It requires you to offend no one. You need only do as I say." Already swayed by his words, and seeing how properly Zhuofeng handled this matter, the two soldiers could find no objection. With my skills, I can make a round trip in just a few minutes. I only need those few minutes for you to create the illusion that I am still in the room. Surely you are not planning to do something wrong, and then implicate us. Rest assured, as long as you do not give us away, not even the Heavenly Emperor himself could trace anything back to me. Hearing this, the two men finally breathed a sigh of relief. Offending either side was impossible, so they might as well follow Zhuofeng's plan. At the very least, they could earn a favor. We will only give you half an incense stick's time. Hearing this, Zhuofeng's face broke into a wide smile. This entire round trip was more than enough time for him to make several journeys. After resolving this trouble, Zhuofeng hurried straight to Qiao Lan. Your Highness, I am late. I wonder if the prince has already grown suspicious. This morning he first sent someone to detain me, and then assigned guards to watch over me. Qiao Lan could no longer bear to hear so many explanations. The only priority now was to handle Crown Princess Dowager Duan's matter as quickly as possible. Those matters are of no consequence. When I took the Crown Princess Dowager's pulse yesterday, I noticed it was somewhat weak and rigid. Therefore, this pill must be administered to her. Once she takes it, the rest can be left to the ordinary regimental physician. Zhuofeng looked at Qiao Lan with a face full of delight. He had already witnessed her extraordinary medical skills before and never expected that the princess consort was also exceptional at preparing medicine. I think what we have produced is truly remarkable. Why not inform the prince about this? Xiao Tao thought that while it was fine to give away such a good remedy, she did not want any rift between her mistress and the prince. Hearing Xiao Tao's words, Qiao Lan helplessly shook her head. If this matter could be resolved so simply, the prince would not have confined me in this tent. Zhuofeng dared not even breathe loudly beside her, fearing the fire might spread to him. He had never believed Qiao Lan would harm Crown Princess Dowager Duan, but the prince's actions. If it were not for your prince acting without thinking, how could he wrong my mistress? Xiao Tao was filled with anger whenever she saw Zhuofeng. The matters between our masters are none of ours to question. I am sure they each have their own reasons. Hearing this, Xiao Tao shamefully lowered her head. Ever since this incident occurred, I have been wondering. If I were smarter, would my mistress not have to endure these hardships? Qiao Lan was packing everything up and was about to hand it to Zhuofeng when she heard Xiao Tao's muttering. Xiao Tao was usually delicate-minded, so Qiao Lan immediately stepped forward to explain, fearing the girl might begin to doubt. From beginning to end, we have always been family. The prince and I are a marriage of convenience, so his distrust of me now is only natural. Why burden yourself with unnecessary worry? Hearing this, Xiao Tao's expression gradually improved. Qiao Lan then turned to instruct Zhuofeng. This medicine must be given to the Crown Princess Dowager only when no one is around. If someone with ill intent sees it, who knows how they might frame me and Xiao Tao. Your Highness need not worry. I will protect this medicine carefully and personally watch the Crown Princess Dowager take it. After Zhuofeng left, Qiao Lan slumped onto the edge of the bed as though all her strength had drained away. Xiao Tao hurried forward, but when Qiao Lan looked up, her face had turned pale, sending Xiao Tao into a panic. Mistress, how do you feel right now? I am fine. It is just that I have been overworked these past few days. You have already sacrificed so much for Her Imperial Highness the Crown Princess Dowager, and yet those ungrateful people still speak ill of you behind your back. Do you remember what I told you before? There is no need to care about what others say or do. We only need to do our best and keep a clear conscience. On the other side, Xie and I had, after several days of investigation, discovered that this matter had nothing to do with Qiao Lan. Yet no matter how hard he searched, he could not uncover the true mastermind behind it. Thinking that Princess Anha had been remarkably well behaved these past few days, he decided to visit her and probe her intentions. Why has the prince come to see our young mistress today? Moxian, what are you saying? Since Brother Chanai has come, why not come in and sit? Xie Chanai did not decline and simply asked his question. You usually have a very close relationship with your mother, so why have I not seen you these past few days? What good would it do for me to go? I would only be the one to bear all the blame. Brother Chinya, I came here with you because I like you. These words completely deflated Xie Chanai. Perhaps for Brother Chinya, not being present represents a lack of filial piety, but for Anha, praying here for Her Imperial Highness the Crown Princess Dowager is also my way of showing filial devotion. After speaking, Princess Anha handed Xie Chenai the Buddhist scriptures she had been copying over the past few days. Perhaps this does not signify anything, but I hope the brother I have trusted most since childhood will continue to trust me. After hearing these words, Xie Chenai said nothing further and left in haste. Princess Anha took the opportunity to collapse onto the edge of the bed, wondering who the formidable figure behind her was. By all rights, this matter should have been discovered by Brother Chenai long ago. But now she no longer cared who that person was. As long as they could help her, she would take back Xie Chenai from Qiao Lan's hands. Mistress, why do you care about him? Moxin did not know the full story. She could only see that Xie Chenai had swept away in anger, showing no mercy. Never mind. Brother Chenai has always been this way, has he not? I have long grown accustomed to it. You who have been by my side day and night should grow accustomed as well. After leaving Princess Anha, Xie Chenai had been pacing outside. From the very beginning, he had believed that Qiao Lan would never harm his mother. Yet over these past few days, he had made no progress whatsoever. He felt he had no face to stand before Qiao Lan. Looking at himself now, Xie Chenai could only find it laughable. Qiao Lan had been confined under his orders, and Zhuofeng had also been imprisoned by his men. His position had grown increasingly isolated, and he wondered where he would go from here. Meanwhile, Zhuofeng had successfully completed the task Qiao Lan had entrusted to him, and taking advantage of Aunt Lingxiu's momentary distraction, he had arranged for the Tai Fei to take a pill. Several hours later, the Tai Fei's complexion had gradually regained its rosy hue. Upon receiving this news, Zhuofeng immediately sent someone to inform Xie Chenai. When Xie Chenai saw that it was one of Aunt Lingxiu's people, his heart skipped a beat. Your Highness, the Tai Fei's condition is gradually improving. Only after hearing these words did Xie Chenai breathe a sigh of relief, and he rushed to the side of the Duan Tai Fei. Only after personally witnessing his mother's complexion gradually regain its color did he turn to ask the team physician beside him. How is my mother's condition? Your Highness, the Tai Fei is gradually recovering. She simply needs to rest quietly from here on. If possible, some nourishing supplements would greatly aid her recovery. After delivering his report, the physician withdrew, relieved that the Tai Fei had safely passed the critical phase. Once the others had departed, Xie Chenai approached Aunt Lingxiu with a heavy heart. Although mother's condition has improved somewhat today, I must still trouble you to look after her day by day. Aunt Lingxiu looked up and immediately noticed the exhaustion etched on Xie Chenai's face. You should also take better care of yourself. When the Tai Fei wakes and sees you in such a weakened state, it will only cause her distress. Xie Chenai nodded wearily. Since his mother fell ill, he had not enjoyed a single night's rest. Now that she was recovering, the weight lifting from his heart finally allowed him to breathe easier. Meanwhile, Zhuofeng had his men relay the news to Qiao Lan. Master, now that the Duan Tai Fei is gradually recovering, will we be released soon as well? With her condition improving, the prince will likely send for us within days. Hearing this from his master, Xiao Tao finally wore a long-awaited smile. Then we can finally leave. Staying in this dark, sunless tent day after day is suffocating. Qiao Lan paid no mind to Xiao Tao's complaints, her thoughts consumed by Xie Chenai's inexplicable behavior. If he truly suspected her, he would have interrogated her rather than simply confining her here. Yet if he didn't suspect her, why keep her locked up at all? Just as Qiao Lan was lost in frustration, a guard's voice came from outside the tent. Xiao Tao, come out. The words sent a shiver through Xiao Tao, who had been so absorbed in his joy. Master, this. It's fine. If anyone asks, just tell the truth. We've done nothing to hide. Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Xiao Tao straightened his back and stepped out, only to find Xie Chenai waiting outside. Your Highness, you may withdraw. But after Xie Chenai spoke, the guard led Xiao Tao away. Xie Chenai hesitated before entering the tent, and Qiao Lan, unable to betray Zhuofeng, stepped forward to ask, how is the Tai Fei's condition now? Mother has passed the critical phase. She simply needs proper care and recuperation going forward. Xie Chenai sat across from Qiao Lan and fixed his gaze on her, making her uneasy. What does your Highness mean by this? If you still suspect me, just send me to the dungeons and have the guards interrogate me. Why confine me here in this tent with no one visiting? I'm curious, didn't you already go see her today? Without your help, Mother would still be in critical condition. Qiao Lan was at a loss for words, as she had never imagined Xie Chenai would discover this. Seeing the expression on her face, an alarming thought crossed Xie Chenai's mind. She was adorable. Yet he had come today to explain matters to Qiao Lan. Though he had never doubted her, the rules left him no choice. We haven't identified the mastermind behind this yet. Someone within these ranks may be controlled by a more powerful figure, and all evidence points to you, which is why. So you believe I wouldn't harm the Tai Fei? Mother has no grievance with you, and you're not the ruthless type. Why would you ever harm her? Upon hearing Xie Chenai's words, Qiao Lan rolled her eyes. But that's not what you said originally. The incident caught us all off guard, and that item was a gift you gave to Mother. She had never been exposed to any medicine before using it. Later, when I sent someone to investigate, we discovered traces of incompatible substances on it. Hearing Xie Chenai's explanation, Qiao Lan couldn't help but lower her head. If I had been more thorough and inspected everything carefully, Mother wouldn't be suffering like this now. None of this is your fault. But from now on, we must be extremely cautious. The person behind this is formidable, hiding so deeply within a single individual. Qiao Lan nodded with partial understanding. Over these past days, she had witnessed the hidden dangers surrounding Xie Chenai. It was only natural that she had been manipulated given her own lack of vigilance. I must apologize, but you may need to stay in this tent for a few more days. Why? Mother has recovered, and you trust me. Why keep me confined here? Xie Chenai knew this would be difficult for Qiao Lan to accept, yet he had no choice if he wanted to clear her name. If I release you based solely on my trust in you, it won't satisfy the others. But once I find the evidence, you'll walk out of here completely cleared. Hearing these words from Xie Chenai, Qiao Lan's anger finally boiled over. So you came today to comfort me first, then deliver this news. But you still haven't uncovered the truth. Do you really think you'll find it in the next few days? Xie Chenai was speechless under Qiao Lan's questioning. He couldn't guarantee finding the truth, yet his intention was solely to protect her. The crude, underhanded schemes of intrigue. I grew up with them alongside Princess Anha. But you've never experienced such things. If I pull you directly into this vortex, you'll be hurt. Hearing Xie Chenai's words, Qiao Lan recognized the logic in them, yet she couldn't remain protected indefinitely. I am your Highness's wife. Regardless of whether I'm harmed or not, I should bear the responsibilities that come with this role rather than confine myself because of your concern. If I cannot find the truth, am I to remain in this tent for the rest of my life? Xie Chenai fell silent, but it was the only way he could think of to protect Qiao Lan. What then? Am I not to go out, not to travel with everyone else? But the problem now is that all evidence points to you. If you go out, you will bear the accusation of attempting to murder your mother-in-law. Normally, Xie Chenai would have scorned such considerations, yet for some reason his feelings for Qiao Lan had slowly taken root along this journey. Since I am innocent, I will do everything in my power to prove it rather than remain silent and endure when others cast aspersions upon me. Xie Chenai understood Qiao Lan's thoughts, but this was not something that could be explained in just a few words. But the problem is that there is no way to find those pieces of evidence now, is there? I will send someone to investigate this matter, but you cannot appear in public at this time. Qiao Lan, who had been arguing forcefully, at first fell silent. Indeed, with Xie Chenai's capabilities, uncovering the truth should have been effortless, yet reality proved that the truth was not so easily found. Then I'll follow your plan. Wait 2 more days until Mother's health recovers sufficiently, and we shall depart. By then you may reappear. Xie Chenai turned to leave after speaking, but paused at the doorway and turned back. I spoke harshly a few days ago. I apologize. Hearing Xie Chenai's apology, Qiao Lan widened her eyes in astonishment. She had never imagined that a proud prince would willingly apologize to her, but before she could respond, Xie Chenai had already departed. Before long, Xiao Tao returned. Mistress, can we go out now? We still need to stay in this tent for a few more days. We'll leave when it's time to depart. But why? Her Highness the Tai Fei has already awakened, and her health is recovering. Isn't all of this due to your efforts? Why must we remain here? Xiao Tao, we must be obedient at times like these. Upon hearing Xiao Lan's words, Xiao Tao fell silent. On the other side, the Tai Fei's health was gradually improving. The pain she had endured during her unconscious state had subsided, and her brows were now relaxed. With the effect of the medicine, she was also beginning to regain her strength. Lin Xiao. Hearing the voice, Aunt Lin Xiao turned sharply and seeing the Tai Fei had awakened immediately knelt beside her. "Your Highness, you finally awakened. You have no idea how long you've been unconscious." She quickly poured a cup of tea for the Tai Fei. "Please drink some water to soothe your throat." "What of year? The prince has been searching for the one who attempted to harm you. That girl from the Qiao family is a suspect in the poisoning, so the prince has had her detained for the time being." After 2 hours, the Tai Fei had fully regained her senses. "Where is that girl now?" "Are you referring to the girl from the Qiao family? Your condition, while serious, would not have reached this state unless it were for what she brought. Do you truly believe she is responsible?" The Tai Fei knew deep down that the girl from the Qiao family was not to blame. "Even if it is my wish, have you released the Qiao family's girl. But if you release her, won't you be in danger again?" The Tai Fei said no more, and Lin Xiao, as a servant, could only convey her mistress's orders. When Xie Chenai heard this news, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Without his mother's explicit wishes, releasing that girl would have been nothing but trouble. "Since it is mother's wish, then I trouble you, Annie, to go and release her." Meanwhile, upon learning that the Tai Fei had awakened, Lady Anha hurried inside. "Your Highness, you finally awakened." Lady Anha gripped the Tai Fei's hand tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. "Why are your hands so cold, girl?" "Your Highness, my mistress has been copying Buddhist scriptures for you these past days, without rest hence." The Tai Fei could hardly claim she was unmoved by Lady Anha's devotion. Having watched the girl grow up, her emotions were entirely genuine. "You silly girl, these are merely old ailments of mine. Previously, your Highness's health had minor issues, but nothing that would cause such prolonged unconsciousness. As a junior, I am truly worried. Where is Aunt Lin Xiao? When the Tai Fei awoke, should she not be attending to you here? My health has now recovered sufficiently, so I sent Lin Xiao out. She has been by my side these past days, and must have grown restless." Though unaware of Lin Xiao's purpose, Lady Anha felt that the day when her brother Chenai would release that woman was not far off. After this incident, Aunt Lin Xiao's attitude toward Qiao Lan had completely transformed, and on her way to release her, Lin Xiao felt little more than hatred. "Open this curtain for me." Hearing Aunt Lin Xiao's voice from inside the tent, Qiao Lan quickly rose. "Aunt Lin Xiao, today? Do not call me aunt. I am merely a servant, and Her Highness the Tai Fei has recovered sufficiently today, which is why you are being released." "Thank you, Your Highness the Tai Fei." Seeing Qiao Lan, Aunt Lin Xiao found her pretense nauseating. "The Tai Fei is elderly and cannot withstand your schemes. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Though I am but a servant, let me make this clear: should the Tai Fei suffer harm because of you again, I will kill you with my own hands." "What do you mean by this, Aunt Lin Xiao? My mistress is innocent." "Xiao Tao." Upon hearing Xiao Lan's voice, Xiao Tao stood nearby with her head bowed. "Xiao Tao is merely a child and has been spoiled by me. I ask for your understanding, Aunt Lin Xiao. Indeed, the servant reflects the master. From now on, I would advise the princess to keep her distance from the Tai Fei." With that, Aunt Lin Xiao departed, and Xiao Tao stood nearby weeping with her head bowed. "You did not do any of this, yet why does everyone treat you with such cruelty? Is it merely because you kindly sent herbs to the Tai Fei?" Qiao Lan embraced Xiao Tao tenderly. "In this prince's mansion, there is no clear right or wrong. Besides, we are in extraordinary times." Hearing Xiao Lan's words, Xiao Tao cried even louder. Why must her mistress bear all of this? When you were wronged before, not a single person blamed Lady Anha. Now, though this has nothing to do with you, everyone points the finger at you. Seeing Xiao Tao in this state, Qiao Lan felt bitterness in her heart, but could only soothe her. "Since you understand now, all we need do is be more careful in the future so others cannot find fault with us." Wiping her tears, Xiao Tao replied, "From now on, in everything I do, I will think twice and never let anyone bully my mistress again. Then from now on, I shall need you to protect me, Xiao Tao." Upon hearing Xiao Lan's words, Xiao Tao stood opposite her and patted her chest. "From now on, as long as I, Xiao Tao, am here, no one will dare to bully you again." Thus the two of them stepped out of the sorrowful atmosphere that had hung between them. "When we go out, my lady must close her eyes, and then I will slowly lead you out," Xiao Tao explained as she held Xiao Lan's hand and gradually emerged from the tent. "My lady has been in the tent these past few days, and the sunlight outside may harm your eyesight. You must remember to open your eyes slowly." After the two of them came outside, Qiao Lan slowly adjusted to the intense sunlight and only then did she realize how unreal everything felt. "Let me accompany you for a walk." With Xiao Tao's support, Qiao Lan made her way to the riverbank, where she saw endless grass swaying freely in the wind. If it were the old her, she would rather stay in the tent than accept the reality of being released. But thinking carefully, Xie Chenai had not done or said anything wrong. This was all her own fault for being careless. Meanwhile, after leaving Duan Taifei's tent, Princess Anha learned that Qiao Lan had been released. Upon further inquiry, she discovered that the decision had been made by Duan Taifei herself. That girl has already pushed things this far. Why does Taifei still want to send someone to release her? Moxin was puzzled by Duan Taifei's actions. Regardless, she is still the princess consort. If people in the capital find out, not only will Qiao Lan be criticized, but senior brother Chenai will also be affected in the future. Although Princess Anha explained this calmly to Moxin, her heart was in turmoil, for this was an outcome she had never anticipated. "Let us return. Regardless, this matter has nothing to do with us." After speaking, Princess Anha walked toward her own tent. By the riverside, while Qiao Lan was lost in thought, Zhui Feng covered Xiao Tao's mouth and dragged her away. "MMPH. Stop talking and behave yourself. The prince has matters to discuss with the princess consort." Only after confirming that Qiao Lan could not hear at this distance did Zhui Feng release Xiao Tao. "Are you and your master both mad? Don't you know how much wrong my lady has suffered because of this? And now you would let her go and harm my lady. Miss, no matter what, this is a matter between husband and wife. What right do we servants have to interfere? But my miss has never treated me as a servant." Zhui Feng was dumbfounded. This girl was missing the point entirely. Only the princess consort could tolerate Xiao Tao by her side. Had it been anyone else, this girl would have long since died, without a proper burial. Meanwhile, Qiao Lan stood by the river contemplating all that had happened over the past few days. "Since I am already out, I should not look back." Hearing Xiechenya's voice, Qiao Lan was confused. Shouldn't Xiao Tao be by her side at this moment? She turned around and found only Xiechenai. "Where is Xiao Tao?" "Do not worry. I had Zhui Feng take her to a safe place." Could this matter remain unsolved? Will I have to bear the accusation of attempting to murder my mother-in-law for the rest of my life? Hearing these words, Xiechenai stepped forward and grasped her arms. "No matter how long the investigation takes, I will send people to continue investigating until the truth is found." "Thank you, my lord. You are the princess consort now. Our fortunes are bound together. There is no need for thanks." Qiao Lan nodded, then looked at Xiechenai with confusion. "My lord, you certainly did not summon me today merely to discuss this matter. Summoning you does not necessarily mean I have business to discuss." Qiao Lan stared curiously into Xiechenya's eyes, but he did not meet her gaze. "Today I came mainly to warn you. There are many unknown dangers around me. If you wish to leave, I can release you now. But if you choose to stay, you must endure hardships that ordinary people cannot bear. Then I am more curious. How would you even release me? We were married by imperial decree. Without the emperor's edict, how could we so easily break free?" Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Xiechenai felt a pang of disappointment within. So she did not want to leave. Not because she could not, but because she was unable to. "If you are determined to leave, I naturally have my ways. It is just that returning to the capital would be inconvenient." Seeing Xiechenya's earnest expression, Qiao Lan could not help but laugh. "Regardless, I am already married to you. The imperial decree has been issued. Would you really risk your life to defy it?" Although so much had happened, Qiao Lan had never considered leaving. No matter how she had gotten along with everyone in the prince's mansion before, she would never allow Xiechenai to risk his life for her. Upon hearing this answer, Xiechenya's heart had already concluded that Qiao Lan wanted to leave. "The matters ahead may require the two of us to face together. Since we are already here, walk with me." And so Qiao Lan stayed by Xiechenya's side as they walked through the mountain forest together. Suddenly Qiao Lan spotted a very precious medicinal herb. "My lord, could you pause for a moment?" "Aye." Before Xiechenai could finish his sentence, Qiao Lan had already tiptoed toward the herb. While preparing, she muttered softly, "It is rare to obtain such fine medicinal materials on an ordinary day. Who would have thought I would encounter one as soon as I stepped outside?" After collecting the herb, Xiechenai saw her carefully protecting it in her arms. "How precious is this thing to make you so careful?" "My lord, you do not know. This herb is valuable in its entirety. If even a small scratch appears on it, it becomes useless. That is why I must be so careful. Seeing how dearly Qiao Lan treasured the herb, Xie Chenai knew she would never do anything to harm others with it. Xie Chenai took a small pouch from his chest. Take this. Inside are some small silk strings. No matter what you tie with them, they will not leave marks. Qiao Lan had heard of such strings before, but they were extremely precious, made even from the finest silk. Such a precious item is not suitable for me, is it? You are the princess consort. Anything I bring back, including what you will have in the mansion in the future, belongs to you. You have every right to dispose of it as you wish. Hearing this, Qiao Lan carefully placed the pouch from Xie Chenai's hand into her possession. Since my lord has said so, I shall not refuse. Will you not use it now? For now my hands will suffice. Such precious items will surely be of great use in the future. Meanwhile, over by Zhuai Feng and Xiao Tao, there was no tranquility between them as there had been between the other two. I am telling you, once I return to my mistress, you are finished. No one in this world has ever dared to speak to me, Xiao Tao, in such a manner. You make it sound as though I sought any entanglement with you. If the prince had not summoned my mistress for some matter of discussion, I would not have deigned to acknowledge you. Xiao Tao, already in a foul temper, found Zhuai Feng's words utterly unbearable. If you truly find this so intolerable, you should have a proper discussion with your mistress and never again bother my mistress with trivial matters. Zhuai Feng simply could not fathom why such a person would be permitted to remain by the side of the composed and dignified princess. I truly cannot reason with you, but I warn you. If you cannot remain quiet here, I will. He made a gesture across his throat with his hand. I warn you. I am the one closest to the princess's side. If you dare harm me, she will never forgive you. Then behave yourself by my side. Xiao Tao was genuinely afraid Zhuai Feng might injure her, so after he finished speaking, she obediently remained at his side. They remained thus until darkness fell before returning to the tent, and when Zhuai Feng saw the prince already leading the princess back to their unit, he took Xiao Tao with him. The two sat facing each other in silence, and Qiao Lan felt an unbearable awkwardness. My lord, the sun has already set. Surely you should. I am your princess, and if I stay the night here, would that not be reasonable enough? Hearing Xie Chenai say this, Qiao Lan swallowed nervously, her face flushing crimson. My lord, according to folk customs, we have not yet performed the wedding rites, so this room is not proper for us to share. If your lordship truly prefers this tent, I could yield it to you. Seeing Qiao Lan in this state, he realized that if he continued to tease her further, she might well burst into tears. I have no such inclination at present. You may stay here with peace of mind. I merely sat here for so long that I lost track of time. After Xie Chenai finished speaking and departed, Xiao Tao soon appeared inside the tent. Mistress, did the prince not do anything excessive to you? If he has harmed you, I will risk my life to seek justice. You only promised me today. Why are you acting so rashly now when you should be exercising caution? Xiao Tao helplessly touched her nose. But mistress, I was only worried about you. What if the prince bullied you and you kept it to yourself? Do not worry. Now that you are by my side, even if I only scrape my skin, I will still come crying to you. Hearing Qiao Lan say this, Xiao Tao finally felt reassured and sat beside her, complaining about Zhuai Feng, who served by Xie Chenai's side. Mistress, you have no idea how much I suffered while you were distracted. Hearing Xiao Tao say this, Qiao Lan pulled her into an embrace. Now, I am sure Zhuai Feng also endured plenty of your muttering. But he wanted to kill me. If he dares to kill you, I will make him die with you. Xiao Tao nodded, but after a moment's reflection, she realized Qiao Lan had not actually promised to protect her. Mistress, if you treat me this way, it will surely break my heart. Enough. Dinner has been placed over there. Once you finish eating and tidying up, rest. The imperial consort's health has recovered, so we will likely resume our journey tomorrow. Xiao Tao pursed her lips and hummed disapprovingly. While things here grew increasingly intimate, Princess Anha was nearly exploding with rage. She had already considered it outrageous enough that the imperial consort had released that woman, but now her subordinates reported that her Chinyagij was taking walks by the river with her. Chinyagij should not have allowed that enchantress to remain by his side. She has already harmed the imperial consort once. What will happen next? Mistress, the matter has already occurred. Moreover, that woman from the Qiao family does hold the title of princess. Princess Anna's eyes filled with hatred. She believed she had pushed things to their limit. No son from any family could possibly accept a wife like this. Yet since Qiao Lan appeared, Xiecheng had repeatedly shattered her understanding of propriety. As an unmarried woman, I followed their family and endured endless scorn and mockery. Not a single person offered comfort or gratitude. And now, when such a thing has happened, everyone still shows favoritism toward her. Regardless of how excessively Princess Anha had treated herself in the past, at this moment, Exiled still felt sorrow for her. A princess living as a dependent in another's household. After finally seeing hope emerge, a dark cloud had suddenly appeared. Mistress, you must rest. We travel tomorrow. Though Princess Anna's heart burned with resentment, the matter was now settled. All she could do was make Qiao Lan's life as difficult as possible going forward. The next morning, after everyone packed their belongings, the military officer announced their departure. Although Qiao Lan had been released at the imperial consort's request, many female relatives in the camp harbored resentment toward her. Along the journey, Qiao Lan could not escape others' mockery. I never imagined a woman could be so vicious as to poison her own mother-in-law. Forget it. What kind of people do not exist in this world? Perhaps she possesses some enchanting arts. Xiao Tao could not restrain herself and stepped forward to argue. At the very least, my mistress is the princess. By what right do you all presume to criticize her? The title of princess is merely a name. Who does not know the prince and princess Anha were childhood sweethearts? If she had not inserted herself into this situation, who would be the princess is uncertain. You? Xiao Tao rolled up her sleeves, ready to teach them a lesson. But Qiao Lan stopped her, knowing that with so many people and so much gossip, everyone believed what they claimed to see. Do you remember what you promised me? But mistress, let them speak if they wish. We cannot control others' tongues. See, even your mistress has said this. What right do you, a mere servant, have to act so arrogantly? Though Xiao Tao's heart burned with anger, she understood she could not cause her mistress further trouble along the journey. Meanwhile, Princess Anha felt immense satisfaction upon learning of the mockery Qiao Lan endured. Even if the imperial consort in Qinyagij did nothing to her, that woman would still bear the condemnation of others. Lingxi also despised Qiao Lan, so she secretly concealed the matter. After all, the imperial consort was kind-hearted. If she learned the truth, she would surely defend that enchantress. Lingxi would never allow the imperial consort to be harmed again. Qiao Lan endured all the scorn along the journey. No one was wrong. After all, in this era, no one could tolerate someone who had attempted to murder their mother-in-law. Mistress, if you continue to swallow your anger, they will trample all over you. But are they not right? There is no evidence to prove my innocence. Xiao Tao listened angrily from the side, unable to understand why evidence was being demanded when her mistress had done nothing wrong. Not everything has evidence. Qiao Lan understood Xiao Tao's words well, which was precisely why she endured others' judgments here. But Qiao Lan did not explain too much, for it was meaningless. Rather than wasting time on such matters, she preferred to improve herself. Over these past few days, Qiao Lan had been studying the medical texts she carried with her, finding that some contents in her memory were inaccurate. After all, she would need to rely on her skills to survive in the future. If her medical expertise were lacking, would she not be ruining her own reputation? Regarding certain acupoints on the body and the depth of needle insertion, Qiao Lan felt she still needed to practice several times. But she currently had no silver needles on hand, which put Qiao Lan in a difficult position. Unlike Qiao Lan, Princess Anha had been accompanying concubine Duan by her side. Your Highness, have you felt unwell these past 2 days? I found these fruits by the road last night. I tried one first, and feeling no ill effects this morning, I dared to bring them to you. Hearing Princess Anha's words, concubine Duan felt deeply gratified. Regardless of the princess's motives, at least the child had grown more composed. My frail body has grown accustomed to illness over the years. There is no need for such caution. You are Brother Chinya's mother, and an elder who watched me grow up. Though we share no blood ties, I have always regarded you as my closest kin since childhood. These words struck precisely at concubine Duan's heart, and within moments she drew Princess Anha into an embrace. Child, I have held you back from beginning to end, even throughout this journey. Had I been wiser sooner, I would have found you a suitable match. Princess Anha shook her head. Your Highness has always cherished me since childhood. Now that I accompany you alongside Brother Chinya, my heart feels only warmer. This touching scene moved not only concubine Duan, but also Ling Xiao, who had served by the concubine's side. After exchanging a few polite words with concubine Duan, Princess Anha withdrew, mindful that they would need to travel the next day, and as a junior, she could not delay her elder's rest. Now that the princess has departed, might your highness consider resting? Upon hearing Ling Xiao's suggestion, concubine Duan sighed, helplessly gazing at the retreating figure of Princess Anha. This girl, originally I thought her arrogant and overbearing, but now I understand the loneliness in her heart. If I were her, simply surviving to adulthood would have been a struggle. Now that the princess is so gentle and considerate by your side, it is truly a blessing. But I have ruined this child's entire life. Had I found her a good match earlier, how could she have ended up following Ye without status or recognition? Ling Xiao said nothing further. Meanwhile, Princess Anha returned to her resting quarters, her eyes filled with triumph. Within days, she would make concubine Duan her backing. Only then could she recklessly oppose Qiao Lan, and only then would she have confidence in victory. As evening fell and darkness made travel impractical, the adjutant ordered the camp to rest. Several soldiers slipped into the nearby woods during their break, hoping to catch some game in their spare time, unaware that the forest harbored unpredictable dangers. For days we've been eating bran and wild vegetables in this camp. My stomach is revolting. I've heard there are wild rabbits here. Let's catch a few and have some real meat. Just as they spotted a rabbit, one man suddenly felt a sting as if bitten by an insect. They paid it no mind at first, but the soldier collapsed stiffly before their eyes. What? Carry him back immediately. Though the others were unsure of what had happened, they knew they needed to get him to the camp physician as soon as possible. After much effort, the group made it back to camp, where the physician surveyed the scene and sighed with resignation. I told you to rest. Who gave you permission to wander off? We just wanted some variety in our meals. Though the physician had accompanied soldiers on campaigns and witnessed many ailments, he dared not make a diagnosis when faced with such an unknown threat. Since the soldier had fallen into a deep coma, the men dared not conceal anything and urgently reported the matter to the adjutant. Upon learning of the incident, the adjutant was angry yet helpless. Recalling how Qiao Lan had treated other soldiers days prior, he decided to have her attempt a diagnosis and hurried to Xiechengye's side. Qiao Lan happened to overhear and said, "Come with me at once. If we delay, not even a god could save him." When Qiao Lan arrived before the soldier, she saw his face had turned ashen. After examining the wound, she let out a deep sigh. "You were fortunate. They did not provoke the venomous creatures of these woods. He has only been bitten by an ordinary insect." Saying this, Qiao Lan produced a pill from her small gourd. "Have him take this, then let the physician dress the wound. By dawn the toxins will be cleared from his system." Hearing this, the adjutant's anxious heart finally settled. "If it suits you, I have a few words to say to you." Upon hearing Qiao Lan's request, the adjutant followed her a few steps. "I understand the soldiers wish to improve their diet, but I must urge caution. The forests harbor many unforeseen dangers. I ask that no one wander off. Naturally, today I failed to keep those rascals in check, but such incidents will not recur." Qiao Lan nodded at the adjutant's words, though inwardly she harbored a fondness for such forests, for within them lay many rare treasures. Yet the more such places tempted her, the more vigilance they demanded. A careless or overbold person could easily lose their life. After addressing the soldier's condition, the adjutant sought out his deputy. "Issue the order, those who insist on courting death may wander the forests daily. Those who wish to live will remain with the column. Are the fish in this river not enough for them?" In truth, the adjutant felt uneasy about such incidents, for he was merely responsible for escorting the convoy, and if a life were lost, he would bear the blame. The following morning, Qiao Lan first examined the soldier's wound. Seeing signs of improvement, she finally relaxed. Once everyone was in order, the adjutant led the group onward. Though the journey had been marked by numerous interruptions, the outcome was ultimately acceptable. Having covered more than half the journey, the adjutant summoned his deputy to inquire about the remaining time. "How many days remain?" 3 days. Hearing his subordinates reply, the military officer let out a long sigh of relief. As long as they exercised caution over these 3 days, no further incidents would occur. In the coming days, we will reach the border pass. You must strengthen our defenses. Assign these guards to accompany the female passengers. While they cannot provide close protection, at least they can ensure their safety. That is hardly necessary. Those 4 words could bring death upon all of us. He may have fallen from favor and been demoted, but you must remember whose name he bears. His subordinate had never witnessed the officer's such fury, and knowing the matter had been raised, he would surely comply. After another half-day's journey, they were now nearing the border pass, and the military officer's urgency had faded. Let the main force dine first, then rest for an hour before we resume our journey. If the officer had foreseen what was about to unfold, he would have regretted this decision. Their convoy did have dedicated cooks and provisions, but the meals had already been consumed, leaving only raw ingredients. The cook had planned to gather whatever was available nearby, to save time, unaware that danger was imminent. Upon spotting an uninhabited area with some fruit trees, the cook thought to take a shortcut. But before he could approach, he was hoisted into the air by a net trap. Brother, can such a foolish person really exist in this world? Does he not know the saying, ill-gotten gains bring no peace? The man addressed as brother glanced him up and down, and immediately recognized the cook as a man of the military. Brother, if all people in this world were as clever as you and I, what need would we have to wait here like rabbits? We need only take this man and interrogate him thoroughly. We will surely extract a considerable sum. If you dare abduct me, and word reaches those who come looking, you will surely meet a dreadful end. A dreadful end. Even if the old emperor sends troops to crush us, so what? If he had the means, why would I be hiding out here? Hearing the bandit's words below, the cook's heart turned to ashes. He did not know what to do, and could only cry out for help. This cook is too noisy, gag him. Meanwhile, the military officer waited and waited within the convoy, but lunch never arrived. Why are these preparations so delayed today? Did we not give you ample time? Officer, the time was sufficient, but what? The cook today intended to slack off and gather some ingredients outside, but he has not returned since. Upon hearing this, the officer's heart skipped a beat. Who gave you permission to scatter aimlessly without discipline or organization to forage for food? His subordinates did not understand why the officer was so furious. They had done the same thing days prior, and the officer had said nothing. Do you not know where we are? This is near the border pass, a place that devours men without spitting out their bones. If it were only us reckless warriors, that would be one thing, but now we must also protect these female passengers. Hearing the officer's explanation, his subordinates panicked. If we turn back immediately and do not remain here, they will naturally not know our whereabouts. The officer said nothing more. He had not expected the emperor to assign him a band of good-for-nothings, and he immediately went to consult Qiao. Upon hearing this, Zhui Feng was filled with dread. Among the female passengers in this convoy who possessed any martial arts skills, officer, the men you have brought are truly unreliable. Brother Zhui Feng, please refrain from further mockery. What matters now is how we find a solution as quickly as possible. That cook has surely been taken by the bandits, and I fear he will betray our position. Betrayal is certain. If he wishes to survive, he will naturally drag several scapegoats along with him. Qiao felt a pang of worry. After all, those closest to him were nearby, and if war were broken out recklessly, they would surely be at a disadvantage. You must first notify the female passengers to pack their belongings. When the time comes, we will only need to lead them in the opposite direction. As for the remaining soldiers, they will accompany me. Upon hearing Qiao's words, Zhui Feng did not dare delay and immediately relayed the orders. The female passengers naturally voiced their grievances. They had been looking forward to arriving at the border pass and resting properly that day. Guard Zhui Feng, even with such favorable weather, there is no need to hurry the journey, so. Exactly, we have already traveled all morning. If you do not wish to die at the hands of bandits, you should pack your belongings swiftly and leave with me. If you prefer to stay here and wait for them to find you, I have no objection. Already resentful of their complaining and recalling their cold mockery of Qiao Lan days prior, Zhui Feng had little patience left. Upon hearing this, the female passengers immediately quickened their pace. Who in this world did not know that bandits were the most ruthless and merciless? Qiao Lan and Xiao Tao had few belongings, and after packing, Qiao Lan approached Zhui Feng. Is it truly as severe as you say? I would never deceive the princess, but for now simply follow me and depart. I still have some hemostatic pills. Take these to the prince. If something truly happens, they could save your life at a critical moment. With time running short, Jue Feng did not waste a moment and hurriedly delivered the medicine to the prince. He then returned, and once everyone was ready, Jue Feng led them away along a side path, leaving only Xie Chenai and the soldiers behind. Now that Jue Feng has led them away, you may inform your men. From here on we will fight, as though on a battlefield. Hearing Xie Chenai's words, the military officer finally felt his heart settle. This matter was mishandled by this subordinate. I beg the prince to punish me. Now is the time for you and me to fight side by side. Why speak such petty words? If you truly wish to be punished, then win this battle. The officer nodded. True to Xie Chenai's prediction, within half an instant's time the bandits arrived with their weapons. The elder bandit was named Zheng Yang, and the younger Qiao Yang. Having learned their convoy's position from the cook, they had ridden to intercept them as quickly as possible. Upon arriving and seeing the formation before them, both men were taken aback. They had encountered many groups along this route, but such a well-trained and disciplined convoy was rare indeed. It seems the one leading them is not a fool. If they cross paths with us today, it shall be their death. Zheng Yang did not relax his guard. Scanning the defensive posture, he knew this was no ordinary traveling party. Though he had dominated this stretch of road for years, he never sought trouble unnecessarily. As the men drew near, Zheng Yang dismounted. I see you are no ordinary folk. Tell me your names, and I will let you pass. The military officer listened to the bandits' words and knew that believing them would be the height of foolishness. My brother wishes to make friendly contact with you. Do not refuse a toast only to be forced into drinking. The military officer saw the two bandits' blatant arrogance and had no desire to tolerate it. You are the ones who wish to make contact. So why do not you introduce yourselves first? Zheng Yang, who had robbed countless people in his day, could tell at a glance who was the master and who was the servant. What a sharp tongue you have. But your master beside you hasn't spoken yet. What right do you have to stand before me? Xie Chenai watched quietly from the side. Though Zheng Yang had some wits, he was still a reckless man, let alone the one who kept calling him brother. Even if this group were placed in his own hands, he could handle them with ease. But since Kanjun was someone sent from the capital, he didn't want to reveal too much of his strength before him. Seeing that his elder brother had repeated himself many times, while the impeccably dressed man still gave no response, Qiao Yang's temper flared. Could it be that your master is blind and deaf, unable to recognize my brother? If you all kneel down now and call us grandfather, we'll let you go. Kanjun had always despised such petty men who behaved recklessly just because they outnumbered their opponents. What makes you so bold as to speak such nonsense? What makes me? My own ability. Today I'll show you what regret means. Qiao Yang then engaged Kanjun in battle. Though Kanjun had neglected his daily training these past few days, he was still a man from the military. How could he possibly lose to Qiao Yang? If you admit your mistake now, I might still forgive you. But if you continue to be arrogant, who becomes a corpse beneath the blade is far from certain. Qiao Yang was clearly struggling against Kanjun. No matter how hard he tried, every move was countered by Kanjun. Seeing that his younger brother could no longer hold his own, Zheng Yang hurried forward. It seems you're nothing but a band of reckless bandits, and unreasonable at that. It was your brother who forced me into battle, and now you join in. What's the meaning of this? Brother, don't waste words with him. As long as we defeat him and make him a corpse beneath our blades, how dare he be so arrogant? Just as Kanjun began to feel overwhelmed, Xie Chenai stepped in. After a brief exchange, Zheng Yang realized that his group was no match for the two of them. He decisively called off the fight. Though he didn't note Sanjuan's true abilities, Zheng Yang felt that this young master was no ordinary figure. In their battle, the young master had likely used less than 20% of his strength. If he had used his full power, their group would surely have been left in pieces. My younger brother was merely reckless in his actions. Please forgive him. But where are you heading, brother? If you need anything, just say the word. No need. Just trouble yourself to make way for us. Zheng Yang said no more, and led Qiao Yang aside to clear the path. Brother, why let them go? If we had robbed them, we would have had food and drink to spare. If we had robbed them, do you think you and I would still be alive to enjoy it? I've told you time and again to study more. If you could have defeated that servant today, we might have had a chance. Hearing his brother's scolding, Qiao Yang hung his head in shame. He had already found it difficult to face Sanjuan, and he hadn't expected the other man to be so formidable. But he's just a minor soldier. If we two work together, we can kill him. Have you considered that if a mere soldier possesses such skill, how much effort did the man beside him put into the fight? Only then did Qiao understand that his elder brother's urgent retreat had actually saved his life. I was wrong. When we return, I will train hard. Zhengyang sighed helplessly. Even if they both cultivated to perfection, they would still have no certainty of victory if they faced that young master again. Ordinary folk wouldn't have agreed so easily. Go find out who he really is. After this episode, Xie Chenai and his party reunited with Zhuifeng. How did it go? Qiao Lan, full of worry, immediately stepped forward to inquire as Xie Chenai arrived. Your Highness, no need to worry. Since the prince has appeared, it means we have won a great victory. Hearing this, Qiao Lan's heart settled slightly. Regardless of her motives, she did not want Xie Chenai to be injured. Xie Chenai felt a warmth in his heart, for since childhood those around him had always told him to be strong, to work hard, to strive. Never had anyone cared whether he was hurt. I am unharmed. Qiao Lan wanted to say more, but by then Qin Jun had already taken his place beside Xie Chenai. There is no time to rest. We must press on and arrive as soon as possible. You are the leader of this group, so we naturally follow your orders. And so the group traveled even through the night, for no one could guarantee that only that one band of bandits would appear on the road. Master, the closer we get to the border, the more danger there is, isn't there? If we arrive and face danger all around, what do we do? There are only a few more dangers along the way. Look, we're almost there, so these dangers are nothing to fear. Xiao Tao had grown up with the neglected Qiao Lan, but she had never experienced such a situation before, so she was naturally nervous and afraid. You? Don't worry. In their eyes, we are like the other women in this convoy. They must do their utmost to protect us, while we must hurry along and not be a burden. When Anha Junju first learned of the situation, she was worried about Xie Chenya's safety. But upon reflection, she thought that Chinyagij had trained in martial arts since childhood and could easily handle those bandits. So during the journey, she stayed by Duan Taifei's side, not only to attend to the consort, but also to guard against any loose tongues nearby. Lingxiu was well aware of what was happening outside and felt that Anha Junju was far better than that other one. Junju, why don't you rest for a while? I can stay with the consort for now. Annie has been through much hardship on this journey. I can manage such a small matter. Duan Taifei found Anha Junju more and more agreeable, but what could she do? Though dissatisfied with Qiao Lan, she was still the emperor's appointed bride. The only thing Duan Taifei could do was to find a good match for Anha Junju while she was still around. Girl, have you ever thought about what kind of husband you would like? Your Highness is teasing me again. I am still young and have never seen any man from outside. How would I know? Oh, this old fool, I almost forgot. When we reach the border, I'll have Year find some suitable men for you. How about that? After Duan Taifei said this, Anha Junju was stunned, realizing that all her efforts these past few days had been nothing but a joke to them. Had she been serving them like a beast of burden just to find a good match? Since no one would fight for her, she would have to speak up herself regardless of shame. Thus Princess Anha steeled herself and knelt directly before Consort Duan. Consort, I shall not hide my feelings from you. I have only brother Chenai in my heart. Consort Duan was taken aback, never having expected this girl to disregard propriety and speak so directly. Child, the marriage between Year and that girl was bestowed by the emperor himself. Without his imperial decree, you must never consider divorcing her. Consort, this humble one is willing to remain by brother Chenya's side forever. Hearing Princess Anha speak, thus Consort Duan felt a headache coming on. If her son had merely been demoted without further complications, she would have agreed to the match without hesitation. If you stay by his side, you would either have no formal status or serve as a concubine. You clearly deserve better. I do not know brother Chenya's true feelings, but I only wish to remain quietly by his side. I implore you, Consort, to grant this request. Consort Duan found herself at a loss for further persuasion. Seeing her mistress troubled, Lingxi promptly escorted Princess Anha away. Lingxi, what twisted fate is this? Had I known this girl harbored such feelings for you, I would never have brought her here no matter what. Mistress, since this concerns the younger generation, let us take it one step at a time. Princess Anha has not yet come to her senses. That is why she spoke so. Perhaps giving her some time would be wise. Hearing this, Consort Duan finally felt at ease. It was not merely Anha. She herself had once believed that Year would marry her. Very well, but do not let anyone else know of this matter. I fear that when Anha marries someone might use this against her. This servant will keep your secret. After leaving, Princess Anha's face was streaked with tears. She could not understand why the consort would not grant her wish. Machine, have I not been obedient enough these past days? Why does the consort refuse to help me? Machine embraced her tear-stained mistress. Mistress, there are countless talented men in this world. Why must you? Yes, there are countless talented men, but why must that Qiao Lan compete with me for him? Princess Anha returned to her rightful place hollow and defeated. Yet since that day she had come to realize that pretending to be obedient before anyone was of no avail. If that was the case, why continue to pretend? She might as well simply act according to her true nature. When she happened upon Qiao Lan, she could not resist taunting. If not for the Emperor's favor, Brother Chain, I would have long since cast you out, you venomous woman. Xiao Dao had never imagined that after Princess Anha had kept quiet for several days, she would begin acting madly before her mistress again today. If Princess Anha harbors resentment, Consort Duan is there to support you. Why come causing trouble at my mistress's door? You are merely a lowly servant. How dare you argue with me like this? Seeing the two grow more heated, Qiao Lan pulled Xiao Dao aside. Only a few days ago you promised not to quarrel with others. How could you have forgotten today? How can you tolerate her speaking such vicious words? What we must do now is reach the border safely, not argue on the road. Even if we proved ourselves superior to her, what good would it do? Hearing her mistress speak thus, Xiao Dao silently lowered her head. After a long and arduous journey, the group finally arrived at the border. The previous residents may not yet have rooms prepared, so we must camp outside the border tonight. Since we have arrived, there is no need to rush. Hearing Xiechenye's words, the military officer finally breathed a sigh of relief. According to the original plan, they should have arrived several days earlier, but unforeseen circumstances had delayed them. Though they had now reached their destination, he did not know how to report to the Emperor. We calculated the schedule to arrive several days early, but Mother Consort's sudden illness disrupted our progress. I would trouble you, officer, to deliver my letter to the Emperor. This way you can report your mission completed as well. Hearing Xie Chenai speak, thus the officer felt a touch of warmth in his heart, for he had never encountered such consideration for others in the military camp. Zhue Feng noticed the officer's expression soften and spoke up. Tomorrow I will need your guidance once more. Let us all rest early tonight. Naturally. Look how I nearly held everyone back for my own matters. The officer issued orders to settle in for the night, though Xiao Dao seemed puzzled. We've already arrived. Why must we stay here tonight? Likely there's a reason. You've become quite the questioner on this journey. Mistress, do tell me what 10,000 whys means. It means you've asked why over 10,000 times along the way. Witnessing how Qiao Lan interacted with Xiao Dao, Princess Anha's resentment deepened. A mistress and servant should maintain proper distance. If Qiao Lan behaved this way, it would only make Anha appear harsher by comparison. Though the consort had not granted her request, Princess Anha still presented herself before Consort Duan, hoping to smooth her path forward. She had expected Consort Duan to harbor ill will after what had transpired, yet the consort showed no sign of displeasure. Princess Anha became convinced that Consort Duan approved of the match. The only obstacle was Qiao Lan occupying the position. This realization only intensified her desire to remove her rival. After hearing Lingxi's words, Consort Duan continued to treat Princess Anha with warmth, for the girl had endured much. Thus Consort Duan decided that upon reaching their destination, she would have Yi introduce several suitable young men. Once Anha married, she would naturally forget these absurd notions. When Consort Duan grasped Princess Anha's hand, she suddenly noticed small bumps on the surface. Upon closer inspection, she discovered they were red, swollen blisters. Child, I have noticed these small red blisters on your hands recently. This is medicine I obtained from the Imperial Medical Bureau. Apply it carefully. As she spoke, Consort Duan's eyes grew red with emotion. Having never known hardship in her life, Anha's suffering on this journey only strengthened Consort Duan's resolve to find her a worthy match. After receiving the wound medicine from Consort Duan, Princess Anha returned to her small tent and regarded the bottle with a mocking smile. Princess Anha could not determine what she should feel. She found it all rather ridiculous. that after all she had given in his eyes it amounted to nothing more than a bottle of wound medicine. She was clearly the most suitable match for his son, yet even in exile here, she still cowered before those in power. Therefore everything depended on her own efforts. How did that person, who never dared to argue with her, deserve to stand beside brother Qiao and share his burdens? Princess Anha had become nearly obsessive in her convictions. In her mind, no one was worthy of Qiao. Indeed, what she loved was no longer him, but her own unwillingness to accept defeat. Just then Qiao and Zhui Feng's voices came from outside the tent. Without hesitation, she stepped out barefoot. Brother Qiao, I haven't seen you these past few days. Were you injured when battling those bandits? Do not worry. We never engaged the bandits in direct confrontation, so how could there be any injury? Then why can we not enter today? This is the adjutant's decision. I am merely carrying it out. It is already late in the day. You should return to your tent and rest for a while. We will enter the city tomorrow. Hearing Qiao's words, Lady Anha's heart swelled with sweetness. Only after returning to her tent did she realize she had visited Qiao barefoot, and then she recalled how stiff and awkward his conversation with Qiao Lan had been. He is only so gentle when speaking to me. With her own fantasies, Lady Anha drifted into dreamland. The next morning when she saw Qiao Lan and Xiao Tao, her face was filled with disdain, but then she turned and offered a tender smile to Dowager Consort Duan. My lady, did Lady Anha study opera singing since childhood? Why do you ask? Her face changes too quickly. One moment she's sneering at us, and the next she's smiling sweetly at the Dowager Consort. Qiao Lan looked at Xiao Tao helplessly. Can't you control your tongue again? My lady, I'm merely stating the facts. The adjutant, seeing so many people around, knew that entering the city with such a grand display would be too conspicuous. Your Highness, it would be better to enter the city in separate groups. Otherwise, if such a grand procession spreads to others' ears. Agreed. Qiao also wished to avoid drawing too much attention this time. After all, if that person in the capital found out, who knew what schemes they might devise against him? There is one matter that requires your confirmation. How shall we divide the groups? After a brief consideration, Qiao spoke. Among our party there are several older individuals. Let them enter the city together with the consort. The rest will form the second group. Qiao's casual arrangement unexpectedly brought Qiao Lan and Lady Anha, those bitter rivals, into the same group once more. Lady Anha had originally intended to seek out Qiao and request a transfer to the group entering the city with the Dowager Consort. But then she reconsidered. Why not seize this opportunity to thoroughly humiliate that mute girl? When Xiao Tao saw Lady Anha, she was momentarily startled. My lady, this prince certainly knows how to arrange things. Neither Xiao Tao nor Lady Anha understood the underlying strategy, but Qiao Lan did, though she said nothing more about it. On the way into the city, Lady Anha found the local trinkets quite fascinating, while Qiao Lan, having seen much of the world, regarded them with indifference. I suppose the princess has never encountered such trifles before. Then again, someone who rarely leaves her quarters and has endured so much grievance. There aren't many like her in this world. After speaking, Lady Anha regarded Qiao Lan with provocation, but to her surprise the other showed no reaction whatsoever. Someone like you standing before Brother Qiao would only make people laugh themselves silly. Having said this, Lady Anha looked down at Qiao Lan with an air of smug contempt. Qiao Lan continued to ignore her, walking ahead as though nothing had happened. Though Xiao Tao ground her teeth in frustration, she kept reminding herself of the promises she had made to Qiao Lan. After a while, Lady Anha too grew bored and turned her attention to the various curiosities around them. Within half an incense stick's time, the group arrived at the residence. Qiao Lan scanned the area, confirmed everyone had gathered, and then began assigning the younger maids to prepare the rooms. Lady Anha proceeded to inspect each room carefully, but the living conditions paled in comparison to the tents they had pitched along the journey. Can anyone possibly live in a room like this? If I must stay here, I would rather pitch a tent outside. Qiao Lan said, nothing, choosing to treat Lady Anha's outburst as mere nonsense. Have you even heard me speaking? Qiao Lan merely glanced at her and replied, if you wish to avoid further humiliation, then by all means continue this foolish rambling and let the world witness the conduct of a noble lady. Lady Anha had never imagined Qiao Lan would speak to her in such a manner. To prevent Lady Anha from causing a scene before outsiders, Qiao Lan grabbed her and pulled her into a small room. I'm warning you. If you continue this behavior, I'll go to the Dowager Consort for justice. And if she still protects you, then I'll seek out Brother Chanai. Hearing this, Qiao Lan could no longer contain her temper. Who you seek for justice has nothing to do with me. But let me make one thing clear: we've arrived at our destination, and you have no further choices. If you're unwilling to accept this, then return to the capital with the adjutant and the others. On what grounds do you accuse me like this? Even the Dowager Consort has never raised her voice to me. Qiao Lan had endured Lady Anha's behavior throughout the journey, but that didn't mean she was someone to be pushed around. She could tolerate the foolish remarks in private, but not in front of others, for this would severely damage Xiechenya's standing. You'd best curb your arrogant attitude as a noble lady for the time being. On what grounds? Let me tell you on what grounds. You are here accompanying the prince, and the prince has been demoted to this very place. But Brother Chanai will one day return to the capital through his own efforts. Your words are enough to drag the entire princely mansion down with you. Unable to bear Qiao Lan's words any longer, Lady Anha ran out. Upon seeing Xiechenya, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Brother Chenya, I don't know what I did to offend Miss Qiao. I simply feel that such a house is truly dilapidated. Watching the prince's darkening expression, Jue Feng couldn't help but speak up. Your ladyship, this is the finest residence available. This is simply no place for a human being to live. These words drew murmurs from those around. After all, what right did a disgraced person have to choose their dwelling? Xie Chenai could turn a blind eye to Anha's willfulness and cruelty, as well as her torment of Qiao Lan. But these particular words crossed his limit of patience. Xie Chenai then took Jue Feng directly to the study. Upon hearing Lady Anha's words, Qiao Lan's expression darkened. She had hoped to avoid further trouble. However, Xie Chenai had only recently been demoted to this place. If Lady Anha's careless words were reported to the emperor, the consequences would be far too costly. He spoke up to counter her. This house is sufficient to shelter our party from wind and rain. Everyone should keep their station in mind at all times and avoid giving others grounds to seize against us in word or deed. Just as Dowager Consort Duan stepped into the courtyard, she overheard the dispute between Qiao Lan and Lady Anha. Though unwilling, she had to admit that Qiao Lan's words held truth. Lingxi noticed the Dowager Consort's expression growing increasingly uncomfortable and intervened. Everyone has traveled for several days and must be physically and mentally exhausted. Why not return to your respective rooms to rest and regroup? We've journeyed for days to reach this place. Rest now in your respective quarters. Though Lady Anha harbored deep reluctance, she maintained a docile and obedient demeanor before Dowager Consort Duan. She gave Qiao Lan a disdainful snort before heading to the west wing. Seeing that Princess Anha had already departed, the Taifei did not linger, either allowing Lingxiu to help her into the room. Only Xiaotao and Qiao Lan remained in the courtyard. Xiaotao had always detested Princess Anha, and now that their mistress finally had a chance to retort, the Taifei had ruined it. More importantly, certain individuals simply lacked propriety. My lady, look at her defiant air, as if we had wronged her in some way. The Taifei currently does not wish for internal strife among us, lest others laugh at our discord. Yet no matter how one looks at it, you should not have to endure such mistreatment. Who outside these walls truly cares who we are? What matters now is that we bring no disgrace upon the prince. Though Qiao Lan harbored no fondness for enduring Princess Anha's temper, she maintained her composure when it mattered most. To outsiders, Princess Anha was merely implicated by Xiechenya, yet she herself was the legitimate Wang Fei. Very well. Though Xiaotao's expression showed clear reluctance, she understood her mistress had her reasons. Qiao Lan could sense the girl's discontent, so she approached and gently patted her head in a teasing manner. Your temper is quite fiery. Since there is no one else in the courtyard now, I shall have you move all these things into my room as punishment. Even Juefeng could not help but admire Qiao Lan's magnanimity and vision within the study. The Wang Fei is a woman who understands propriety. If what happened today were spread by scheming individuals, it would further damage the prince's reputation. Xie Chenai watched Juefeng with exasperation, yet he also recognized that Qiao Lan truly possessed capability. She had even won over those around him. Perhaps you are rather idle these days. Why don't I hand over all matters great and small in this courtyard to you? Noticing Xiechenye's glare, Zhuifeng felt the temperature drop beside him. The Wangfei represents the prince's image. Her reputation during her early years at the Qiao family was hardly commendable. It has only improved through the prince's guidance. Xiechenye's expression softened slightly. Withdraw. Should I catch you wasting words again, you will have no place by my side. Zhuifeng exited the room in silence, thinking to himself, you care deeply for the Wangfei, yet pretend indifference. After a brief tidying in her quarters, Qiao Lan made her way to the courtyard to carefully survey every corner. My lady, what are you doing? I need to know the exact dimensions of this courtyard, the number of rooms, and the servants. Bring me the head matron in charge of this place. Shortly after, Xiao led the matron who had been assigned to this courtyard into the main hall. My lady, the person has been brought. After speaking, Xiao stepped back to Qiao Lan's side. This old servant pays respects to the Wangfei. There is no need for such formality, matron. You have been here long enough. I simply have certain matters I need you to explain properly. Though the old servant knelt on the ground, resentment flickered in her eyes. Had Xie Chenai not been exiled by the emperor to this courtyard, it would have belonged to her family. Thus she had not come out to welcome them upon their arrival. Now that my lords have arrived, this old servant will speak without reservation. There is no need for such deference. I merely wish to understand this residence from all angles. Qiao Lan observed the matron kneeling before her with a smile, having noticed her hostile demeanor since the moment she entered. Yet upon reflection, it was understandable. Who would welcome a sudden influx of new masters into a courtyard they had tended their entire life? That was precisely why she had tolerated the petty schemes below. Then I trouble you to present the courtyard's accounts to me directly. Hearing the Wangfei ask about the courtyard's finances, the head matron felt a surge of panic. She had treated this courtyard as her own home from beginning to end, not to mention the silver she collected from the government offices on a regular basis. The Wangfei is unaware that though no one resides here, the daily maintenance and repairs must be attended to with the utmost care, leaving no surplus silver. Even Xiao, standing nearby, could not suppress a cold sneer. What impeccable reasoning, matron! It is merely a courtyard after all. Did you truly believe the Yamen kept no records of the silver you collected from the government offices? This single remark stunned the head matron. She was but a lowly servant who had always collected the silver herself, completely unaware that such records existed. Yet even if Qiao Lan presented the evidence before her, she could only clench her teeth and deny everything. Otherwise, not only would her own head be at risk, but none in her family could escape punishment. Qiao Lan had no intention of burning bridges, for they were still newcomers here. But how could she possibly be outmaneuvered by such a cunning old fox? Time was on her side. Certain creatures that refused to learn would need to be broken in gradually. Then you may withdraw for now. Should I have further questions, I will send for you. Upon hearing this, the head matron straightened her posture immediately. She had expected the Wangfei to be difficult, but instead found her to be rather yielding. I still have duties attending to Her Highness the Taifei. If the Wangfei has further inquiries, perhaps we should address them all today. Though Qiao Lan felt disgust at the old fox's words, she endured it, knowing she would need to coax every ounce of silver from her. Xiao, unable to tolerate the remarks any longer, delivered a sharp slap to the head matron. Would you dare contradict your mistress? Did you not hear the Wangfei dismiss you? The head matron clutched her face and glared viciously at Xiao, yet with Qiao Lan present, she could only swallow her anger. This servant takes her leave. My lady, enduring Princess Anna's behavior was one thing, but now even an old schemer dares to climb all over you. Qiao Lan tossed the account book directly into Xiao's hands. That old fox has been embezzling silver since the day we arrived. Though striking her brings momentary satisfaction, the silver has already found its way into her pockets. So the Wangfei intends to make her return everything she has taken. Qiao Lan looked at Xiao with approval. The girl was truly growing up. There is still much you must learn, but for now remember one thing: never let others easily read your temper. But when I see my mistress being bullied, how can I not feel indignant? Why do they all feel entitled to trample upon you? Seeing Xiao's furious expression, Qiao Lan found it endearing. If you engage in wordplay with shameless people, you only anger yourself. But if you refuse to argue, they may seethe with rage, yet have no choice but to swallow their frustration. Xiao nodded, though understanding remained half-formed. Since returning to her quarters, Princess Anha had been venting her frustration. In all her years, she had never endured such humiliation. That wretched woman spoke so ill of me before the Taifei, and even Brother Qiao ignored me today. Exiled dared not even breathe heavily beside her, for today's troubles had stemmed from her mistress's own actions. Moreover, Qiao Lan's words left them with no room to refute. It was also Lingxiu's timely intervention that prevented all the blame from falling on this young maid. My lady, I observe that this courtyard does not appear luxurious, and besides, the prince is currently. Hearing Exil's words, Princess Anha turned and glared fiercely at this ungrateful little girl. What do you mean? Since I have followed Brother Qiao, I shall share his hardships and joys. Exile said nothing in response. Her mistress had never endured such hardships, having been raised in luxury since childhood. How could she possibly bear the privations of this frontier? After a brief moment, Princess Anha calmed down and reflected that even the dowry of that woman was fake. Where would the expenses for this entire household come from? But then she reconsidered. The Grand Empress Dowager must have some private savings from her days in the harem. Go and see if there are any clever ones around, and try to sound out the Grand Empress Dowager's intentions. Exile immediately understood her mistress's meaning and hurried to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Qiao Lan, after obtaining the account books and the personal deeds of sale, made a bold decision. She carried these items and went to the Grand Empress Dowager's chambers. Your daughter-in-law pays respects to mother. Lingxiu saw Qiao Lan and quickly returned the greeting. This servant pays respects to the princess. After days of travel, the Grand Empress Dowager's health has declined considerably. If the princess has urgent matters, perhaps it would be better to discuss them tomorrow. Aunt Lingxiu speaks sense, but today's matter is quite pressing, so I must ask for your help. Seeing that Lingxiu could no longer manage the situation, the Grand Empress Dowager summoned them inside. What is it? Is there a problem with this courtyard? If it were such a trivial matter, your daughter-in-law would not dare disturb mother. The Grand Empress Dowager, hearing Qiao Lan's words, finally deigned to lift her eyelids and carefully observe her daughter-in-law. Speak. Currently, the expenses of this courtyard cannot be borne by the prince alone. If your family had been sensible and provided a good dowry, how could you be unable to bear the costs? I was never favored at home. Marrying the prince was the greatest fortune. My siblings were all envious, and my parents never imagined that with my abilities I could climb to such lofty heights. These words made clear her lack of favor at home, while emphasizing that marrying the prince was an immense blessing regardless of the outcome. The Grand Empress Dowager did not continue to press the issue upon hearing this. Then what brings you here today? We have enough people with us now, but if we add the original staff, the expenses of this courtyard will be uncontrollable. It may arouse suspicion. In truth, Qiao Lan had not initially intended to dismiss the original staff, but they had just arrived. If this matter were to spread, it might make the emperor think that Xie Qianai harbored ambitions beyond his station. After all, how could a banished prince possess such wealth? Either he had failed in his duties, or he had concealed his property from the emperor. From Qiao Lan's words, the Grand Empress Dowager had already discerned the hidden implications. She also knew that the current emperor was highly suspicious, otherwise why would her own son have been banished? She herself, though a Grand Empress Dowager, should have been kept in a palace by the emperor, yet now on the brink of her death, she had to follow her son into exile. Since that is the case, what plan do you have? Just speak plainly. Your daughter-in-law is anxious about this matter, and must consult with mother, for I alone cannot decide. The Grand Empress Dowager then ordered Lingxiu and Xiao to withdraw. Mother, if we insist on keeping these people here, first, we do not know their backgrounds, and second, it will make the emperor suspect the prince's assets. In that case, handle this matter yourself. Your daughter-in-law has limited authority. There are some I cannot touch yet, so I wish to discuss with mother about removing only a portion. But you must know that this is a task that offends people. Qiao Lan knew that empty words would not convince the Grand Empress Dowager, so she laid out all the account books and deeds of sale she had compiled before her. Mother, these are the expenditure records of this courtyard from its establishment to the present. Please examine them carefully. The government allocates substantial silver every year, yet why does this courtyard appear so dilapidated? The Grand Empress Dowager, well versed in literature, and raised amidst wealth naturally understood the irregularities after reading them. Then what do you propose? Since they have swallowed those silver tails, they should spit them back out. If we were to start from scratch, it would be nearly impossible. I grant you full authority in this matter. Just handle it properly, and ensure my son's reputation remains unblemished. Your daughter-in-law understands. Since I have married the prince, I naturally must shoulder this responsibility. After brief deliberation, Qiao Lan withdrew from the room. After Qiao Lan and the others had left, Lingxiu slowly entered the room. Though she and Xiao Dao had withdrawn, they had clearly heard everything from outside, and it seemed the two mistresses had not intended to hide anything. What do you think of her handling of this matter? Grand Empress Dowager the princess is truly clever. If she had handled this privately, it would have seemed improper. I underestimated this girl in the past few days. She is quite shrewd. If her intelligence can help my son, then it is a good thing. Back in her room, Qiao Lan breathed a sigh of relief. She had never had deep exchanges with the Grand Empress Dowager and had expected to face obstacles, yet the approval came so swiftly. My lady, you look as if you've gone through an ordeal after coming out of the Grand Empress Dowager's chambers. Your hands are all sweaty. Only with Xiao Tao's reminder did Qiao Lan notice. Perhaps the aura of the Grand Empress Dowager had made her uneasy. After obtaining the Grand Empress Dowager's permission, Qiao Lan carried many deeds of sale and went to the courtyard. After discussing with the Grand Empress Dowager these past days, I have decided to retain some people, and the rest will be sent home by the prince's order. The young servants were overjoyed upon hearing this, but the older ones were filled with worry, and at this point they cared little about face. Thus a group of elderly servants knelt directly before Qiao Lan. We servants pay respects to the princess. Please do not dispose of us. At our age we can still do odd jobs in this courtyard, but if we go home, who would care for a bunch of old spinsters? Qiao Lan had already considered what the old woman said. She had privately made inquiries. Those who had harmonious families would be sent back first, while those with no place to go would not be denied food in this courtyard. The princess will make arrangements. Please wait quietly, and do not disturb the Grand Empress Dowager. After the older servants withdrew, Qiao Lan had Xiao Dao read out the deeds of sale one by one. A Hong aged 20 is now permitted by the princess to return home. A Yu aged 40, after careful consideration, the princess allows you to serve in the courtyard. Thus, everyone in the courtyard found their respective destinations. The group of women who had previously knelt, those with nowhere to go, remained in the courtyard, while the rest who could return home to enjoy their later years were naturally eager to leave. Witnessing the princess's fair and thorough handling of the matter, the servants were filled with gratitude. Even on their way back after dismissal, they couldn't stop praising Qiao Lan for her intelligence and capability. We have the princess to thank. Had she not made thorough preparations, we would never have been allowed to return home. In truth, with such a mistress, even if she didn't let us go, we would serve willingly. Moxin, overhearing these remarks, reported the matter to Princess Anha. It's merely because the Grand Consort needs rest that this task was entrusted to her, and now she plays the benefactor. Princess Anha had always detested Qiao Lan's ways. She could have kept these people in the mansion indefinitely, yet she contrived such a nauseating scheme. Who knows whether those servants are foolish or stupid? Within this mansion, even without working, they receive monthly allowances, but once they go home, no matter how much discontent Princess Anna harbored, she could only endure silently, for she held no real power within the household. Her only recourse on ordinary days was to appear before the Dowager Consort Duan. My lady, it is time for the evening meal. Shall we visit the consort's chambers today? Naturally we must go so that Brother Chainai can compare and see how his precious wife, aside from flaunting her authority everywhere, neglects even her own parents. After speaking, Princess Anha tidied herself briefly and made her way to the Dowager Consort's quarters. Dowager Consort Anha has come to dine with you today. Do you find it bothersome? Child, if you say such things again, I shall scold you. I cherish your company above all. Oh, without you this place feels dull indeed. Naturally, for my sister has now dismissed many servants, leaving only a few to sweep the courtyard. The Dowager Consort caught the implication in Princess Anna's words. This courtyard is far smaller than the original mansion. Having too many people is but a burden. Though Princess Anha remained dissatisfied, since the Dowager Consort had already spoken in defense, persisting would only make her seem petty. Of course, Dowager consort, do try this pastry. Meanwhile, Qiao Lan, upon learning that Princess Anha had gone to accompany the dowager consort, felt a sense of relief. Xiao Tao, however, upon hearing of this, felt indignant on Qiao Lan's behalf. I truly wonder what the princess means by rushing to the dowager consort's side every day, ignoring you, the proper daughter-in-law. Regardless, she behaves respectfully before the dowager consort. If she were to tease you daily, would you be able to bear it? Hearing her mistress's words, Xiao Tao felt that these past few days had been unusually peaceful. If she merely accompanied the dowager consort, that would be tolerable, but I fear she might sow discord against you before the dowager consort. Qiao Lan said, nothing more trusting that with the dowager consort's wisdom, she would naturally seek a good match for Princess Anha, for no one would dare challenge the emperor's authority. Now that all matters are settled, the next issue is how to deal with that old woman. I had you investigate in secret earlier. What did you find? Though there is some evidence, it is insufficient to topple her. Moreover, everyone is reluctant to speak, for they are local people, and none dare risk offending her. Qiao Lan understood this well, for they were newcomers and Xie had come under special circumstances, so naturally no one paid them any heed. In that case, have people continue investigating these days. If something turns up, excellent. If not, keep watch over her. Sooner or later she will slip up. Hearing this, Xiao Tao immediately dispatched someone to carry out the task. Compared to before, most matters in the courtyard had been settled, and Qiao Lan began to ponder how to sustain the household's expenses. Since we have leisure now, why not accompany me for a walk outside? But, no buts. If anyone causes trouble, let the prince handle it. With that, Qiao Lan led Xiao Tao out. She needed to find a few plots of grassland, preferably ones that could be tended by someone, so that she could plant medicinal herbs. My lady, why have you come to these fields? These are the plots allotted to the prince. I thought of planting some herbs to generate a modest income. My lady, though herbs yield high profits, they require a long time. If we rely solely on these, I fear. Qiao Lan had already considered this. Relying on these few plots alone would never suffice, but as she had not yet devised a better plan, she decided to proceed with this for now. Herbs are inherently precious and require diligent care. If silver came so easily, how would there be any poor people in this world? Xiao Tao remained silent, knowing her mistress was resourceful. Since she had already thought everything through before coming, there was no need for further input. Qiao Lan had come to the fields today to assess what the soil could best support, so as to make future plans. As the sun was about to set, the two returned to the courtyard by carriage. Xie happened to be entering the courtyard as well, and was somewhat surprised to see Qiao Lan alighting from the carriage. After careful observation at the herbal medicine shop, Qiao Lan discovered that the most profitable herbs were atractylodes and cymamorium, but cultivating them would require tenfold the effort. The drawback of these herbs is their long growth cycle. One might wait 3 to 5 years for the first harvest, yet the profits are immense. Since Xie had already promised her those farmlands, she might as well plant these two directly. It wasn't about immediate profits, but rather potential future assistance. Xiao Tao, let's head back. Already done. Xiao Tao hadn't yet grasped the reasoning. Could it be that these are too difficult, and you wish to pursue another path? Not at all. How to plant, what to plant, and what to do next. I already have a rough plan in mind. Hearing this, Xiao Tao was filled with admiration. Her mistress was truly a genius, able to grasp the essence at a single glance. Upon returning to the courtyard, Qiao Lan pondered how to obtain the raw seeds of these herbs, for without seeds mass cultivation would be impossible. She was unfamiliar with the area, and entrusting matters to others would only invite deception. Yet handling everything herself would be an enormous waste of time. Thus Qiao Lan's gaze fell upon Xiao Tao. A few days ago, weren't you eager to learn about Chinese herbs from me? I'll share what I know with you these next few days, but first you must learn to recognize those medicinal plants. Though Xiao Tao could not fathom why her mistress had suddenly decided to teach her, this was at least an opportunity. Why let it pass unused? Please teach me, mistress. Watching Xiao Tao's earnest eagerness to learn, a flicker of guilt crossed Qiao Lan's heart, but for the grand endeavors ahead, she would have to put Xiao Tao through her paces. Although Xiao Tao was now assisting her, Qiao Lan knew she could not locate such a large quantity of seeds in such a short time. Just then Xie suddenly stepped into the courtyard. An idea struck Qiao Lan. If she could get Zhuo Feng to handle these tasks, the results would be twice as effective with half the effort. Qiao Lan immediately stepped forward and looked at Xie Chenai with a pitiful expression. Your Highness, I have a favor to ask of you. Upon hearing this, Xie Chenai wore a smug expression. Is there anything my princess consort cannot accomplish? I myself am but a newcomer here. I beg you do not put me in a difficult position. What are you saying? How could I possibly cause you trouble? I merely wish to borrow someone from your side for a task. Upon hearing this request, Xie Chenai's expression faltered slightly. He had never imagined that this little girl would dare to ask him for a person. However, as he pondered further, when had Zhuofeng ever possessed such capabilities? At this moment, Zhuofeng standing beside Xie Chenai felt a chill run down his spine. If you don't explain clearly, how could I possibly lend you someone from my side? Don't worry, once the matter is settled, I will tell you everything from beginning to end. Though Xie Chenai had 1,000 objections since Qiao Lan had already spoken, he found himself unable to refute her. In that case, you shall assist the princess consort during your spare time. Though Zhuofeng harbored reluctance, he could not argue, and replied yes. Upon receiving Xie Chenai's approval, Qiao Lan returned to her room with Xiao Tao. Mistress, we can handle these tasks ourselves. Why must we bring along Zhuofeng that block of wood? Qiao Lan offered no detailed explanation regarding Zhuofeng's assignment, simply producing an ancient tome from her belongings. This text contains records of various medicinal herbs. I give you 3 days to commit everything to memory. Xiao Tao was stunned upon hearing this time frame. How could she possibly memorize all the Chinese medicinal herbs from this single volume in merely 3 days? Yet she reasoned that since her mistress had finally agreed to teach her, she could not afford to be a burden. Gritting her teeth, she nodded in agreement. After settling Qiao Lan's immediate concern turned to how she might locate a substantial quantity of seeds. To avoid squandering time, Qiao Lan promptly took Zhuofeng to inquire around the area. Their efforts bore fruit when a merchant specializing in the acquisition of Chinese medicinal herbs informed them of a shop that dealt exclusively in seeds. After much wandering, the two finally located that unremarkable little shop tucked away in a back alley. Following their purchases inside, Qiao Lan breathed a sigh of relief. The raw materials had been secured, and now the matter of cultivation remained. Zhuofeng followed Qiao Lan to the fields, a sack of seeds slung across his back. Princess consort, shall we proceed with sowing the seeds now? Qiao Lan shook her head. She first walked into the field and gathered a handful of soil, conducting a simple assessment of the land. She discovered the soil's looseness fell short of what was required for cultivating medicinal herbs. I recall there are several hoes in the courtyard. Given your speed, could you bring them over? Though Zhuofeng failed to comprehend Qiao Lan's intentions, he swiftly retrieved the tools from the courtyard. Qiao Lan began tilling and turning the soil deeply with the implements. Only when the earth was deep, fertile, and sufficiently loose could the seeds take root and sprout. Let me handle this menial work. Qiao Lan shook her head. If we hope to fully till these plots before dusk, the two of us must work together. The original host's physique was not poor, so these tasks posed no difficulty for Qiao Lan. Zhuofeng had intended to dissuade her further, but witnessing Qiao Lan's vigor, he reasoned it better to accomplish more than to waste time. Thus the two labored from afternoon until the sun neared its descent. Gazing at the freshly tilled plots, Qiao Lan's heart swelled with satisfaction. By tomorrow morning, all that remained was to sow the seeds using proper technique, after which she could await the harvest. Qiao Lan returned to the courtyard alongside Zhuofeng, utterly exhausted. Xiao Tao immediately came forward upon seeing this, and upon noticing the dirt on Qiao Lan's hands, hurriedly prepared hot water. Mistress, you've worked so hard today. Xiao Tao intended to wash Qiao Lan's hands, but Qiao Lan grasped hers firmly instead. Xiao Tao, do you know how fulfilled I felt upon seeing those fields fully tilled? As for everything else, we shall see what tomorrow brings. Witnessing Qiao Lan's radiant joy, Xiao Tao shared in her happiness, though poor Zhuofeng would soon face Xie Chenai's interrogation in the study after his day's labor. Your Highness, I have recounted today's events many times over. Have some pity on your subordinate, and allow me to rest. For tomorrow the princess consort expects me to labor alongside her once more. In ordinary days, Zhuofeng never found several hours of martial practice exhausting, yet after merely an afternoon of manual labor, his entire body ached. The mere thought of tomorrow filled him with despair. Xie Chenai waved his hand and dismissed him. Once Shuafeng had departed, Xie Chenai racked his brains, but could not fathom what drove Qiao Lan to undertake all of this. Since she was so full of zeal, he felt it unwise to dampen her enthusiasm. At the first light of dawn the following day, Qiao Lan was ready and waiting. The most crucial aspect of cultivating Chinese medicinal herbs was to sow during the day's lowest temperatures. Any delay could significantly impact the viability of the seeds. Having been carefully instructed by Qiao Lan the day before, Shuafeng was already prepared before dawn. Today we need not endure yesterday's hardships. Finish as early as possible. Shuafeng could not fathom why Qiao Lan possessed such relentless energy. Did the princess consort not feel any soreness after yesterday's exertion? Merely routine physical activity. Does it seem arduous to one trained in martial arts? Shuafeng was somewhat astonished. Under no circumstances could he bring himself to utter the word tired before the princess consort. Let us have a light meal and depart. If we miss the proper hour, we may have to wait another day. Qiao Lan and Shuafeng made their way to the fields and commenced their diligent work. Qiao Lan first demonstrated the basic technique for sowing seeds to Shuafeng, who found it rather straightforward. Princess consort, if we finish sowing all the seeds, will today's task be complete? Qiao Lan examined the soil's looseness and grew somewhat concerned. By all accounts, today's sowing task would be considered complete, but the soil quality is far too poor. Upon hearing the princess consort's words, Shuafeng was momentarily stunned. This land had all been painstakingly cultivated by him, and Qiao Lan bit by bit the day before. You're not telling me yesterday's work was all in vain, are you? That's certainly not the case. It will just be a bit more arduous today. I estimate the planting schedule will have to be delayed. Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Shuafeng's face filled with astonishment. He simply could not believe he would have to endure the same hardships from the day before once again. Shuafeng gazed out at the boundless expanse of fields and cautiously voiced the concerns weighing on his mind. Actually, the soil quality doesn't seem poor. If we continue farming this way, there shouldn't be any major issues, right? Although Qiao Lan also felt a twinge of regret about this decision, there was simply no shortcut available at the moment. Shuafeng took a deep breath. He suddenly understood why the princess consort had brought him along instead of Xiao Tao. The two of them toiled under the scorching midday sun in the fields, and with each passing moment the light in Shuafeng's eyes gradually dimmed. In her previous life, Qiao Lan had maintained an active routine while working on film sets, so these tasks came easily to her. But for Shuafeng, who trained in martial arts daily, this was nothing short of a living hell. Finally, by noon, the two of them had finished all the work that needed to be done. Princess consort, does this mean we can return and rest later? Of course. Upon hearing this news, Shuafeng was overjoyed. After a morning of hard labor, he could finally return home and rest properly. Unlike Shuafeng's carefree departure, Qiao Lan felt a sense of melancholy. After all, it would take 3 to 5 years from planting to harvest this crop. If they relied solely on these Chinese medicinal herbs, wouldn't these people starve to death over the next few years? Although she wanted to open a clinic, she would need some savings first. But where would she raise such funds? Even if she could, what then? As a woman opening a clinic, not only would no one patronize her business, but it would also bring her unnecessary trouble. At this thought, Qiao Lan grew even more worried, unsure of how to proceed. The two of them walked through the fields, each lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly, a piercing voice reached their ears. "Mother, what's wrong with you?" A child was shaking a woman lying on the ground among the weeds in the field. Qiao Lan didn't hesitate, tossing the hoe to Shuafeng as she ran over. Since the person lying on the ground was a woman, Shuafeng couldn't approach and could only stand where he was, silently waiting for Qiao Lan. When Qiao Lan reached the child looked at her as if grasping a lifeline. "Sister, can you save my mother?" Qiao Lan laid the woman flat and took her pulse. As soon as Qiao Lan placed her fingers on the pulse, she noticed it was deep and faint. In plain terms, heat stroke. "Little girl, don't worry. Your mother simply has heat stroke." "Is my mother seriously ill?" "Not at all." While speaking, Qiao Lan slowly dragged the woman to the shade beneath a banana tree, opened the water pouch she had brought, and gently sprinkled water on the woman's philtrum and temples. She then gathered some banana leaves nearby to fan and cool the woman. Before long, the woman slowly opened her eyes. "Mother, you're finally awake. This kind sister saved you." Seeing her mother wake, the child jumped for joy. Qiao Lan immediately discarded the banana leaves and helped the woman sit up, supporting her gently against the tree. What happened to me? The scorching weather caused you to faint from the heat. Initially, Qiao Lan had considered explaining heat stroke directly, but realized that would only complicate matters. Instead, she chose to use plain, everyday language to make it clear. Thank you for saving my life, young lady. After her condition improved, the woman felt grateful and prepared to leave with her child. But to prevent this from happening again, Qiao Lan stepped forward with a kind reminder. Actually, I haven't done much. But in the future, when the weather is hot and you're out with the child, you must bring a cold water pouch. Thank you. The woman, deeply grateful, left with her child. After the woman and child departed, Jue Feng immediately approached. Princess Consort, you are truly remarkable. I watched that woman lying motionless in the field, and now she is left full of vitality. That woman merely suffered from heat stroke with no other complications. Now that she's somewhat recovered, it's natural she would leave with her child. Though Qiao Lan spoke dismissively, Jue Feng still thought highly of her. If you were a man, you would surely be a renowned physician saving lives. These words from Jue Feng resolved the confusion Qiao Lan had harbored for so many days. If she dressed as a man and established her reputation, would she ever lack money again? Jue Feng, you are incredibly clever. Meanwhile, Jue Feng couldn't fathom why the princess consort had changed so dramatically. Though she appeared joyful, he sensed this wouldn't bode well for him. Princess consort, I haven't said anything. What are you thinking of now? You'll have to praise this guard of yours to your lord when we return. Upon hearing Qiao Lan's words, Jue Feng was instantly stunned. The very idea of praising himself before the lord was unthinkable. Now that he stood before the princess consort every day, the lord could hardly contain his desire to strip him alive. Princess consort, if the lord discovers how capable I am, Jue Feng will have no rest from then on. I implore you to show mercy. Then how should I express my gratitude? Servicing the princess consort is my duty. As long as you are satisfied, that is all that matters. Why speak of gratitude? Would such words not create distance between us? What did you go out to do? Hearing Xie Chenye's voice, Qiao Lan was momentarily stunned and nearly fell from the carriage, but fortunately Xie Chenye reacted swiftly and caught her. With your mediocre skills, if you went out alone, you'd be chased and beaten. You should always take several people with you in the future. Qiao Lan smoothly slipped from Xie Chenye's embrace. Not everyone in this world walks as silently as your lordship does. Xie Chenye looked at the sharp-tongued Qiao Lan before him with a sense of helplessness. While Qiao Lan was speaking, Xiao Tao had already retreated. Go out and see what can be done with those fields of yours. It's just a few patches of wasteland. What could possibly be done with them? Qiao Lan had been contemplating how to ask Xie Chenye for them, thinking those fields were useless to him anyway, so why not take them for herself? Since your lordship considers those fields worthless, why not sell them to me? Xie Chenye found this amusing, wondering what the girl was plotting now, so he stepped forward suddenly. Aren't all my things yours anyway? Qiao Lan, caught off guard, leaned back and nearly fell. Your lordship is not as composed as before. If malicious people exploit your weaknesses, you'll suffer the consequences. Now that we've come here, no one's reach can extend this far. But since we're married, shouldn't we fulfill the duties of a married couple? Qiao Lan's face flushed crimson at those words. She had never imagined she would hear such things from Xie Chenye's lips. Why have you not yet grown accustomed to this as my princess consort? I haven, it's just that there are matters in the courtyard that require my attention. I recall there are still some things left undone. Having spoken, Qiao Lan fled in a fluster. Watching her retreating figure, Xie Chenye couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn upward. Just then Jue Feng stepped forward to report, Your Highness. Go to the study. This scene was inadvertently caught by Princess Anna's eyes. It had been a long time since she had seen Brother Chenye smile. Gazing at Qiao Lan's receding figure, an indescribable hatred welled up within Princess Anna's heart. Despite her greater efforts, compared to her, it seemed as though she did not exist in Brother Chenye's eyes at all. She could not understand why everything had changed since Qiao Lan arrived. The respect and affection everyone once held for her had vanished, replaced only by mockery. Moxin had lingered a while longer when exiting the consort Tai's chambers, and had not witnessed the exchange between Xie Chenye and Qiao Lan. Though curious about the tears in Princess Anna's eyes, she dared not speak. "My lady, it is time we return to our chambers." Princess Anna nodded listlessly, allowing Moxin to help her into the room. Meanwhile, the fleeing Qiao Lan returned to her room and leaned against the door. She had never imagined Xie Chenai could speak such shameless words to her. Previously, he had always shown favoritism toward Princess Anna. At this moment, Xiao Tao brought the evening meal into Qiao Lan's chambers. "My lady, you must be hungry by now. After you finish dining, I will attend to your rest." Qiao Lan was halfway through her meal when she suddenly remembered that Xie Chenai had just returned to the courtyard. Did Zhui Feng not deliver the evening meal to the study? At this hour, the kitchen maids have already retired. I suppose Zhui Feng has already placed the meal in the study. Hearing Xiao Tao's reply, Qiao Lan nodded. After finishing her meal, Xiao Tao assisted Qiao Lan with her ablutions, and afterward Qiao Lan lay down on the couch. She was deeply pondering what herbs should be planted in the fields. If they were too precious, it would likely arouse others' suspicions. But if she planted inexpensive ones, how could she sustain her expenses? As she pondered, she gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, the study was brightly lit with lamps. "Your Highness, I believe this matter is not as straightforward as it appears. Since he desires my death here, I shall live joyfully and freely. However, I need you to handle a few matters next." Xie Chenai could not simply sit idle here, nor could he tolerate others trampling upon him. At first, he adhered to the principle of not attacking unless attacked. But he later discovered that the other party had completely regarded him as a hypothetical enemy. In that case, why repeatedly cater to him? All the items are within this envelope. After Xie Chenai handed the letter to Zhui Feng, he dismissed him. "Your Highness, you have not dined today. It is of no consequence. I am not hungry." Upon receiving Xie Chenai's reply, Zhui Feng withdrew from the room. Xie Chenai sat before the desk, intending to handle some affairs, yet his mind was filled with Qiao Lan's blushing face. Having no heart for official duties, he decided to take a walk. Almost against his will, he found himself standing before Qiao Lan's chamber door. He only intended to steal a single glance at her. Xie Chenai quietly pushed open the door and slipped inside. Gazing at Qiao Lan's sleeping face, Xie Chenai felt that such a life might not be so bad. He intended to leave, but keenly noticed the empty space beside Qiao Lan. In that case, he would make do for one more night. The following morning, when Qiao Lan opened her eyes, she saw Xie Chenai's face, her eyes filled with astonishment. She had intended to leave quietly, but her movements still roused Xie Chenai. "Princess Consort, how are you here?" Qiao Lan looked at Xie Chenai with an embarrassed expression. "Since when does returning to my own room require my princess consort's permission?" "I did not mean that. This is your room, of course you can come in to rest. But how could you sneak in while I was asleep?" This prince was handling official duties late into the night. Was I supposed to send someone to notify my princess consort? Had I done so, my princess consort would not have been so spirited today. After finishing his words, Xie Chenai gazed at Qiao Lan with a playful look. "I did not mean that. I just thought." "Never mind, I won't tell you." Dressed, Qiao Lan walked straight out. Xiao Tao was full of astonishment seeing her lady rise so early. "My lady, why not sleep a little longer today?" "It is fine. Has Consort Tai had her morning meal?" Consort Tai rose earlier. "I prepared the meal and delivered it to her chambers." "Then make something simple, and afterward we shall visit the medicine shop." "Yes." After a simple breakfast, Qiao Lan went to the medicine shop. The shop was bustling with people coming and going, each carrying several packets in their hands. "My lady, why have you come here?" "None of us are ill. Last night I pondered for a long time, but could not determine which medicinal herb would be most suitable for cultivation. So I came to the shop to see which item sells best. That naturally indicates the highest profit." Hearing this, Xiao Tao suddenly understood. "My lady is truly brilliant." After a brief observation, Qiao Lan realized that achieving high profits through medicinal herbs alone was a pipe dream. Therefore, she needed to establish her own medical clinic relying on the original host's medical skills that would yield the highest profits. After their conversation, the two headed home together. However, to avoid gossip, Zhui Feng silently followed behind Qiao Lan. Before they reached the courtyard entrance, they saw a servant rushing out in a fluster. "Princess Consort, please come quickly. Consort Tai's health has suddenly deteriorated." Upon hearing this, Qiao Lan immediately rushed to Consort Tai's chamber. She saw consort Tai convulsing in Aunt Lingxiu's arms. What is? Upon seeing Qiao Lan, Aunt Lingxiu seemed to have grasped a lifeline. It would be too late to seek another physician at this point. Though she harbored some doubts about Qiao Lan's medical skills, Lingxiu had no other choice. This servant pays respects to the princess consort. I implore you to save consort Tai. Qiao Lan immediately took consort Tai from Aunt Lingxiu's arms and laid her flat on the couch. After a brief pulse examination, Qiao Lan detected that consort Tai's condition was a manifestation of residual toxins still present within her body. How did consort Tai come to this state? Upon hearing Qiao Lan's inquiry, Aunt Lingxiu immediately knelt on the ground. This morning after consort Tai finished her meal, she kept complaining of dizziness. I went to fetch some fruits. I never expected that after consort Tai consumed them, she would end up like this. Hearing the aunt's words, Qiao Lan understood that the fruits likely carried some surface toxins, and improper cleaning had led to this situation. A simple silver needle treatment to unblock the acupoints would allow the toxins to naturally purge from her system. And do not worry. It is merely that in the future it would be wise to avoid consuming fruits from outside. Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Aunt Lingxiu inexplicably felt a sense of reassurance. After comforting Aunt Lingxiu, Qiao Lan turned and gave instructions to Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao, immediately go to my room and sterilize that set of silver needles. Yes. In a moment, Xiao Tao handed the sterilized needles to Qiao Lan. Within less than a quarter of an hour, the imperial consort vomited a mouthful of black blood. Your Highness, this. Aunt Lingxiu, do not worry. Once the toxin enters the body, it naturally mingles with the blood. Now that this black blood has been expelled, all that remains is for the imperial consort to rest well. Hearing this, Lingxiu let out a long sigh of relief. Before Qiao Lan could leave, Lingxiu knelt before her with a thud. This matter is all my fault. I harmed my mistress's health. Please punish me, Your Highness. Qiao Lan said nothing, merely stepped forward to help her up. Aunt Lingxiu was a trusted aide of the consort mother. As a younger generation, Qiao Lan had no right to punish her. Moreover, times had changed. The dowager consort must have regarded Lingxiu as one of her own to keep her close. If the consort mother wakes, she would not wish to see you punished. Besides, you are her confidant, and she has never treated you as a mere servant. With those words, Qiao Lan turned and left, leaving Lingxiu to attend to the dowager consort. After departing, Qiao Lan returned to her room and wrote out several medicinal prescriptions. Xiao Tao, take these prescriptions to the pharmacy and fetch the herbs. Xiao Tao, who had been kept by Qiao Lan to study traditional Chinese medicine these past few days, noticed that some herbs on the lists were mutually antagonistic. But since the dowager consort's health was of utmost importance, Xiao Tao hurried to the pharmacy without delay. After returning with the medicine packages, she could no longer suppress the doubt in her heart. Mistress, these herbs clash with each other. If the imperial consort takes them, her health might. Seeing Xiao Tao's serious expression, Qiao Lan felt gratified. It seemed Xiao Tao's studies were bearing fruit, though she had not yet fully mastered the subtleties of these herbs. As she spoke, Qiao Lan placed the herbs from Xiao Tao's hands into a pot to decoct. The imperial consort's current condition is only mild poisoning, but her body has suffered severe depletion. The prescription on your left is for detoxifying, while the one on your right is for regulating her constitution. If taken at different times of day, the antagonistic effects are neutralized. Xiao Tao stared thoughtfully at the two lists, realizing she still had much to learn. A quarter of an hour later, Qiao Lan carried the herbal decoction to the dowager consort's chamber. After helping the consort mother take the medicine, Qiao Lan perceived the worry in Lingxiu's heart. The imperial consort is frail now, Aunt. You must take good care of yourself. Hearing Qiao Lan's reminder, Aunt Lingxiu made a bow of gratitude. Do not worry, Aunt. A few more doses of these decoctions, and the consort mother will be mostly recovered. Then she just needs to recuperate at home. Qiao Lan's words lifted a great weight from Lingxiu's heart. After leaving the dowager consort's chamber, Qiao Lan felt a pang of unease. She picked up the medical text she always carried and began searching through it. During her pulse diagnosis, she had detected traces of several conflicting toxins within the consort mother's body. Yet the words she had spoken were only to comfort Xiao Tao and Lingxiu. After a brief scan of the medical book, Qiao Lan's tightly furrowed brows eased slightly. Though the dowager consort was weak now, with prolonged care, she would surely regain her vitality. With a solution now in hand for this grave matter, Qiao Lan drowsily fell asleep at the table. It was not until near dusk that Qiao returned to the courtyard. Upon hearing of the day's events, he stormed over to Qiao Lan and woke her up. "How dare you keep such a major matter about my mother from me?" Qiao Lan stared at him with sleepy eyes, unaware that this only further stoked Qiao fury. "You should have sent Zhuai Feng to notify me instead of handling it on your own." Qiao Lan was infuriated by his groundless accusations. "I know not what misstep I made in your eyes, but I tell you this. If we had awaited your return to decide, you well know what the outcome would have been." Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Qiao gradually calmed down. He realized that without her, his mother's life would have hung in the balance. To break the tense silence between them, Qiao Lan spoke first. "I admit I was wrong in this matter, but I hope you will consider it from my perspective. I am but a woman, and in such situations I am bound to be a little rash." Qiao, already calmer, felt only shame at her words. Qiao Lan was merely a woman who had followed him to this desolate place, already at a disadvantage. He should not burden her with his exacting standards. Without further ado, Qiao left, and as it was getting late, he did not disturb the dowager consort. Master, the princess handled this emergency with remarkable composure today. You should not demand too much of her. At Zhuai Feng's words, Qiao nodded. He knew the truth. He had been too impulsive today. In a few days he would find a proper moment to apologize to Qiao Lan. Qiao returned to his study, but before he could sit, a servant requested an audience. "Your Highness, a confidential letter has arrived from the capital." Qiao's brow furrowed at the news. Zhuai Feng understood his master's intent. "Shall I turn him away?" Qiao pondered for a moment. He had yet to establish a firm foothold in this frontier region. If he were to be manipulated, would that person ever let him off easily? "Let him in." "Your Highness, this is an imperial decree." Qiao took the envelope, read its contents, and let out a cold snort. "Your task is now complete." The servant bowed and left. Zhuai Feng, seeing Qiao's expression grow ever colder, could not help but speak. "Master, what a clever scheme." So saying, he tossed the letter into Zhuai Feng's arms. After reading it, Zhuai Feng was shocked. He had never imagined that person would go so far as to seek total annihilation. His master's situation was already precarious, and to be sent to labor in the mines would be. "Master, you cannot go there. The matter is already settled. Since he has sent his own envoy, if I refuse, would that not be a capital offense? Leave me for now." With the matter now inevitable, Qiao composed himself and went to Qiao Lan's chamber. Qiao Lan had assumed he came to apologize, but after he entered, he remained silent. "Why has the prince come to see me so late?" "I apologize for my behavior today." Qiao Lan was momentarily stunned by Qiao's words. She had never expected the lofty prince to humble himself before her. "Do not look at me like that. I intended to apologize earlier, but was delayed by matters." Hearing this, Qiao Lan found it hard to remain confrontational and sat down across from him. "Tomorrow I must go out for a while. You will have to manage all the household affairs." Hearing Qiao's words, Qiao Lan nodded. After receiving her response, Qiao pushed open the door and departed. When the next morning arrived, Qiao Lan could not find Qiao anywhere. She searched about, but also discovered that Zhuai Feng was nowhere to be seen. However, for her this was not necessarily a bad thing. After her simple grooming, she began preparing a medicinal decoction for Duan Taifei. Once it was ready, she personally carried it into the room. "How is mother consort now?" "Her Highness had a slight fever yesterday, but fortunately it subsided immediately." Qiao Lan nodded. After Duan Taifei took the medicinal decoction, she turned to give instructions to Lingxiu. "Mother consort's health is gradually recovering. I will come daily to deliver some medicinal decoction. If she develops a fever again, simply wipe away the sweat." Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Lingxiu nodded silently. Through these past few days, as the Taifei's condition improved, Lingxiu's trust in her had gradually grown. After attending to Duan Taifei's affairs, Qiao Lan returned to her room. Xiao Dao, holding the medical text Qiao Lan had given her a few days prior, approached to claim her reward. "Mistress, I have nearly finished reading this book. Surely you will get me a new one now." Qiao Lan did not agree to Xiao Dao's request. Though the medical text appeared straightforward on a cursory reading, its contents required careful contemplation. Then let me ask you, what are the characteristics of oleander? This question left Qiao Tao bewildered. In her memory, the medical text contained no description of oleander whatsoever. Mistress, where in this book is there any description of oleander? Hearing Qiao Tao's words, Qiao Lan smiled faintly. Clearly this girl had not studied the text carefully. Turn the medical text I gave you to page 18 and read carefully the description at the bottom. Does it not describe oleander? While Qiao Tao was flipping through the pages, Qiao Lan casually recited the characteristics of oleander from memory. The leaves, bark, roots, flowers, and seeds of oleander all contain various glycosides and are extremely toxic. After reading it, Qiao Tao discovered that what Qiao Lan had said matched the text precisely. Her eyes filled with admiration. After all, the description of oleander appeared in only the last 2 lines at the very bottom, written in extremely small characters. You read things far too carelessly. I am punishing you by making you reread this book. Next time I question you, if there is even a single mistake, I will punish you severely. After Qiao Tao left with a pout, clutching the medical text, Qiao Lan took out the silver needles she had used to treat Duan Taifei a few days prior. Using these needles to save Duan Taifei had been a last resort, but she now needed a complete new set to rescue those suffering common people in dire need. Yet gazing at these needles, Qiao Lan's heart hesitated. Such well-crafted tools were rare in this world. These are her ancestral needles. If I recklessly take them out for use, will she blame me? After much deliberation, Qiao Lan ultimately placed the original owner's ancestral needles back in the cabinet. However, she did find a piece of paper and, following the shape of the existing needles, carefully sketched a design. It would only cost some silver, so Qiao Lan steeled herself, picked up her previous purse, and stepped outside. Since going to the street would take time, she began to give careful instructions to Qiao Tao. Qiao Tao, today, I must go to the street. The medicine packets for the Taifei are in the kitchen. When the time comes, begin boiling them. The duration must be exactly 1 quarter, no more, no less. Yes. After receiving Qiao Tao's response, Qiao Lan hurried to the street and arrived at a blacksmith shop. The shopkeeper rarely saw a young woman visiting a blacksmith and stepped forward to inquire. What does this young lady need? Shopkeeper, what I need is quite delicate and may require considerable time and effort. Would you mind examining this design? Upon seeing the drawing Qiao Lan produced, the shopkeeper could not help but furrow his brows. Young lady, I must be honest with you. This item is far too delicate. First, the red-hot iron must be drawn into wire, then cut into segments. It must be inserted into cured meat to fill the gaps with fat, and the tips must be ground both sharp and rounded to avoid piercing through blood vessels. Hearing the shopkeeper's description, Qiao Lan realized he had the capability. The only question was the cost in silver. Shopkeeper, since I have brought this design, you need not worry about the expense. I certainly will not be harsh with you. The only requirement is that the product must meet my standards. The blacksmith shopkeeper examined Qiao Lan up and down and concluded that this young woman was not one to speak empty words. Young lady speaks well, but a deposit is still required, or my heart will remain uneasy. Qiao Lan said nothing more and directly took out more than half the silver from her purse. Shopkeeper, since you agree to my request, I trust you will devote yourself fully, and I certainly will not shortchange you in payment. This is the deposit. The remuneration afterward will certainly not fall short. Seeing Qiao Lan's generous display, the shopkeeper was overjoyed. Young lady need not worry. In a few days you may come personally to inspect the progress. If I delay beyond the agreed time, I will refund every copper. Time is not of great concern, only that the work must be exquisite. After reaching an agreement with the blacksmith shopkeeper, Qiao Lan strolled through the street. Finding nothing she wished to buy around her, she was about to return home, when turning around, she spotted a seed shop. Curious that such a shop existed in ancient times, Qiao Lan wanted to browse inside. After all, if she could find seeds for fruits and vegetables, it would not be a waste of the few plots of land in her courtyard. Upon entering, Qiao Lan explored around and discovered several varieties of fruit and vegetable seeds. Shopkeeper, please wrap these for me. Young lady, these will cost 50 coins in total. Qiao Lan nodded and took out the corresponding silver from her purse to pay the shopkeeper. After neatly arranging them, the shopkeeper handed the wrapped seeds to Qiao Lan. Overjoyed since receiving the package of seeds, Qiao Lan returned to the courtyard. Qiao Tao watched her mistress hopping back to the courtyard and immediately stepped forward to take the package from her hands. However, after examining it closely from top to bottom, she still could not discern what was inside. "Mistress, what is that in your hands?" Qiao Lan mysteriously took the package back from Xiao Dao's hands. "This thing is quite mysterious. You will know when the time comes." Xiao Dao did not press further, for her mistress's mind had been remarkably sharp these days. Has the Taifei's medicine been administered on time? Has there been any delay? Naturally. Whatever mistress instructs, Xiao Dao will attend to with utmost devotion. Now that the Taifei had been properly settled, Qiao Lan's lingering worries gradually eased. However, noticing that the time was approaching once more, she hurriedly gave further instructions to Xiao Dao. "It is almost time again. Go to the small kitchen and prepare everything in advance so it can be boiled when needed." After finishing her instructions to Xiao Dao, Qiao Lan intended to return to her room, but unexpectedly ran into Anha Junju head-on. She had intended to greet her, but sensing the other had no such inclination, Qiao Lan simply returned to her room. Sitting at the table, Qiao Lan sorted the seeds she had purchased that day into piles according to the season. "Just plant these fruits and vegetables in season, and they will naturally ripen." With this thought, Qiao Lan felt a surge of pride, for she could save quite a bit of silver for all the young and old in the courtyard. Qiao Lan had intended to divide the tasks and get to work immediately, but most in the courtyard were too frail to bear heavy burdens or perform strenuous labor. Though their hearts were willing, they could only wait for Zhui Feng's return. Although the thought of their limitations dampened her spirits somewhat, she resolved to use this time to study medicine more thoroughly. After 2 hours, Xiao Tao returned from the courtyard and came to Qiao Lan's side. "My lady, the medicinal decoction required by Imperial Consort Duan has been delivered to her chamber, but I noticed her complexion today seems rather unusual." Upon hearing this, Qiao Lan was startled and immediately set aside her medical texts, hurrying to the Imperial Consort's quarters. Seeing Qiao Lan approach, Aunt Lingxi hurried forward to pay her respects while Qiao Lan spoke and helped her rise. With so few people in the courtyard now, Auntie need not adhere to the old formalities. However, has the Imperial Consort shown any signs of discomfort these past few days? Aunt Lingxi pondered carefully, but could not recall anything specific. "I have been attending to the Imperial Consort these past few days, and she has been alternately lucid and confused, but nothing else seems amiss." Qiao Lan began to recall the medicinal prescription and the symptoms Aunt Lingxi had described, yet though she could not pinpoint what was wrong, she felt an uneasy foreboding. For precaution, Qiao Lan proceeded to take the pulse. What she discovered sent a chill down her spine. "Auntie, has the Imperial Consort complained of feeling cold these past few days?" At Qiao Lan's question, Aunt Lingxi suddenly remembered that the night before the Imperial Consort had murmured in her delirium about feeling cold. "Yes, yesterday the Imperial Consort said she felt somewhat cold. I intended to fetch another quilt from the cabinet, but when I brought it over she no longer complained of the cold." Hearing Aunt Lingxi's words, Qiao Lan was utterly panicked. Whatever happens next, whatever reactions the Imperial Consort may have, you only need to stay by her side. As long as there are no signs of fever, do not administer anything else. Though Aunt Lingxi had no idea what was happening, she could see the gravity in Qiao Lan's expression and could only agree. "Yes." After receiving Aunt Lingxi's response, Qiao Lan hurried back to her room and searched through her medical texts. After careful consultation of the text, Qiao Lan was completely alarmed. The Imperial Consort's symptoms had progressed beyond mere poisoning. Just then, Aunt Lingxi suddenly rushed to Qiao Lan's side. "Princess Consort, please come quickly to see the Imperial Consort." When Qiao Lan saw the state of Consort Duan, her hair stood on end. The consort had appeared somewhat flushed while taking the medicinal decoction earlier, but now her face was deathly pale. Xiao Tao, who had been waiting at the door, was equally terrified upon learning of this. "From now on, both of you must guard the Imperial Consort's door strictly. No one of no consequence is to enter or leave, and you must not wander about freely." Qiao Lan's voice trembled as she spoke these words. Aunt Lingxi fell to her knees before Qiao Lan with a thud. "Princess Consort, what has happened to the Imperial Consort?" It must be the rough journey earlier compounded by the poisoning. But wasn't the poison already cured? Hearing this, Qiao Lan sighed silently. Though the poison has been neutralized, the complications it triggered could claim the Imperial Consort's life at any moment. After explaining to Aunt Lingxi, Qiao Lan immediately searched her mind and suddenly remembered that along the path they had taken there might be certain herbs in that forest capable of detoxification. For now you only need to stay here and watch over the imperial consort. Do not worry about anything else. I will handle everything. While these words reassured Aunt Lingxi, Xiao Tao beside her grew anxious for Qiao Lan, who had spoken so boldly. My lady, it is already late, and a fine drizzle has begun to fall outside. Shall I go instead? If you need anything, simply tell me. I have read quite a few books on the subject. Hearing this, Qiao Lan shook her head as she felt more at ease going herself. Rest assured there are no fierce beasts in that forest. I am merely going to gather some herbs. But at this hour I am truly worried. Xiao Tao's face was etched with anxiety. If only she had been stronger, she would not have to send her mistress into danger so late. With the prince and Jue Feng both absent, what if something happened to her lady? How could she bear the responsibility? Yet as she looked at the ailing imperial consort lying on her sickbed, Xiao Tao did not know what choice to make. To ease Xiao Tao's worries, Qiao Lan offered gentle reassurances. You now understand that the imperial consort's condition cannot be delayed any longer. If we wait any longer. With her mistress having spoken so firmly, Xiao Tao could only nod. After settling Xiao Tao, Qiao Lan hurried toward the forest she had noticed earlier. Though she tried to steady herself, her heart still raced. Had she not been more observant during their arrival and discovered this forest, the imperial consort's fate might have been far worse. There was no time to dwell on it. Qiao Lan relied on the original host's memories to locate the medicinal herbs. Qiao Lan stared in terror at the dragonfly on her arm, too frightened to move. Though the forest held no fierce beasts, the sweltering summer meant an abundance of strange insects and creatures. Qiao Lan, who had always avoided such things, instinctively wanted to flee, but remembering Consort Duan, she forced down her revulsion and flicked the dragonfly away. Qiao Lan looked around, realizing she had been too hasty to properly survey her surroundings. She whispered to herself, "These things mean nothing to me." With that, she began searching for medicinal herbs. Once she had gathered what she needed into her basket, Qiao Lan hurried back to her quarters without lingering to consider anything else. Xiao Tao, Xiao Tao. Upon hearing her mistress's voice, Xiao Tao's anxious heart finally relaxed. Since Consort Duan had fallen asleep, she tiptoed out of the room. When Xiao Tao finally saw her mistress's face, she could not help but burst into tears. "My lady, have you ever endured such hardship?" And now, her heart ached as she looked at the red marks on Xiao Lan's arm, where branches had scraped her. "Foolish Xiao Tao, am I not safely back? Besides, I only went to gather some herbs." Qiao Lan reached up to wipe the tears from Xiao Tao's face. "But my lady, your arm." Understanding Xiao Tao's concern, Xiao Lan waved her arm in front of her. "Do you believe me now? Rest assured, with the elders of the family ill in bed, how could I do something so reckless?" She then walked toward the kitchen. Watching Qiao Lan's retreating figure, Xiao Tao's heart ached. Her mistress had never been favored at home, and now she was being burdened by the prince's family. "Xiao Tao, what are you dazing for? Come quickly and help me light the stove. What is my lady planning to do? Although these medicinal herbs can treat illness, we must first use the stove fire to remove their cold nature." With that, Qiao Lan spread the herbs evenly. "Stay here and watch over these. I'll go check on Consort Duan's condition. My lady, Consort Duan has already fallen asleep. Do enter quietly." Hearing this, Qiao Lan nodded and tiptoed inside. Seeing Consort Duan's pallid face upon the bed, a chill of unease crept into her heart. She did not linger long. After checking the consort's vital signs, she quietly took her leave. She paid little heed to the mud clinging to her garments, but recalling Xiao Tao's tearful demeanor, she decided to briefly wash the wound on her arm before returning to the kitchen to arrange the herbs. "My lady, you need only tell me how to handle this. Why must you personally stand guard here? Silly girl, I know you care for me, but you've yet to master the art of these herbs. Once you've learned all I have to teach, I'll naturally let you take charge." Though stirred by her mistress's words, Xiao Tao felt more troubled than inspired. "But for now, I cannot do any of this in your stead. Even if you can't now, I believe you'll master everything in time. Consider this my gift of a day's rest. You'll make up for it later, won't you?" Only then did Xiao Tao calm her swirling emotions. Lady Anha had intended to send her servants for some refreshments, but instead stumbled upon Qiao Lan in such disheveled state and seized the chance to mock her. If you ask me, you're simply foolish. Had you any wits about you, you'd have summoned a physician. The very sound of that voice made Xiao Tao's stomach churn. Since your ladyship deems my mistress's efforts useless, you should summon a physician to attend to the consort, instead of making snide remarks here. I'm speaking with your mistress. What business is it of a servant like you? It seems your mistress has failed to teach you proper manners. Perhaps I should take over the lesson. Since arriving at the frontier, their silver had run scarce. If not for that, why would she have ventured into the mountains? Out here at the border, there is no distinction between mistress and servant. If your ladyship finds this approach improper, by all means go fetch a physician yourself. With Xie Chenai absent from the courtyard, she need not preserve the woman's face. Had she any real capability, she'd be standing before her now, with a physician in tow. Faced with Qiao Lan's sharp-tongued, Lady Anha flushed red with fury, yet found herself equally penniless. If anything happens to Consort Duan, because of your barbaric methods, see how you answer to Brother Chenai when he returns. This is a private matter between His Highness and me. You? Lady Anha swept away in a huff, never imagining that with Chenai away this woman would be so brazen. Xiao Tao looked at Qiao Lan with admiration. My lady, that lady was long overdue for a lesson. From the capital all the way to this frontier, has she ever known peace? I've no time to dwell on her affairs. I only pray that when His Highness returns, the consort will be in good health. As she spoke, the herbs were finished smoking. Qiao Lan wrapped them in several cloth bundles and made her way to Consort Duan's chamber. The consort is still in her slumber. Gently lift her up, and I'll place these bundles at the acupuncture points. After stepping out, Xiao Tao looked at Qiao Lan with confusion. My lady, are these truly more effective than drinking a decoction? The consort is weak, the weather is sweltering, and these past days she's been weighed down by worries. That's why she fainted. These herbs serve to cool and refresh. Up at the mine, Xie Chenai felt a growing unease, yet somehow, knowing Qiao Lan was managing things at home, his anxiety began to ease. All he needed to do now was settle matters here and return to the small courtyard. There might be none of the capital's splendor and glory, but this peaceful, steady life was something he had never known before. This banishment was not entirely a misfortune for him. For most, these days were peaceful enough, but for Lady Anha, everything here was pure torment. She had thought that by changing herself she could win the consort's and Brother Chenya's sympathy and affection. Yet in the end she discovered she remained the same fool. All along the journey she had endured and played the dutiful filial role at the consort's side, only to be blamed by them in the end merely because she could no longer stand this place. I'd like to know what that wench truly has to spin them all around her finger. My lady, why get so worked up? Though the consort hasn't spoken on your behalf these past days, she's never once reproached you either. Moxian understood why her mistress had become like this. On the road she hadn't had to worry about anything else, but now every trivial matter had piled up at once. Qiao Lan suddenly jolted awake with a racing heart. At that very moment Xiao Tao knocked on her door, hands trembling. My lady, His Highness. Seeing Xiao Tao's frame swaying unsteadily, Qiao Lan immediately reached out to support her. What of His Highness? My lady, His Highness is at the gate. You'd best see for yourself. Xiao Tao's voice trembled all the more. After steadying Xiao Tao, Qiao Lan walked toward the gate, a flicker of dread rising in her chest the very moment she stepped outside. How could this be? What on earth happened? Xie Chenai lay unconscious upon a stretcher, but Qiao Lan could tell at a glance that he had suffered severe injuries to his bones and sinews. Zhu Feng recounted the full tale of the injury to Qiao Lan. This is impossible. With his skill, how could this have happened? Zhu Feng harbored the same doubt, yet the truth lay before their eyes. Please take good care of His Highness, Princess. Though none wished for this. Qiao Lan drew a deep breath and nodded helplessly. Zhu Feng ordered his men to carry Xie Chenai into the chamber. These next few days, Princess, you'll have to bear the burden. If you lack hands, no need. I doubt His Highness would want this spread about. Once Xie Chenai was settled, Zhu Feng and his men did not linger. My lady, now, this must not be spread, and she need not know either. You may go. Qiao Lan's heart was heavy, yet she had to keep her composure and see to every detail. After Xiao Tao left, the room fell silent. Qiao Lan sat quietly by his side. Xie Chenya's face was as fair as jade. Had it not been for this day, she might never have truly studied those features. After a moment, Qiao Lan tended to his wounds with a simple examination. Though there were many wounds, none had reached the marrow, and the mountain herbs would suffice for his recovery. Drawing a deep breath to steady herself, Qiao Lan went to Xiao Tao. These next days we must let no one see anything amiss. My lady, why? First, the consort is still ailing. Her body cannot bear such a shock. Second, that woman won't stay quiet. If she learns of this, she'll only stir up more trouble. Xiao Tao suddenly understood, gazing at Qiao Lan with reverence. My lady, you truly think of everything. We are no longer within the capital's walls. We must guard against every possibility. Above all, the fewer who know of His Highness's condition, the better. After the instructions were given, Qiao Lan picked up the basket outside the kitchen. Seeing her movements, Xiao Tao immediately stepped forward to take the basket away. My lady, the scars from yesterday have not yet healed. You must not go into the mountain forest today. If you are looking for certain medicinal herbs, Xiao Tao will find them for you. If you were familiar with various medicinal herbs, I would feel at ease letting you go. But if something were to happen to you, as well wouldn't that only add to the burden? Xiao Tao continued to cling tightly to the basket, absolutely unwilling to let Qiao Lan go to that mountain forest again. Ever since the engagement between my lady and the prince was arranged, she has not enjoyed a single day of being a princess consort. Therefore, she should not have to endure even one more bit of hardship. Qiao Lan naturally understood that Xiao Tao was considering things from her perspective, but now that she bore the title of princess consort, she could no longer think only of herself. I am the prince's principal consort. I bear the responsibility of caring for the grand princess dowager and the prince. If there is no one in charge of this courtyard, now how can others go about their duties? As Qiao Lan spoke these words, her eyes were bloodshot. The experiences of recent times had made her understand that since she had taken over the original owner's body, she must inevitably fulfill the original owner's obligations. Xiao Tao, having heard this, could find no rebuttal. It is Xiao Tao's incompetence. If Xiao Tao had learned more skills, she would not have to stand by and watch my lady suffer. Seizing the moment when Xiao Tao relaxed her grip, Qiao Lan snatched the basket away. Xiao had not yet regained consciousness, and the herbs on the Grand Princess Dowager and her mother also needed to be changed. She had no more time to waste. The Grand Princess Dowager has not yet had her meal. Go prepare it quickly. Helplessly, Xiao Tao realized she could not persuade Qiao Lan by force. The only option now was to take good care of the Grand Princess Dowager. Watching Xiao Tao enter the kitchen, Qiao Lan hastened to the mountains without delay. With her experience from the first time, Qiao Lan was not overly fearful. Time is short, and the task is heavy. After steeling her courage, Qiao Lan rushed headlong into the mountain forest. After gathering all the medicinal herbs, Qiao Lan immediately began preparing the herb bundles. Without resting, so absorbed was she that she did not notice the faint blood marks on her arm. My lady, your arm. As she spoke, Xiao Tao applied the moxibustion herb to the wound. Qiao Lan was not distracted by Xiao Tao's actions. After about 15 minutes, she carried the brewed herbal medicine to Xiaochenia's side. Xiaochenia was still in a coma. Every time Qiao Lan fed him a spoonful of the herbal medicine, he would spit it out. If this continues, even if the entire bowl of medicine is consumed, the body will not absorb much of it. After much deliberation, Qiao Lan placed the medicine in her own mouth and fed it to Xiaochenia. After 2/4 of an hour, Xiaochenia gradually regained consciousness. Your Highness, how do you feel? Why am I back here? Xiaochenia looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings. He remembered being at the mine shaft when, for some unknown reason, he had felt as though struck by an external force and then lost consciousness. Seeing the prince's reaction, Qiao Lan made no attempt to conceal anything and told him everything she knew. Your Highness has just regained consciousness, and your vital energy is severely depleted. Why not take this time to rest properly? Seeing that Xiaochenia had no interest in engaging with her, Qiao Lan gracefully withdrew. She has left. Zhuifeng leaped through the window. I never expected them to be so impatient. I thought they would wait some time before making their move. They are nothing but a bunch of fools. Now we need to obtain the evidence in hand before delivering a fatal blow. Zhuifeng knew well Xiaochenia's ruthlessness. I will arrange these matters properly. But are you really going to drag this girl into this? Hearing Zhuefeng show such concern for Qiao Lan, a strange feeling stirred in Xie Chenye's heart, and his brows furrowed tightly. That is none of your concern. Do what you are supposed to do. Hearing the approaching footsteps at the door, Zhuefeng scaled the wall and disappeared. Your Highness, may I come in? Come in. Xie Chenye had expected Qiao Lan to ask about his injury, but instead the woman brought a bowl of fragrant soft white porridge. Your Highness has just awakened, and logically I should not have disturbed you. However, you have been in a deep sleep for too long. If your body does not take in nourishment, it will affect your recovery. As she spoke, she held the white porridge before Xie Chenye. Xie Chenye showed no reaction, his gaze fixed on his arm. Perhaps I will still need to trouble the princess consort today. Before he could finish, Qiao Lan had already brought the cooled porridge to his lips. As the princess consort, it is naturally my duty to fulfill this obligation. After all, your Highness earns much silver. Xie Chenye felt that he had truly underestimated this eloquent princess consort. Watching one person after another in the courtyard fall ill, Qiao Lan began to ponder what she should do next. If she did not bring out the dowry from before, how could this group of people survive this crisis? Just as Qiao Lan was lost in thought, a dull thunderclap echoed from the sky. Oh no! Qiao Lan grabbed her small hoe and hurried to the fields. The medicinal herbs she had painstakingly planted could not be washed away by the rain. Taking advantage of the fact that the sky had not yet turned dark, Qiao Lan immediately dug several drainage ditches on both sides of the fields. Only after finishing did Qiao Lan breathe a slight sigh of relief. If the rainwater accumulated in the fields, then after this rain passed, she would not only lose her entire harvest, but would also lose the capital she had invested in planting the medicinal herbs. Seeing that she had finished her work and the sky had not yet rained, Qiao Lan strolled leisurely on her way home. Halfway there, Qiao Lan seemed to trip over something and fell flat on her face. I'm sorry. Before she could react, a string of apologies reached her ears. Although it was technically someone else's fault, most of it stemmed from her own failure to watch where she was going. It's all right. After brushing off the dirt from her body, Qiao Lan turned to carefully examine the other person. Although she could tell this was a woman, her dress and appearance were rather disheveled, and she seemed to be clutching a medium-sized bundle in her arms. Though she was not accustomed to striking up conversations with strangers, since she had accidentally stumbled upon the other person, Qiao Lan still approached to inquire. With the weather as it is, why is the young lady not at home? I was careless just now and did not notice anyone here. I hope the young lady has not been injured. She had intended to wait for a response, but instead of looking at her, the other person merely tightened her grip on the bundle. The young lady is not injured, is she? I really did not mean to. Qiao Lan explained once more, but the other person remained silent. After much deliberation, Qiao Lan decided to leave. After all, the medicinal herbs in the field still needed her attention. But the moment she turned around, the woman suddenly knelt before her with a thud. Madam, I know you are a kind-hearted person. I beg you to have pity on my child and me. Hearing these words, Qiao Lan's face was filled with astonishment. But before she could react, the woman revealed a small corner of the bundle in her arms. I beg you, madam, to bestow upon us some silver. This child can barely hold on any longer. Qiao Lan observed the infant's ashen face, as if suffering from an incurable illness, yet upon closer inspection, the child's luxurious silk garments did not match the woman's coarse hemp clothing at all. Miss, you do not appear to be a wicked person. Why not take the child to the magistrate's office? This way the child's parents might find them sooner. Upon hearing Qiao Lan's words, the maid shook her head firmly, yet alone and protecting the child, she dared not say more. Qiao Lan noticed the woman's predicament and began searching through her belongings for silver. But even searching thoroughly, there was nothing of value. Suddenly she remembered the jade pendant Xie Chenye had once given her. After all, if the child was truly ill and they continued waiting, they might end up with a corpse. So Qiao Lan raised the jade pendant in her hand. If you don't mind, wait here for a moment. I'll go pawn this jade pendant. Meanwhile, the woman had been kowtowing in gratitude whenever Qiao Lan searched through her belongings. When she looked up and saw the jade pendant in Qiao Lan's hand, she paused briefly before immediately recognizing it as belonging to Yong Wang. The woman shook her head. That jade token on your person belongs to Duke Yang's mansion. My lord has a close relationship with Duke Yang. I implore you, madam, to help your servant. How do you know this is Duke Yang's jade pendant? Upon hearing Qiao Lan's words, the woman realized she had been correct, so she briefly explained the connection between her master and Qiao. Qiao Lan listened with some suspicion, but the child's condition could not be delayed any longer. If you trust me, let me take the child's pulse first. Though I haven't opened a clinic, I've been studying medicine since childhood. The maid pondered for a long time. Qiao Lan guessed she was reluctant to expose the young master in public. Qiao Lan immediately saw the servant's hesitation and stepped forward to speak. Since the woman could recognize the jade pendant from Qiao's mansion, she likely knew something about its significance. You mentioned that my pendant belongs to Qiao's mansion. Why don't I take it off and let you examine it closely? Qiao Lan then handed the pendant from her waist to the maid, who after careful inspection discovered that only those closest to Qiao would possess such a token. She wanted to explain further, but seeing the young master's face turning increasingly ashen in her arms, she knew they couldn't wait any longer. If they didn't reach her master and mistress in time, the child might not survive, and no amount of lies would be enough to make amends. Very well, the maid replied, her voice trembling after her deliberation. Qiao Lan didn't respond, instead placing her hand on the child's pulse and carefully examining the color of his arm. After finishing her examination, Qiao Lan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Your young master is indeed resilient. An ordinary person would have perished by now. I happen to have some medicinal herbs that can be boiled. Hearing Qiao Lan's words, the maid's already pale face grew even whiter as she immediately knelt to the ground. I beg you, if anything happens to the young master, even 10 lives would not be enough to repay you. Your kindness as the Duchess of Yong will never be forgotten. Qiao Lan wasn't surprised by what the woman said. Since she was close to the child, she must have witnessed more than an ordinary servant. After helping the woman up, Qiao Lan led her forward. They needed to return to the courtyard quickly, as both the preparation and treatment would take time, and it was uncertain how much longer the child could endure. Zhui Feng had intended to step out for some fresh air when he spotted the princess consort carrying a bundle with a filthy woman trailing behind her. Your Highness, what is this? Having served the lady of the house since childhood, the maid naturally recognized Zhui Feng. But there was no time for reminiscing. As soon as she saw Zhui Feng, the maid let Qiao Lan lead her into the room, where Qiao Lan retrieved a bundle of silver needles from her wardrobe. The child may endure some suffering from here on. Then what can I do? If you trust me, I'll need you to step out and wait outside. Hearing Qiao Lan's words, the maid didn't insist further. Instead, she took the token from her bosom and found Zhui Feng. Guard Zhui Feng, I wonder if you have a moment. Upon hearing this, Zhui Feng looked thoroughly bewildered. The maid knew well that without evidence explaining the situation to Zhui Feng would be impossible, so she directly produced the token from her sleeve. What is this? Though the token seemed familiar to Zhui Feng, he couldn't immediately recall where he'd seen it before. Please deliver this token to the prince. Zhui Feng took the token and, despite his lingering doubts, found nothing unusual after a careful inspection. He then slipped over to Xiechenya's side. My lord, this thing. Zhui Feng handed the object to Xiechenya as he spoke. After receiving it from Zhui Feng, Xiechenya examined it closely, his expression transforming dramatically. Who gave this to you? Today a maid followed the princess consort back to the courtyard carrying a bundle. Then she emerged from the consort's room and found me saying to deliver this token to the prince. After hearing this, Xiechenya nodded. Go wait in the courtyard. If the princess consort comes out, have her come to my chamber immediately. Following Xiechenya's instructions, Zhui Feng took his position in the courtyard and waited for the princess consort to appear. Compared to her composure outside, Qiao Lan was quite anxious within the room. The infant lying on the couch was only 3 years old, with damaged heart and pulse meridians. All she could do was snatch a life back from the king of hell. After simple disinfection, Qiao Lan divided the area above the child's mouth into 3 sections and inserted the needle diagonally from the lower third toward the brain. For an ordinary person, this needle would have already awakened them, but for this child with damaged heart and pulse meridians, it merely provided a brief respite. Next, Qiao Lan quickly used a bloodletting needle to prick the tips of all 10 fingers and squeeze out the blood. Right after completing this action, the infant's eyeballs began to move. Only then did Qiao Lan breathe a slight sigh of relief. If she could successfully stimulate the Yongquan acupoint with acupuncture, the child would be no different from ordinary people henceforth. By the time this series of procedures was completed, it was nearly noon. The maid paced anxiously outside, terrified that something might go wrong. Zhui Feng also noticed the girl on the verge of tears and stepped forward to comfort her. Miss, need not worry. The princess consort has studied medicine since childhood and has saved many lives before. Though those words were meant to reassure her, the girl's heart remained uneasy without seeing the young master. After about a quarter of an hour, Qiao Lan emerged from the room with sweat beading on her forehead, and at that moment the child lying on the couch let out a cry. Hearing the young master's voice, the maid hastily thanked Qiao Lan before rushing into the room. Young master, young master. Qiao Lan immediately ran to the kitchen and scooped 2 large ladles of cold water from the bucket. Once acupuncture needles are inserted, there can be no pause in the treatment. This tests the physician's therapeutic skill and endurance the most. After gulping down the drink, Qiao Lan felt revived. Once she calmed down, Zhui Feng dared to approach. Your Highness, the prince said if you emerge from that child's room, you should go to see him. Qiao Lan waved her hand to acknowledge Zhui Feng's message. After a brief tidy-up, she went before Xie Chenai. Xie Chenai had been recovering from his wounds, his health gradually improving. To spare the dowager consort any worry, both Qiao Lan and Xie Chenai tacitly kept the matter quiet, and he remained active only in the study. Zhui Feng tells me you saved a child today. I heard from that woman that you are an old acquaintance of her family's patriarch. By now, Zhui Feng should have clarified her identity and background. Xie Chenai nodded, and leaning against the bed explained the family's history to Qiao Lan. These are figures from the Jianghu. The child's father is named Lu Chang, and his mother is Lu Musher. Both names were strangely familiar to Qiao Lan, yet she could not recall where she had encountered them. Seeing her puzzled expression, Xie Chenai spoke directly. The child you saved is a golden treasure. His father is a renowned swordsman in the Jianghu, and his mother is the legitimate daughter of the Minister of War. Qiao Lan's eyes widened at his words. She had never imagined this child would become a blessing in her life, yet she had never intended to profit from him. I merely pitied him. The child is young, he must have been pursued because of his parents. Since I encountered him, it was only natural to save him. Xie Chenai then detailed his relationship with Lu Chang. They were only nodding acquaintances. Yet somehow that girl knew the jade pendant Qiao Lan carried was the personal item of the Prince of Yong. Qiao Lan said little, but noting the time, she changed the herbal dressings on Xie Chenai's wounds. Your wound is healing, soon you'll be able to walk. But be careful not to strain it when turning over. After adjusting his clothes and reapplying the medicine, Qiao Lan turned to leave, but Xie Chenai spoke. I've already sent Zhui Feng to notify the couple. They should arrive soon. But how is the child? She had already opened the door, but she closed it again. I've used acupuncture to disperse the blood clot in the child's chest, but he will need quality herbal medicine afterward, or he'll be like any ordinary child. Tonight, I need you to put a sleeping draught in the servant's meal. This matter must not be widely known. Rest assured, I understand. With that, Qiao Lan left. She knew full well what Xie Chenai was scheming, and though she disapproved the current situation of the princely household, forced her to yield. Throughout the day, Qiao Lan repeatedly returned to check on the infant. Fortunately, she had some blood-activating herbs, and with her acupuncture the child's face regained vigor within half a day. By nightfall, Lu Chang and his wife arrived with a large entourage in the courtyard. Xie Chenai, supported by Zhui Feng, joined Qiao Lan to welcome the distinguished guests. I humbly thank the prince and princess for saving our child's life. Lu Musher, supported by her maid, stumbled into the room. My son, how did you come to this state? This servant failed in his duty. We were ambushed by bandits on the road. Lu Musher cradled the child, sobbing softly, careful not to wake him. She immediately had her personal physician examine him. Fortunately, he was unharmed. Outside, Lu Chang expressed his deep gratitude to Xie Chenai. This child was the lifeblood of their family. Had anything gone wrong, neither his wife nor he himself could have survived. When Lu Musher brought the child out, she immediately bowed to Qiao Lan. I thank the princess for her life-saving grace. You're too kind, madam. The young master is still recovering. He needs proper care at home. To ease his wife's anxiety, Lu Chang had her and the child escorted into a sedan. Noticing she was the only female guest present, Qiao Lan also bowed and took her leave. Prince, my son's life was saved thanks to the princess's aid. This child is the darling of our family. My father-in-law in the capital was deeply worried and is most grateful for your help. We owe you a great debt. Qiao understood the implication. Today I had planned to ask for a substantial reward, but the princess insisted that healing the sick is a duty. At those words, everyone present being astute caught the meaning. Lu Chong laughed heartily. Since the child was still young and needed rest, he exchanged a few pleasantries with Qiao and departed. Qiao returned to Qiao Lan's room. You've worked hard today, rest well. Qiao Lan nodded. In recent days Xiao Tao had been busy assisting the dowager consort, and she had hoped for a restful day, but fate had other plans. Now that matters were settled, she truly needed a good rest. Qiao Lan lay on the bed intending to rest, but felt a heavy weight at her waist. Upon inspection, she found a pouch of silver, and within it a letter. The letter was from the couple expressing their gratitude. They had left a modest sum of silver as a token of appreciation, hoping she would accept it, and offering their help whenever needed. After reading, Qiao Lan felt warmth in her heart. The words were few, but each touched her deeply. Previously, starting her medical practice had been fraught with difficulties, but this letter strengthened her resolve. Regardless of the outcome, she was determined to open the clinic. Yet despite her ambition, implementation remained challenging. The thought banished all drowsiness. She needed to plan carefully. With the backing of the Liu couple's reputation, the obstacles to opening her clinic would be greatly reduced. However, she needed their consent first. But she had no way to contact the Lius directly. She would have to ask Qiao for help. She had planned to address it tomorrow, but unless she settled it tonight, she wouldn't sleep well. So Qiao Lan crept to the study to see if Qiao was asleep. She had just reached the door when she heard a voice from inside. The princess comes at this late hour surely for important matters. Since you're here, why not come in openly? Having intended to discuss politely, she now entered candidly, pushing the door open. I presume you have long since planned that I would come to find you, and thus few here know of their identities. Qiao did not worry about Qiao Lan's medical skills, but rather whether, given their newly arrived status, they could carve out a share for themselves in this town. Over the past decades, more than one medical hall has opened in this town, large or small. Are you certain you can survive in the cracks? Qiao Lan had contemplated this question carefully, and believed she could adjust her prices based on those of the various shops, for her primary concern was how to treat the sick and save lives, while also supporting the entire household. When the time comes, she would naturally not clash head-on with others or engage in price wars. If this shop is located away from the bustling area and the prices remain the same as ordinary shops, then there shouldn't be any major problems. Upon hearing Qiao Lan's plan, Qiao thought it feasible, yet he could not help but worry deep down. Once his health recovered and he returned to the mine, he feared he might not be able to ensure Qiao Lan's safety. I will leave Zhuifeng by your side. Now that the opening of your shop is on the agenda, and given the disturbances not long ago. Receiving Qiao's response, Qiao Lan felt a heavy weight lifted from her heart, and she returned to her room. Once inside, she meticulously counted the money pouch and the silver she carried on her person. She needed to economize. After renting the shop and purchasing herbs, she had to ensure she still had some loose silver. Somehow she felt unexpectedly cheerful today. However, what lay ahead was finding a suitable shop, renovating it, and buying herbs, none of which would be easy tasks. The next morning, Qiao Lan groggily rose at the crow of the rooster and saw Xiao Tao bustling about in the kitchen. Weren't you told to stay by Aunt Lingxiu's side these past days and take good care of the consort? Why are you busy in the kitchen today? Aunt Lingxiu has already taken care of most matters concerning the consort. I was only kept around to keep the consort company. I thought since you hadn't risen yet I'd come and lend a hand. Qiao Lan nodded, and while Xiao Tao busied herself in the kitchen, went to see Consort Duan. Mother, have you felt any discomfort these past few days? Consort Duan looked at Qiao Lan with affectionate touches on her hand. These last few days, with the nourishment of your medicinal meals, I feel even better than before. Before we have breakfast, let me take your pulse and revise the prescription. Throughout the process of taking Consort Duan's pulse, Qiao Lan realized she needed to expel the toxins from the consort's body as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the poison slowly seeped into the vital organs, it would be much harder to handle. Noticing Qiao Lan's gaze gradually sharpen, Aunt Lingxiu tightened her grip on her handkerchief, fearing that Consort Duan might show any further signs of abnormality. How is it? Hearing the consort's inquiry, Qiao Lan did not wish to add unnecessary worry to her. Mother's health is naturally beginning to recover these days. If you experience any discomfort, be sure to have Aunt Lingxiu inform me promptly. Of course. After a brief exchange with consort, Qiao Lan returned to her room, prepared her writing brush and ink, and composed an entirely new prescription for the consort. Once everything was ready, she headed to the kitchen to find Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao, after breakfast, take this prescription to the nearby medicine shop to fetch the herbs. From now on, just have the consort follow this prescription for her 3 daily meals. Yes. Having settled matters with consort, Qiao Lan had a simple breakfast and then headed to the marketplace. She wondered if she would find a suitable shop today. There were several century-old establishments in the bustling area, and she naturally could not contend with them head-on. Thus Qiao Lan went to a somewhat more remote area, not far, merely a bit farther out than the medical halls in the busy district. Yet after circling around, she found no shop for sale or rent, which left her somewhat disheartened. Just then Zhui Feng suddenly appeared before Qiao Lan. Princess consort, the owners of these shops have close ties with the prince. The prince instructed that if you fancy any of these shops, just let me know and I'll handle the negotiations. Hearing Zhui Feng's words, Qiao Lan breathed a private sigh of relief. Had she, a woman, gone to haggle over rent with the shop owners, she would likely have been taken advantage of. But then she pondered, since no one in the courtyard knew of Xie Chenye's situation, how would he manage? Also, my master told me to inform you not to worry about him. His health is gradually recovering, and he can now walk on his own without trouble. Qiao Lan nodded in agreement. Since Xie Chen I had arranged everything, she could freely let Zhui Feng handle the rent negotiations today. Yet after walking down this street, none of the shops particularly pleased her. Having accompanied Qiao Lan the whole way, Zhui Feng naturally sensed the princess consort's dissatisfaction. May I ask what kind of shop you're looking for? If you tell me, perhaps I can help a bit. Hearing Zhui Feng's words, Qiao Lan felt as if a floodgate had opened. The shop doesn't need to be too lavish. Just simple and plain, preferably with a separate courtyard where I can dry herbs. It also shouldn't be too close to other medical halls. Hearing this, Zhui Feng thought for a moment and recalled a shop the prince had taken a liking to a few days ago. Though unsure whether the princess consort would be satisfied with the place, he figured it was worth a try to take her there. Would you care to follow me to a place? I heard about it from the prince a few days ago. Zhui Feng had never been there himself, so he could only feel his way forward step by step. Qiao Lan had no choice but to follow Zhui Feng's aimless wandering. But in the instant she turned her head, in that very instant, she suddenly spotted the shop she loved most. Zhui Feng, can you negotiate a deal for this place? Following Qiao Lan's pointing finger, Zhui Feng looked toward the shop and was somewhat taken aback, for the shop she indicated was none other than the one he had glimpsed in the prince's presence. However, due to his vague memory, he couldn't be certain. Allow me to go and try. At Zhui Feng's words, Qiao Lan's heart leaped with joy. The moment she laid eyes on the place, she was enamored, and its location perfectly matched all her expectations. After a brief negotiation with the shop owner, the owner agreed to rent the shop along with the courtyard for just 20 taels a year. Delighted at obtaining such a satisfactory price, Qiao Lan was overjoyed. The money pouch left by Lady Lu contained a full 60 taels, so she only needed to part with a third of it. This also meant she would have enough silver to purchase herbs. After signing the agreement, Zhui Feng and Qiao Lan returned to the courtyard one after the other. Seeing everything about to fall into place, Qiao Lan returned to her room and began to diligently refine her medical skills. Just as Qiao Lan hesitated, Xiao Tao suddenly burst in. Miss, the Tai Fei's body is suddenly convulsing. Please go and see to her at once. Hearing Xiao Tao's words, Qiao Lan did not bother to tidy up her belongings and immediately rushed to the Tai Fei's side. Qiao Lan glared at Ling Xiu and Xiao Tao. What on earth is going on? Didn't I make it clear that the Tai Fei must not experience any emotional disturbances? Aunt Ling Xiu and Xiao Tao stammered, their eyes darting toward the direction of Junju and he. Yet the one truly responsible Junju, and he felt no sense of impropriety in her conduct. I've been getting along with you peacefully these past few days, but why didn't you tell me and the Tai Fei when Brother Chun you returned injured? If you hadn't kept hiding this from the Tai Fei, would things have come to this? Hearing in He's words, Qiao Lan's heart skipped a beat. Did you go to the Tai Fei with this matter yourself? Junju and he was startled by Qiao Lan's question, but Qiao Lan didn't let her off the hook and repeated her inquiry. I'll ask you once more. Did you tell the Tai Fei about this? By now Junju and he had been so frightened by Qiao Lan that her face had gone pale, leaving her no energy to defend herself. She could only nod blankly. Witnessing He's reaction, Qiao Lan was beside herself with rage. According to the prescription, the Tai Fei should have recovered within half a month. The greatest taboo during this period was sudden anger or anxiety. She had gone to great lengths to place Xiao Tao by the Tai Fei's side precisely to prevent any mishaps. With He's interference, the Tai Fei's condition could very well deteriorate further than before. Do you have any idea what you're doing? I thought that since you've been relatively quiet these past few days, we could put the past behind us. Even if the prince returns now, what difference does it make? Let's see if you can escape this time. Hearing Qiao Lan's words, he stood frozen. She had been behaving properly all along. Only today, when she suddenly caught sight of Xie Chenye's figure, had she grown flustered. She had hoped to properly catch up with Brother Chenye, but never expected to see him completely wrapped in bandages. Junju and he had originally planned to complain about Qiao Lan to the Tai Fei. Who would have thought that before she could finish her words, the Tai Fei would begin convulsing uncontrollably? It's true that I did wrong in this matter, but you and Brother Chun-Yi kept this from the Tai Fei together. Do you think what you did was right? Hearing He's twisted reasoning, Qiao Lan was nearly laughing from anger. By that logic, since all of this stemmed from Xie Chen-Yi, she should simply go find him. If your Brother Chun-Yi were to learn that the Tai Fei was reduced to this state by your doing, you might want to reflect on that yourself. Upon hearing this, Junju and he grew flustered. Regardless, the Tai Fei has never exhibited such symptoms before. If you ask me, your prescription is clearly at fault, yet you're shifting the blame onto me. Qiao Lan said nothing further, merely returning to her room to retrieve her silver needles. She instructed Ling Xiu and Xiao Tao to dismiss all unnecessary attendees, while Zhue Feng, upon learning of the incident, hurried off to inform Xie Chenye. After approximately 2 incense sticks worth of time had passed, Qiao Lan finally helped the Tai Fei regain her composure. Once the Tai Fei regained her clarity, her eyes immediately fell upon Qiao Lan, whose forehead glistened with sweat. Today Mother, there is no need to speak further. What you require now is to remain in bed and rest. Hearing Qiao Lan's words, the Duan Tai Fei could only fall silent. She knew this daughter-in-law had worried herself sick over her health, and today she had merely hoped to sit and chat with Junju and he after such a long time apart. She could not fathom why her emotions had surged so violently upon learning of Ye's injury. Qiao Lan understood that one could not fault the patient for this, so she could only offer careful instructions. Your condition now must not be subjected to any significant emotional fluctuations. I hope you will be more mindful in the future. As Qiao Lan stepped out of the room, she caught sight of Xie Chen-Yi waiting anxiously. There is no need to worry. The Tai Fei's condition has stabilized now, as she simply requires proper rest going forward. Hearing Qiao Lan's assurance, Xie Chen-Yi finally felt somewhat reassured. He had never imagined that Junju and he would cause such a catastrophic disaster. Junju and he, having taken refuge behind the door and fully aware of her wrongdoing, naturally dared not face Qiao Lan again. When she noticed no one was around, she slipped away quietly. After settling the Tai Fei, Qiao Lan returned to her room alone. She had considered going to vent her frustration on Junju and he without restraint, but what good would that do? It would only expose Xie Chenye's affairs to public knowledge. Rather than wasting energy on self-torment, she would channel this resentment into fuel for her studies. Once Qiao Lan had composed herself, she immersed herself in medical texts. With the shop now properly established, her focus shifted to preparing her small clinic. After weighing her options, Qiao Lan decided to work through the draft herself first. This way, regardless of the outcome, she would have a clear sense of direction. Meanwhile, once Junju and he had departed, Xie Chen-Yi dispatched Zhue Feng to bring her to the study. Junju and he stood to one side with a guilty expression, yet resentment toward Qiao Lan still burned within her. If that woman hadn't concealed Brother Chenye's affairs, how would she find herself the target of everyone's blame today? Do you have any idea what kind of disaster you've caused? Upon hearing Xie Chenye's words, Junju and he's tears spilled instantly. I was wrong today. Watching Junju and he weep with red-rimmed eyes before him, Xie Chen-Yi felt only a deep sense of irritation. Forget it. You may go. After Junju and he departed, Xie Chunyi walked heavily toward Qiao Lan's room, burdened by troubled thoughts. Mother had already endured great hardship following him into exile at the border. Regardless of the depth of their bond, he could not bear to see an elderly woman over 50 suffer like this. How is Mother's condition? When Xie Chunyi entered the room, Qiao Lan harbored resentment, but hearing his helpless tone, softened her feelings slightly. You should persuade the Junju properly regarding today's incident. If another accident occurs, the Tai Fei's life may be at stake. The incident had struck suddenly, and fortunately, she had been present in the courtyard. But if she were absent on a future occasion and the Tai Fei could not receive timely treatment, the consequences would be unthinkable. Though she knew full well that Junju and he had caused this, facing Xie Chunyi before her, Qiao Lan could never quite steady her emotions. Your Grace, my words may sound harsh, but I hope you remember this: I will not always be by the Tai Fei's side when accidents occur. Every physician who dedicates themselves to healing and saving lives holds reverence for existence itself. Thus, when confronted by those who treat life so carelessly, Qiao Lan could not maintain her composure. This matter was my oversight. I must trouble you to continue attending to Mother's health during this period. Though resentment lingered in Qiao Lan's heart, she could not direct it towards Xie Chunyi, for he was not the true culprit behind this disaster. Yet after much deliberation, Qiao Lan felt that since Xie Chunyi had now entrusted her with the care of imperial concubine, Duan, she needed a guarantee from him. Otherwise, encountering another situation like Anha's would leave her swallowing her grievances in silence again. As your consort, caring for Mother is my duty, but now I wish for you to do one thing. Speak freely. I need you to personally tell Anha that from this day forth, without my permission, she shall not privately meet or communicate with Mother. Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Xie Chunyi nodded and immediately sent Juefeng to notify Anha. Having no face to remain in Qiao Lan's chamber, he left after a moment of silence. Throughout it all, Qiao Lan said nothing more. Meanwhile, upon learning of this, Anha, the commandery princess, flew into a rage in her room. Though resentful, she dared not vent her anger on Juefeng, for she herself had caused this. She never expected that after the affair with the imperial concubine, Xie Chunyi would unconditionally trust that wench. These past days she had stayed dutifully in her quarters awaiting Chenye's return, yet to her surprise, he had not only failed to inform her, but had concealed it together with that wench. The thought made Anha's anger flare uncontrollably. I've let that wench live too comfortably lately. Earlier on the road, she had thought she'd successfully sown discord between Aunt Lingxiu and that wench, but these days the wench had seized the opportunity instead. Since she acted with such ingratitude, one could not blame her for being ruthless. She wanted to open a medical clinic, did she? Then she would prepare a grand gift for her. After reading the medical text, Qiao Lan felt her head throbbing and her mind hazy, so she retired to the couch for a brief rest. During this time, she dreamed of the grievances the original owner had suffered in the Qiao family. She never imagined that in ancient times a daughter would have to endure such suffering alone. Though she alone could not change the present, she still hoped to impart her previous knowledge to women. Suddenly Qiao Lan woke, with a start, a sense of unease gripping her heart, so she decided to check on imperial concubine Duan. Xiao Tao saw her master approaching unsteadily and hurried forward to support her. Why must you be so anxious, my lady? The imperial concubine's condition has eased. It is you who need rest. Qiao Lan said nothing, simply walking silently to the side of the imperial concubine. This was the first time she had observed the lady lying on the couch up close. Though her face remained unchanged, the white hair at her temples betrayed her age. Qiao Lan noticed the imperial concubine's eyes slightly redden. At such an advanced age, she had enjoyed years of wealth and honor in the palace, but had also endured corresponding hardships. Now that she finally had her son by her side, her body was being ravaged by the latent toxins within. Qiao Lan sighed helplessly and turned to instruct Aunt Lingxiu to bring the medicinal decoction prepared at noon. My lady, you have toiled for so long, perhaps. Qiao Lan did not respond to Aunt Lingxiu, but simply took the bowl of medicine from her hands. You may all leave now. Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Aunt Lingxiu was displeased, but was dragged out by Xiao Tao. Once everyone had left, Qiao Lan produced the silver needles she had hidden in her sleeve. In fact, from the moment the imperial concubine began convulsing that day, Qiao Lan had realized that the afternoon's acupuncture alone could not suppress the toxins within her body, which was why she had come tonight. But this acupuncture technique was stored in the original owner's memory, and Qiao Lan dared not deviate in the slightest. She removed the imperial concubine's shoes and socks, then inserted the silver needle into the Yongquan acupoint. At that moment, black blood began to seep continuously from the Yongquan acupoint. Qiao Lan placed the white cloth she had prepared beneath the acupoint. When she saw the imperial concubine's complexion slightly flushed, Qiao Lan began to rotate the needle, driving it deeper, for only then could the medicine she had just administered take full effect. Under the dual stimulation of medicine and acupoint, the imperial concubine began breaking out in cold sweat. Even at this stage, Qiao Lan did not relax in the slightest. She wondered whether with the original owner's help she could guide the imperial concubine through this crisis. Time ticked by, and Qiao Lan's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. Despite this, her hands never paused. Each needle had to drain the black blood completely before she could stop. Only by continuously rotating the needle within the span of 2 sticks of incense could she prevent the black blood flowing out of the imperial concubine from clotting. Though the black blood was now flowing slowly, Qiao Lan's heart was filled with worry. This blood, while carrying out the toxins, was also a vital component sustaining life. Even a strong young man from an ordinary family could not endure 2 sticks of incense. Throughout the process, Qiao Lan sensed the imperial concubine's body growing weaker. She had to ignite within her a powerful will to live in order to fight the ailment. Imperial concubine, I know you have always wished for more time with the prince. Only you can overcome this current difficulty. As Qiao Lan spoke, the imperial concubine's brows knit tightly, as if she were resisting tenaciously, enduring immense physical and emotional pain. To ensure the imperial concubine woke safely, Qiao Lan had no choice but to speed up her movements, which was extremely taxing on the acupuncturist's energy and heart meridian. Through Qiao Lan's swift needling within less than a stick of incense, the imperial concubine slowly opened her eyes. Exhausted from the procedure, Qiao Lan had to support herself against a nearby table. How does mother feel now? The imperial concubine used all her strength, yet still could not control her body. Mother need not worry. I have just administered acupuncture to detoxify you. Now you must rest well and consume nourishing foods to recover. The imperial concubine looked at the dense beads of sweat on Qiao Lan's forehead, and a pang of guilt rose in her heart. Though she had initially looked down on Qiao Lan, after this prolonged time together, her heart had been gradually softened. The imperial concubine could only gaze at Qiao Lan with grateful eyes, for even opening her mouth was difficult now. Qiao Lan naturally understood what was in the imperial concubine's heart, but the entire household was worried, and she needed to set everyone's minds at ease. Now that mother is awake, I must inform the prince. Mother, rest here peacefully. Qiao Lan left the chamber without looking back, but due to the prolonged acupuncture, her strength failed her. Just as she was about to fall, Xie Chenai stepped forward and caught her in his arms. Yet Qiao Lan did not wish to accept such a gesture. Once she steadied herself, she silently pushed Xie Chenai away. Now that mother is awake as her son, you should go visit her. Just have Xiao Tao help me back to my room. However, the imperial concubine has just recovered, so do not speak too much with her. Xie Chenai naturally sensed Qiao Lan's growing distance toward him. He had intended to draw closer once more, but when he caught a glimpse of the disdainful look in her eyes, he was momentarily taken aback. While he was lost in thought, Xiao Tao had already helped Qiao Lan away, leaving him no choice but to reluctantly enter the chambers of Princess Duan. Upon seeing Xie Chenye, who had been away from home for several days, the princess was overwhelmed with emotion. Fearing her condition might relapse, Xie Chenai stepped forward and took his mother's hand. Son returned these past few days merely to handle some private matters. I never intended to disrupt mother's recovery. Hearing her son's explanation, a tear traced its way along the corner of Princess Duan's eyes. This child had always shielded her from any sorrow, reporting only good news since he was young. Yet, as the old saying goes, mother and child share a connected heart. No matter how deeply he concealed his troubles or how long he kept them hidden, they could never escape the discernment of her eyes. Thus Xie Chenai held Princess Duan's hand and chatted about family matters for a while. However, since the princess had only just awakened, he departed not long after. After Xie Chenai left, Ling Xiu eagerly rushed to Princess Duan's side. She had a multitude of words she longed to share with the princess. But just as she was about to speak, she remembered Qiao Lan's instructions and forcefully swallowed all those words, choosing instead to quietly wait nearby. Princess Duan remained in a deep slumber throughout the entire day and night, awake for only 1 hour during the acupuncture sessions. Ling Xiu's worry grew unbearable, and she could not resist going to disturb Qiao Lan. However, the news from Xiao Tao was that Qiao Lan herself had been resting for a full day and night. Xiao Tao's heart mirrored Ling Xiu's anxiety, but recalling how cold her mistress's body had felt when she supported her, she could only wait quietly beside her. Soon after, Xie Chenai arrived at Qiao Lan's chamber door, and upon seeing him, Xiao Tao hurried forward. "How is your mistress at present?" "Ever since she returned, she has been in a continuous slumber." Upon hearing Xiao Tao's words, Xie Chenai's heart filled with concern. He had previously witnessed Qiao Lan administering acupuncture to others. "You may go rest." Xiao Tao was somewhat astonished by Xie Chenai's words, but upon careful consideration, she reasoned that this was a moment for her mistress and the prince to grow closer, so she should not intrude. She bowed and departed. After seeing to everything, Xie Chenai kept watch beside Qiao Lan. This was the first time since his exile that he had carefully observed her. His fingers slowly traced along Qiao Lan's face, and an upward curve inadvertently graced his lips. Whether as a man or as a husband, he wished Qiao Lan would reveal her vulnerable side to him. Yet this girl deliberately opposed him, as though causing him trouble would bring some dire consequence. Thus, Xie Chenai gradually drifted into sleep amidst Qiao Lan's steady breathing. When dawn of the second day arrived, Qiao Lan slowly awakened from her dream and felt something disturbing her peace beside her. "Awake!" Qiao Lan uncomfortably rubbed her eyes. "What time is it now?" "See, sure." Upon hearing his voice, Qiao Lan sat up abruptly, and fearing she might injure herself, Xie Chenai quickly stepped forward to steady her. "Why are you here?" "Must I seek my wife's permission before caring for my own consort?" These words, Xie Chenai's expression grew awkward, and he turned to pour her some tea. "Since you have awakened, drink some water to moisten your throat." Qiao Lan was startled by his sudden change in demeanor, but her overwhelming thirst left her no choice but to accept the teacup from Xie Chenai's hand. Hearing the sound of Qiao Lan drinking greedily, the corners of Xie Chenai's mouth curled upward slightly. "Drink more slowly. You have just awakened, and gulping water down so recklessly will harm your body." Qiao Lan had long shed her earlier wariness and simply handed him the empty teacup, signaling for another refill. "Yesterday, while administering acupuncture to your mother, I expended all my strength. If not for falling into a coma, I would surely have drunk several jars of water." Though Xie Chenai felt helpless, his hands never stopped moving. While Qiao Lan drank, he ordered Xiao Tao to bring up the meals he had prepared. "Your body has just recovered, and greasy food is not suitable for you. I have prepared several of my signature dishes." Saying this, Xie Chenai served Qiao Lan a bowl of white porridge. Qiao Lan, exhausted both physically and mentally, had no time to listen to Xie Chenai's superfluous words. Taking the bowl of porridge from Xie Chenai, Qiao Lan devoured it voraciously. After sleeping for a full day and night, her body had been completely drained. Only after eating and drinking her fill did Qiao Lan feel truly alive again. She intended to stretch, but upon turning her head, she spotted Xie Chenai standing nearby. "Now that I am awake, have eaten and drunk water, why are you still here?" Xie Chenai looked at Qiao Lan with a heart full of resignation. He had never expected that this ungrateful creature would not once ask about him throughout all of this, despite his having stayed by her side from the previous night into the morning. But Qiao Lan cared nothing for such matters. Princess Duan's life had been snatched back from the gates of hell by her own hand, and regardless of how attentive Xie Chenai was, she considered it all her rightful due. "I wonder if it would be convenient for the prince at present. If so, could you please close the door behind you as you leave?" Upon hearing Qiao Lan's words, Xie Chenai's expression darkened slightly, yet he could only grit his teeth and endure. This girl had truly come to regard him as her servant. But after enduring so much together, Xie Chenai could only nod silently and depart with a sweep of his sleeve. "Wait!" Upon hearing Qiao Lan's voice, Xie Chenai felt a flicker of secret joy, hoping the girl had finally shown some conscience. "I am truly sorry, Your Highness. Since my strength has only just recovered, and I am unable to venture out, might you tidy up these things for me?" Upon hearing Qiao Lan's request, Xiechenia's eyes filled with disbelief. Indeed, he had overestimated her. Although his patience had reached its breaking point, he still forced himself to endure and cleared away the dishes. However, as he closed the door, Xiechenia vented his pent-up frustration. Bang! The sound directly startled Qiao Lan awake on her bed. She never would have imagined that the dignified prince could be so vindictive. Yet recalling Xiechenia's earlier demeanor, Qiao Lan found it quite satisfying. After a brief tidying, Qiao Lan sat at her desk studying medical texts. Although she could rely on the original owner's abilities to treat Princess Duan, that knowledge ultimately did not belong to her. What she needed to do now was to integrate what she had learned with the original owner's skills. Only in that way could she bear the title of physician and fulfill the original owner's wish to heal the common people. Roughly around midday, Qiao Lan felt she should visit the blacksmith's workshop to check on the master's progress. She locked her medical books in the wardrobe and headed out into the street. Upon arriving at the blacksmith's workshop, Qiao Lan first sought out the master to inquire about the progress of the silver needles. The progress of these items is already over halfway complete. However, if you wish to take them, you will still need to wait another half-month. Why is that? Upon hearing Qiao Lan's question, the master patiently explained the circumstances. After the silver needles are forged, impurities remain on their surface, requiring repeated cooling. Otherwise, they cannot be used on human skin. After her master's detailed explanation of the circumstances, Qiao Lan, though slightly exasperated, could only accept it. After leaving the blacksmith's shop, Qiao Lan wandered the streets. The trivial and noisy affairs of the past few days had severely affected her mood. Since she couldn't obtain the silver needles today, she might as well take a leisurely stroll. She discovered many hand-woven trinkets at the market, their intricacy no less than the crafts she had previously bought online. During the subsequent stroll, Qiao Lan also realized that although she had seen all sorts of ancient trinkets online before, being truly in this era still evoked unavoidable wonder. Qiao Lan bought many novel items along the way, and only when she could no longer carry them did she head back to the mansion in high spirits. Xiao Tao saw her mistress carrying a pile of things at the courtyard gate and hurriedly took them all. Once back in the room, she quickly fetched ointment from the dressing table to apply to Qiao Lan's reddened hands. "Mistress, why didn't you let me accompany you? Your delicate hands are reddened by the ropes. I merely carried these things back from the market. There's no need to be so fussy." Qiao Lan intended to withdraw her hands while speaking, but to her surprise the girl gripped even tighter. Upon hearing Qiao Lan's thoughts, Xiao Tao did not share her view. Her mistress's hands needed greater sensitivity. How could she treat patients with calloused hands? Therefore, regardless of what Qiao Lan said or did, Xiao Tao would not be careless when it was time to apply the ointment. After everything was done, Qiao Lan went to the chambers of Consort Dowager Duan. "Mother's body still needs bed rest for these few days, so I must trouble Aunt Lingxiu to take care of her." Lingxiu stood nearby, full of remorse. If she hadn't let that person in back, then how could the consort dowager be suffering this unjust torment? Qiao Lan naturally noticed Lingxiu's embarrassment, but she no longer had the inclination to console others. After taking her pulse, the consort dowager's condition had become relatively stable. However, the various toxins in the consort dowager's body were now mutually restraining each other, and she needed to quickly formulate a corresponding prescription. The dosage of each herb could not deviate in the slightest, or it would become a fatal poison. With that thought, Qiao Lan rushed back to her room, retrieved the medical texts she had studied before, and after careful perusal, she chose the safest prescription. Xiao Tao, take this prescription to the pharmacy and personally oversee the dispensing. Not a single herb on this prescription can deviate in the slightest. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tao nodded and left with the prescription. Just then Zhui Feng arrived at the door to pay his respects. "Your Highness, the prince is waiting for you in the study, saying there is an important matter to discuss." Qiao Lan initially wanted to ignore it, but upon reflection, she thought that if it weren't urgent, he wouldn't have sent Zhui Feng. So she followed him to the study. "May I ask what important matter the prince has summoned me for today?" Xiecheniai handed her the letter on the table. "The daughter-in-law of the Wang family in Hunan has contracted a plague, and she carries the Wang clan's heir. They wish to request your presence. This sudden affair caught Qiao Lan off guard. I have never met this Wang family of Hunan. How did they learn of my affairs? Moreover, if his daughter-in-law is already infected with the plague by the time I travel there, wouldn't it be a case of 2 lives lost? Regarding this matter, Xie Chenai felt more regret. If he hadn't thrust Qiao Lan before Lu Chong and his wife, how would they have encountered this thorny issue? It was Lu Chong and his wife who strongly recommended you to the Wangs, saying you are a once-in-a-lifetime divine physician. So Master Wang sent an urgent letter overnight requesting that you depart tomorrow. Qiao Lan pressed her forehead. Normally no one thought of her for good things, but these unlucky affairs one after another all fell on her. If I don't go, what impact will it have on the prince's mansion? Xie Chenai was momentarily speechless at this question. Of course he hoped to connect with the Wang family of Hunan, but if Qiao Lan was unwilling, how could he force her? Seeing Xie Chenai's hesitant demeanor, Qiao Lan knew this trip was inevitable. In that case, she might as well go cheerfully and openly claim the favor. I'm not so opposed to this matter, but your highness should properly settle mother's affairs. Hearing this, Xie Chenai looked helpless. His mother was still ill. If he allowed Qiao Lan to go then in the future. But if he didn't allow her, it would clearly mean losing Master Wang as a stepping stone. Actually, regarding the consort dowager Duan, Qiao Lan had already made arrangements in her mind once she realized she had no choice but to go. However, the incident a few days ago when Princess Anha caused a commotion leading to the consort dowager's serious illness had not been punished at all. Although she was kind-hearted, that didn't mean she was a pushover. She knew well that Xie Chenai had always regarded Princess Anha as an immature child, but since she had made a mistake, she should be punished. Now with the consort dowager and the prince backing her, what about after she married? She hadn't brought up the matter in the short term, but that didn't mean she had softened and let it go. Since your highness cannot make arrangements as the princess consort, how can I abandon mother? Xie Chenai instantly understood that this girl had been tough for a while just to get a stance from him. In that case, may I ask what the princess consort has in mind? Since he had already understood the need to take the hint, she must offer him a comprehensive plan, otherwise how could she display her magnanimity as the princess consort? A few days ago, mother's illness was due to Princess Anha's indiscretion. If I may suggest, why not hire a governess to teach her etiquette? After all, she will eventually leave the prince's mansion. Actually, after Xie Chenai had visited the consort dowager, he had ordered Princess Anha confined to her room. Unaware of this, Qiao Lan left after speaking. Then Zhui Feng arrived at Princess Anha's door with Xie Chenai's oral decree. Princess Anha inside thought the storm had passed and that her cousin had sent Zhui Feng to release her. Princess Anha, after deliberation today, the prince and princess consort have decided that a governess should be arranged for you. After all, you will eventually marry, and you must not continue to defy your elders in your husband's family. Upon learning that the wretch had been gossiping in front of her cousin, Princess Anha wished she could grind Qiao Lan's bones to dust. But now in front of Zhui Feng, she had to restrain her malicious thoughts. Though filled with resentment, she had to swallow this bitter pill like coptis root. After Zhui Feng left, Princess Anha smashed all the utensils in the room. Since that day, her cousin had never come to see her. What is that wench anyway? The consort dowager's calamity was clearly due to her incompetence. Why should everything be blamed on me? She had only been worried about brother Chinya, but now he had been bewitched by that vixen. That wench even wanted to marry her off. Once the consort dowager recovered, she would definitely go and lodge a complaint. After returning with the medicine, Shouthouse somehow overheard about the prince's punishment of Lady Anha and eagerly shared the news with Qiao Lan. Mistress, I only learned today that ever since the Grand Consort Ties incident, the prince has confined Lady Anha, and now he's even arranging for an etiquette tutor. Qiao Lan felt no particular emotion at Shouthouse words. The Wang family in Hunan was far too anxious, so she could only entrust the care of Grand Consort Tai to Shouthouse. I must be away for the next few days, but someone needs to stay with Grand Consort Tai at all times. Normally there are no issues, but you must remember the precise timings for brewing and administering the medicine. Shouthouse noticed her mistress's anxious expression and didn't have time to ask what was wrong, so she hastily tucked the times Qiao Lan had written down into her sleeve. After Shouthouse finished preparing, Qiao Lan took out each packet of herbs to check the dosages one by one, only sighing with relief once she was certain everything was correct. Although Grand Consort Tai's condition appeared stable, now any deviation in the treatment could not be tolerated. What Qiao Lan needed to do now was use these herbal formulas to gradually eliminate the toxins from Grand Consort Tai's body. Calculating that these prescriptions would last over a month, she felt somewhat reassured. When night fell, Xiao Dao could no longer contain her curiosity. "Mistress, you were in such a rush today. Where are you heading tomorrow?" Qiao Lan, not wanting Xiao Dao to become entangled in these conflicts too early, replied, "That child who was taken back by their family a few days ago has developed another fever, and since they refuse to let ordinary physicians near them, I must go." Hearing this, Xiao Dao felt somewhat reassured and stayed by Qiao Lan's side. When dawn broke the next day, Qiao Lan noticed several unfamiliar faces conversing with Zhui Feng. "Why is the princess up so early?" "The prince is in the study." Noticing the unfamiliar faces, Qiao Lan did not ask further questions and went straight to Xie Chenya's study alone. As soon as Qiao Lan arrived, Xie Chenya explained the situation to her. The Wang family had originally planned to fetch Qiao Lan later, both to ensure her safety and to avoid drawing attention, but when the daughter-in-law suddenly fell gravely ill, they had no choice but to send for her immediately. "This illness has come so suddenly. I need to bring some things. Please ask the manager to wait for me outside." After saying this, Qiao Lan returned to her room and gathered her acupuncture needles, medical texts, and the herb packets before carrying them to the carriage. Xie Chenya arrived in haste and climbed directly into the carriage, a move that left Qiao Lan somewhat bewildered. If the prince has any instructions, he can simply send a messenger with a letter to the mansion. This is... Before she could finish, Xie Chenya took her hand. "How could I let a woman travel alone for something like this? Anna's matters are already settled. No matter how capable she is, she cannot escape. Besides, there's Zhui Feng and Xiao Dao at home, and if all else fails, there's Lingxiu." Before Xie Chenya finished speaking, the carriage set off. As it swayed along, Qiao Lan gradually composed herself. Since learning of this yesterday, her heart had been filled with worry for the patient, but she had forgotten that in this era a woman faces difficulties in everything she does. Not only were there few attendants with the carriage, but if bandits were encountered along the way, just thinking about it sent shivers down Qiao Lan's spine. Xie Chenya suddenly noticed Qiao Lan's hand grow cold and teased. "Only now are you feeling afraid. If I hadn't accompanied you, would you have shed tears?" Hearing this, Qiao Lan quickly withdrew her hand and replied, "If your grace truly meant to abandon me, I would find a way to survive on my own rather than live in fear." Xie Chenya sensed her slight irritation and did not press the matter further. Instead, he simply took out a preserved plum from his pouch. "The carriage ride will be quite bumpy and uncomfortable. This preserved plum can help ease the sourness in your mouth." But with her mind occupied by their disagreement, Qiao Lan had no attention to spare for such matters. Xie Chenya paid no mind to whether Qiao Lan responded and simply kept placing the preserved plums in her mouth. Thus the two traveled in silence until they reached Henan. But as soon as they crossed the border, Qiao Lan saw men, women, and children of all ages collapsed throughout the streets. Judging from their clothing, they appeared to be refugees fleeing northward. Though she had heard rumors before, witnessing it firsthand still filled her with shock. The whole realm suffers from severe drought, and it's pitiful to see these common people wandering everywhere. Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Xie Chenya could only sigh in regret. Now that he was a man exiled to the border, he was hardly in a better position than those outside. After traveling for some time, the carriage suddenly came to a halt, and Qiao Lan stepped down with Xie Chenya's assistance. At that moment, official Wang and his family were already waiting at the gate. To them, Qiao Lan was now their only hope for salvation, and as soon as they saw her descend, official Wang immediately led his family forward to pay respects. The instant official Wang caught sight of Xie Chenya, his anxiety mounted, yet he did not neglect even a single courtesy and immediately knelt to bow before him. "I never expected your grace to come in person. This subordinate has been remiss in his courtesy." Though his words were respectful, his eyes kept darting toward Qiao Lan, for his daughter-in-law's life hung in the balance, and there was no time to waste. "Official Wang, there is no need for further words. I have merely come to accompany my wife." As soon as official Wang rose, Qiao Lan spoke up. "Time is of the essence now. May I first examine the patient?" Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Madame Wang hurried forward and grasped her hands, tears welling in her eyes. Their daughter-in-law was still pregnant, and if the child were born prematurely and contracted the plague from the mother, their family line would be extinguished. Qiao Lan had only just arrived at the Wang residence and knew nothing of when the daughter-in-law had fallen ill. Please, Madame Wang, tell me the full story of her condition. At the mention of this, Madame Wang's face twisted with anguish. Their daughter-in-law had struggled to conceive this child, and just days prior exhaustion had caused her to bleed. She had immediately sent someone to force her to rest, but while being assisted by the servants, she had accidentally injured herself. Seeing the wound on her arm, Madame Wang had summoned a local physician. Who could have anticipated that under that physician's treatment her daughter-in-law would contract the plague? No matter how Madame Wang questioned him, the doctor insisted he had followed proper medical practice. They had planned to observe for a few days, but the illness only worsened. Helpless and afraid, none of them dared to enter the room where she lay. Upon hearing Madame Wang's account, Qiao Lan was deeply alarmed. She donned a mask she had hastily crafted before departing, made in response to learning of the plague. Madame Wang, please wait outside for a moment while I go in first. Without waiting for a response, Qiao Lan finished securing her mask and pushed open the door with resolve. Upon seeing young Madame Wang lying in bed, Qiao Lan immediately approached and began to take her pulse. During the entire pulse reading process, Qiao Lan noticed that her wound had begun to suppurate. According to conventional methods, even if infected with the epidemic disease, the wound should not have been oozing pus. Therefore, the true situation was that Madame Wang Xiao had developed a high fever due to the wound suppuration, and she had not contracted the epidemic disease at all. Now overwhelmed by excessive worry, Madame Wang Xiao had fainted, so Qiao Lan first used her silver needles to revive her. Half an hour later, Madame Wang Xiao's eyeballs began to move, but Qiao Lan could also sense that due to fear and anxiety, the nerves throughout her body remained in a state of tension. Madame Wang Xiao, can you hear my voice? I am the physician summoned by Lord and Madame Wang to attend to you. There is no need to worry. Upon hearing Qiao Lan's words, Madame Wang Xiao's body gradually relaxed, and after another half hour of Qiao Lan's treatment, she was gradually able to speak. Throughout the entire process, Qiao Lan deeply admired Madame Wang Xiao's spirit, and also noticed that she had never taken any internal Chinese medicine from beginning to end. Doctor, will my unborn child be affected in any way? Madame Wang Xiao, you have not used any medications, so there will be no impact on the fetus in your womb. Upon hearing Qiao Lan's words, Madame Wang Xiao, lying on the bed, let out a heavy sigh. She had struggled so much to conceive this child, and she did not wish to disappoint her mother-in-law again. At this point, I also feel that my body has reached its limit. I only pray that you can preserve this child for the Wang family. Whether it is a boy or a girl, at least my mother-in-law will have something to hold on to. Upon hearing this, Qiao Lan immediately regulated her own emotions and began to comfort Madame Wang Xiao. According to my examination, Madame Wang Xiao's body is healthy. The inflammation was merely triggered by the wound suppuration, so there is no need to worry so much. Since I have been entrusted by Madame Wang to come and treat you, naturally, I will cure you. Upon hearing Qiao Lan's reassurance, Madame Wang Xiao finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Taking advantage of the fact that the patient still had some energy, Qiao Lan applied her uniquely developed golden wound medicine to her wound. The golden wound medicine she had uniquely developed differed from the golden wound medicine commonly used by the royal family, in that her medicine possessed powerful healing capabilities. Now the wound has been bandaged. You only need to rest well here. After tidying up the wound, Qiao Lan exited the room. In truth, Madame Wang Xiao's condition had not yet reached an extremely serious stage, as she simply needed time to prepare the herbal medicines. Madame Wang saw Qiao Lan come out and hurriedly approached to ask, "Your Highness, my daughter-in-law, she..." Madame Wang, there is no need to worry. The young madam was merely nervous due to her condition, and that is why she made excuses for me to go rest. Seeing Qiao Lan's puffy, angry face, Xie Chenai did not know why a strange feeling stirred in his heart. I wonder what has brought your Highness here. Upon hearing Xie Chenai's words, Qiao Lan suddenly realized that she had not come here to sulk at him. I was thinking of renting a shop in this town to open a medical clinic, so there would be some income for daily expenses. Xie Chenai knew that Qiao Lan had been planning this all along, and even if he refused, she would surely find a way to accomplish it. Tell me in detail. I have visited all the medical clinics in this town, both large and small, but they can only handle minor ailments. For some unusual symptoms, the common people can only wait to die. Upon hearing this, Xie Chenai fell into deep thought. Since coming here, he had been deeply involved in mining matters and had never thoroughly understood the people's affairs. If what Qiao Lan said was true, then this medical clinic must be opened without a doubt. The wound suppuration is what caused the fever symptoms. It only appeared as though it were an epidemic disease. Upon hearing Qiao Lan's explanation, Madame Wang let out a long sigh of relief and immediately beckoned the maid beside her to attend to her daughter-in-law. "Thank you, Your Highness, for saving our lives. We had thought our daughter-in-law was beyond hope. Only a few days ago, while chatting idly, did we hear that Your Highness had miraculously saved the young master of the Liu family, which is why we had my old man come to disturb the prince." "Madame Wang, there is no need for such formalities. Healing the sick and saving lives is the duty of a physician. Next, I need to prescribe some external medicines for the young madam, and I will trouble Madame Wang to send someone close to the pharmacy." Madame Wang immediately led Qiao Lan to the main hall and asked her to write down all the required herbs, then sent a servant to fetch the medicines. Although Xie Chenai was sitting in Lord Wang's study, his heart could not help but worry about Qiao Lan. It was not until a servant came to report that Madame Wang Xiao was not suffering from an epidemic disease that his heart finally settled. Upon learning of this, Lord Wang, who was sitting nearby, was filled with joy and also brought Xie Chenai to the main hall, looking at Qiao Lan with gratitude. "If Your Highness had not come to treat us today, my daughter-in-law and my little grandson would have been killed by those incompetent doctors." Madame Wang, standing nearby, was equally grateful, though 2 streams of clear tears still flowed down her face as she continued to sob. Qiao Lan was still worried about concubine Duan's condition in her heart, and was thinking that since there was nothing to do today, she would return home early. From beginning to end, Xie Chenai understood what Qiao Lan was thinking, and when Lord Wang invited them to be seated, Xie Chenai took the opportunity to propose. "Since Madame Wang Zhao's condition has now stabilized, my wife and I still have at home." Before Xie Chenai could finish his words, Lord Wang directly and rudely interrupted him. After all, through what had happened, he naturally knew the abilities of this princess. Now that his daughter-in-law was having difficulty preserving the fetus, if he could keep this renowned physician by his side, would the Wang family still fear losing this pregnancy? "Your Highness, I naturally understand what is in your heart now, but alas, my daughter-in-law is frail and often ill. If this pregnancy cannot be preserved, then our Wang family line will come to an end." After Lord Wang finished speaking, Madame Wang also took the opportunity to weep beside him. However, similar to the worries of Madame Wang and Lord Wang, Qiao Lan also had a worried expression on her face. She had already examined Madame Wang Zhao's pulse, and preserving this pregnancy would be somewhat difficult. She presumed that Madame Wang had exhausted all possible methods before to preserve Madame Wang Zhao's pregnancy. Otherwise, how could this pregnancy have been delayed to such an advanced stage? Now that Madame Wang Zhao's body was depleted as a physician, she sincerely hoped that Madame Wang Zhao should first recover her health, but with Lord and Madame Wang present, she could not say too much. Seeing Qiao Lan's worried expression, Madame Wang naturally understood that every physician she had encountered before had advised her to first nourish her young daughter-in-law's body. It was not that she was too cruel, but that it was impossible to achieve. "Your Highness, this old woman knows what is in your heart, but alas, my daughter-in-law's body depletion is truly severe. If this pregnancy is lost, then our Wang mansion is completely finished." For their Wang family, the surrounding relatives and clansmen were all watching their daughter-in-law's belly with bated breath. The couple had been deeply in love in their early years and had only given birth to 1 son, and no subsequent children had survived. She and her husband had never hoped that the child in their daughter-in-law's womb would be a male infant. They simply hoped that in the future their daughter-in-law would not be stabbed in the back by the clansmen. Therefore, seeing now that Qiao Lan had such abilities, they naturally were unwilling to give up. No matter what price the couple had to pay, as long as they could preserve this pregnancy, they would certainly not hesitate. Lord Wang at this moment cast aside all pretense of dignity and knelt directly before Xie Chenai. "Your Highness, my entire household seeks only to preserve this infant's life. I know what I ask of the princess is no easy matter, yet I beseech you both to have pity on this old man." Xie Chenai's face was full of distress. He knew that Qiao Lan had no desire to accept this task, so even with Lord Wang kneeling before him, he could only help him rise, unable to utter a single word of persuasion to Qiao Lan. Just then the young master of the Wang family returned home. Prior to this, Xie Qianai had already explained to Qiao Lan that this young master was a man of considerable talent, having earned the title of Zhuang Yuan in the past, and now serving in the Hanlin Academy. Lady Wang, seeing her son return, immediately stepped forward to recount all that had transpired in recent days. The young master then fell to his knees with a thud before Qiao Lan. "Princess, I beg you to save my wife's life. I am fully aware of how agonizing pregnancy is for her, yet to reassure both my parents and myself, she resolutely endured every bitter remedy under heaven." As he spoke, tears streamed down the young master's face, his sobs uncontrollable. Witnessing this, Qiao Lan understood that the young master and his wife shared a genuine mutual affection, and had it not been for the feudal system, they would not have been so distressed. Yet at present she truly had no confidence in safeguarding both the young mistress and the child in her womb. Thus she would rather decline this family outright than let them face ultimate disappointment. But now the young master remained kneeling. Lord and Lady Wang were in tears, and the patient lay on the bed at death's door. As a physician, how could she bear to refuse? "Lady Wang, I must speak frankly with you now. I have no assurance of saving your daughter-in-law and her unborn child. Therefore, I do not wish to lead your entire family from hope to utter despair." Hearing this, Lady Wang quickly stepped forward and clasped Qiao Lan's hands. "Princess, this old woman never expected the child to be born at full term, but as the months grow, I fear my daughter-in-law lying on that bed will not survive." Now that Lady Wang had laid the matter bare, if Qiao Lan refused again, it would be an outright affront to Xie Qianai. "Lord Wang, Lady Wang, I can only do what an ordinary physician would do. As for this child, Seeing that Qiao Lan was beginning to relent, Lord and Lady Wang dared not ask for more, and quickly agreed, fearing that the next moment Xie Qianai might take Qiao Lan away. Meanwhile, the steward, witnessing the scene, promptly ordered the servants to prepare the finest guest chamber. Though unaware of Qiao Lan's plans, Lady Wang, seeing that night had fallen, naturally led Qiao Lan and Xie Qianai to the chamber. Once they arrived, Lady Wang took her leave. Seated on the bed, Qiao Lan pondered the pulse she had taken that day. The young mistress's body was severely depleted. Forcibly sustaining the pregnancy could inflict grave harm on the mother. "You should not have accepted this matter today." Xie Qianai sat beside Qiao Lan, brimming with concern. Throughout, he had never worried that Lord Wang might cause him any trouble. But that child is so tenacious. Moreover, throughout it all, no one in the Wang family has ever forced me to preserve the baby. Hearing this, Xie Qianai understood what had softened Qiao Lan's heart was never the family's pleas, but the young mistress's indomitable will to live. With that realization, further words were unnecessary. The hour was late, and after a brief wash they prepared for bed. Unexpectedly, a maid came knocking urgently at the door. "Princess, the lady requests your presence." At these words they quickly threw on their outer robes. For Lady Wang to summon them so urgently could only mean something had happened to the young mistress. "Do not panic." Though Xie Qianai offered verbal reassurance, his movements hastened. The maid led them to the young mistress's boudoir. "This is a lady's private chamber. The prince should not enter. I shall go in to see." Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Xie Qianai felt his intrusion was inappropriate and acquiesced. Upon entering the boudoir, Qiao Lan found the young mistress's face ashen, while Lady Wang stood by, her face streaked with tears of panic. "Princess, please see what has befallen my daughter-in-law." Qiao Lan immediately sat beside her and took her pulse. The moment her fingers touched the wrist, she sensed a faint heartbeat, yet the wound she had dressed earlier showed signs of improvement. By all logic, this should not be so unless something was amiss with the child in her womb. The thought had scarcely crossed Qiao Lan's mind when she placed her hand on the young mistress's garments to feel for the fetal heartbeat. As she had suspected, the fetal heartbeat was even weaker than the mother's. If they could survive this night, the days ahead might be more bearable. "Princess, how is she?" Qiao Lan heaved a soft sigh and had Lady Wang's maid assist her away. Now she needed to rely on the power of silver needles to seal the young mistress's 5 viscera. But when she touched her again, the young mistress's body was already growing cold. "Now I shall use my own strength to aid you, but whether you can survive this night rests solely on you. Think of how much courage the child in your womb has mustered to live until now." Without waiting for a response, she sealed the 5 viscera with silver needles, hoping to keep the blood and qi within her body for a while longer. For an ordinary person, blocked blood and qi might cause cardiac arrest, but for the young mistress whose life force was nearly extinguished, it offered a chance to stabilize. Throughout the entire needle treatment, though the 5 viscera were sealed, she still had to continuously insert needles at the ankle without pause. This technique allowed most of the blood and qi to remain within the 5 viscera, while a trickle still flowed to sustain the rest of the body. Qiao Lan did not know whether this method would buy the young mistress a chance at life, but it was all she could do. After about a quarter of an hour, the young mistress's blood and qi gradually warmed, and her pulse grew stronger. Nevertheless, Qiao Lan dared not relax in the slightest, for if the needles were not maintained properly, it could result in a false revival. Thus, Qiao Lan persisted for another half-quarter of an hour until the young mistress's pulse finally stabilized and her abdomen showed robust rhythmic movements. Seeing this, Qiao Lan breathed a silent sigh of relief. At least for tonight, the young mistress and her child would be safe. As Qiao Lan opened the door, Lady Wang could already hear the young mistress's steady breathing. When they all returned to the main hall, the young master knelt before Qiao Lan with a thud. "Princess, your life-saving grace is beyond repayment." As Xie Chenai stepped forward to help him rise, Qiao Lan spoke softly from the side. "Though the young mistress now sleeps peacefully, you must remember that her body's depletion is not something that occurred overnight. From the look of her belly, it seems only that of a woman 5 or 6 months along, yet I believe she has been pregnant for over 7 months." Hearing Qiao Lan's words, the Wang family members nodded silently. But this was precisely what concerned Qiao Lan the most. If the fetus were to develop normally, forcing a pregnancy preservation in the 5th or 6th month could very likely result in organ failure. "If Lord Wang does not mind the trouble, could you have the maid bring them to me?" For Lord Wang's family, Qiao Lan was their savior. There was no word of inconvenience. Young Master Wang, noticing the maid's sluggish pace, personally went to the study and carried all the writing materials, brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, to the main hall. Qiao Lan took the materials from young Master Wang and immediately began writing her prescription on the paper. Since she was unsure of how much medicine Madame Wang could tolerate, she decided to use the external application method, applying the herbal paste to the navel. The ingredients she chose were donkey hide gelatin and mugwort leaves. Gathering these 2 ingredients was no difficulty for the Wang family, who regularly received nourishing medicines into their household. After about 3/4 of an hour, young Master Wang had all the materials laid out before Qiao Lan. "Now I only need to trouble Madame Wang to have a maid take me to the small kitchen, and if possible bring a stone mortar as well." Madame Wang immediately sent someone to arrange this, and only when everything was prepared did she personally accompany Qiao Lan to the kitchen. Qiao Lan observed the medicinal herbs and began her work. She first melted the donkey hide gelatin, then roasted the mugwort leaves until dry and ground them into powder. She poured the mugwort powder into the gelatin liquid, stirred until well combined, and prepared it as a paste for later use. "The preparations are now complete. I would be grateful if Madame Wang could escort me to young Madame Wang's chambers." Madame Wang's heart remained uneasy throughout the journey, for the simplicity of both the remedy and Qiao Lan's method seemed almost too straightforward. Had it not been for Qiao Lan's actions today, she feared she might have already voiced her doubts. After all, the physicians who had come before would have boiled every tonic in the world into the potion, yet today Qiao Lan had merely administered acupuncture to young Madame Wang, and even this carefully prepared herbal paste was so simply applied. Once inside, Qiao Lan took the herbal paste and applied it directly to the pregnant woman's Shunkei acupoint at the navel, covered it with gauze, secured it with adhesive tape, and then placed a hot water bottle over the navel to warm the area. After about a quarter of an hour, young Madame Wang's body temperature began to normalize. Only then did Qiao Lan's anxious heart finally settle completely. Having spent these past few days in restless anxiety at the Wang mansion, Qiao Lan decided she would stay by young Madame Wang's side rather than endure such uncertainty. "Might I ask if Madame Wang would permit me to remain beside young Madame Wang? Her condition remains unpredictable." Madame Wang was naturally pleased with Qiao Lan's request, yet she hesitated. After all, these were guests, and despite Xie Chenye's fallen circumstances, he was still a legitimate prince while she was merely the mistress of this house. Qiao Lan naturally sensed Madame Wang's dilemma. "Madame Wang, my lord, and I came at your husband's invitation to treat young Madame Wang. The patient's needs must come first." With her concerns alleviated, Madame Wang readily agreed, though worried Qiao Lan could not manage alone. She reported this to her husband, and the prince then came to assist in the care. Qiao Lan could see that over the past half-year Madame Wang had been so worn down, she had little spirit left. Now that young Madame Wang's condition had stabilized and sleep eluded her, she resolved to see this through completely. "Madam, have you been experiencing chest tightness and shortness of breath these past few days, eh?" Madame Wang's eyes lit up at Qiao Lan's question. For over a year, the entire family had been tormented by her daughter-in-law's illness, and though her own health had been poor, she had kept quiet to spare her husband and son further worry. "Your chest tightness stems from insufficient sleep and prolonged tension. I have observed you and find no serious illness. Tomorrow, while preparing medicine for young Madame Wang, I will prescribe something for you as well." Madame Wang felt deeply ashamed. She had initially doubted Qiao Lan's medical skills, judging a noble spirit by her own petty standards. Seeing Madame Wang was equally sleepless, and with time to spare before the next dressing change for young Madame Wang, they chatted idly until dawn broke. As light first appeared, Qiao Lan applied the second poultice to young Madame Wang. A faint blush colored the young woman's cheeks, and Qiao Lan immediately took her pulse. Only then did relief touch Qiao Lan's brow. She had survived the night. Now it was simply a matter of maintaining the pregnancy. Madame Wang watched silently, afraid to disturb Qiao Lan and risk any mistake with her daughter-in-law. "Madame need not worry. Young Madame Wang's condition has stabilized." With those words, Madame Wang finally exhaled. In their 2-year search for a cure for their daughter-in-law, they had summoned every renowned physician within 100 miles, and now at last, they had Qiao Lan's assurance. Before Qiao Lan could finish, Madame Wang hurried to the main hall to share the news with her husband and son. "Your Highness's medical skill is indeed remarkable. Within a single day, you have stabilized our daughter-in-law's condition. This great kindness will never be forgotten." Lord Wang rose immediately and bowed to Xiechenya, for the princess consort's intervention had pulled their family back from the brink of ruin. Yet while the Wang family celebrated, Xiechenya's worry deepened. Having witnessed Qiao Lan's acupuncture sessions, he feared her strength might fail her. Healing others was noble, but one must not exceed one's limits. When Qiao Lan arrived in the main hall accompanied by a maid, young Master Wang immediately paid his respects. "Were it not for your Highness's tireless efforts, how could my wife have survived the night? Whatever difficulties your Highness and the princess consort may face in the future, the Wang family will give everything." Madame Wang hastily guided Qiao Lan to a seat, terrified that any neglect would drive their savior away. The Wang family naturally wished Qiao Lan would stay until their daughter-in-law delivered safely, but as subjects they could not compel Xiechenya and Qiao Lan to remain. Qiao Lan calculated that young Madame Wang had now reached a critical threshold. Whatever dangers lay ahead, she should be able to weather them. Young Madame Wang's condition has stabilized. For now, standard prenatal care methods should suffice. Despite Qiao Lan's words, Madame Wang hoped she would personally prescribe a formula for her daughter-in-law. After all those incompetent physicians had had 2 years, yet her daughter-in-law's condition had worsened rather than improved. Now that the princess consort had spoken, it meant they would soon depart. Her faith in those quacks had vanished. After much internal struggle, Madame Wang finally found the courage to ask, "Would it be possible, your Highness, to leave a prescription for our daughter-in-law?" Qiao Lan did not refuse the request, understanding the hopes and fears weighing on the Wang family's hearts. Since Qiao Lan needed brushes, ink, paper, and an inkstone, the previous day, young Master Wang, after consulting with his father, left a set in the main hall. Thus, after forming a general idea in her mind, Qiao Lan wrote down her prescription on the paper. When young Master Wang stepped forward to examine it, he saw that the paper listed Scutularia atractylodes, wolfberry angelica, and maton, 10 grams each. He immediately dispatched someone to fetch the herbs. "The prescription I have now written for young Madame Wang needs to be taken only once daily, but the timing must be observed. The decoction requires 2 hours to prepare. Once 2 hours have passed, it must be consumed while still slightly warm." Upon hearing this, Lady Wang nodded vigorously. At this point, she regarded Qiao Lan as a little deity, having witnessed her extraordinary medical skills firsthand. Now that young Madame Wang's matter was settled, and she had promised last night to prepare a prescription for Lady Wang, Qiao Lan said, "If Lady Wang has a moment now, why not sit across from me, and let me take your pulse?" Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Lady Wang was momentarily startled. She suddenly recalled what Qiao Lan had said the previous night, and it struck her that the princess, despite her exhaustion, had not forgotten her. "My health can wait any time, but your highness hasn't rested all night. Why not go to the guest room and take a break? If anything arises, I can send someone to disturb you. Since I promised you this, it's no trouble at all. Taking a pulse won't take long. Please just sit across from me with peace of mind." After these words, Xiechenya, who had been standing by, immediately darkened his face. This girl had never once worried about her own health, but now that Lady Wang was already seated across from her, what could he say? Minister Wang, a shrewd man in officialdom, naturally noticed Xiechenya's expression. "On behalf of my humble wife, I apologize to your highness the prince. Over the past 2 years, due to our daughter-in-law's condition, her own health has also suffered. I am truly sorry to trouble her highness the princess with her treatment today." Now that Minister Wang had spoken so plainly, even if Xiechenya harbored dissatisfaction, he could not vent it. He merely nodded and sat down to one side. After taking her pulse, Qiao Lan found that Lady Wang's qi and blood were somewhat depleted. If this continued, it could lead to serious trouble. After a brief pulse diagnosis, Qiao Lan wrote down a prescription on the paper beside her. "Although your condition is not as severe as young Madame Wang's, it requires prompt treatment. I have finished the prescription. You need to take it 3 times a day with meals." Lady Wang, though aware that her body was depleted, had never imagined it was so serious. Having watched his wife suffer for 2 years, young Master Wang could not bear to see his mother endure the same. Once Qiao Lan finished writing the prescription, he immediately sent a servant to fetch the herbs. After resolving all the issues, Qiao Lan initially intended to leave, but recalling young Madame Wang's unpredictable condition, she decided to stay one more night. If after taking the medicine tonight her body remained stable, then from then on, aside from taking the medication, she could live like an ordinary person. Seeing that Qiao Lan showed no intention of leaving, Lady Wang was overjoyed and immediately instructed the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous lunch and dinner. After a brief conversation, Qiao Lan and Xiechenya returned to the guest room. "Now that their family's matters are resolved, why haven't we left?" Xiechenya's tone was somewhat irritated, as he felt that Qiao Lan never truly cared about her own body. He could accept that she prioritized patients above all, but she kept forgetting that her own body also needed care. If she continued like this, she would end up falling ill more easily than anyone else. Although young Madame Wang's condition is currently stable, she may develop secondary symptoms. I need to observe tonight to see if she can withstand any acute flare-ups on her own. Hearing this, Xiechenya was speechless, but he could say nothing more. After all, Qiao Lan never changed her mind once she had decided. "I heard from Lady Wang that you didn't rest at all last night." Faced with Xiechenya's interrogation, Qiao Lan merely nodded blankly. She had thought she could stay energetic all day, but now that everything was settled, drowsiness overwhelmed her. Seeing Qiao Lan state, Xiechenya could not bear to scold her further. He spread out the bedding on the couch. "Rest here for a while. I'll call you if anything comes up." At his words, Qiao Lan weakly lay down on the bed and soon fell asleep. Xiechenya stepped forward and gently spread out her tightly clenched little hands. Knowing that she had been using acupuncture needles all day yesterday, and her hands must be sore, he began to massage them slowly, relieving her fatigue. In the kitchen, lunch was ready. Lady Wang initially intended to send a servant to invite the 2 distinguished guests, but on second thought, since Qiao Lan had not rested all night, she simply instructed the small kitchen to set aside a meal for them. At the dining table, only the 3 family members were present. Minister Wang found this odd, as the princess was the savior of their entire family. "Why didn't you invite His Highness and Her Highness?" "You old fool, how can you be so muddled? Her Highness stayed up all night watching over our daughter-in-law. She finally has a chance to rest. Disturbing her now would be the height of disrespect." Hearing Lady Wang's words, Minister Wang awkwardly touched his nose. He had only thought of expressing his gratitude to the prince and princess at the table, but had not considered this aspect. A servant brought over the medicinal soup that Lady Wang needed for her lunch. "How did this brew so quickly?" By the way, has young madam's portion been prepared? The servant having placed the soup before Lady Wang nodded. Seeing this, young Master Wang quickly finished a few mouthfuls of rice and left. The Wang couple did not say anything about their son's behavior. After returning to his room, young Master Wang saw his wife lying on the bed, her complexion gradually growing rosy and his eyes moistened. Since marrying him, she had endured nothing but suffering. She had finally conceived the little rascal in her belly, only to be tormented half to death by the child. Young Master Wang carefully fed the prepared medicinal soup to his wife. But just then young Madame Wang suddenly clutched her chest and began gasping for breath. "Dear, what's wrong?" No sooner had he spoken than young Madame Wang vomited a mouthful of dark blood. Although he knew the princess was resting, his wife's sudden symptom sent him scrambling to the guest room. To prevent anyone from suddenly knocking and disturbing Qiao Lan, Xiaoqianai had been standing guard outside the door. He had felt somewhat relieved around noon, but before long he saw young Master Wang stumbling toward him. "Your Highness, my wife." Upon hearing young Master Wang's words, Xiaoqianai gently massaged his forehead, but still tiptoed back to the room to awaken Qiao Lan. Lanner. Qiao Lan heard someone calling her, yet the drowsiness of her body made it impossible to open her eyes. She squirmed a little, then suddenly remembered that she was now in the prince's residence, and that it must be young Master Wang's wife in trouble again. She abruptly opened her eyes. Seeing Qiao Lan seemingly startled, Xiaoqianai felt a pang of sympathy in his heart, yet he forcibly suppressed his own displeasure and comforted her. "Take your time." Qiao Lan shook her head and began to rise and tidy herself. After simply donning an outer robe, she stepped out of the room. "Your Highness, I know it is improper to disturb you at this hour, but my wife suddenly vomited blood." Hearing this, Qiao Lan's heart leapt to her throat. She grabbed her acupuncture needles and hurriedly followed young Master Wang to their room. From outside the door, she saw young Master Wang's wife clutching her chest and gasping for air, evidently struggling to breathe. Fearing any delay in urgent treatment, Qiao Lan rushed forward immediately. After a brief procedure, Qiao Lan finally managed to calm young Master Wang's wife's breathing. "When did you administer her herbal decoction?" "At the midday meal. A servant said her medicine was ready, so I hurried over and gave it to her once it had cooled a little." Listening to young Master Wang recount the entire process, Qiao Lan could not find any mistake. Yet if there was no error, why had his wife reacted so violently? Qiao Lan was instantly lost in bewilderment, unsure of what to do next. She had thought that after last night's acupuncture, young Master Wang's wife would be able to tolerate the herbal decoction. But today's reactions revealed that her body could not absorb the medicine's effects. To ensure that young Master Wang's wife would not suffer the same symptoms again, Qiao Lan resolved to perform acupuncture once more, as the decoction had proven too potent for her. "Your Highness, what should we do now?" Young Master Wang stood by, anxiously perplexed that despite the improvement last night, today had taken such a turn. Yet with Qiao Lan applying acupuncture, he could only wait despite his many doubts. As Qiao Lan had suspected, after the acupuncture, young Master Wang's wife's condition stabilized again and her complexion gradually recovered. Though this indicated a positive trend, Qiao Lan remained deeply concerned. After all, without a proper medicinal diet to regulate her body, even after the child was born, the mother would still suffer from blood deficiency. After finishing the acupuncture, Qiao Lan led young Master Wang outside the room. "Young Master Wang, I know you are deeply worried about your wife. I can tell you now that her condition is not too serious, but the medicinal diet may not be effective for her." Hearing the first half, young Master Wang's brow relaxed, but at the second half he frowned in confusion. Qiao Lan then briefly explained the whole situation, and only then did his heart ease somewhat. Although his wife's condition was not critical, it meant that the coming days would be very taxing for the princess. When Madame Wang and Lord Wang arrived in haste, their daughter-in-law had already passed the crisis. After young Master Wang recounted the events to them, their faces showed signs of distress. Had it been an ordinary physician, they could have simply asked him to stay. But how could they shamelessly approach the prince and request that the princess continue to care for their daughter-in-law? What made it even more difficult was that Lord Wang himself was a subject, and Xiaoqianai's bringing Qiao Lan here was already a great honor. After attending to young Master Wang's wife, Qiao Lan returned to her room. The symptoms she had observed in the young lady were unprecedented in her experience, and the diagnostic process had drained much of her energy. If she did not rest in time, she might faint. As a physician, she wished to use her skills to save young Master Wang's wife, but the situation had exceeded her expectations. Persisting might lead to the loss of both mother and child. Qiao had intended to discuss with Qiao Lan when to return home, but as he stepped into the room, he saw her already fast asleep on the bed. It was only when Madame Wang sent someone to invite Qiao Lan and Qiao to dine that Qiao Lan slowly awoke from her slumber. "We've been delayed here too long. If nothing unexpected happens, shall we leave tomorrow?" Qiao Lan, still half asleep, had no energy to respond to Qiao's words. Supported by Qiao, the two arrived at the dining hall. Madame Wang came forward to greet them, helping Qiao Lan to a seat before speaking. "These past days my daughter-in-law has been terribly weak, and as a result your highness has also been affected." Hearing Madame Wang's words, Lord Wang could only murmur in agreement. Now in the presence of the prince, how could he, a subject, dare to ask Qiao Lan to stay? But young Master Wang, preoccupied with his wife, could no longer be bothered with courtly etiquette. "Your highness, I have a favor to beg of you." Qiao was visibly irritated by young Master Wang's behavior, though he only showed it on his face. Seeing the atmosphere turn cold, Lord Wang could not let his son continue. "The princess has just rested. Let her eat first, and we can discuss this after the meal." In truth, Qiao Lan had known since her arrival that she might be delayed in the Wang residence for a long time, but that was based on her unfamiliarity with the young lady's condition. Now that the situation was laid before her, continuing to waste time here would be meaningless. The child in young Master Wang's wife's womb was struggling valiantly against the illness. If she delayed the treatment, she would be a sinner for eternity. Though she was unfamiliar with the people of this era, she searched through the original owner's memories and remembered that Imperial Physician Liu in the palace was adept at gynecological ailments. "I understand young Master Wang's feelings, but my medical skills are too shallow to continue treating your wife. If you could request Imperial Physician Liu from the palace to attend to her, she would surely recover." Upon hearing this, Madame Wang's face showed embarrassment, and young Master Wang, who was also kneeling, fell silent. Qiao Lan had no knowledge of what had transpired between them, and even Qiao was puzzled. "Forgive my frankness, your highness, but when my daughter-in-law first fell ill, we did petition the palace. Imperial Physician Liu came to examine her, but her illness was so strange and stubborn that even he could do nothing." Qiao Lan found it difficult to comprehend these words. By all logic, such matters should have been trivial for Imperial Physician Liu, so how could this be? Moreover, throughout the entire treatment process, she had not detected any other ailments afflicting young Madame Wang. "If Lady Wang has time this afternoon, I would be grateful if you could take me to see young Madame Wang again." Upon hearing Qiao Lan's words, Lady Wang was naturally overjoyed. Since Qiao Lan had proactively offered to visit her daughter-in-law, once more she promptly arranged for everyone to hasten through lunch. After finishing lunch, Qiao Lan followed Lady Wang to young Madame Wang's side. Having endured yesterday's ordeal, young Madame Wang was now in a deep slumber. Qiao Lan immediately began to check her pulse. As Qiao Lan continued palpating, her brows grew increasingly furrowed. It appeared that young Madame Wang's constitution had reached its limits. Otherwise, how could she have deteriorated so drastically within just a single day? She had originally believed that the child was tenaciously resisting the illness within young Madame Wang's body, never expecting that this very child would prove to be a death warrant for her. "Lady Wang, if you are willing, I can forcibly induce labor for young Madame Wang. If we continue to delay any longer, her life will be in grave danger." Upon hearing this, Lady Wang's body instantly went limp. Had she not been gripping the nearby pillar, she would have collapsed to the ground in terror. "We naturally place our trust in your highness's medical expertise. If both mother and child can be saved, that would be ideal. But if not, ensuring my daughter-in-law's survival must be the utmost priority." Hearing Lady Wang's words, Qiao Lan felt a wave of relief. She was determined to preserve young Madame Wang's life. Based on the original owner's medical achievements, as long as she remained composed, she should be able to successfully induce the delivery. "Then let us begin today. I request that Lady Wang prepare all the items on my list, and have someone from the kitchen bring several basins of hot water and warm wine." Though Lady Wang was uncertain of their purpose, she was resolved to personally oversee everything once the instructions were given. Once everything was prepared, Qiao Lan used warm wine to sterilize the silver needles, then carefully inserted them into young Madame Wang's acupoints one by one. All preparations are now complete. We simply need to wait. If all goes well, the delivery may occur by tomorrow morning. If your highness requires assistance, I shall send several midwives to wait outside. Upon hearing Lady Wang's offer, Qiao Lan nodded in agreement. While the original owner's medical expertise was remarkable, Qiao Lan herself lacked experience in childbirth. After obtaining Qiao Lan's consent, Lady Wang immediately dispatched a maid to summon the midwives she had previously stationed outside the manor. Everything was now in place, and all that remained was to wait in silence. It was not until dawn, when the sky began to lighten, that young Madame Wang, lying on the bed, suddenly furrowed her brows. Beads of sweat the size of pearls fell onto her temples. Observing the signs, Qiao Lan surmised the child was ready to emerge and immediately began pressing her acupoints. Though the baby within young Madame Wang was not yet full term at 9 months, this technique was essential to ensure the mother's survival. Under the combined pressure of Qiao Lan's acupoint manipulation and needle treatment, young Madame Wang's pain grew increasingly intense. Watching young Madame Wang's rapid breathing on the bed, Lady Wang naturally worried about the safety of her daughter-in-law and the child within. Your Highness, may I ask if you need the midwives to enter now? If so, I shall go fetch them immediately. But Qiao Lan was too occupied pressing on young Madame Wang's abdomen to pay attention to Lady Wang's words. Seeing that Qiao Lan was overwhelmed and unable to attend to everything, Lady Wang disregarded whether she had permission and directly summoned the midwives from outside. The midwives, accustomed to delivering full-term babies, felt a surge of fear as they watched Qiao Lan frantically pressing on young Madame Wang's abdomen. Lady Wang, this is. For now, just stay here. If you are needed, step forward to help. If not, wait nearby. The midwives were already terrified by the scene before them, and at Lady Wang's instructions, they could only nod blankly from the side. Lady Wang's heart was now in her throat, and the events unfolding in this room had long been reported by the maids outside to her husband and son. Upon hearing the news, everyone in the main hall was astonished. Xiechinia's expression grew increasingly grim. He had objected yesterday to Qiao Lan remaining here, yet now this woman dared to undertake such a dangerous procedure in the room. Xieshao Gongzi shared the same sentiments as Xiecheni. He had never imagined Qiao Lan would resort to inducing labor, since every woman in the world delivers at full term. Yet now, whether in the main hall or elsewhere, everyone could only wait. Young Madame Wang, lying on the bed, had been completely roused by the pain. My stomach hurts so much, please protect my child, protect my child. Watching her frail daughter-in-law still fighting to preserve the Wang family line in her final moments, Lady Wang's tears fell uncontrollably. All you need to do now is conserve your strength. Both you and the child will be safe. As Qiao Lan spoke, she pressed harder on the silver needles at the acupoints. Young Madame Wang's pain had reached its peak, accompanied by bleeding from below. The midwives standing by were filled with anxiety at this scene. They had never delivered a baby in such circumstances and feared young Madame Wang would faint if this continued. But they were merely servants with only delivery experience, and the master of the house was present. Despite their concerns, they dared not speak. While pressing on the abdomen, Qiao Lan had already felt the fetus moving into the pelvic cavity. You several come here quickly. Qiao Lan immediately signaled the midwives to begin delivering the baby. She continued pressing on young Madame Wang's abdomen while the midwives monitored the fetus's condition. From dawn until midday, they labored through the ordeal. Young Madame Wang progressed from unbearable pain to screams and wails. The maids inside and out continuously replaced basins of bloody water. The young master waiting in the main hall had grown pale. His wife's body had already been weakened when she conceived. For over half a year they had employed every method to preserve the pregnancy, yet now she still faced such suffering. Though burning with anxiety, he could only wait for the outcome. The room was thick with the smell of blood as the midwives strained with all their might to deliver the baby from young Madame Wang's womb. Little madam, you must exert more effort. The baby's head is almost out. Hearing the midwife's words, Qiao Lan steeled her resolve and pushed the silver needle at the acupoint deeper into her body. Only by keeping Wang Zaifuran constantly awake could she ensure the delivery process would not come to a halt midway. I can't bear it anymore, mother-husband. Hearing Wang Zaifuran's heart-wrenching screams, Madame Wang trembled uncontrollably. She did not know what the outcome of today's events would be, but witnessing her child suffer so greatly before her eyes was simply unbearable. Yet it was precisely that fierce cry from Wang Xiaofuran that enabled the midwives to seize the child and carefully guide it from the womb. "Madam, the baby has been born." Upon hearing these words, Wang Xiaofuran, lying on the bed, immediately fainted away. Compared to the midwives, Qiao Lan's anxiety was far greater. Previously, Wang Xiaofuran had been able to endure through sheer willpower, but now that the baby had been delivered, she feared only a final breath remained. Madame Wang hurried forward to examine the child, noting how much weaker it appeared compared to a full-term baby, without bothering to check whether it was a boy or girl. Just as everyone worried about Wang Xiaofuran's condition, the child suddenly let out a cry, and it was precisely that sound that caused Wang Xiaofuran's eyes to begin moving. Noticing this response, Qiao Lan felt a surge of relief and immediately withdrew the silver needles from her body, then located the appropriate points to stop the bleeding. When Qiao Lan placed the final needle on Wang Xiaofuran's acupoint, she vomited the blood she had been holding back. Once Wang Xiaofuran's body temperature began to rise and warmth returned to her limbs, Qiao Lan collapsed beside her, completely exhausted. Although the baby was delivered through induced labor, at least Wang Xiaofuran's life has been saved. "Bring the child here, so I may examine it." Though Qiao Lan was weak, she had not yet seen the baby. When the midwife handed the child to her, Qiao Lan finally smiled. "Madame Wang, though this child was born prematurely, their body is strong enough to resist external pathogens. All of this was achieved by your daughter-in-law's desperate effort to save this pregnancy at great cost to herself." Only upon hearing Qiao Lan's congratulatory words did Madame Wang's heart gradually calm. Having witnessed today's events, she understood just how much spiritual energy and vitality her daughter-in-law had expended to bring this child into the world. This child, Madame Wang need not worry, this child is far stronger than you might imagine. Only after Qiao Lan personally confirmed this did they take the baby from her arms. "Quickly go announce the good news to the master and young master." The servant nearby immediately uncovered the small garment wrapped around the child. "Celebrations, madam. It is a healthy boy." The servant wasted no time rushing to the main hall to share this joyful news with Lord Wang and young Master Wang. Though both men were strong and resolute, they were both in tears upon hearing the news, and they immediately knelt before Xiaoqianai. "Your Majesty, you and the princess are the saviors of our Wang household. From this day forward, our family is at your service." After Lord Wang finished speaking, young Master Wang kowtowed deeply several times before Xiaoqianai. Yet more than their joy, Xiaoqianai's immediate concern was for Qiao Lan's well-being. While Lord Wang and young Master Wang went to see the newborn, Xiaoqianai returned to their guest quarters. By then, Qiao Lan was already resting on the couch, supported by Madame Wang and the maid. Xiaoqianai approached and noticed she had fallen into peaceful slumber, so he murmured softly beside her, "If your strength was insufficient, we could have declined this matter. Instead, you've pushed yourself to this state." Though he was angry at what Qiao Lan had done, seeing her grow increasingly frail since arriving at the Wang mansion, he couldn't help but massage and relax her. Qiao Lan dreamed of her past life in modern times when everyone around her had been so kind. That was why even in a different era, she couldn't help but lend a hand whenever she saw others suffering. Qiao Lan slept soundly through the night until dawn. The moment she opened her eyes, Madame Wang was already there holding a meal prepared for her. "I am grateful to the princess for all she has done for my grandson. Without her devoted help, my daughter-in-law and the child would both have perished." After putting on her outer garment, Qiao Lan helped Madame Wang sit in a nearby chair. "If Madame Wang wishes to express gratitude, it should be to your daughter-in-law. Without her powerful will to save this child, even a reborn Hua Tuo could not have changed the outcome." Madame Wang looked deeply remorseful. From the start, she had doubted Qiao Lan's medical abilities despite Lu Mushi's strong recommendations. Qiao Lan could easily read Madame Wang's unspoken thoughts, but since the matter was resolved, she saw no reason to dwell on it. Qiao Lan barely had an appetite for the food before her, eating only enough to fill her stomach. "I wonder if Wang Xiaofuran might be available now. She suffered significant bleeding during delivery, and I'd like her to take this time to recover properly." Hearing this, Madame Wang was overjoyed. She had come specifically for this purpose and was eager to agree. That girl has been talking about you nonstop since the delivery. Madame Wang led Qiao Lan to Wang Ziafuren's room as she spoke. Child, this is Princess Yong. Hearing this, Wang Ziafuren turned to look at Qiao Lan. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life and this child. Without your intervention, we would have been separated from our family forever. Qiao Lan smiled and shook her head, then sat beside Wang Ziafuren to take her pulse. Though she had imagined Wang Ziafuren's condition to be severe, she hadn't expected her to be so critically weak. Wang Ziafuren understood her body was nearly spent and that expensive medicines would be wasted on her. But unlike her, Madame Wang was on edge, her heart in her throat. She watched Qiao Lan's brows grow increasingly furrowed, terrified that something might go wrong with her daughter-in-law. Princess, how is my daughter-in-law's condition? Worried about rumors spreading among the servants, Madame Wang had kept only the three of them in the room throughout. Wang Ziafuren has safely delivered the young master. Her body only needs time to recover with proper care. These words brought a sense of relief to both individuals present. Although Wang Ziafuren already had a thorough understanding of her own body, hearing Qiao Lan's words still ignited a glimmer of hope within her. Upon receiving this news, Wang Furen naturally wished to share the joy with Wang Darren and Wang Zigongzi, so she took her leave first. After taking the pulse, Qiao Lan examined the child beside her. She found that although the child had been born with somewhat weak functions, he had recovered well over the past 2 days. Throughout the child's examination, Wang Ziafuren had been struggling to suppress her doubts, but in the end, she blurted them out. Princess Consort, I feel that my spirit and energy have been even better these past few days than during my pregnancy. I once heard elders say that some people experience a final burst of vitality before the end. That applies only to those whose bodies are already depleted. I have never believed that your body has deteriorated to that point. Your unease stems only from the fact that you have been teetering on the brink of life and death for the past year. Upon hearing this, Wang Ziafuren felt completely at ease, yet she still harbored some concern for her own body. Though she could now rely on the Princess Consort's assurance, who could predict the future. But Wang Ziafuren, even a child who does not yet understand the world, possesses such a strong will. Why do you torment yourself? No matter how much time you have left, as long as you can stay by your child's side each day, you have already won, have you not? Only then did Wang Ziafuren realize that this princess consort, though merely a physician, possessed a magnanimity far beyond her own. At the same time, she recognized the truth in the princess consort's words. No matter what difficulties lay ahead, she had already overcome the hardest part. What else could possibly trouble her? Many thanks, princess consort. Qiao Lan did not linger in the room, for she needed to devise a prescription to replenish Wang Ziafuren's blood within the limited time she had. Wang Ziafuren was currently deficient in both qi and blood, yet her body could not absorb precious herbs. Qiao Lan needed to find substitutes with milder potency, but equivalent efficacy. During the evening meal, Qiao Lan remained lost in thought until Xie Chenai placed a piece of pastry onto her plate. In that instant, she understood that to maximize the efficacy of medicinal herbs, one did not necessarily have to rely on decoction. If she could transform the medicine into a pastry, the therapeutic effect would remain the same, while the side effects would be greatly reduced. Only then did a smile break across her face. Xie Chenai, though puzzled, was glad to see Qiao Lan happy. After the meal, Qiao Lan bounded joyfully toward the guest room. I have not seen you this happy any day in recent days, said Xie Chenai. Hearing his voice, Qiao Lan realized that she owed this brilliant idea to his prompting. If not for the pastry you placed on my plate today, I would still be stuck on this prescription. From now on, I will show you how extraordinary it is to have a princess consort like me. Watching Qiao Lan's proud expression, Xie Chenai curled his lips slightly. Compared to medicinal pastries, Qiao Lan was more adept at brewing medicinal porridge. Given Wang Ziafuren's current condition, she could only use a mild blood-tonifying formula in small doses. The potent blood-tonifying medicines she usually employed could not be added in the slightest. Thus, she needed to devise new recipes to slowly replenish Wang Ziafuren's blood without her noticing. Qiao Lan suddenly recalled a formula called 5 red soup from a medical text. According to the book, 5 red soup was essentially a decoction of 5 red ingredients. The ingredients included 5 red dates, 20 goji berries, 20 red beans, and 20 red-skinned peanuts. These were placed in a covered clay pot with an appropriate amount of water and simmered until the ingredients were soft, then 2 tablespoons of brown sugar were added. However, for Wang Zaifuren's constitution, the final 2 tablespoons of brown sugar could be omitted. Having settled on the detailed steps, Qiao Lan, regardless of the hour, rushed to the small kitchen. Do you have red dates, goji berries, red beans, and redskin peanuts here? Though the kitchen servants did not know what Qiao Lan intended to do, they recalled the previous orders from Wang Furen and diligently searched for these items. We have them, but we need some time to gather everything. Despite their words, it did not take long before they had assembled all the ingredients. Since the master of the house has retired, you may go to rest as well. I will stay here and experiment for a while. Hearing Qiao Lan's words, the servants dared not move, for Wang Furen had instructed them to cooperate unconditionally with Qiao Lan. Do not worry. I often work in the kitchen at home. If anything goes wrong, I will ensure that Wang Furen does not blame you. Only after receiving Qiao Lan's assurance did the servants dare to leave. In truth, Qiao Lan simply did not want them to see her clumsy attempts. Although she could cook porridge passably, it was only mediocre. Qiao Lan placed the ingredients into the ceramic pot in order of their hardness. After about half an hour, she tasted a bowl to check the softness and found it quite satisfactory. During her break, Wang Furen suddenly awoke and, while strolling in the courtyard, noticed the kitchen light still burning. Curious to see what was happening, she was surprised to hear Qiao Lan's hearty laughter. Though unaware of Qiao Lan's purpose in the kitchen, she hurried over, afraid of neglecting such an honored guest. Princess Consort, are you hungry? If so, I will have the servants prepare something for you immediately. Wang Furen, do not worry. I simply thought of a better way to help Wang Zaifuren gradually restore her qi and blood. The servants were getting in my way, so I sent them off. Every word Qiao Lan spoke struck a chord in Wang Furen's heart. She had witnessed all that Qiao Lan had done during this time. She had never imagined that there could be a female physician under heaven who cared so thoughtfully for her patients. The world is fortunate to have a female physician like you. You flatter me, Wang Furen. I am merely doing my utmost. However, I now find myself in need of your assistance. With these words, Qiao Lan ladled another bowl from the ceramic pot for Wang Furen. I am not sure if this soup will be palatable to Wang Zaifuren. Please, Wang Furen, taste it and give me your opinion. Hearing this, Wang Furen quickly took the bowl. After tasting it, she was astonished by Qiao Lan's culinary skill. Your princess consort's cooking is exquisite. How could my daughter-in-law have any complaints? I merely wonder what purpose this serves. Upon hearing Madame Wang's praise, Qiao Lan felt a small thrill of delight in her heart. Although this was her first attempt, at least it had succeeded. And Madame Wang's final question had thoroughly opened Qiao Lan's floodgates. She carefully recounted to Madame Wang everything she had read in medical texts, explaining the medicinal properties of each ingredient one by one. When I first prescribed for Madame Wang, her body was far too weak to withstand such potent effects. However, this medicinal cuisine has remarkable nourishing properties, so we need no longer worry about her body rejecting the treatment. Although Madame Wang had been surrounded by physicians in the surrounding areas since childhood, she had never heard of such a method of healing. Yet, as Qiao Lan explained further, she came to see how profoundly beneficial this approach could be for her daughter-in-law. In that case, if your princess consort does not mind, I shall take this to her room at once and let her taste it. Upon hearing this, Qiao Lan went to the kitchen and found a clean bowl and spoon. From now on, I may need to trouble Madame Wang, for as a guest, I cannot freely come and go from the mistress's private chambers. Qiao Lan was a great benefactor to their family. Although Madame Wang did not care for such formalities, Qiao Lan felt that as a guest, she ought to maintain proper decorum. Due to the urgency of the situation, Madame Wang offered no explanation to Qiao Lan and hurriedly carried the bowl of porridge to Madame Wang. Hurry and taste this. It was made specially for you by the princess consort. At first, Madame Wang had her doubts about the porridge her mother-in-law brought, but upon hearing it was prepared by Qiao Lan, she immediately took the bowl. After Madame Wang finished drinking, her mother-in-law remained by her side, her heart pounding with anxiety. How is it? Do you feel any discomfort? If you are unwell, do not endure it in silence. Mother-in-law, I feel no discomfort at all. In fact, after drinking this porridge, I feel warmth spreading throughout my entire abdomen. Hearing her daughter-in-law's words, Madame Wang was too startled to respond before hastily carrying the bowl back to the kitchen. princess consort, my daughter-in-law, says she feels warmth throughout her entire abdomen after drinking this porridge. Upon hearing Madame Wang's words, Qiao Lan's eyes lit up immediately. May I ask, Madame Wang, has your daughter-in-law shown any signs of discomfort? Madame Wang shook her head, and such a result naturally filled Qiao Lan with great joy. In that case, from now on, Madame Wang only needs to have this small kitchen prepare daily meals for your daughter-in-law, according to my prescriptions. Though it will take time, gradually her qi and blood will be fully restored. Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Madame Wang was overwhelmed with happiness. She had never imagined that Qiao Lan could use such an innovative method to help her daughter-in-law recover. However, you must continue to monitor your daughter-in-law's condition closely. If she shows any signs of discomfort, stop using it immediately. After saying this to care for Qiao Lan's well-being, Madame Wang hurriedly advised her to return to her room and rest, suggesting they discuss other matters the following morning. Qiao Lan did not decline, and upon returning to her room, she discovered that Xie Chenai had already fallen asleep. Yet for Qiao Lan, today was the happiest day since arriving at the prince's mansion. The following morning, as Xie Chenai gazed at Qiao Lan lying beside him, there was not a trace of joy on his face. He had been waiting for her to return all night, never expecting that she had been in the kitchen the entire time. He had wanted to go in, but dared not disturb her, so he returned to his room and waited, only to fall asleep before she came back. Why are you up so early today? Qiao Lan, still drowsy with sleep, was genuinely startled to see Xie Chenai sitting across from her. Xie Chenai ignored her, his gaze coldly shifting away. Qiao Lan did not sense anything amiss with Xie Chenai. She simply felt an overwhelming drowsiness. She had intended to sleep a bit more, yet something felt off. On top of that, she had come up with several new ideas the night before, so she forced herself out of bed despite her exhaustion. I never realized my princess consort was so capable, stirring things up in the kitchen all night without even returning to rest. Hearing Xie Chenai's words, Qiao Lan was completely bewildered. What was he upset about now? She had come to the prince's mansion to heal the sick, not to lounge in guest quarters all day. If your highness finds staying here inconvenient, you may return home yourself. Once I finish my work here, Lord Wang will naturally send someone to escort me back. Listening to this ungrateful remark from the young woman, Xie Chenai was nearly bursting with anger. He had actually wanted to wait for her to wake up and have a proper conversation about her health, but she had simply slipped away to the kitchen instead. He had intended to go after her and bring her back, but then he encountered young Master Wang. Last night, I am deeply grateful to your princess consort. This morning my mother informed me of everything that transpired. Since my wife's health is so frail, she has caused you considerable worry during this time. Young Master Wang need not be so polite. Now that Madame Wang is still recovering, I will surely apply everything I have learned to develop several medicinal dishes for her. Upon hearing this, young Master Wang hastily bowed in return. He knew their Wang family was already deeply in Qiao Lan's debt, and without her steadfast assistance, how could his wife and child have survived? These words left Xie Chenai in an awkward position. He couldn't retreat or advance, so he could only follow young Master Wang to the study to converse with Lord Wang. However, the happiest among them all was Qiao Lan. During her sleep the previous night, she had recalled several nourishing soup recipes. Today she needed to prepare all of them so that the mansion's servants could accurately understand the ingredient measurements. The 5 red soup from last night combined 5 elements to benefit the patient's qi and strengthen the spleen, nourishing blood and treating anemia. Today she was thinking of developing several different variations for Madame Wang. Last night, the most vivid memory from her sleep was the astragalus kanji for replenishing vital energy, a nourishing rice porridge that tonifies the middle and strengthens the spleen and stomach. Since someone close to her had made it for her before, she didn't spend too much time this time around merely instructing the servants to gather the ingredients she needed. After all, this kanji is simple to prepare. Simmer 30 to 60 grams of astragalus and 15 to 20 grams of cotinopsis in water twice. Strain out the residue, then combine the medicinal liquid with 100 grams of japonica rice to cook into a porridge, finishing with a touch of white sugar. For this type of kanji, the most labor-intensive part is the constant stirring, as one must ensure no grains of rice adhere to the ceramic pot throughout the entire process. If she succeeded this time, given Lady Wang's devotion to Madame Wang the Younger, she would naturally assign the most trusted servants to handle the task, so she wouldn't need to worry too much about the overall heat control. After about 3/4 of an hour, the thick soup was ready. Qiao Lan smelled the fragrance from the kitchen and felt that she had succeeded this time. After breakfast, Lady Wang had intended to rest for a while, but then she overheard young Master Wang chatting with the prince and learned that Qiao Lan was currently in the kitchen. She hurried over immediately. Yesterday, the princess consort has already exhausted her efforts to make a soup, so why suddenly come to the small kitchen today? I didn't expect Lady Wang would also come. I thought for Madame Wang the Younger, if she eats the same thing every day, she would eventually get tired of it, so I tried to make a few more varieties today. Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Lady Wang stayed by the side. After a short while, the aroma of the porridge filled the entire kitchen. After tasting, the two agreed that this dish could be brought to Madame Wang the Younger's room for her to try. Just as Qiao Lan had expected, Madame Wang the Younger felt very comfortable after trying it. In fact, the essence of medicinal cuisine was to enable someone like Madame Wang the Younger, who was particularly averse to Chinese medicine, to take the medication happily. These two items may accompany you through the entire postpartum confinement period. I know it will be extraordinarily difficult to persist, but if your body can be nourished well as a result in the future, there might be a chance for you to give the young master a sibling. Madame Wang the Younger was naturally overjoyed to hear Qiao Lan's words. She had always believed that after giving birth to this child for the prince's residence, her body would completely collapse. Now Qiao Lan had given her enough hope, and she had been gradually feeling her body recovering over this period. Although seeing these two items every day would make her feel extremely annoyed, regardless, her body would gradually improve. Moreover, she no longer had to drink that bitter herbal medicine at every meal, which was already fortunate enough for her. Moreover, as your qi and blood are replenished, you can slowly get out of bed and walk, which will also help your wound heal. Just don't overexert yourself during the postpartum period. Lady Wang was also diligently noting every word Qiao Lan said. She had thought her daughter-in-law would pass away with her little grandson, but unexpectedly Qiao Lan not only saved their lives, but was also nurturing her daughter-in-law's body. We have troubled you for quite some time in the prince's residence. Now that Madame Wang the Younger's body is gradually recovering, and since the dowager consort is still at home and often unwell, I have discussed with the prince and decided to leave tomorrow. Although Lady Wang felt extremely reluctant, since the dowager consort's health was not what it used to be, she did not insist on Qiao Lan staying. Of course, Xie Chenye, who was in the study chatting happily with Lord Wang and young Master Wang, was unaware of Qiao Lan's decision. Qiao Lan and Lady Wang stayed in Madame Wang the Younger's room only for a short while before leaving, for she had just given birth and needed to rest well. Lady Wang, this is the prescription I wrote in my spare time today. Just have the servants follow it. However, in the next few days, Madame Wang the Younger may still feel curious, but as time goes on, she might become annoyed when encountering these foods again. Hearing Qiao Lan's instructions, Lady Wang felt warmth in her heart. She naturally understood the meaning behind Qiao Lan's words. Even if her daughter-in-law became too irritable, she would certainly find ways to persuade her. After arranging everything properly, Qiao Lan returned to the guest room and waited for Xie Chenye. She knew that Xie Chenye had sacrificed a lot for her during this period, which was why she informed Lady Wang of her decision during their conversation today. When Xie Chenye returned to the guest room and saw Qiao Lan staring blankly by the bed, he was somewhat surprised. Why doesn't the princess consort need to accompany Madame Wang the Younger today? Suddenly appearing in my guest room, one might think you're here as a guest. Hearing Xie Chenye's sour remarks, Qiao Lan was momentarily at a loss for words. I am currently working for the prince. If the prince harbors any resentment towards what I've done, then I will never handle such matters privately in the future. Facing Qiao Lan's sharp tongue, Xie Chenye did not pay much attention. He was just curious why this girl wasn't spending the day in the kitchen. Today, the moment I handed the prepared medicinal cuisine recipe to Lady Wang, I informed them that we would leave the prince's residence tomorrow. Hearing this, Xie Chenye just snorted coldly. Although he felt warmth in his heart, he still harbored some resentment towards Qiao Lan these past few days, for she had not paid him any attention from start to finish. One might think he was an incompetent prince despised by his own princess consort. Qiao Lan did not pay much attention to Xie Chenye's behavior, She just focused on packing her things. Before long, a maidservant came to invite Qiao and Qiao Lan to the main hall for a meal. As soon as Qiao Lan and Qiao sat down, Lord Wang, Lady Wang, and young Master Wang immediately walked over to them. These past few days, thanks to the great assistance of the prince and princess consort, otherwise my Wang family would have been bullied by our own clan in the future. From now on, whenever the prince and princess consort have need of the Wang residence, we will go through fire and water without hesitation. After Lord Wang finished speaking, the entire Wang family, old and young, knelt straight down before them. Qiao Lan found it hard to digest Lord Wang's words and actions at the moment, as she had never encountered such a scene before. Qiao immediately stepped forward to help Lord Wang up. The princess consort and I have merely rendered a trifling service. The fundamental reason is the love and care that Lord Wang and Lady Wang have for Madame Wang the Younger. Hearing Qiao words, Lady Wang and Lord Wang understood the implication and naturally exchanged some polite remarks. But for Qiao Lan, the greatest gain from this trip was that she realized she didn't necessarily have to follow the medical texts when treating patients back home. After everyone had finished dinner, Qiao and Qiao Lan returned to the guest room and slept in their clothes. In fact, during this period, the relationship between the two had grown a bit closer. The next day, Lord Wang prepared some remuneration and Lady Wang prepared some clothing commonly used by ladies. Qiao Lan did not decline these things, for they still needed to earn money on their own. When Qiao and Qiao Lan were about to leave, Lord Wang and Lady Wang said some conventional polite words, but those things were not important to Qiao Lan. Inside the carriage, Qiao carefully studied Qiao Lan. In fact, since his exile, he had never truly observed her. It was only this time that he discovered Qiao Lan possessed an indomitable spirit. No matter what emergencies arose, she never retreated. Perhaps he had never truly understood this so-called princess consort before. Qiao Lan also sensed his gaze and felt somewhat puzzled. She had not done anything to anger him that morning. I wonder what the prince's purpose is in staring at me like this, eh? The princess consort has already married me. Since she bears that title, surely she shouldn't be shy when her own husband looks at her. Hearing Qiao absurd words, Qiao Lan rolled her eyes. She had no desire to argue with such nonsense. The reason she became the princess consort was because of an imperial decree from the one far away in the capital. Moreover, she was not someone who would only marry him. Concerned about Endefei at home, Qiao Lan urged the carriage driver to speed up. By the time they returned, the others in the courtyard were still enjoying their evening meal. As soon as Qiao Lan entered the courtyard, she noticed Endefei's rosy complexion. Only then did her heart settle, and her expression naturally caught Endefei's attention. She had initially misunderstood and disapproved of this daughter-in-law, but now found Qiao Lan unusually endearing. Conversely, her affection for that son had only grown more distant. Years since you knew you'd return today, why didn't you send word home? Endefei hurried toward Qiao Lan with Lingxiu's assistance. Child, why aren't you seated yet? Have you been traveling all day and grown hungry? I'll have Lingxiu fetch you chopsticks and a bowl right away. Qiao Lan tightly grasped Endefei's hands and shook her head. Though their relationship had initially been distant, and she understood that Endefei's preferred daughter-in-law was actually Princess Anha. But through their extended time together, she came to realize that Endefei had never harbored ill will toward her. For someone who had never experienced familial warmth, Endefei seemed to illuminate her entire life. Endefei remained unaware of what Qiao Lan had experienced at the prince's mansion, simply leading her silently to the dining table. Child, you've grown quite thin during these days away from home. If that rascal has bullied you, do tell me. I'll make sure to teach him a proper lesson. Qiao, hearing his mother speak of him in such a manner, could only stand aside helplessly after they took their seats. Throughout the meal, Endefei showed Qiao Lan great care, nearly piling all the dishes from the table into her bowl. Eat quickly. You've worked hard these past days away from home. Rest well tonight. After everyone finished their evening meal, Qiao Lan returned to her room, still puzzled by Endefei's unusual behavior today. After all, when she had left, Endefei had still been confined to her sickbed. Just as Qiao Lan was deep in thought, Xiao Tao pushed open the door and entered. Mistress, what exactly have you been doing during the time you've been away? Hearing Xiao Tao's words, Qiao Lan slowly came back to her senses, though she preferred not to have too many people aware of what had transpired at the Wang residence. I merely accompanied the prince to visit some officials' homes. After Qiao Lan finished speaking, Xiao Tao presented her recent learning progress. Though Qiao Lan had only been away from home for a short time, she had been making use of her spare moments to study. Witnessing such progress, Qiao Lan felt deeply gratified. Xiao Tao was her capable assistant, and if she could master the art of medicine, they would be able to heal many more people. How has Endefai's health been these past few days? Her Highness has been taking the prescription you left consistently. Though still somewhat frail, she has improved considerably compared to before. Only at this moment did Qiao Lan feel a slight sense of relief. Tomorrow she was scheduled to check Endefai's pulse and adjust the prescription. Xiao Tao had already grasped the fundamentals and now needed to focus on systematic study of specific acupoints. This medical text covers acupuncture point knowledge. If it suits you, I hope you can master all the theoretical content within. Xiao Tao took the book and began to study it carefully. During Qiao Lan's absence, she had already discovered a learning approach that suited her. Noticing the dark circles under Qiao Lan's eyes, Xiao Tao tidied everything up before departing the room. Though Qiao Lan could not fathom why Endefai's attitude had shifted and Xiao Tao had not mentioned it, she felt that everything was progressing in a positive direction. It was not until she lay upon her bed that she felt truly alive again. During her time at the Wang residence in recent days, she had barely had any opportunity to rest. Soon Qiao Lan drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Endefai was conversing with Lingxiu in her chamber. Since the princess consort returned, I've noticed her dark circles have worsened. That child never knows how to care for herself. Tomorrow go to the small kitchen and prepare some nourishing dishes for her, so she can properly restore her health. Upon receiving Endefai's instructions, Lingxiu left the room to begin preparations. Endefai remained in her chamber, lost in memory and reflection. From the beginning, she had considered Qiao Lan an exceptionally capable young woman who could support Yi on his path forward. Moreover, despite the lack of open conflict and limited private communication between them, Qiao Lan had chosen to help her without hesitation when she fell ill. As a mother, she did not wish to see her son caught in such a difficult position. Now that she as an elder recognized her mistakes, she would make every effort to make amends to Qiao Lan in all aspects going forward. Xie, sharing similar thoughts with Endefai, was now listening to Zhuifeng recount recent events. Though his mind was preoccupied with Qiao Lan, the matters accumulating of late were simply too numerous to ignore. General Zhao's side requires us to respond promptly, or he won't know what to do next. What should he do? Hasn't he always relied on his tricks? Let him employ them again. Zhuifeng heard Xie response with confusion, yet he also sensed that the prince's mind was elsewhere, not focused on the matters being reported. Should he continue wasting the prince's time, he feared the prince would become angry, so he simply omitted the less significant matters from his report. Following the conclusion, Xie strode purposefully toward Qiao Lan's room. Observing her sleeping peacefully, he let out a cold snort. This girl really did use me, and then discard me, but on second thought she has indeed suffered in the prince's mansion, so I won't make a big deal out of it. To avoid disturbing this girl's sleep, Xie came to the courtyard, recalling all the things that had happened since he first met Qiao Lan. At this moment, Xie had not yet realized that his feelings were gradually changing, for at first he had been completely indifferent toward Qiao Lan. Qiao Lan often dreamed of the things she had experienced in modern times, and she was very worried about whether her parents would be anxious if they could not contact her for a long time. Consort Duan had intended to sleep, but feeling guilty about how she had looked down on Qiao Lan, she came to take a walk in the courtyard, never expecting to run into Xie. Mother, why are you not yet asleep at this hour? Hearing Xie's question, Consort Duan did not respond, but simply sat silently beside him. As a mother, she had wanted so much to give her son everything, yet she had never once considered asking what her son himself wanted. I have been resting too much these past few days, and my body does not feel too tired. Mother should pay more attention to resting during this period. Even if she does not feel sleepy, she should still lie on the bed and rest well. Consort Duan knew her son was not close to her, so she had no intention of continuing the conversation and rose to return to her room. After Consort Duan left, Xie kept calculating his future. No matter what identity he held, he could not allow himself to be suppressed like this anymore. Perhaps if he changed the way he lived, he and those around him would have a different ending. At this moment, a thought that had been hidden in his heart was slowly beginning to take root and sprout. When Qiao Lan opened her eyes the next morning, the first thing she saw was Xiao Tao standing beside her with a worried expression. "My lady, you have finally awakened. It is already noon." Qiao Lan waved her hand and slowly sat up, feeling her head was still dizzy, perhaps because she had not relaxed so much in a long time. Seeing Qiao Lan intend to get out of bed, Xiao Tao immediately stepped forward and slowly helped her up. "If my lady feels unwell, you should rest a while longer. After all, there is nothing to do in the courtyard today." Qiao Lan shook her head. When she was in the prince's mansion, she had thought that after returning, she must develop those medicinal meals. Since she had already rested well, she certainly needed to start preparing for this matter. However, compared to the prince's mansion, where everything was complete, this courtyard had nothing at all. She needed to make a list and have Xiao Tao go purchase the items on it. For the items that needed to be purchased, she had to carefully consider them, for if she bought too many things at once and spent too much silver, it would arouse the suspicion of others. Seeing Qiao Lan dazed, Xiao Tao immediately stepped forward to check her temperature. "Is my lady feeling unwell?" Hearing Xiao Tao's words, Qiao Lan smiled and shook her head. Regarding the medicinal meals, she had no intention of explaining clearly to Xiao Tao, for she had not yet achieved two obvious results. "It is just that I have not rested well these past few days, perhaps because I am too attached to my bed, so after leaving I have not been sleeping comfortably these days." Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Xiao Tao was very worried, her heart full of self-blame. If she had not appeared just now, my lady would have been able to rest well recently. Perhaps seeing Xiao Tao's guilt, Qiao Lan directly took Xiao Tao's hand and gently patted to comfort her. "Have you been well these past few days, Princess Anha?" As soon as Princess Anha was mentioned, Xiao Tao seemed to find an outlet for her emotions. "I wonder what Consort Duan is planning in her heart. Regarding this matter, after she gradually recovers her health, I will directly send someone to release Princess Anha." Seeing Xiao Tao's expression full of indignation, Qiao Lan also guessed that at that time, Xiao Tao must have argued on her behalf. But Anha had been raised under Consort Duan's watch since childhood, so no matter what happened, Consort Duan still had to give Princess Anha some face. Since Princess Anha has already been released, then from now on we must be more careful in everything we do, not letting her find any problems to run to Consort Duan and make a scene. Hearing Qiao Lan say this, Xiao Tao could only nod silently. After Qiao Lan finished washing and dressing, she first came to Consort Duan's room. "This daughter-in-law has come to disturb Consort Duan today. Please forgive me." Hearing Qiao Lan's cold voice, Consort Duan's eyes swept to the doorway, first seeing Xiao Tao, and then understanding why Qiao Lan was so indifferent to her today, likely knowing the reason for her releasing Anha. "Since you have come, hurry and come in. What disturbance is there?" Consort Duan said as she beckoned Qiao Lan to sit beside her. After Qiao Lan was settled, Consort Duan proactively brought up the matter of Anha. "My mind has become a little clearer, so I directly released Anha. No matter what her parents have done favors for years. This girl has also grown up by my side since childhood. I really had no choice but to let Year keep her locked up." For Consort Duan's explanation, Qiao Lan was more surprised, for she and this nominal mother-in-law were not close. But since Consort Duan had already proactively mentioned it and explained clearly as a junior, she still had to give some face. "Since mother has arrangements for Anha, then, as a daughter-in-law, I naturally will not say much." After Qiao Lan finished speaking, she directly placed her fingers on Consort Duan's wrist. Seeing Qiao Lan proactively in this topic, if she mentioned it again, it would only cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Consort Duan could only remain silent beside her. Throughout the pulse-taking process, Qiao Lan discovered that the prescription she had previously made was still effective. From now on, in each treatment course, she only needed to reduce the dosage. Mother must pay attention during the entire process of taking medicine. There cannot be too much emotional fluctuation. If any accidents occur again, it may endanger your life. Lingxiu beside her naturally took Qiao Lan's words to heart, for Consort Duan's condition had only gradually improved with Qiao Lan's help. After writing a new prescription for Consort Duan, Qiao Lan did not linger in the room. Although Qiao Lan did not express her dissatisfaction, Consort Duan still looked worriedly at Lingxiu. "Do you think this girl harbors resentment because I released Anha?" Lingxiu stood aside in silence. She could understand Qiao Lan's feelings regarding this matter, but for consort Duan Anha was a different kind of existence. After Qiao Lan returned to the room, she directly handed the prescription she had just written to Xiao Tao. This time go to the pharmacy and get the medicine according to the dosages on this list. The previous prescription can be stopped. Xiao Tao intended to take this prescription to the pharmacy, but before she even reached the doorway, Qiao Lan called her back. Qiao Lan suddenly remembered that some of the medicinal diets she needed were also stored in the pharmacy. This is another list. Do not confuse it with Empress Dowager Duan's prescription. When you return, first put my things in the room, and then go prepare the medicine for Her Highness the Empress Dowager. After Qiao Lan finished speaking, she stuffed her purse into Xiao Tao's arms. Though she did not know Qiao Lan's intentions, she still nodded. Only after Xiao Tao arrived at the pharmacy and gathered certain herbs according to Qiao Lan's list did she finally understand why she had been told to store the items in the room first. Lily bulbs, lotus seeds, Urili ferox seeds, Chinese yam, poria cocos, omomum fruit, white ginkgo, nuts, tangerine, peel, rose petals, American ginseng, walnuts, sesame seeds, longan, aril, goji berries, red dates, mulberries, and other ingredients. By the time the shop assistant had assembled all these items, Xiao Tao's mouth hung open in disbelief. If she hadn't been foresight enough today to carry a bamboo basket on her back, she would have had no idea how to carry everything back. No wonder her mistress had told her to put these things in the room first. If others had seen this, they might have thought her mistress had struck it rich. After Xiao Tao struggled to carry all these items back to the room, she looked at Qiao Lan with a resentful expression. Mistress, do you know how heavy these things are? If I hadn't carried a bamboo basket, you might not have seen me tonight. Qiao Lan immediately walked behind Xiao Tao and began massaging her shoulders. I appreciate your hard work today. Tomorrow I will surely make it up to you. Qiao Lan cheerfully sorted and organized all those items, though she realized her understanding of medicinal diet preparation still lacked a systematic approach. Beyond the medicinal diets recorded in medical texts, everything else required her to experiment and learn gradually. She first took out the few dishes she had previously prepared at the prince's mansion, since the ready-made recipes were already there. For the time ahead, she only needed to bring these raw materials to the kitchen, categorize them according to their properties as documented in medical texts, and see if she could create unique medicinal diets. If she could successfully prepare these medicinal diets, patients' medical expenses would gradually decrease, and people could also enhance their immunity through daily consumption. After all, as a physician, her duty was to use her skills to keep those around her healthy, since from the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, all difficult diseases were merely minor issues. The next morning, after waking up, Qiao Lan placed all the medicinal herbs in the kitchen. She needed to develop these medicinal diets as quickly as possible, for this was also a way to increase her reputation. Qiao Lan felt quite anxious about preparing medicinal diets, since she was not particularly skilled in this area, and her previous success at the prince's mansion had merely been fortunate. After attending to matters at Empress Dowager Duan's place, Xiao Tao came to Qiao Lan's side. Mistress, how should we prepare these things? Seeing Xiao Tao come to help, Qiao Lan promptly stopped her, for there were still uncertainties, and she could not afford to keep wasting ingredients. Nowadays, medicinal diets recorded in medical texts were exceedingly rare, and experiments could only be conducted based on the properties of each herb, so she had to control the entire process herself. No need. I will handle the rest myself. Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Xiao Tao did not ask further and left. After Xiao Tao departed, Qiao Lan first completed the preparation of that bowl of medicinal diet she had made at the prince's mansion before. After all, for this dish, she was confident, and she absolutely would not allow herself to make mistakes. After tasting it, Qiao Lan began preparing the next one. For Qiao Lan at this point, she needed to take the most conservative approach, for it was only the first day, and she could not attempt too difficult recipes, otherwise she would discourage herself. Thus, she chose the simplest recipe from the medical text, ginger sugar perilla leaf drink. This dish had relatively simple ingredients consisting mainly of perilla leaves and ginger, and belonged to the category of everyday home remedies. Throughout the entire preparation process, Qiao Lan felt an unprecedented sense of ease, for the operational steps required were extremely simple. After completing it, Qiao Lan felt she had breathed a long sigh of relief. Although this medicinal diet was extremely simple for her, it meant at least one item had been accomplished. Once the medicinal soup had cooled, she carried it to the room for Qiao Tao to taste. Qiao Tao was somewhat averse to the flavor of ginger. If your mistress could use honey to season this, it would be more palatable to everyone. Although Qiao Tao's suggestion aimed to optimize her recipe, adding honey to Chinese medicine would significantly counteract its therapeutic effects. Moreover, she hoped these medicinal diets could be taught to ordinary people who would naturally have no need for them if they were not ill. After a brief hesitation, Qiao Lan ultimately decided to follow the original prescription. After finishing this medicinal diet, Qiao Lan wrote the formula and measurements on a sheet of Xian paper beside her. Gradually, she intended to fill these papers and compile them into a medical book, which would eventually make her renowned throughout the world. Thus, Qiao Lan returned to the kitchen to begin her second experiment, and the success of the first trial had not made her overly arrogant or conceited. The next ingredients she needed to experiment with were precious medicinal materials, so she only allowed herself no more than 2 failures. Qiao Lan first rinsed the bird's nest that Qiao Tao had selected from the pharmacy, then carefully plucked out the impurities and stray feathers bit by bit. She then retrieved a small clay pot from the kitchen. Ingredients as pigeon eggs were typically reserved for wealthy households, and these kitchen supplies had been gifts from the Wang family when they returned. After briefly rinsing the pigeon and removing surface impurities, she placed it into the clay pot. The pigeon eggs were put into a clay bowl covered with water and sealed with cloth to prevent cracking during cooking. Throughout the entire process, Qiao Lan remained by the clay pot steaming over medium heat until done. She then removed the pigeon eggs, cooled them in cold water, and peeled off the shells, ensuring they remained intact throughout. She heated oil in a wok, added cooking wine, then poured in 250 grams of chicken broth along with salt, and brought it to a boil. Using a slotted spoon, she lowered the bird's nest into the pot and simmered it for half an hour. Throughout the entire process, Qiao Lan felt this medicinal diet preparation had gone perfectly well, and she no longer worried about subsequent mishaps, for the task was nearly complete. However, when Qiao Lan was serving from the clay pot, everything suddenly burst apart. Her spirit collapsed instantly, for she had never imagined such an accident could occur. At the sound of the explosion, Qiao Tao immediately rushed into the small kitchen. In that instant, she could only see Qiao Lan with a dazed expression. Though she did not know what had happened, Qiao Tao promptly set aside the bowl from Qiao Lan's hands and helped her out. But when Qiao Lan saw the light outside the kitchen, tears welled up uncontrollably in her eyes. Everything proceeded normally throughout the entire process. I never imagined that at the final moment this clay pot would fail to withstand the heat. I invested so much effort and used so many precious materials. Qiao Tao, heartbroken for her mistress, embraced Qiao Lan tenderly. Mistress, time is still on our side, and we have ample hours ahead. Please do not burden yourself with such overwhelming pressure. Qiao Lan shook her head. She was desperate to prove herself despite already having received validation from the royal mansion and other prominent families. But how could she treat the people within 100 li of this area without genuine medical expertise to offer? On the journey here, she had already witnessed the suffering of numerous disaster victims along the road, tormented by disease. If she continued to waste time, she would surely miss the optimal window to save them. Only at this moment did Qiao Lan feel her own powerlessness. She had never imagined this path would be so extraordinarily arduous. She could not bear to see those afflicted refugees looking at her with such pitiful eyes, while she could only apologetically say she was helpless. No one here blames you, mistress. If you can snatch a life from the jaws of the king of hell, everyone will recognize your worth. Qiao Tao's words struck Qiao Lan like a revelation. She realized she had no time left to waste. What she needed to do was race against time itself. Just as Qiao Tao had said, saving even one life would be a blessing to all living beings. So Qiao Lan wiped the tears from her eyes, patted off the debris from her clothes, and walked back inside. Meanwhile, Qiao Tao quickly cleaned the kitchen. Once Qiao Lan had composed herself, Qiao Tao quietly left the kitchen. Qiao Lan retrieved a brand new clay pot from the small kitchen, carefully opened it, and repeated the previous steps, conducting repeated experiments. Perhaps heaven took pity on the people suffering, for this time, Qiao Lan easily overcame the crisis. After succeeding, Qiao Lan immediately brought the results to Qiao Tao. Come taste this. This time it must have succeeded. After sampling it, Xiao Tao gave Qiao Lan a thumbs up for the flavor was remarkably mild without any bitterness. Having received Xiao Tao's approval, Qiao Lan immediately wrote down the prescription nearby. Although this medicinal dish could not address the current disaster directly, it would at least alleviate the hives affecting the children. In simpler terms, it is a self-limiting disease with high contagiousness. Once this remedy was developed, people could use the medicinal diet to regulate their health and reduce the likelihood of children falling ill. In this way, the overall situation could be brought under control. After organizing everything, Qiao Lan immediately began experimenting with the next formula. Although she had only seen a few patients on the way to the royal mansion, their symptoms roughly matched a particular disease. That was the most terrifying plague of ancient times, the bubonic plague. When humans are bitten by fleas carrying the plague bacterium, the bacteria enter the body through the skin and first travel along the lymphatic vessels to the local lymph nodes, where they multiply and cause acute and severe lymph node swelling. That is the plague. In fact, in ancient times, when science and technology were underdeveloped, this disease was highly contagious and had an extremely low cure rate. However, according to the medical texts left by the original host, this condition could actually be treated through traditional Chinese medicine. The main symptoms of the plague include chills, high fever, flushed face, thirst, and confusion, while observing the tongue coating would also reveal yellowing. Therefore, a decoction made from Scutellaria 10 grams, Coptis 10 grams, Isatis root 30 grams, Forsythia 18 grams, Scrophularia 15 grams, and Gypsum fibrosum 60 grams, decocted first, can treat the plague. Qiao Lan sorted through these materials and discovered she lacked both Rehmannia root and philodendron bark, which were also rare in today's pharmacies. She decided she should search the fields behind the mountain. After organizing the remaining items, she returned to the courtyard and picked up her small hoe and bundle. Xiao Tao was tidying Qiao Lan's belongings in the room when she noticed her mistress had already packed everything and was about to leave the courtyard, so she immediately rushed to stop her. "Mistress, where are you going again? The sky is already growing dark and the prince and Jue Feng will be back soon. If there is any urgent matter, it can wait until tonight or tomorrow morning." Upon hearing Xiao Tao's words, Qiao Lan shook her head. Although she could take a brief rest, now what about the disaster victims in the city who were still suffering from disease? She didn't know how much help this prescription would bring them, but at least saving some lives would be worthwhile. "When the prince returns, if he asks, just tell him I left on prior business. I will explain everything to him when I come back tonight." Though anxious, Xiao Tao could not dissuade Qiao Lan and let her go. By sunset, when Xie Chenai and Jue Feng returned to the courtyard and could not find Qiao Lan, they immediately summoned Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao then informed Xie Chenai about Qiao Lan going out that day. Upon hearing this, Xie Chenai felt somewhat angry. This girl was truly disregarding her own health. "You all go about your business. I will go find her in the mountain behind by myself." Seeing Xie Chenai's resentful expression, Xiao Tao couldn't help but worry for him. She had intended to follow, but was stopped by Jue Feng. "If you truly care for your mistress, stay in this courtyard and keep safe." After Jue Feng finished speaking, he left, leaving Xiao Tao gazing mournfully at his retreating figure. When Xie Chenai arrived at the back mountain, Qiao Lan was laboriously searching for medicinal herbs. Those two herbs were not difficult for her to find, but as the sky grew dark, she could barely see where she was stepping. When Xie Chenai found her, he saw her darting through the mountain forest as nimbly as a little mouse. Although fierce beasts have not appeared in this forest to harm people, you should have had Xiao Tao accompany you when night falls. Qiao Lan was genuinely startled to suddenly hear a human voice in the quietness. She wanted to grab her hoe to defend herself, but discovered it was Xie Chenai. "Who taught you to appear and disappear like that? Do you know that frightening someone in the middle of the night could scare them to death?" Xie Chenai snorted coldly and took the bundle from Qiao Lan's hands. After handing it over, Qiao Lan continued to look down and search. Sure enough, heaven rewards the diligent, and Qiao Lan quickly found those two medicinal herbs. Looking at what was in her hands, the quantity was considerable. "I've finally found you too. Do you have any idea how long you've kept me hanging? I nearly got scared to death out here in the wilderness." Xie Chenai looked at the girl helplessly, knowing that no one could outtalk her in a debate. Had he not been worried, he would never have come here, yet now she was blaming him for startling her. "If you ever go out again, could you at least take someone with you? If Mother discovers you're missing in the middle of the night, how worried would she be? Qiao Lan pouted, but did not retort, knowing she was at fault. Still, if she hadn't left Xiao Tao at home, he would have been even angrier. Anyway, she had already obtained what she needed. She would return to her courtyard and get some proper rest first. Qiao Lan strolled leisurely ahead, while Xie Chenai kept nagging behind her. Only upon returning did she finally find some peace for her ears. Xiao Tao rushed forward as soon as she saw Qiao Lan return. "Mistress, you have no idea how agonizing these past few hours have been for me." Qiao Lan immediately covered her ears with both hands. "Please don't repeat that endless chatter in my ear. I've already been worn thin by him along the way." Hearing this, Xiao Tao couldn't help but chuckle. Regardless of how the prince treated her mistress, at least they now finally appeared to be a true married couple. No wonder Zhui Feng hadn't let her tag along. It was fortunate she hadn't inserted herself between them, or the prince's face would have been even longer than it already was. "Since the young mistress has returned safely, I'll fetch some water for you to wash up properly. Get a good night's sleep, and if any urgent matters arise, we can handle them tomorrow." Hearing Xiao Tao's words, Qiao Lan quickly agreed, though she had no desire to stay near that blockhead any longer. After washing up, Qiao Lan looked at the package delivered by Zhui Feng with delight. She had now gathered all the medicinal herbs needed for the dietary remedy. Tomorrow she could begin the experiment. If successful, it would undoubtedly save many common folk. Qiao Lan, exhausted from collecting herbs in the wild, retired to her room after washing and fell asleep until she was urgently roused by Xiao Tao the next morning. "Mistress, this morning Zhui Feng reported that the prince has fallen ill. Please go and examine him." Hearing that Xie Chenai was unwell, Qiao Lan was taken aback. After all, that cold-faced man had been mocking her just yesterday. But seeing Xiao Tao's earnest expression, which did not seem like a lie, she lightly tidied her appearance and headed to Xie Chenai's study. Seeing Xie Chenai lying unconscious on the couch in the study, Qiao Lan was puzzled, but proceeded to take his pulse. The diagnosis startled her greatly. It was likely due to catching a chill last night, compounded by his inherently frail constitution, which had led to the fever this morning. During the course of treatment, Xie Chenai suddenly suffered convulsions. Qiao Lan immediately used the silver needles she carried to seal his acupoints. "Yesterday your master's condition wasn't this severe." Seeing Xie Chenai in such a state, Qiao Lan turned angrily to question Zhui Feng. Zhui Feng explained helplessly. It turned out that Xie Chenai had already felt unwell yesterday and had intended to return to his courtyard to recuperate, but upon stepping into the courtyard, he learned that Qiao Lan was digging herbs on the back mountain. Hearing this, Qiao Lan had already deduced what had transpired afterward. She dismissed Zhui Feng and proceeded to treat Xie Chenai herself. She had long mastered the method for treating such common fevers in this ancient era, but since he was also experiencing convulsions during the fever, she couldn't leave him alone. "Xiao Tao, go fetch 10 grams of ginger and boil it into a decoction." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tao hurried to the kitchen, while Qiao Lan began using silver needles to protect Xie Chenai's heart meridian. Qiao Lan was somewhat caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, for to her Xie Chenai had always seemed as invulnerable as a cold block of iron. Now that the prince had suddenly fallen ill, it was naturally unwise to inform Consort Duan, lest it stir up more trouble. But after sealing Xie Chenai's blood vessels, Qiao Lan immediately went to Consort Duan's chambers. "Mother, I should not have informed you of this, but to avoid a recurrence of previous incidents, I must tell you the truth." Seeing Qiao Lan's serious expression, Consort Duan sensed something was wrong. "Is it Yue?" At Consort Duan's question, Qiao Lan nodded. "In that case, devote yourself wholeheartedly to caring for Yue." Hearing this, Qiao Lan let out a long breath, nodded in agreement, and left Consort Duan's room. Returning to the study, Qiao Lan took out the medical text she had treasured before, for during her pulse diagnosis, she had discovered that Xie Chenai harbored some old hidden injuries. Rather than waiting for him to wake, she might as well take this opportunity to treat him thoroughly, for once that cold-faced man regained consciousness, he would never allow her to touch him again. During her careful pulse-taking, Qiao Lan realized that the man before her was not what she had imagined. The injuries and experiences he had suffered were no less than those of Consort Duan. Perhaps it was because Consort Duan as a consort had not been able to raise her own child by her side. Qiao Lan brewed the precious medicinal herbs she had collected over these days and took advantage of his deep sleep to treat his injuries. Throughout the treatment, perhaps because his various ailments were alleviated, the frown that had been creasing Xiaoqinya's brow began to ease slightly. After about a quarter of an hour, Qiao Lan fed Xiaoqinyi the ginger soup brought by Xiao Tao, then used modern massage techniques to help him fall into a peaceful sleep. While Xiaoqinyi rested, Qiao Lan diligently studied the medical texts. Compared to these intricate acupuncture methods, she felt she should adopt modern techniques to create small pills that could cure common ailments, especially for headaches and fevers. After consulting the medical books, she found that in this ancient era they basically used herbal decoctions, but if made into small pills, it would greatly reduce the time of illness. However, compared to modern industrial techniques, Qiao Lan felt that with her own abilities, she might need to find a binding agent for the pills. Just as Qiao Lan was lost in thought, Xiaoqinyi on the bed suddenly fell into a nightmare. "No, don't hurt me." Qiao Lan hurried over and saw Xiaoqinyi curling himself into a ball as if a terrifying monster was chasing him. "I won't cry anymore. I'll never cry again. I'll learn to grow up on my own. Mother, please don't leave me." In his nightmare, Xiaoqinyi was reliving the moment Consort Duan sent him to the clan court. At that time, Consort Duan was merely a low-ranking concubine incapable of caring for Xiaoqinyi. But ever since Xiaoqinyi entered the clan court, he suffered inhuman torment day and night. Qiao Lan stepped forward and embraced him, soothing him softly. "You have grown up now. No one in this world can harm you." Whether it was Qiao Lan's voice that took effect or the reaction to the medicine, Xiaoqinyi gradually calmed down. Consort Duan had intended to come check on Xiaoqinyi's condition, but when she heard her son's delirious muttering at the door, her heart ached with sorrow. "If I had not abandoned him at the Zhongrenfu back then, my son would not be so distant from me now." Lingxiu stood by silently supporting Consort Duan. She knew how difficult her mistress's past had been. Never favored by the late emperor, how could she have possibly raised her son on her own? When Consort Duan returned to her room, she now treasured every moment with her son, yet she could not help but feel that her very presence was nothing more than a burden to the couple. "If these old bones of mine were to vanish from this world, my son would not have to grieve so deeply." "Mistress, if you think this way, how can you face the princess consort's careful devotion to you? The prince has grown into a man now, and there are things he naturally cannot bring himself to say." Hearing Lingxiu's words, Consort Duan could only remain silent, sitting beside her with a helpless sigh and a shake of her head. Qiao Lan had no desire to judge Xiaoqinyi's past. However, given the current turmoil, if he continued to suffer from such poor sleep, his health would inevitably deteriorate. She needed to prepare some calming herbal remedies. All he would need to do was carry it with him to sleep peacefully, at least ensuring his comfort. So while Xiaoqinyi was fast asleep, Qiao Lan returned to her room and began organizing and preparing the materials she had gathered earlier. However, she had never done needlework before, so it would likely take some time to complete this. After gathering everything needed for the sachet and worried about potential mishaps with Xiaoqinyi, Qiao Lan hurried back. Upon returning to her room, she sensed something was amiss. After a careful examination, she noticed a small gourd on the table that hadn't been there before. Qiao Lan opened it and found brown pills inside. After examining the ingredients, she realized they were fever-reducing medicine. The mysterious appearance of this item was both suspicious and silent. Though she had only stepped away for a moment, how could such a commotion go unnoticed? Before she could dwell on it further, Zhuofeng's voice interrupted. "Greetings, my lady." Zhuofeng noticed the small gourd in Qiao Lan's hand and grew anxious that his dealings with the prince might raise her suspicions. "My lady, this small gourd contains fever-reducing medicine. I intended to hand it to you directly, but due to circumstances I placed it on the table instead." Now that the origin of the item was clear, Qiao Lan let it go without further thought. "I've already given him ginger soup. Taking additional medicine might cause adverse reactions. Wait until evening. If the fever persists, then administer these pills." Watching Qiao Lan accept his explanation, Zhuofeng breathed a silent sigh of relief. If he had arrived any later, he would have struggled to justify his actions. Since Qiao Lan no longer harbored suspicions, Zhuofeng took his leave. Once in the courtyard, he immediately dispatched a letter the prince had entrusted to him via carrier pigeon, hoping the individuals involved would not resurface before the prince recovered. Xiaoqinya's condition this time had been triggered by cold wind penetrating his body, exacerbating several prior ailments. While administering ginger soup, Qiao Lan also prepared certain nourishing herbal remedies for him. Consequently, Xiaoqinya's recovery proceeded at a painstakingly slow pace, though his body gradually began to feel lighter and more at ease. It was not until nightfall that the fever within Xiaoqinya's body began to subside slightly. Yet Qiao Lan dared not relax her vigilance for a moment, given the severity of his illness. Xiao Tao, fetch the quilts from my room. I will stay here guarding the prince tonight. Upon hearing Qiao Lan's instructions, Zhuofeng immediately stepped forward. Since the prince's fever is gradually subsiding, might I take over the watch? Qiao Lan shook her head at Zhuofeng's suggestion. Even if she returned to her room, she would not sleep soundly. It was better to remain here, where she could respond swiftly to any complications. Unable to persuade Qiao Lan, Zhuofeng assisted Xiao Tao in spreading out the bedding. The first half of the night passed relatively peacefully for Xiaoqinya, but when the high fever struck suddenly in the latter hours, Qiao Lan immediately administered the fast-acting pills she had prepared. After experiencing this, Qiao Lan remained deeply unsettled. Had there been any delay in treatment, the consequences could have been catastrophic to his nervous system. Following the administration of the pills, Qiao Lan stayed by Xiaoqinya's side throughout the night. Only when dawn broke did the fever completely subside. During this time, she repeatedly wiped his body with basins of cool water, combining physical cooling measures with the medication's effects. By the time the rooster crowed, Xiaoqinya had begun to gradually regain consciousness. When he fully regained his senses, he noticed Qiao Lan lying on the floor alongside the basins of cold water. After cleaning himself, he carried her to the bed to rest properly. As soon as Xiaoqinya emerged from the room, Zhuofeng approached him and recounted the previous day's events. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqinya furrowed his brows. He had never anticipated that this incident could have been discovered by Qiao Lan. Fortunately, you were quick-witted. After speaking, Xiaoqinya immediately proceeded to a small room where Zhuofeng had already prepared writing materials. He hastily penned something and handed it to Zhuofeng. Deliver this letter to him personally when the time comes. Zhuofeng received the instructions and set off without delay toward his destination, while Xiaoqinya returned to his study to address the accumulated correspondence. By the time Qiao Lan gradually regained consciousness, it was already noon. Xiao Tao had prepared a meal and brought it to the study. Rest well today. Leave any matters to them. Upon hearing Xiaoqinya's words, Qiao Lan shook her head. She felt fine, having only been exhausted from the previous night's efforts. Seeing Qiao Lan's refusal, Xiaoqinya said no more, offering only a few words to Xiao Tao before departing hastily. After finishing her noon meal, Qiao Lan proceeded to Consort Duan's quarters. My lady, has the prince recovered? Qiao Lan nodded to Ling Xiu. She had actually noticed Consort Duan's arrival at the study the day before, but since Xiaoqinya required constant attendance, she had waited until today to come. Mother, the prince has fully recovered today. You need not worry any longer. Though reassured about Xiaoqinya's condition, Consort Duan could not shake her lingering guilt. Had she kept him close during his childhood, would he have endured so much suffering? Since he is well, you should return to your room and rest. Yesterday was truly arduous for you. Yes. After Consort Duan finished speaking, Qiao Lan could only silently agree. Though she had many comforting words to offer, she simply could not bring herself to speak of the matter between them and their son. Lingxi sighed helplessly and could only remain by Consort Duan's side. Qiao Lan's health had now recovered, and she no longer needed to rest, so she made her way to the small kitchen to begin preparing the items she had previously developed. The preparation of these herbal medicines was something she had to see through. Through inspiration from the previous night, she felt she should seek out some gelatinous substances, as producing pills would allow for mass manufacturing. At first, she had eagerly desired to open a medical clinic to treat the common people, but with the virus outbreak in the city, she could only postpone the endeavor. Based on her previous observations, the back mountain was rich with medicinal herbs that had yet to be harvested. She only needed to refine a few more prescriptions to boost immunity, then she could hand the formula to Xiaoqinya and save the lives of the city's inhabitants. The gradually quieting days in Anha also gave her subordinates time to purchase several medical texts for study. She had never believed herself inferior to Qiao Lan in any aspect. If Qiao Lan could remain in this courtyard through her medical skills, she could use the same means to make her leave. These days of neglecting food and rest had gradually opened her mind. Now a bold idea took shape in her mind. If this plan were carried out, no matter the reason or who stood in the way, she could not be protected. She had never intended to target her from the beginning, but now the people in this courtyard valued Qiao Lan more and more. If she continued to let things develop this way, even Consort Duan's guilt toward her would be of no avail. Qiao Lan had spent these past days immersed in the small kitchen conducting numerous trials until she refined the medicinal formula to its optimal state. Only when a satisfactory result appeared did Qiao Lan take the prescription and head to the study. At that moment, Xie Chenai was already overwhelmed with troubles. The matters in the city had somehow reached the ears of that distant figure. Without discrimination, this matter had been pinned on him. Although they had crossed paths before reaching Lord Wan's residence, how could he possibly grasp the specific circumstances? Now that he did not hold real power, even with a suitable solution, how could he dispatch others? This may prove greatly beneficial to you. Hearing Qiao Lan's voice, Xie Chenai looked toward the doorway in puzzlement, only to see her place the prescription on the table. What is this? After asking, Xie Chenai took the prescription in hand. Though he knew nothing of medicine, he was familiar with the uses of several of the ingredients listed. If I could examine a mildly ill patient, I could understand their condition and formulate the optimal treatment plan. Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Xie Chenai fell into turmoil. If he brought Qiao Lan along, he could not guarantee her safety from accidents along the way. Yet she possessed medical knowledge, and if she accompanied him, she would surely help resolve his greatest concern. Though they shared no marital bond with Qiao Lan, she was after all his nominal princess consort. With the city in chaos like thunder scattered across the ground, if anything were to happen, he would feel he had failed her. If this medicine proves effective, I shall send someone to gather the ingredients. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Qiao Lan did not understand Xie Chenai's reasoning. As a physician, she needed to personally feel the patient's pulse to provide an accurate diagnosis. The prescription she had written contained only approximate measurements. Do you know the proper dosage for this substance? Do you understand the sequence of boiling? Do you know the required time? Hearing Qiao Lan's questioning, Xie Chenai considered these matters trivial and believed she could simply write them down on paper. If you will not take me with you, then this prescription is but waste paper in your hands. Countless common people in this city still need saving, and I do not understand what you are hesitating over. Watching the conflict between the two intensify, Zhe Feng leaned close to whisper his thoughts to Xie Chenai. Qiao Lan's prescription had already solved their urgent problem, and with her medical skills, most of the city's inhabitants could be spared from disaster. Xie Chenai was caught in turmoil, but after a moment he agreed to Qiao Lan's request to accompany her. This one permits you to accompany me, but your consultation hours and the number of patients you treat shall be determined by me. Hearing Xie Chenai's conditions, Qiao Lan was indifferent. She only needed him to take her along. She would naturally devise a detailed plan for the city's inhabitants once there. That obstinate fool understood nothing. If he truly restricted the time and number of patients, most of the city's people would still perish from illness. Naturally, since your highness has agreed to let me accompany you, I naturally will not push my luck further. I shall go prepare my belongings now. After Qiao Lan left, Xie Chenai dispatched Zhe Feng to gather the ingredients listed on her prescription. Upon returning to her room, Qiao Lan began packing her clothes. Seeing this, Xiao Tao immediately stepped forward to stop her. Though she did not know the severity of the city's epidemic, she could not let her mistress venture into danger once more. Mistress, the materials have already been handed to your highness, and your task is complete. The prescription can save most of the city's people. Why must you go in person? Qiao Lan saw the unease in Xiao Tao's eyes. At present, we have only adjusted the optimal formula, but we know nothing of the patient's actual conditions. If others use it blindly, the results may be counterproductive. But there are physicians throughout the world besides you. If anything were to happen to you along the way, what would Xiao Tao do? Qiao Lan naturally understood the girl's fears. But as a physician, she could not disregard the lives of so many people. Since she had transmigrated into this body, she would inevitably do what she could for its owner, even if the original host still existed. If a healer cannot personally prescribe medicine, what use is such a healer? Physicians are meant to travel the world and treat the sick. If everyone were so timid, would the world not descend into chaos? Xiao Tao understood the reasoning. Though unwilling in her heart, she could only pack Qiao Lan's belongings. She had no way to interfere with Qiao Lan's decisions. All she could do was remain at home, silently praying to heaven for her mistress's safe return. After Qiao Lan finished preparing, she tossed all her luggage onto the carriage at the gate. Compared to Qiao Lan's calmness, Zhui Feng's distress became increasingly apparent. Princess Consort, I have searched every pharmacy in the village, but could not find these 2 medicinal herbs. I beg you to guide me. Upon hearing this, Qiao Lan informed Zhui Feng of the back mountain's location. When she had previously gathered herbs, she had discovered that blessed spot, but unfortunately her frail body prevented her from bringing everything back. After learning this, Zhui Feng hastened to the back mountain without stopping. Only after collecting all the medicines did he urge his horse forward to catch up with the carriage carrying Qiao Lan and Xie Chenai. When night fell, the carriage carrying the 2 of them arrived at the city gate. In the instant they entered, Qiao Lan heard wails of grief filling the ground. Among them were the cries of women and infants, as if heaven itself was punishing the people of this city in its own way. Upon learning that Qiao Lan and Xie Chenai were arriving, the local prefect immediately rushed to the city gate to welcome them. Standing alongside him was the local physician. Subject Song Qing greets your highness and your royal consort. As Qiao Lan stepped down from the carriage with Xie Chenai's assistance, the air around her was thick with the scent of blood. Looking out once more at the common folk writhing on the ground throughout the city, despite having mentally prepared herself beforehand, she could not help but feel fear as she witnessed the suffering firsthand. The physicians in the city were all at a loss, having never encountered such a devastating plague in 100 years. Qiao Lan understood their plight, knowing that the plague had only been fully eradicated in modern times. If your highness and your royal consort do not mind, you may rest at the manor for a day and begin counting the patients tomorrow. Qiao Lan silently tugged at Xie Chenai's sleeve and shook her head. If they endured another night, countless innocent souls in the city would perish. Xie Chenai, witnessing the dire condition of the city's residents, found himself unable to refuse Qiao Lan's request. Begin erecting tents immediately. Dispatch the soldiers who are not ill to start triaging the patients according to severity levels. Under Xie Chenai's direction, the soldiers worked through the night to categorize patients by the severity of their illness. Qiao Lan was deeply grateful for Xie Chenai's actions, as this significantly reduced the time needed for patient care and allowed her to treat more people. How do you plan to proceed? Upon hearing Xie Chenai's question, Qiao Lan shared her thoughts. She would personally handle the severe cases, while the remaining physicians could manage the others. Although she had developed the optimal treatment plan, she needed to tailor her approach to each patient, as the underlying causes of their plague varied significantly. For now, she would have to personally oversee the treatment. Qiao Lan first calmed the critically ill patients, knowing that maintaining a positive mindset was crucial. If they let fear consume them, they would not survive long. So Qiao Lan asked the prefect to exaggerate her credentials when informing the critical patients, rekindling their hope for survival. As Qiao Lan had anticipated, once the patients learned of her past rescue efforts, hope filled their hearts. I know you have all suffered greatly from illness these past few days, but I am confident that recovery will come soon. While some patients remained skeptical, having endured so much suffering and now barely clinging to life, others found solace in her words. But how can you guarantee we will fully recover? Xie Chenai stepped forward to intervene, but Qiao Lan stopped him. She walked alone to the patient's side and took his pulse. Though you are only in your 20s, your body is severely weakened. You have been taking excessive medicinal supplements even before falling ill. If I am not mistaken, you are just at the age when one should marry. Your dosage is far too high. Reducing it would yield better results. Upon hearing Qiao Lan's assessment, the man's face turned pale. He had been frail and ill since childhood with no clear cause identified, and his family's poverty left him to endure it silently. Over the years, through his own efforts, he managed to earn some silver and began treating himself. Now at the age where one should marry, he naturally desired to find a wife as soon as possible. But with his weakened constitution, how could any family entrust their daughter to him? So after each physician's prescription, he would double the dosage on his own. Even if you survive this plague, once you recover, I will prescribe a remedy for you. Do not increase the dosage further. I guarantee your health will be restored within 6 months. Upon hearing this, the man immediately knelt and bowed to Qiao Lan in gratitude. Those around him witnessing the scene were convinced by her healing abilities and trusted that this divine physician would soon deliver them from their suffering. After calming the patient's emotions, Xie Chenai accompanied Qiao Lan to the next camp. How did you know his condition? Traditional Chinese medicine relies heavily on pulse diagnosis. His pulse was extremely weak, likely from birth. The physicians only recognized his frailty and prescribed excessive tonics, which only overwhelmed his system further. Understanding her explanation, Xie Chenai wanted to continue the discussion, but they had already arrived at the camp. After taking the pulse of the patients inside, Qiao Lan realized they likely contracted the illness through contact with severely ill individuals in their daily lives. Upon finishing, Qiao Lan felt the plague was not as severe as she had feared. I would ask your highness to have someone prepare all the ingredients for my prescription and boil them for 3 hours. Then instruct the person in charge to add the herbs in the order specified on the prescription. Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Xie Chenai was momentarily stunned, having only visited 2 camps so far. Shouldn't you check other places as well? Qiao Lan shook her head, and upon returning to the resting area with Xie Chenai, she immediately shared her thoughts with him. Though I am unfamiliar with court affairs, I must advise your highness that this plague is not a natural disaster, but a man-made catastrophe. Xie Chenai looked at Qiao Lan in confusion, given how suddenly the disease had erupted. An ordinary person would never detect the irregularities here, but based on my observations and these patients' conditions, I am absolutely certain this is no natural disaster. It is deliberate. Qiao Lan understood the confusion in Xie Chenai's eyes, so she recounted everything she had observed that day. If this were a typical plague, all patients would exhibit identical symptoms, yet they had somehow managed to categorize the severity of each person's condition. Moreover, the mild cases turned out to be related to the severe patients, indicating that the critically ill had been the source of infection. But how could such coincidences exist, guaranteeing that every household would have at least one severe case? Hearing this, Xie Chenai's confusion shifted to anger. He had already sensed that this was deliberately targeted at him. If he failed to resolve it, someone would surely file another impeachment against him. Then how should we proceed? The prescription I brought can eliminate this disease to some extent and also provides preventive benefits for mild cases. Have them take the medicine according to 3 meals a day. Regardless of age, follow this method. After finishing her words, Qiao Lan's hands trembled uncontrollably. She had never imagined that the person behind the scenes could be so ruthless as to harm infants and young children. This disease was not plague at all, but something artificially created. Its most fundamental difference from plague was its ability to infect infants and young children, which is why those children exhibited more severe symptoms than adults. Xie Chenai stepped forward and embraced Qiao Lan, for as a healer, he could not bear to witness such harm to infants. I believe those people were targeting me. It is I who am guilty toward these children. Upon hearing Xie Chenai's words, Qiao Lan shook her head. She did not believe Xie Chenai had done anything wrong. Those people are simply too ruthless. This has nothing to do with you. To inflict such cruelty upon children, those individuals will surely face heavenly retribution in time. It is only the children who suffer. Meanwhile, upon learning of Qiao Lan's orders, the prefect immediately dispatched messengers to convey the directives. He had only just arrived in this city when such a great disaster befell them. Now Qiao Lan had descended like a living Buddha to save them, so naturally, he was to execute her orders with full commitment. The subordinates, after finishing the decoction, delivered it bowl by bowl to the patients. By the following morning, the milder symptoms among the patients began to gradually subside, and Qiao Lan was overjoyed upon receiving this news. For a physician, nothing brings greater happiness than witnessing patients recover their health. However, the improving trend concerns Xie Chenai. If this was deliberately orchestrated, how could they resolve it so effortlessly? To prevent any mishap from befalling Qiao Lan in the days ahead, he directly ordered Juefeng to secretly guard her. Meanwhile, Qiao Lan was preparing recovery medications for those whose conditions were gradually improving, for each person's body was different, requiring tailored treatment. Throughout the entire process, tears of gratitude filled everyone's eyes. Before Qiao Lan's arrival, they had never imagined recovering so swiftly. After handling the matters here, Qiao Lan proceeded to the severe patient camp. The camp held many children, and due to the nature of the Chinese medicine, the decoction was extremely bitter, making it nearly impossible for those children to tolerate it. Some parents, unable to bear the sight, smashed the decoction bowls from the guards' hands. What is your intention? How can you force such bitter medicine onto children? Can you even drink it yourselves? Our children are so young. Must they suffer like this here? Perhaps it was the lingering illness over these past few days, or perhaps it was the frustration of being confined indoors that had caused the gathered commoners' emotions to build up. Once this outlet for their frustration emerged, they began smashing the bowls of medicine they held onto the ground. Zhuefeng immediately intervened to prevent Qiao Lan from approaching, for no one could predict what desperate actions they might take. Qiao Lan gently patted Zhuefeng's arm to reassure him. Then she lifted the tent flap and stepped inside, taking in the shattered bowls scattered across the ground and the bitter medicinal aroma hanging heavy in the air. I understand how bitter this medicine is to swallow, and I know the agony of this illness. But I ask that you follow my instructions precisely. Only then can your bodies heal. After her words, some of the more timid among them felt remorse for their outburst. Yet a stubborn few began to challenge her, refusing to believe that what she brought could truly help them. We've been trapped here for so long with so many physicians treating us, yet the outcome remains the same. Waiting to die. What exactly makes you so special? Qiao Lan felt no anger towards such provocateurs. She knew not everyone could be reasoned with. Qiao Lan stepped forward and picked up the bowl of medicine he had set aside. You may disdain this bowl of medicine, believing it useless, but I tell you those with milder symptoms have already recovered. Her words sparked murmurs among the crowd. Meeting her resolute gaze, they could see she was not lying. If you've already accepted death, why fear this medicine? If the children cannot swallow it, there are ways to make them. And these guards carry dried fruits to help. The couple who had led the riot felt overwhelming shame upon hearing this. They had no idea the guards carried such provisions, only witnessing their children forced to drink the bitter decoction. Qiao Lan immediately sent someone to prepare fresh medicine, then gently coaxed the children into drinking it. A quarter hour after the children finished, Qiao Lan took their pulses and confirmed their constitutions were strong enough to properly absorb the medicine. Before departing, Qiao Lan instructed the guards that these critical patients would need the medicine for 2 more days. Their symptoms had eased, but this might only be the treatment suppressing the illness rather than curing it. After examining all the patients, Qiao Lan returned to Xiechenya's side. These people are too weak to harm me, even in a bad mood. Why keep Zhuefeng by my side? Sick people cannot hurt you, but hidden dangers are harder to guard against. Hearing his reasoning, Qiao Lan no longer insisted on dismissing Zhuefeng. After a day of treatment, most patients could now sleep peacefully. The next morning, as Qiao Lan prepared to visit the severe patient camp to check on those children, she suddenly felt dizzy. Qiao Lan dismissed it, attributing the dizziness to poor rest over the past few days. After a brief moment of recovery, she attempted to step outside, but her vision blurred and she collapsed. At that moment, a woman in black hoisted Qiao Lan onto her shoulder and vanished using lightness skill. Zhuefeng had been waiting outside the tent, but when Qiao Lan's voice never came, he called out repeatedly without response and rushed to Xiechenai. My lord, the princess has not left her tent today. Upon hearing this, Xiechenai threw down his list and hurried to Qiao Lan's tent only to find it empty. In that instant, Xiechenya's heart raced with panic. The city's affairs were overwhelming. Most patients had not yet recovered, and Qiao Lan had disappeared right under his watch. Send people to search immediately. Zhuefeng dispatched searchers at once. Meanwhile, Qiao Lan stirred awake on the woman in black's shoulder, but her body remained weak and limp. She must have been drugged. I never expected this young woman to be so capable, developing herbs to cure the plague in such a short time. If I could claim this for myself, the world would surely be mine. The speaker was none other than the third prince, Xiechenya's half-brother. Master, what we must do now is to destroy her body and eliminate all traces. The third prince looked at the beautiful woman lying unconscious before him and shook his head as he spoke. If my good brother knew that his princess consort had lost her chastity, how would he react? The third prince had intended to claim Qiao Lan for himself, but unexpectedly another man in black appeared at that moment and kicked the third prince aside. You fool, how can you act now? We only meant to teach that person a lesson. If you touch her, he'll be desperate like a cornered dog. Do you still want to live? Hearing the man in black's words, the third prince immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. I was too stupid, I didn't think of that. The man in black paid no attention to the third prince, but simply ordered his men to lock Qiao Lan in a pitch-black small room. Assign someone to watch her closely. No accidents allowed. After arranging Qiao Lan's custody, the man in black directly sent someone to deliver a message to Qiao. Qiao had been anxiously sending people to search for Qiao Lan, yet no matter what methods they employed, they could not find the slightest trace of her. Just then Feng suddenly received an unsigned letter. After opening it and reading the contents, he immediately went to find Qiao. Your Highness, this. After reading it, Qiao's face changed drastically. He had never imagined that this matter would be directly related to that scoundrel. Back in the capital, they had always been at odds with each other, but he never expected that the other party would be audacious to such an extent. Prepare a horse for me at once. Upon hearing Qiao's command, Feng immediately brought Lingyun the horse to Qiao without a moment's delay. After receiving the horse from Feng, Qiao immediately rushed to the location mentioned in the letter. All along the way, he was deeply worried about whether Qiao Lan might be suffering inhuman torture at the hands of that scoundrel. About half a quarter of an hour later, Qiao arrived at the place indicated in the letter. When he saw the man in black in the courtyard, his rage reached its peak. Who gave you the nerve to kidnap her? Your Highness, do not be angry. I merely wished to see you, but you seemed unwilling to pay me any attention recently, so I had no choice but to resort to this expedient. Hearing the man in black's words, Qiao punched him directly in the face. A pervert like this did not deserve to exist in this world. Release her. The man in black looked at Qiao with contempt. He wondered what ability this fallen prince possessed to dare speak to him in such a manner. Unmoved by Qiao's words, the man in black simply walked straight behind him. Now you are nothing but a prince in name only. Who gave you the audacity to command me? After saying this, the man in black began to beat Qiao. Seizing the right moment, Qiao fought back and knocked the man in black down. Now Qiao did not want to waste any more time here, because his top priority was to ensure Qiao Lan's safety. If you want a duel, I can stay here and fight until you are satisfied. But now release her. The man in black gave two cold laughs. For so many years he had tried every means to bring Qiao to his death, but he had escaped time and again. And now this man even dared to order him around. The man in black remained unmoved by Qiao's words, only looking at him with mockery. By now Qiao Lan had quietly awakened in the dark room. Ordinarily, she would have reacted to the sedative, but she had been so exhausted these past few days that it gave the scoundrel an opportunity. Although she did not know where she was now, or who had taken her, Qiao Lan forced herself to remain calm, for only by doing so could she escape from this place. No matter how fallen I am now, I still bear the title of prince. Are you not afraid of the emperor's wrath for openly kidnapping my princess consort? Hearing this, the man in black found it utterly ridiculous. He was nothing but a disgraced man. If the current emperor truly cared about this brother, why would he have exiled him to a remote region? Moreover, his so-called princess consort was nothing more than a neglected concubine's daughter. With all these factors combined, the emperor would probably not even bother with this matter. If you really think the emperor cares about you, then you are far too confident. After saying this, the man in black stepped back, and the hidden thugs swarmed towards Qiao. Alone and outnumbered, Qiao could not withstand them all and was eventually beaten. Just as the man in black was about to deliver a fatal kick, Feng arrived in time and immediately launched a counterattack. During the fight with Feng, the man in black was unfortunately injured and suffered a crushing defeat. He immediately fled with his men. After giving Qiao a simple bandage for his wounds, Feng began to search the thatched hut for any trace of a person. By the time Qiao came to his senses, Feng shook his head helplessly. This outcome was already expected by Qiao. How could that cunning man have kept Qiao Lan by his side? What galled him was that every step he took was anticipated by that man. The chances of finding her in the next few days are slim. Send someone immediately to find out what that scoundrel's men are up to. Qiao could only hope that the man in black's underlings would reveal some clues. After the man in black left wounded, he bore a grudge against Juefeng. He hadn't expected that lackey to still be willing to stay by Xie Chenya's side. The real show has just begun. I will make sure their families are ruined and they perish. But since that brat Juefeng still chooses to stay by his side, I'll let Juefeng taste what it means to be alone and bereft. After tending to his own wounds, the man in black went to the dark room. Qiao Lan's ears were sharp enough to detect someone approaching outside the door. It seems that although this concubine's daughter of the Qiao family is not favored at home, she is still quite a stunning beauty. The third prince now groveled beside the man in black like a lackey. If not for the man's orders, he would have already taken this so-called sister-in-law for himself. The moment the door opened, Qiao Lan felt a strong discomfort. She had spent the entire day recalling the entire process of her abduction, and the shock of the light made her discover a startling secret. It seems your sister-in-law has long been awake. After saying this, the man in black immediately ordered his men to seize Qiao Lan. I didn't expect you to have such an impact on Xie Chenai. He must be searching for you like a madman. Qiao Lan looked at the masked man before her with utter disdain. What are you so proud of? You are nothing but a puppet living under a mask. If you truly have any ability, why not let me see what you really look like? After Qiao Lan finished speaking, a piercing laughter abruptly emanated from beneath the mask. Then the two attendants beside the black-clad man directly lifted Qiao Lan up. You're quite bold, girl. If only you were clever enough to be of use to me. Qiao Lan, who had always despised such sneaky and underhanded behavior, simply let out a cold snort after the black-clad man finished his words. A man like you, I reckon, would only be beaten in front of Xie Chenai. If you had any integrity, you wouldn't have come up with such a despicable trick. No sooner had Qiao Lan spoken than one of the guards struck her violently. The black-clad man cared not for her words, regardless of the means he had won for now. Qiao Lan had sensed the black-clad man's state of madness. To avoid provoking him further, she chose to remain silent. Yet to the black-clad man, any move Qiao Lan made could easily ignite his fury. So he stepped forward and grabbed her by the hair. What? Where's that spirit of yours, just now? Qiao Lan felt the sharp pain of her hair being torn from her scalp, but she knew that if she uttered even a single moan before this demon, it would only spur him on. To the black-clad man, Qiao Lan now seemed like a lifeless pig no longer capable of arousing any interest in him. He then harshly threw her to the ground. Although the third prince loathed the black-clad man's actions, he hated Xie Chenai even more. After subjecting Qiao Lan to further humiliation, they departed. Qiao Lan clung to her last breath, determined to wait for Xie Chenai. The shadow guards sent by Juefeng had searched the city for days without finding any suspicious person, plunging Xie Chenai into utter panic. Thanks to the prescriptions Qiao Lan had left behind, most of the city's residents had recovered. The magistrate, filled with gratitude, came to pay his respects only to be stopped by Juefeng. His Highness and the princess consort are currently resting. Please do not disturb them. If there is urgent business, I can deliver a message. Mindful of the prescriptions that had saved the majority of the citizens, the magistrate did not insist on paying his respects. In his room, Xie Chenai racked his brains, considering every possible place the black-clad man might have hidden Qiao Lan. The enmity between him and the black-clad man had been sown in their childhood, but he never imagined the man would stoop so low. Just as Xie Chenai was consumed by despair, a guard came to report. Your Highness, we discovered a secret letter in the courtyard. Xie Chenai immediately opened the envelope and found a word game the black-clad man had played with him. Suddenly, he recalled a place he had previously ruled out. He rushed to the stable, mounted his horse, and galloped to the spot where they had played as children. Hearing Qiao Lan's muffled sobs from inside the room, his heart felt as if it were being torn apart. Though he and Qiao Lan had no affection for each other at the start, she had helped him time and again along this journey. Moreover, it was because of him that she had been kidnapped. Regardless of his identity, he was duty-bound to rescue her. Qiao Lan. Qiao Lan. For days Qiao Lan had been bound here, without food, most of her body's fluids lost. The black-clad man regularly sent guards to torment her. Thus Qiao Lan was on the brink of mental collapse. Just then she heard someone calling her name outside the door. Listening carefully, she recognized it as Xie Chenai. So Qiao Lan began pounding frantically against the door and window. Wait a moment, I'll get you out right away. Xie Chenai dared not act rashly, knowing the significance of the letter the black-clad man had sent him and aware that his every move was under surveillance. If he were alone, he could have fought with all his might. But now his priority was to free Qiao Lan from the room and ensure her safety. So he approached the room cautiously. Only after confirming there were no guards nearby did he kick open the door. The sight before him stung his eyes. There was Qiao Lan crouched helplessly on the ground, her body covered with whiplashes. He gently gathered her into his arms, his heart heavy with guilt. "I'm sorry. It was my foolishness that delayed your rescue." Qiao Lan shook her head. She never believed the suffering she endured was Xie Chenya's fault. Though the black-clad man had tormented her both physically and mentally over these days, she had held fast to her resolve. "I'll take you out of here now." Hearing Xie Chenya's choked voice, Qiao Lan nodded. The moment they stepped out of the room, Qiao Lan was the first to notice the black-clad man standing in the courtyard. Realizing that she was now a burden to Xie Chenya, Qiao Lan immediately pushed him to the ground and mouthed the words, "Go quickly. I underestimated your cleverness after all. I thought it would take you longer, but a single letter led you here." Seeing the smugness in the black-clad man's eyes, Xie Chenya's emotions erupted. "Whatever the reason, this is between you and me. Why drag an innocent person into it?" The black-clad man then stripped off his black robe. "Easy for you to say. Have you forgotten where all these scars on my body came from? Since you've become a lapdog, don't blame me for trampling on you." Qiao Lan saw the scarred arms hidden beneath the black-clad man's robe and felt a pang of shock. Piecing together the scene, she understood why the black-clad man harbored such deep hatred for Xie Chenai. The black-clad man advanced step by step towards Xie Chenai. In the past, they had been innocent childhood playmates. Back then, Xie Chenai was not favored in the palace, and corrupt servants and eunuchs often bullied him. But the black-clad man, having roamed the martial world since childhood, could not bear such snobbery. So he secretly taught Xie Chenai martial arts and saved him when necessary. Yet one day, for reasons unknown, Xie Chenai offended the former emperor's most beloved crown prince. The prince sent several thugs. To protect Xie Chenya, the black-clad man fought them, but how could a child defeat several adults? Thus the prince's thugs bound the black-clad man and subjected him to brutal torture. The prince intended to use the black-clad man's confession to sentence Xie Chenai to death, but the black-clad man bit his tongue and refused to speak. In this way, the prince imprisoned the black-clad man in a sunless dungeon for 5 years. During that time, the black-clad man endured inhuman torture every day. But back then, just like Qiao Lan now, he had constantly hoped that Xie Chenai would come and rescue him. Yet the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Thus, sustained by daily torment and hatred, the black-clad man gritted his teeth and survived those 5 years. When he finally emerged, he was a cripple, his martial arts completely lost. By then, Xie Chenai had already been enfeoffed as a prince and had moved to his own residence. The man in black finally realized how foolish he had been, and the torments he had endured for him had not earned even a single word of gratitude. In the midst of this overwhelming hatred, he began to learn martial arts anew. No one knew the bone-gnawing pain he suffered day and night. Later, when he met Xie Chenai again, Xie Chenai did not recognize him at first, which only solidified his resolve for revenge. Once full of hope, he now harbored nothing but immense hatred for Xie Chenai. So when the third prince approached him, he set in motion a grand scheme against Xie Chenai. It was all to make Xie Chenai feel the same pain. Now that Qiao Lan had learned the story between the man in black and Xie Chenya, she couldn't help but feel sympathy, yet she was not one of the parties involved and had no way of knowing the truth of the tale. Seizing the moment when the man in black was stunned, Xie Chenai took Qiao Lan and fled. When the man in black came to his senses, the hatred in his heart grew even deeper. Using his lightness skill, Xie Chenai brought Qiao Lan to a stream bank. Now with his current abilities, he could not guarantee the safety of both of them. "Just keep following this stream from now on, and they won't find you." Hearing Xie Chenya's words, Qiao Lan was momentarily stunned. She felt that Xie Chenai had already made a choice in his heart, intending to sacrifice himself to help her escape. "We were meant to be one. I hope that from now on we can face everything together." Just as they were speaking, the man in black and his followers had already arrived at the stream bank. The man in black's eyes blazed with fury. Over the years, whenever he saw that man, he wished he could tear him limb from limb. "Now you two are in my hands. Since you love each other so much, how about going to hell together? With that, the man in black immediately attacked Qiao. Qiao had to protect Qiao Lan while fending off the man in black's assault. After a few exchanges, he was already overwhelmed. In desperation, Qiao Lan grabbed Qiao and jumped into the stream together. But at the last moment, the man in black still struck Qiao with a palm, damaging his internal energy. The stream was narrow, but the current was swift, so they were swept downstream. Can your body still hold on it? Qiao Lan looked at Qiao with deep concern. Qiao mustered his last bit of strength and nodded. After helping him to the shore, Qiao Lan surveyed the surrounding terrain. She was but a woman, though she had soul transmigrated into the original owner. She was not at all familiar with the terrain. Now that Qiao was exhausted, she could not immediately identify their location. Taking advantage of the daylight, Qiao Lan led Qiao to find a cave. The palm strike had damaged his internal energy, and he still had old injuries from before. When Qiao Lan removed Qiao's clothes, she noticed several inflamed wounds on his body. If not treated in time, he might fall into a feverish coma. After comforting Qiao Lan searched for medicinal herbs nearby. They had no torches, and if she was away too long, Qiao's condition might worsen. Fortunately, heaven rewards the diligent. Qiao Lan found hemostatic herbs in the surrounding bushes and hurried back to the cave. She crushed the herbs and applied them to Qiao's wounds. Exhausted, Qiao Lan fainted beside Qiao. When she woke up, night had fallen. She checked Qiao's injuries and found that the inflammation was gradually subsiding. But Qiao was still unconscious. To prevent further loss of strength, Qiao Lan went to the stream to find some fish and shrimp to replenish their energy. Even though night had fallen, the man in black and his men had not stopped searching for traces of Qiao and Qiao Lan. For the man in black, this was the perfect opportunity to settle old and new grievances together. How could he let these two fish slip through the net? But by the time he let his guards down, the two were already gone. No matter what, find them for me. Qiao Lan ran toward the stream, but sensed someone nearby, so she hid and dared not move. After the villains left, she had lost her nerve and hurried back to the cave. Now that Qiao was unconscious, if the man in black captured him, he might suffer inhuman torture. Thus Qiao Lan stayed by Qiao's side. Time passed minute by minute. When she woke again, it was already the next morning. Qiao's fever had subsided greatly, and his wounds were no longer inflamed. Yet Qiao Lan still did not want to wake him rashly. She went to the bushes again to gather fresh herbs. Just as Qiao Lan was applying the medicine to Qiao, he slowly opened his eyes. "I'm sorry I've dragged you into this." Qiao Lan did not respond, simply continuing to dress his wounds. Now with one disabled and the other injured, they dared not venture out and could only hide in the cave. Unfortunately, the heavens were unkind. Just as Qiao's body had recovered, a little thunder and lightning erupted outside the cave. Qiao Lan tried to start a fire by rubbing wood, but the cave was too damp. The wood simply would not produce sparks. However, the rain outside grew heavier and the temperature inside the cave plummeted. If this continued, they would both freeze to death in the cave. Just then Qiao Lan suddenly spotted 2 flint stones in the cave and was overjoyed. Now we can make it through the night safely. Excitedly she began to try, but after countless attempts she failed. Gradually she grew discouraged. By then her hands were bloody and bruised. "It's all right, I can endure this weather." Qiao said these words weakly before collapsing onto a nearby rock. After tidying his clothes, Qiao Lan began to try again and again. Perhaps because Qiao Lan's perseverance moved the heavens, the 2 flint stones finally sparked, and she obtained a source of fire. She carefully brought the fire close to Qiao to warm him. That night Qiao Lan did not rest well. She repeatedly checked on Qiao's condition. The two had not eaten for a day and night. Even with the warmth of the fire, they could not withstand the loss of strength. Qiao Lan planned to try her luck outside once the rain stopped. Even if she could catch a few small fish by waiting passively, it would be good. However, she waited all night, but the rain did not let up. Instead, it grew more intense. Though the fire provided warmth, Qiao's body was gradually growing cold. Determined to take a risk, Qiao Lan ran to the stream in the rain. Using a forked branch as a makeshift tool, she hoped to catch a few small fish. Perhaps it was luck after misfortune. Qiao Lan actually managed to spear a few plump crucian carp. After a simple cleaning, she returned to the cave and roasted them. When the aroma of fish filled the air, she woke Xiaqinya, and the two ate a simple meal. Only at this moment did Qiao Lan feel the exhaustion of her body, and the two leaned against each other by the torch and slowly fell asleep. In her sleep, Xiaqinya recalled the memories she had shared with the man in black since childhood. Back then he had always been by her side like an older brother, silently protecting her. Yet because of her own weakness and incompetence, she could only watch helplessly as the man in black was taken away by the crown prince's men to endure inhumane torture. At that time, Consort Duan was not favored. Xiaqinya did not know whom to turn to for help, so she could only kneel day and night before the crown prince's bedchamber. But how could His Highness the Crown Prince let slip such a perfect opportunity to humiliate Xiaqinya? Since she could stand before his bedchamber without dignity, naturally his mother could also kneel before her concubine's bedchamber without shame. Thus the Crown Prince sent someone to deliver the decree. Upon hearing it, Xiaqinya collapsed on the spot. Her mother couldn't even protect herself, so how could she possibly agree to such a shameful task? For those days, Xiaqinya continued to kneel before the Crown Prince's bedchamber regardless of wind or rain until she fainted and was discovered by the Empress, who came to check on her. "My child, why are you letting this ill-omened thing kneel before your bedchamber? He offended me a few days ago. I intended to teach him a lesson, but I never expected him to pretend to be dead right in front of my bedchamber." After hearing her son's account of the events, the Empress voluntarily petitioned the late emperor. She had Xiaqinya demoted from the palace under the guise of being in theft as a prince, forcing her to establish her own household outside the palace. With so many favored concubines, how could the late emperor remember Xiaqinya? When she finally awoke, she had already been in a deep slumber for several days at the prince's mansion outside the palace. "Your humble servant bows before your highness the Prince Yong, long may you live 1,000 years. It was at that moment that Xiaqinya met Zhui Feng. After Zhui Feng explained the full circumstances to her, Xiaqinya broke down, emotionally desperate to kneel before the palace gates. But at that time Consort Duan had threatened to take her own life, so Xiaqinya had no choice but to handle the matter privately. Yet no matter what methods she tried, she could never find any trace of Wang Hao. It wasn't until 5 years later that Xiaqinya suddenly heard the crown prince was abandoning Wang Hao to welcome her. After enduring 5 years of torture, how could Wang Hao not harbor resentment? From then on, whenever the two met, they would draw their swords against each other. The brotherhood they once shared had long vanished. Xiaqinya kept murmuring, "I'm sorry," in her dreams, but Wang Hao in those dreams would resolutely turn and walk away. Qiao Lan was awakened by Xiaqinya's muttering and then discovered that Xiaqinya had suddenly developed a persistent high fever. No matter what methods she tried, nothing seemed to help. "How do you feel now? Can you hear me speaking?" Qiao Lan kept trying to communicate with Xiaqinya, but after muttering, Xiaqinya fell into a deep unconsciousness. After briefly concealing the cave entrance, Qiao Lan began searching around. Since Xiaqinya had left, Zhui Feng and the others would surely have noticed something was wrong. But now she not only had to find Zhui Feng and the others, but also avoid the pursuit of the men in black. However, time was running out, and Xiaqinya's condition could not be delayed any longer. Moreover, the men in black were everywhere now. If she was discovered even by a thread, she and Xiaqinya would surely both perish. So Qiao Lan first went to the pawn shop, pawning the gold hairpin she carried to exchange for some silver coins to go to the medical clinic. The servant at the medical clinic immediately stepped forward upon seeing her. With Qiao Lan's tattered clothes, how could someone like her possibly enter the clinic? "Little lady, if you wish to wait for the doctor's charity, you'll need to wait 2 more days. Please don't make things difficult for me." Hearing this, Qiao Lan understood immediately and then handed the silver coin she had exchanged to the servant. "I'm here to buy medicine." Upon opening Qiao Lan's money pouch and seeing its contents, the servant immediately bowed and apologized profusely. "This humble servant has been blind to your true worth. May I ask what herbs this lady wishes to purchase? If you were to hire a doctor for treatment, it would cost 2 or 3 times as much." Qiao Lan didn't understand this reasoning. Logically, doctors had the duty to treat patients and prescribe medicine. Seeing the confusion in Qiao Lan's eyes, the servant immediately stepped forward to explain. These past few days a plague had been raging through the city, leaving everyone struggling to protect themselves. Thus, ordinary illnesses required extra payment to be prioritized. Qiao Lan sighed helplessly. If a minister's doctor were to come and treat Xie Qinya, their whereabouts would likely be exposed soon. Rather than risk that, it would be better to buy some herbs herself. In that case, please lead me to the pharmacy. When they arrived at the pharmacy, Qiao Lan, to avoid suspicion, requested some inconsequential items. The servant, encountering such a generous customer, didn't think much of it. After packing the items for Qiao Lan, the servant handed her the medicine bundle. Qiao Lan kept only 2 silver coins and gave the rest to the servant. With the plague raging in the city and bandits robbing homes, I beg you, young master, not to reveal this to anyone. The servant, being a decent man at heart, naturally kept quiet after receiving so much silver from Qiao Lan. I have never seen this lady, nor do I know what herbs she purchased. Hearing the servant's words, Qiao Lan nodded and left. Along the way, she bought some pastries to at least sustain her and Xie Qinya's strength. Upon arriving at the cave, Qiao Lan immediately cleared away all the cover around it, carefully checking the surroundings for any abnormalities before daring to enter. Xie Qinya was already shivering on the stone, her body bearing external wounds. Though she had received timely anti-inflammatory treatment, inflammation still persisted. Qiao Lan forcibly crushed the pastries and stuffed them into Xie Qinya's mouth, using water from the pool to help her swallow, preserving her strength. The silver needles she carried were still at the camp, so for now, she could only use the silver needles from her hairpin. Though she couldn't sterilize them in this situation, who could care about such things? After repositioning, Xie Qinya, Qiao Lan inserted the silver needles into her acupoints. Though she didn't know if Xie Qinya would survive this time, at least it would buy time for the upcoming rescue. Half an hour later, the silver needles were actually forced out by Xie Qinya's internal energy. At this moment, Qiao Lan no longer cared about the distinction between genders and forcefully inserted the needles into the acupoints with her fingers. In that instant, Xie Qinya vomited blood. Qiao Lan rushed forward to check and discovered that the palm strike from the man in black contained poison. Fortunately, the herbs she had purchased from the pharmacy were all for clearing heat and detoxifying. Otherwise, Xie Qinya wouldn't have survived the night. Thus, Qiao Lan repeatedly stimulated Xie Qinya's acupoints, gradually eliminating the poison from her body. Qiao Lan stayed awake all night, and Xie Qinya's complexion gradually improved. By the next morning, Xie Qinya still showed no signs of waking up. Qiao Lan's heart was filled with panic. According to the acupoint method she had used and the herbal support, such a situation should not have occurred. Can you hear my voice now? If you can, please give me some response. No matter how Qiao Lan called out, Xie Qinya did not respond. Qiao Lan no longer cared about her own safety and rushed non-stop into the city, purchasing many detoxifying pills from the pharmacy. After Xie Qinya took the medicine, she searched through the original host's lifetime knowledge in her mind, hoping to find a method to save him. But no matter how she searched, she could not find a way to eliminate the poison in Xie Qinya's body simultaneously. She forced herself to calm down and began searching for traces of Zhui Feng and the others. Since they had been able to stay by Xie Qinya's side, there must have been some form of close-range signal. So Qiao Lan searched through Xie Qinya's belongings, and just as she was about to lose hope, she discovered a signal flare hidden in his chest. Though she did not know whether it would summon Zhui Feng or the men in black, Qiao Lan felt she should at least attempt it, as waiting idly for death was far worse. To avoid attracting the men in black, she decided to first carry Xie Qinya to safety before triggering the flare herself. Once all preparations were complete, Qiao Lan finally ignited the so-called signal flare, but it emitted no sound at all, sending panic through her heart. She feared that falling into the stream had damaged the device, so throughout the waiting period, Qiao Lan remained filled with trepidation. If Zhui Feng did not arrive, she would fight to the death, but she would never abandon Xie Qinya without seeking treatment for him. However, heaven had mercy. The device was not a failed flare at all, but a special resonance channel between the mother goo and the child goo. Once activated, the corresponding goo worm would respond, and that child worm was in Zhui Feng's possession. Zhui Feng detected the disturbance in the child worm and searched everywhere with it, finally spotting Qiao Lan and Xie Qinya as night fell. But Qiao Lan, having lived in fear for days, was already on high alert for any unusual movement. When Zhue Feng sent someone to investigate, she responded with fierce hostility. "Do not fear, my lady. It is I." Only upon hearing Zhue Feng's voice did Qiao Lan's heart finally settle, and she immediately relayed Xiechenia's condition to him. Upon learning of this, Zhue Feng promptly brought forth the physician he had brought along. The physician examined Xiechenia's pulse and sighed in resignation. The injuries had penetrated deep into his vital organs, and forcing the poison out could prove fatal. "Give me your acupuncture needles." Qiao Lan could not simply watch Xiechenia die. Though she had been forced into this princely mansion, Xiechenia's injuries were sustained, protecting her. Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Zhue Feng dismissed the others and stayed by her side to assist. The moment Qiao Lan received the needles, she tried desperately to steady herself, but no matter what she did, her hands continued to tremble. "My lady, do not worry. Over the years, the prince has overcome many trials alone. He will surely prevail this time as well." Seeing Qiao Lan unable to compose herself, Zhue Feng took the needles from her hands. "If my lady cannot bring herself to do it, let this subordinate handle it. You need only tell me where to insert the needles and how deep." Qiao Lan shook her head, took a deep breath, and drove all the physician's needles into Xiechenia's acupoints. Previously, Qiao Lan had possessed only a single needle, so the results could not compare to this time. Yet Qiao Lan remained uneasy, uncertain whether this acupuncture technique would still work on Xiechenia, or if his internal energy would continue to reject it. Thankfully, Xiechenia's vital energy did not surge chaotically this time, and the needles held steady in their positions. After 3/4 of an hour, Qiao Lan's legs had gone numb from crouching beside him, yet she remained steadfast at his side, until his fingers began to slowly curl. "I knew you would wake up, I knew you would wake up." Qiao Lan carefully removed each needle from Xiechenia's body. Once all the needles were withdrawn, he coughed up blood, and his voice gradually returned. However, Xiechenia was unaware that Zhue Feng had found them. Seeing Qiao Lan's haggard face, he immediately urged her to flee. "My body can no longer sustain this flight with you. Simply follow the stream, and Zhue Feng will find you." Qiao Lan did not respond, repeating only that they had found Zhue Feng, until Xiechenia's agitation finally subsided. Only when Xiechenia's strength began to return did Qiao Lan reluctantly leave. Zhue Feng immediately helped Xiechenia against a nearby wall and questioned him about the past few days. After learning the full account, Zhue Feng fell silent. For no one in this world had the right to condemn Wang Hao's actions. They neither could nor deserved to. Qiao Lan remained seated by the stream, reflecting on how her medical skills still fell short after these past few days. Otherwise, how could she have stood idle while Xiechenia lay comatose, suffering? Previously, she had relied entirely on the medical knowledge inherited from the original host, searching her mind whenever needed. But now she realized this approach was no longer sufficient. It might work for minor ailments, but in a true emergency, she was utterly helpless. After briefly explaining the situation to Zhue Feng, Xiechenia was helped to Qiao Lan's side by his attendants. "I must thank you for this. Without your rescue, my life would have already been lost." Qiao Lan helped him sit on a nearby stone. "And without you coming to find me, my life would have ended long ago." Years later, when Xiechenia discussed his love for Qiao Lan with his children, he realized they had already been devoted to each other back then. They simply had not recognized it at the time. After a brief rest, Zhue Feng and his guards escorted Xiechenia and Qiao Lan back to the city. Worried that Wang Hao might seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, while their forces were scattered, Zhue Feng reinforced the defenses around Qiao Lan and Xiechenia's quarters. Yet after the incident concluded, Wang Hao's whereabouts remained unknown. Despite this, Zhue Feng remained anxious throughout the journey back. In contrast, Xiechenia was undisturbed. Though he and Wang Hao had clashed for years, Xiechenia knew better than anyone how much Wang Hao had once cherished him as a younger brother. Qiao Lan understood Xiechenia's turmoil. If Wang Hao truly sought their lives, he could have killed them when he had the chance. "If you believe there is misunderstanding between you two, perhaps after you recover you should explain everything to him." Xiechenia shook his head. The matter was far more complex than it appeared. Had he not been imprisoned in the dungeon by the Crown Prince those 5 years ago, would the Prince of Yong still exist today? The Crown Prince's ruthlessness had become abundantly clear during the journey to the frontier, where countless individuals had sought his death. Wang Hao's appearance now was merely a minor interlude amidst these many intricate threads. If the one in the distant capital could not hear of his death, how could he ever relent? In the past I lacked the power to protect my closest brother. Now I am equally powerless to guard the family by my side. To avoid pursuit by Wang Hao and his men, Juefeng and Xie Chenai decided after deliberation to first find a secluded dwelling. They would wait for time to dilute the matter before returning, their primary concern being to avoid implicating Consort Duan and the others. If you feel uncomfortable, you can have Juefeng escort you back first. But you must be cautious when going out these days. Qiao Lan did not respond to Xie Chenai. Given his current condition, if she left he would surely drag himself along. So rather than that, she might as well stay by his side. At least under her supervision, he would take his medicine on time. Forget it. If you are all here, and I return alone, the womenfolk at home cannot withstand their slaughter. Finding this reasonable, Xie Chenai cleaned out a room in the rustic cottage for Qiao Lan to rest. Qiao Lan took advantage of their tidying up to slip out and gather the necessary herbs. When night fell, she secretly went to Xie Chenai's quarters carrying the decoction she had prepared that afternoon. The hour has come. You must take this bowl of medicine. Seeing the bowl, Xie Chenai understood the reason Qiao Lan insisted on staying. He raised the bowl partly to recover his health quickly and partly not to disappoint her. After speaking of the medicine, Qiao Lan returned to the cottage kitchen. At first she worried about the city's commoners. But according to Juefeng, most of the residents had gradually recovered, and the remaining symptoms were being treated by the city physicians. This eased Qiao Lan's mind somewhat. The most urgent task now was to help Xie Chenai recover. After Xie Chenai finished discussing matters with Juefeng, Qiao Lan pulled him aside. Though the herbs suppress the poison in your body these days, you still need acupuncture to maximize their efficacy. Xie Chenai wanted to think it over, but Qiao Lan gave him no chance. Before he could react, she dragged him into the inner room. If she always let the patient have his way, she might as well quit being a physician. Once the needles enter your body, no matter what internal phenomena you perceive, do not recklessly use your true qi. Instead, strive to merge the turbid qi with your true qi. Qiao Lan inserted the silver needles into the acupoints as described in the medical texts. Xie Chenai then felt two streams of inner energy clashing within him, but remembering her instructions, he dared not act rashly. Qiao Lan placed needles at the Qi Hai and Shuego acupoints to neutralize the turbid qi in Xie Chenai's body. After a quarter of an hour, he clearly felt his blood and qi flowing smoothly. For the next few days you must come here regularly for me to administer the needles. By the time we leave, the poison in your body will be fully expelled. Having said this, Qiao Lan returned to her room first. The acupuncture drained her qi and blood considerably, and the past days of tending to the city's affairs had left her without proper rest. Thus the next day, she slept until the sun was high. The thatched cottage had no other trivial chores. Though she did not find Juefeng or Xie Chenai, she saw the meal left for her in the small kitchen. Only in the evening did Qiao Lan await Juefeng and Xie Chenai's return. As the previous night, she administered acupuncture to Xie Chenai and then went back to rest. Thus Qiao Lan repeated the same routine for 5 or 6 days in the cottage, and Xie Chenai's health gradually recovered under the daily regimen. Fearing that their families would worry after being away for so long, Xie Chenai discussed with Juefeng and decided to return to the courtyard first. So Qiao Lan also returned home under the escort of hidden guards. Xiao Tao's eyes brimmed with tears the moment she saw Qiao Lan. Having grown up serving her mistress, she had never been separated from her. Now you girl are acting like a child, shedding little pearls of tears at the slightest thing. Xiao Tao sobbed as she asked about Qiao Lan's well-being over the past days, then packed all of Qiao Lan's luggage. After soothing Xiao Tao and washing up briefly, Qiao Lan went to Consort Duan's chamber. Your son pays respects to Mother Consort. Consort Duan had already learned from Lingxiu that the couple had returned recently. Knowing her son's temperament, she had held little hope, but was surprised that Qiao Lan came to visit first. What business took you away? Consort Duan said, gesturing for Lingxiu to help Qiao Lan rise. Only some trivial matters, Mother Consort, need not trouble yourself. It is just that the prince has been occupied with important affairs these past days and could not come to pay his respects in person. Hearing Qiao Lan's excuses, consort Duan felt at ease, understanding that the couple had legitimate reasons, so she did not press further. Qiao Lan's real purpose was to check consort Duan's pulse. After taking consort Duan's pulse and finding nothing amiss, Qiao Lan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the woman in the side chamber had not appeared these days. Having no further reason to stay, Qiao Lan took her leave briefly. Only after stepping out did she ask Xiao Tao about what had happened in the courtyard during her absence. Xiao Tao recalled that the courtyard had been quiet and free of troublesome incidents. After giving a brief account, she excused herself. At night, Xiao Lan went to the small kitchen to prepare Xie Chenyi's medicine herself. Over these days, Xie Chenyi had not revealed a word about the black-clad figure's whereabouts, as if nothing had ever happened. Since that was the case, she said nothing more beyond her normal duties of decocting medicine and performing acupuncture. Zhuifeng was conducting his routine patrol. Due to prior events, he had heightened his vigilance, but to his surprise, he spotted a wicker basket beside a pile of dry grass containing an infant. He initially intended to ignore it and walk away, but the child suddenly burst into loud cries. Left with no choice, he carried the baby to Xie Chenyi's room. However, the two men could only stare helplessly at the infant. In desperation, Xie Chenyi sent Zhuifeng to fetch Qiao Lan. After Zhuifeng briefly recounted the situation, Qiao Lan examined the child and found it was ill, likely abandoned by its parents. The infant's condition was critical, requiring blood-activating herbs. Qiao Lan asked Zhuifeng and Xie Chenyi to watch the baby while she returned to her room to search for the herbs. Seeing such a lovely child, Xie Chenyi could not understand how parents could be so heartless as to abandon it. But then, recalling his own childhood, he let out a cold snort. Qiao Lan dared not use a strong dosage for the infant, so, when decocting the medicine, she reduced the amount to 1/5 of the adult dose. After all, the child was only a few months old, a too potent dose might harm its body. Only after taking the medicinal decoction did the child gradually calm down, perhaps feeling some relief in his body, and thus ceasing his cries. Since it was still late in the day, abandoning the child to the care of two men seemed impractical, so Qiao Lan decided to bring the child back to her own room. By the time Qiao Lan returned to her room, the child had already drifted into slumber. She laid him on the couch and began to take his pulse, and as she did so, her expression gradually stiffened. She had assumed the child's condition was merely poor blood circulation, but she never expected that his right leg had already become stiff and atrophied. Upon unwrapping the bundle, the sight before her confirmed her suspicions. The child's right leg was livid. Presumably his parents, seeing this horrifying sight, had been terrified and thus abandoned him in the desolate wilderness. But now that the child had taken some blood-activating medicine and fallen into a peaceful slumber, it did not match the symptoms at all. Qiao Lan dared not think further. She began to measure the child's temperature. Aside from the right leg, all other parts of his body were burning hot. It seemed the child had already missed the optimal window for treatment. But to amputate the right leg of such a young child, would that not be a cruelty? Qiao Lan immediately began searching through medical texts, desperately seeking a way to save the child's life, yet the results were disheartening. If she could not find a perfect solution, the right leg would have to be removed. At this hour, Xiao Tao was already fast asleep, so Qiao Lan boiled a basin of hot water herself. She began to warm the child's right leg. If the leg's condition was merely due to recent exposure to cold, there was still hope, but if it was heading toward a worse direction, amputation would be the only option. Throughout the process, Qiao Lan dared not slacken for a moment. She changed basin after basin of hot water until dawn broke, and only then did the child's right leg begin to show a slight sign of sensation. Yet throughout the ordeal, the child's painful cries compelled Qiao Lan to soothe him to sleep, while simultaneously applying warm compresses. When Xiao Tao woke up and heard the infant's cries from Qiao Lan's room, she rushed over. Upon entering, she saw the child convulsing uncontrollably. "Mistress, what is this?" Qiao Lan had no time to explain, as she simply stuffed the towel into the child's mouth, fearing he might bite his tongue. After a brief session of acupuncture massage, the child gradually returned to normal. But if this pattern continued, the child would inevitably die young. "Hold the child for now. If he starts convulsing again, call me immediately. I will consult the medical text to find suitable herbs to alleviate his condition." Xiao Tao took the child from Qiao Lan's arms and nodded. Qiao Lan hastened to retrieve her medical books from her bundle, but no matter how much she searched, she could not find an appropriate method. Qiao Lan could only prepare the same blood-activating and stasis-resolving herbal decoction she had made the previous night, feeding it to the child in the hope that he might rest peacefully for a while. Taking advantage of the child's current calm state, Qiao Lan quickly informed Sedan of the situation. I believe the most urgent matter is to find the child's biological parents, or otherwise it bodes ill for your highness. It was not that Qiao Lan was overthinking, but the child's appearance was too coincidental. If he were from an ordinary family, male infants were precious, and even if it meant bankruptcy, the parents would not have given up so easily. Moreover, the child had been abandoned right before their eyes, which suggested that this incident was deliberately aimed at Sedan. Sedan had already sent Zhuifeng to investigate the matter the previous night, but there was still no news. I must trouble you to treat this child for a few more days. If there is truly no way, we will have to send him to the Yamen. Qiao Lan felt helpless. If the child were sent to the Yamen, those officials would likely only watch helplessly as he suffered his seizures. To prevent Xiao Tao from being frightened, Qiao Lan had to agree first, and then return to her room. Unexpectedly, the child in the room had already awakened and was playing with Xiao Tao. Qiao Lan composed herself before entering. The child was indeed pitiable. If he had been born into a normal family, he might have passed the imperial examinations and leaped over the dragon's gate. But with such an illness. But mistress, the child is so adorable. How could his parents be so heartless? Perhaps they saw that the child had an incurable disease and had no extra silver, leaving them with no choice but to abandon him. While Xiao Tao played with the child, Qiao Lan continued searching for herbs that could treat him, but the situation was not as simple as she had imagined. In this era, despite possessing the original host's wisdom, she could not break through the limitations of the age. For this child, simply growing up safely would already be a blessing. To waste no more time, Qiao Lan began treating the child. She instructed Xiao Tao to apply hot compresses to the child's right leg, while she herself used silver needles to stimulate his acupoints. Since the child was still very young, he might survive the rescue process. Throughout the entire process, Qiao Lan dared not be negligent in the slightest. The child seemed to understand that Qiao Lan was saving his life, and he did not fuss at all throughout the morning. At noon, to prevent the child from losing strength, Qiao Lan had Xiao Tao prepare rice paste. The child was only 8 or 9 months old, and there were no suitable female attendants in the courtyard to nurse him. Qiao Lan found medicinal herbs, such as kudzu root, from the room and began to decoct them. Although the symptoms were recorded in the medical texts, all decoctions required her own experimentation. Fortunately, the child's condition had been discovered early. If it had been delayed for another year or two, the family would likely have already prepared for a funeral. After feeding the child at noon, Qiao Lan began another round of acupuncture. She hoped that by repeatedly stimulating the child's acupoints, he could become as normal as any other child. Mistress, if we continue like this, won't the child be covered in needle marks? But this is for the child's survival. The medicinal decoctions are poisonous in 3 parts, and besides, the child is so young that he cannot swallow such bitter things. Qiao Lan had tried various herbal combinations, but no matter how she adjusted, the bitterness of the herbs was unbearable for even an adult, let alone an infant. Upon hearing Qiao Lan's words, Xiao Tao could only turn away, unable to look at the child. However, after a day of acupuncture, the frequency of the child's seizures had decreased significantly, which reinforced Qiao Lan's determination to continue the treatment. Qiao Lan firmly believed that every life in this world deserved respect. If the child had truly been abandoned by his parents, she could propose to the prince that they raise him as their own. When night fell, Qiao Lan finally breathed a sigh of relief as she watched the child's sleeping face. Despite the day's torment, the child showed no discomfort. Instead, he smiled at them. Such a child is a special gift from heaven to his parents. Unfortunately, his parents could not accept it. Xiao Tao had originally wanted Qiao Lan to rest properly first, but Qiao Lan refused, worried that if the child had an episode in the middle of the night, it could potentially become life-threatening due to delayed medical attention. As Qiao Lan had feared, when night fell and darkness enveloped everything, the child began crying uncontrollably. Qiao Lan suddenly woke with a start and hurriedly checked the child's vital signs. Although the child's body had largely recovered, residual ailments remained within. Perhaps during breathing, an accidental touch to a healing wound caused the child to emit a heart-wrenching cry. Qiao Lan gently gathered the child into her arms, softly coaxing the little one to sleep. The infant seemed to find comfort in her embrace, peacefully sucking its lips as it drifted into slumber. Due to the sudden incident, Qiao Lan stayed awake the entire night, quietly soothing the child to sleep. Seeing this, Xiao Tao quickly took the child from Qiao Lan's arms. After all, Qiao Lan had finally found a moment of rest, only to have it disrupted by this little one. "Master, please rest quickly. I'll take care of this child." With dark circles under her eyes, Qiao Lan reluctantly returned to her bed, though she couldn't help but feel reluctant to leave the child. However, the child refused to let go in an unusual display of attachment. Should Xiao Tao have forcibly taken the child away, it would have only provoked the infant into wailing loudly. "Then just leave the child in this room. I can see he's quite the little tormentor." With no choice but to comply, Xiao Tao had to attend to boiling decoctions for consort Duan that early morning, with no time to waste on this troublesome young master. She simply placed the child on the bed. Perhaps sensing Qiao Lan's hardships, the little one remained unusually quiet. Before long, Qiao Lan fell into a deep sleep, and when she awoke, she found the child gazing at her with pleading eyes. "You little rascal, you're being unusually well-behaved today." With her energy restored, Qiao Lan went to the small kitchen to prepare rice porridge for the child. She then took the adorable little bundle back to the room after he had eaten his fill. Since the child was too young to be forced to swallow the bitter herbal medicine, Qiao Lan had no choice but to mix calming herbs into his regular meals. Once the child fell into a deep sleep, she would use silver needles to stimulate specific acupoints. Perhaps because the condition was detected early, after several days of Qiao Lan's treatment, the child's health gradually improved, and the symptoms of pediatric paralysis began to ease. Now everyone in the courtyard was busy with their own matters. Xiaochenai had been absent for a long time, and consort Duan was still recuperating. So in her daily routine, Qiao Lan spent her time either studying herbal preparations or playing with the little one. After 3 or 4 days of this routine, both Qiao Lan and Xiao Tao had gradually grown accustomed to the presence of the little bundle. Little did they know that trouble was about to arrive. At that moment, Xiao Tao was playing with the child in the courtyard when suddenly a fierce-looking couple came charging straight toward them. To protect the child from harm, Xiao Tao quickly rushed into the inner room. Seeing this, Qiao Lan immediately went forward to inquire about what was happening. However, the couple immediately began wailing and screaming at the courtyard entrance, claiming that the people inside had stolen their child. In reality, these so-called parents were merely a facade. They had no idea what the child actually looked like. They were simply two frauds who had accepted money from strangers and were acting on their instructions. "Your courtyard is filled with demons who devour people without spitting out the bones. Why haven't you returned our child yet? We are just a couple who lost our child and want to find him, yet we must still endure the courtyard owner's displeasure." Meanwhile, those bystanders who had stopped outside the courtyard upon hearing the couple's words began to criticize Qiao Lan. "We naturally know that someone of extraordinary status resides in this courtyard, but regardless, there is no justification for forcibly taking another person's child." The crowd began to attack Qiao Lan with a barrage of accusations. Just then, Zhue Feng returned. After thoroughly understanding the situation, he first pacified the couple who were causing a scene on the street, and only then sent someone to inform Xiaochenai of the details. After understanding the full sequence of events, Xiaochenai realized this was yet another masterpiece by that person. He had never imagined such despicable tactics would be employed. If these two were truly the child's biological parents, how could they be so utterly merciless? Using a child's life to damage one's own reputation. Only someone like that could come up with such a scheme. I have no idea what relationship you have with that child. Based solely on your empty words, how could I possibly entrust the child to you? Why don't we go directly to the magistrate? We can have a proper judgment on who this child should belong to. Upon hearing this, the couple exchanged worried glances. If this matter reached the magistrate, wouldn't they be walking into a trap? After all, according to current law, abandoning an infant or failing to provide adequate care was punishable by imprisonment. We're only here to claim our child. Why make a fuss and bring this before the magistrate? While Xiao Tao wasn't paying attention, the woman secretly placed something on the child. Upon noticing this, Xiao Tao immediately grabbed the woman's wrist. "What do you think you're doing? Miss, you're being absurd. I merely wish to see my child. Why are you so hostile?" Qiao Lan also realized the couple was not genuinely seeking their child, so she stepped forward to block their path. "Madam, are you trying to block our way? Fine, we'll just leave the child behind." As the couple attempted to slip away unnoticed, Zhui Feng intercepted their escape route. Before Qiao Lan and Xiao Tao could react, Zhui Feng threw them into the woodshed. What happened next remained unknown to them, but later they witnessed the couple fleeing in disgrace. Only after the matter was fully resolved did Zhui Feng reveal the truth to Qiao Lan. It turned out that many people were envious of Xiechenia's smooth sailing. They had intended to blow this infant incident out of proportion, but the prince had discovered their scheme and thwarted it directly. As Zhui Feng recounted the events with animated enthusiasm, Qiao Lan's expression grew increasingly grave. She had never imagined being part of such a scheme, that she and the child were merely pawns in this setup. Since the prince has already noticed, that is for the best. If there's nothing else, I'll take the child back to my room first. After speaking, Qiao Lan left without looking back. Once back in her room, she gazed self-mockingly at the infant lying on the bed. She wasn't sure how she should feel. To prevent her emotions from spiraling out of control, Qiao Lan forced herself to focus on the medical knowledge from her books. It was only when the infant began crying that Qiao Lan's thoughts were pulled back to reality. Qiao Lan held the infant tenderly, gently coaxing the child to sleep. But as the baby continued to cry inconsolably, she finally noticed the child's ashen complexion. After carefully taking the pulse, she realized the poison within the child's body was spreading rapidly. In that instant, Qiao Lan was utterly panicked. She drew upon everything she had ever learned, frantically searching through medical texts for a method to counteract the poison. She desperately called out for Xiao Tao to come help. Yet it seemed as though everything that day was conspiring against her. Just days prior, the child's condition had begun to improve, but she never expected that the couple would take advantage of her momentary lapse in attention to poison the child. It was her own fault for not paying attention to the matter at the time. When Xiao Tao heard Qiao Lan's call and entered, she saw blood seeping from the child's mouth. "My lady, what's wrong?" Xiao Tao hastily approached and covered the infant's mouth. Qiao Lan immediately took out a life-saving pill from her belongings and placed it into the child's mouth. Only after 2/4 of an hour did the child's vital signs stabilize, by which time Qiao Lan was collapsed on the ground. Gazing at the child's ashen face, Qiao Lan fell into deep despair. The poison had already spread to the child's internal organs. Even a divine healer would be powerless to help now. Zhui Feng had been hiding nearby ever since he heard the commotion in Qiao Lan's room. Once he understood the full sequence of events, he reported the details to Xiecheni. Xiecheni rushed to Qiao Lan's room only to find the child's breathing growing ever weaker. Even as the infant reached the final moment of life, Qiao Lan remained in a daze, unable to process what was happening. "The ground is cold. You should get up first," Xiecheni said, stepping forward to help Qiao Lan. To his surprise, she brushed his hand away. He did not press further, simply watching silently as she remained collapsed on the floor. "Do you know? Yesterday, he was still smiling at me. I thought I had cured him. I thought I had caught his illness early enough." Tears streamed down Qiao Lan's face as she spoke. She could not comprehend how someone could be so cruel as to use an infant as a pawn placed before their enemy. She could not understand her own role in this grand game of strategy. Beside her, Xiao Tao wept uncontrollably as she slowly presented the lifeless infant to Qiao Lan. Qiao Lan said nothing, simply cradling the infant and walking slowly into the mountains. "Perhaps this is a release for you as well, isn't it? A few days ago, did you also believe you would survive?" Qiao Lan felt like a sinner. If not for her carelessness, how could this child have fallen into the hands of those heartless creatures? Along the way, Qiao Lan kept murmuring to the infant's corpse. She had read in historical records about the ruthless brutality of imperial descendants as they fought for the throne. But wasn't that person already emperor? Why still pursue the annihilation of innocent lives? Even if this child was merely a pawn, he couldn't yet speak, could he? Qiao Lan buried the infant among a field of azaleas. "Here you will have fragrant flowers and chirping birds keeping you company. I believe you will soon find parents who will cherish you and live well in your second life." Until nightfall, Qiao Lan remained beside the small grave, reflecting on everything she had experienced since arriving in this era. It was only at this moment that Qiao Lan truly awakened. Every day in this era brought various injustices, and relying solely on the original owner's abilities, she could not establish herself in this world. Relying on Xiechenya's background, she would be unable to protect those she wished to safeguard. After clarifying these thoughts, Qiao Lan returned to her room and began studying medical texts. She would start with what she knew best. Xiechenya felt somewhat relieved upon learning she had returned to her room. However, the capital surveillance had grown increasingly tight, and incidents were being provoked more frequently. He had no time to comfort Qiao Lan himself, so he instructed Zhu Feng to keep watch and report immediately if anything urgent arose. Through day after day of dedicated study, Qiao Lan's medical skills reached mastery. Within 2 months, people throughout the surrounding areas had come to recognize her expertise. But this was not enough for Qiao Lan. She wanted to build her reputation on a grander scale. She would show the world in this era that women could also bear the weight of traditional Chinese medicine. So she began using her sharp mind. To avoid drawing attention, she purchased property deeds under various false names throughout the city. Within just a few days, Qiao Lan had accumulated a thick stack of property deeds. To prevent them from being discovered by those with ill intent, she concealed them within her belongings. She then entrusted others with renting out all the properties she had acquired to generate income. Over the past few days, Lady Wang's health had been gradually improving. Carrying her newborn, Lady Wang came to visit Qiao Lan. The neighbors all recognized the Wang family sedan chair, so they eagerly waited at the doorway. Qiao Lan had already received the urgent message from Lady Wang, but never expected her to bring the child along. How could Lady Wang personally come here? The journey was so bumpy. Do you feel unwell? When Lady Wang saw Qiao Lan, she intended to kneel and pay respects, but considering the crowded surroundings, she could only look at Qiao Lan apologetically. Qiao Lan turned and patted Lady Wang's hand to reassure her. Once everyone entered the room, Lady Wang shamefully bowed from the side. This humble one pays respects to the princess. Seeing this, Qiao Lan immediately stepped forward to help her up. You are heavily pregnant now. Why perform such a formal ceremony? These words made Lady Wang's expression grow increasingly troubled. She had only intended to express her gratitude to Qiao Lan, but now her family's instructions compelled her to speak further. A few days ago, my elder sister-in-law from my natal family sent someone to check on my condition. Upon learning that I had recovered through the princess's blessing, she thought I should come personally to invite the princess to help. Lady Wang then recounted to Qiao Lan the situation involving her sister-in-law. The sister-in-law had been suffering from a gynecological ailment, but had delayed seeking treatment due to shame. Only after witnessing Qiao Lan's abilities with her own eyes did she feel compelled to act. Yet for Qiao Lan, this proved to be an opportunity. Lady Wang came from a distinguished family, so her sister-in-law must also be a lady of noble birth. How could she not seize this chance to establish her name before others? I understand Lady Wang's request. If it suits you, I shall accompany you back this time. Upon hearing Qiao Lan's response, Lady Wang was overjoyed. After briefly reporting to Consort Duan, she took Qiao Lan with her. During the carriage ride, Lady Wang briefly explained her sister-in-law's current condition. Since time was limited, the group first returned to the Wang residence, planning to set out together the following morning. Elder Madame Wang, delighted that her daughter-in-law had brought Qiao Lan back, prepared fine wine and dishes. Thanks to the princess's blessings, my health has gradually improved, and my grandson has grown robust. I raise this cup to honor you, princess. Qiao Lan, feeling unwell, declined the wine and drank tea instead. After dinner, she retired to her room to rest. Meanwhile, Lady Wang immediately sent servants to inform her natal family to make preparations, then came to Qiao Lan's room. Previously, I was unwell and did not properly converse with you before you departed. Would the princess be willing to chat with me tonight? Qiao Lan did not refuse, and the two talked until they grew drowsy. The next morning, several maidservants came to help Lady Wang and Qiao Lan prepare for the day. After breakfast, the two set out together for Lady Wang's natal family. Lady Wang noticed the grave expression on Qiao Lan's face and couldn't help but worry about her sister-in-law. What matter does the princess have? Please speak freely. Qiao Lan sighed softly. The condition of Lady Zhang the Younger was far more severe than that of Lady Wang the Younger. Presumably, because the gynecological ailment had been allowed to linger for too long. Lady Zhang the Younger exhibited a slippery pulse indicative of damp heat in the liver and gallbladder, and based on her pain symptoms, Qiao Lan diagnosed it as an ovarian cyst. She could only relay the pulse findings she had discerned, warning that in severe cases this illness could prove fatal. Lady Wang the Younger trembled upon hearing Qiao Lan's explanation, perhaps never having imagined her sister-in-law's condition to be so grave. With no other choice, Lady Wang the Younger had to recount to her mother-in-law everything she had heard from Qiao Lan. Lady Zhang too had not expected her daughter-in-law's illness to have been delayed to such a critical state. "Does your highness know of a cure? My Zhang family will exhaust all its wealth to heal her." Qiao Lan was well aware of the Zhang family's resources, but the illness stemmed from years of overwork compounded by Lady Zhang the Younger's dejection, making it a truly difficult case to treat. Yet she could not resist Lady Wang the Younger's desperate pleas. "When I married, my sister-in-law was already part of the Zhang household. All these years she has treated me like a true sister. I beg your highness to save her." With no alternative, Qiao Lan agreed. Lady Zhang, seeing Qiao Lan relent, promptly arranged for the finest guest chambers and treated her with the utmost respect. Led by a maidservant to her room, Qiao Lan opened the medical texts she had brought with her. The rustling of pages filled the chamber. In modern times, even cancer could be treated, let alone an ovarian cyst. But the era she now inhabited was different, and her recent exposure to gynecological cases had been limited. Just as Qiao Lan was growing anxious, a knock came at the door. "Who is it?" Qiao Lan asked, tucking the medical text under her pillow. "It's me, your highness." Recognizing Lady Wang the Younger's voice, Qiao Lan went to open the door. "Lady Wang, why aren't you resting in your chambers? What brings you here?" At Qiao Lan's words, Lady Wang the Younger sighed helplessly. "The entire household is worried about my sister-in-law's condition. Seeing her tormented by illness on her sickbed today broke my heart. I couldn't sleep, so I thought to disturb you." Seeing Lady Wang the Younger about to bow, Qiao Lan quickly stopped her. "Do not worry too much, Lady Wang. If you harm your own health, Lady Zhang will only be more concerned." To ease Lady Wang's anxiety, Qiao Lan chatted with her about trivial matters. They were just beginning to feel drowsy when an urgent call came from the maidservant outside. "Miss, the young mistress is in trouble." Lady Wang and Qiao Lan rushed to Lady Zhang the Younger's chamber. The moment she stepped inside, the room reeked of blood. Qiao Lan hurried forward and saw that Lady Zhang the Younger was bleeding profusely from her lower body. "Bring hot water." Qiao Lan took out a small flask of liquor for simple disinfection, then ordered attendants to hold Lady Zhang down. Everyone waited outside, but the sight of basins filled with bloody water stirred their unease. Lady Zhang grabbed a maidservant carrying out the soiled water. "What is happening inside?" The maidservant shook her head, helplessly sighed, and hurried to replace the water with hot water before returning to the room. The only sounds were Lady Zhang the Younger's agonized screams. Inside, Qiao Lan was drenched in cold sweat, no less anxious than those outside. Lady Zhang's lower body was ulcerated, emitting a foul odor mixed with blood. Qiao Lan could only apply hemostatic agents, as she had no way to see inside the uterus. After 3 hours of emergency treatment, Lady Zhang the Younger's bleeding stopped, but she had fallen into a coma. The moment Qiao Lan stepped out of the room, Lady Zhang nearly fainted at the gruesome sight. She quickly ordered a servant to support Qiao Lan and escort her back to her chambers. Due to Lady Zhang the Younger's condition, Qiao Lan had to ask for a basin of strong liquor in which she soaked anti-inflammatory herbs to disinfect herself. After tidying up, Qiao Lan followed a servant to the main hall, where Lady Zhang was weeping behind her sleeve. "I pay my respects to Lady Zhang." Seeing Qiao Lan enter, Lady Zhang stumbled over to her. "Your Highness, my daughter-in-law." During the entire treatment, Qiao Lan had noticed that the medicines Lady Zhang the Younger had been taking lacked several hemostatic herbs. If the physician was not incompetent, then someone had deliberately tampered with them. However, unsure whom to trust in the Zhang household, Qiao Lan could only soothe Lady Zhang softly. She decided to treat Lady Zhang the Younger primarily with acupuncture supplemented by herbal medicine. Back in her room, Qiao Lan consulted the medical texts. Although acupuncture-based treatment was slow, it would at least ensure Lady Zhang's safety. After the night's ordeal, Qiao Lan was utterly exhausted and wished only to rest on her bed. But under her bedding, she found a pile of small stones among which was a crumpled, poorly written letter. Smiling, Qiao Lan tossed the stones to the floor, then opened the letter and scrutinized every word. She let out a cold snort and went straight to sleep. At cockcrow, Qiao Lan was awakened by the noise outside. Once fully alert, she heard two women arguing through the window. What fortune that lying wretch has to have the married young miss bring a physician herself. I warn you, stop your mischief. If you're caught, even the Jade Emperor won't save you. A woman's voice snorted coldly. Even if that so-called princess were Huatua reborn, I'll see that bitch dead. The woman left. Qiao Lan's lips curled into a slight smile. She now understood the scheme. She had no wish to meddle in the household's affairs, but if anyone tried to use her as a tool to harm others, that was absolutely unacceptable. To avoid raising suspicion, Qiao Lan waited half an hour in her room before tidying her attire. Then she leisurely made her way to the main hall. Lady Zhang, seeing her guest had arrived, bustled about to arrange the meal. During the meal, Qiao Lan observed the expressions of everyone at the table. Apart from Lady Zhang and Lady Wang the Younger, who were genuinely worried, the others' concern was merely superficial. After the meal, Lady Wang the Younger accompanied Qiao Lan to Lady Zhang the Younger's chamber. Lady Zhang was still unconscious. Qiao Lan took out the silver needles she had prepared and began the treatment. Once the acupuncture procedure began, it could not be paused. Throughout the process, Qiao Lan was drenched in cold sweat, for some of Lady Zhang's acupoints had become blocked due to years of bed rest. Therefore, Qiao Lan exerted slightly more force when inserting the needles, but fortunately no accidents occurred throughout the entire process. After completing the acupuncture session, Qiao Lan remained seated nearby, keeping watch. If the princess finds herself weary, she may return to her chambers to rest first. It makes no difference if I wait here in her stead. Qiao Lan gently declined with a shake of her head. After all, the waters of the Zhang mansion were far from shallow. Should she let her guard slip for even a moment and allow someone else to bear the blame, how pitiful would that be? After a quarter of an hour, Qiao Lan slowly withdrew the silver needles. Princess, if we follow this treatment plan, when might my sister-in-law regain consciousness? Qiao Lan was unable to respond to Mrs. Wang's question, as she could only do her best, and the rest depended on Mrs. Zhang's own recovery. Qiao Lan wrote out a prescription for Mrs. Zhang while seated nearby. I would be grateful if Mrs. Wang could send someone to the pharmacy to prepare the herbs according to this prescription. Once decocted, the medicine should be taken in 3 divided doses throughout the day for Mrs. Zhang. After ensuring everything was properly arranged, Qiao Lan returned to her quarters, having no desire to become entangled in the mansion's scheming. The first day passed without incident, and Mrs. Zhang's personal servant administered the medicine as Qiao Lan had directed. However, as evening approached, Mrs. Zhang's condition suddenly worsened once more. Even in her dreams, Qiao Lan could only rouse herself to provide treatment. Though Mrs. Zhang's lower body still showed signs of foul odor and discharge, the symptoms had diminished considerably compared to the night before. Madame Zhang naturally observed this development, though she still hoped Qiao Lan could expedite her daughter-in-law's recovery. Princess, may I venture a question? Speak freely, Madame Zhang. Upon receiving Qiao Lan's encouragement, Madame Zhang disclosed her concerns. Her son was still stationed at the border, and she hoped to bring her daughter-in-law and grandchildren home before the year concluded. With the year drawing to a close and her daughter-in-law still unwell, Madame Zhang felt uncertain of how to account for this to her son. Madame Zhang need not worry. Following this prescription, Mrs. Zhang should recover naturally within half a month. Madame Zhang was overjoyed at heart, yet neither of them realized that someone was watching them with venomous intent during their conversation. Only after returning to her chamber did Qiao Lan allow herself to drop the mask she had worn. She carefully considered the symptoms Mrs. Zhang had displayed that day, as she had suspected the Zhang mansion was rife with corruption within. If the culprit had not targeted her in the first place, they would not have dared to openly forge her prescription, indicating they held significant power in this household. When night fell, Qiao Lan changed into black garments and lay in wait within Mrs. Zhang's chambers. She intended to discover who was so audacious as to attempt framing her. To catch the culprit, Qiao Lan evenly scattered a special fluorescent powder around Mrs. Zhang's bed, a formulation she had altered to remain undetectable. Once everything was prepared, Qiao Lan slipped inside the wardrobe and concealed herself. Minutes ticked by, and just as she began to doubt anyone would come, the door suddenly groaned open. "You cursed woman, lucky to have a sister like Yen ran to look out for you and fortunate enough to summon a certain princess to treat you." The speaker then forced the prepared medicine down Mrs. Zhang's throat. "Let us see if you live to see the end of the year. How does a dying woman deserve the young master's favor?" Qiao Lan found the voice familiar, but by the time she realized who it was, the person had already left the room. To prevent any emergency with Mrs. Zhang, Qiao Lan immediately checked her pulse. As expected, the medicine clashed with her prescription, indicating the person understood medical knowledge, yet they should not have directed their schemes toward her. When Mrs. Zhang fell ill, Qiao Lan swiftly used silver needles to seal her meridians, preventing the poison from taking effect, then employed a unique palm strike to force her to vomit. Only after this sequence did Mrs. Zhang return to normal. Qiao Lan carefully tucked the covers around her before leaving the room. Gazing at the bamboo grove outside Mrs. Zhang's door, she felt a pang of sorrow. A fine woman reduced to walking on thin ice within these walls. The chill of the night seemed fitting. She had witnessed the viciousness of human nature during her filming days, but in an era where survival itself was a struggle, a woman's position was all the more desolate. To stay alert, Qiao Lan walked along the winding path, taking in the monotonous flower beds. It was in this moment that her desire for independence grew even stronger. When the sun began to rise, Qiao Lan entered Mrs. Zhang's room once more for a brief examination, leaving only after confirming her condition was stable. To prevent further complications, Qiao Lan decided to reduce both the dosage and frequency of Mrs. Zhang's prescription. When Mrs. Wang received the new prescription from the maid, she was visibly stunned. Though she knew nothing of medicine, Mrs. Wang could plainly see that several herbs had been omitted from the prescription. Despite her bewilderment, she maintained proper decorum as she inquired, "Princess, given my sister-in-law's condition, why are we not continuing with the original prescription?" Qiao Lan, unable to create discord, gently explained, "Mrs. Zhang's condition is gradually improving, so we must reduce the dosage. This approach will allow to work most effectively." Upon hearing Qiao Lan's reasoning, Mrs. Wang appeared slightly embarrassed. "I did not intend to cause offense, but it is only that in these 2 days I've been so worried about my sister-in-law's condition." Qiao Lan understood Mrs. Wang's intentions well. With the reduced herbal dosage, she increased the frequency of acupuncture treatments for Mrs. Zhang. After 2 days of exhaustion, Qiao Lan's own health was deteriorating, but with Mrs. Zhang still unconscious, how could she allow herself to relax? At mid-morning, Qiao Lan entered Mrs. Zhang's room once more to perform acupuncture. As anticipated, with the reduced frequency of herbal medicine, Mrs. Zhang's complexion grew rosier, and the foul odor from her lower body gradually faded. This brought a measure of relief to Qiao Lan, who had been consumed by worry. Yet not all within the mansion wished for Mrs. Zhang's swift recovery. Upon hearing the news, at least one person grew so restless that they smashed every piece of porcelain in their room. "Since we can no longer torment her in secret, we might as well finish her off completely." The servant nearby could only silently gather the shards and dispose of them properly, for the entire household operated under Madame Zhang's supervision. Any incident would reach the main residence immediately. Compared to their simmering resentment, Qiao Lan's anxieties began to ease. At least Mrs. Zhang's condition was gradually improving, and as a physician, she had fulfilled her fundamental obligations. Yet events rarely unfold smoothly. As evening drew near, Mrs. Zhang's personal maid came running to Qiao Lan, once more her urgency palpable. "Please go see my mistress at once." When Qiao Lan followed the maid to Mrs. Zhang's chamber, she found her pale-faced and convulsing uncontrollably. With no time to ask further questions, Qiao Lan could only take the silver needles she carried with her and seal the woman's acupoints to reverse the blood flow. Only this could preserve Madame Zhang's life. The others who arrived one after another were all stunned by the scene before them, and even Madame Zhang, who had witnessed countless grand occasions, couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. While waiting in the courtyard, Madame Zhang couldn't help but lament, her hands tightly clasping her daughter's, her eyes red and swollen. "Mother, there's no need to worry. The princess has miraculous healing powers. Sister-in-law will surely recover." Hearing her daughter's comfort, Madame Zhang could only force a faint smile. Since her daughter-in-law fell ill, countless physicians had been at a loss, shaking their heads in despair. Now that this princess had managed to stabilize her condition, Madame Zhang was already more than content. Qiao Lan worked tirelessly inside the room to save her. Perhaps because Madame Zhang's will to survive was strong, she regained consciousness within less than an hour. A maidservant nearby immediately rushed to the courtyard to inform Madame Zhang of this development. But Qiao Lan, already exhausted and slumped to one side, sensed a dangerous aura. She spotted the herbs hidden beneath Madame Zhang's bed. Then, to confirm her suspicions, Qiao Lan examined them carefully, and indeed it was as she had guessed. Presumably because Madame Zhang had not consumed the decocted medicine over the past few days, those behind the plot had lost their chance, and thus resorted to the risky move of using more potent toxic herbs. She originally had no desire to meddle in others' family affairs, but now the enemy lurked in the shadows while she remained in the light. If she could not secure a powerful protective measure, even if she could save one life today, she could not save it forever. After much deliberation, Qiao Lan decided to tell Madame Wang the truth. Madame Wang, what I am about to say may offend your family, but as a physician, I must honestly inform you of the patient's condition. Madame Zhang's illness is man-made. Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Madame Wang took a deep breath. She had already prepared herself for the worst possible outcome regarding her sister-in-law's condition. But when she learned that it was deliberately inflicted, Madame Wang stood frozen in shock. In Madame Wang's memory, her sister-in-law had always been a gentle and gracious woman. In all the years of her marriage to her elder brother, they had never quarreled over trivial matters. How could there be someone in this household who wanted to poison her? Madame Wang refused to believe such a thing and tentatively asked Qiao Lan again. Is it possible that you misdiagnosed her, eh? Qiao Lan shook her head. At that moment she wished with all her heart that the entire diagnosis had been a mistake, but it was not. The toxicity of those herbs could spread through the air into the vital organs, and if the rescue time was missed, even a celestial being would be powerless. Does your highness know where such poisonous herbs are bought and sold? Such things are only traded when there is demand. Ordinary pharmacies dare not stock them. Hearing Qiao Lan's words, the last glimmer of hope in Madame Wang's heart was extinguished. After escorting Qiao Lan back to her guest room, Madame Wang knocked on her mother's door. Madame Zhang turned and saw her daughter immediately rising to greet her and guiding her to the tea table. You have just given birth to a son. You should be resting in your room. If you have something to discuss, you could have sent a servant to inform me. Why trouble yourself to come all this way at? Having never witnessed the filthy, underhanded tactics of the household since birth, Madame Wang recounted the entire incident to Madame Zhang in full detail. Even Madame Zhang, who was usually decisive and resolute, was seething with rage upon learning the truth. Yet seeing her daughter in such a state, she was filled with deep concern. Why must you anger yourself over those unknown people? Now that this has happened, I will naturally see that your sister-in-law receives justice. Madame Wang clutched her mother's hand tightly, perhaps out of worry, perhaps out of fear. Mother, do you think sister-in-law might not wake up after all these trials? Silly girl, your sister-in-law has children to raise, and your brother is waiting for them at the border. She will not easily give up her life. Hearing her mother's words, Madame Wang finally felt at ease. But after Madame Wang left, Madame Zhang's eyes turned sharp. How dare those people poison someone right under her nose? Did they think she was dead? Without disturbing Qiao Lan or Madame Wang, Madame Zhang sent her trusted confidants to search every room. Given the suddenness of the incident, the culprits likely had not yet had time to destroy the evidence. As expected, Madame Zhang's personal maidservant discovered the relevant toxic herbs in Concubine Wen's room. Concubine Wen was merely a concubine of her son's, taken in to provide him with some diversion while his wife was confined after childbirth. It was precisely for this reason that Madame Zhang had never treated Concubine Wen harshly. She was provided with the best of everything in food, clothing, and daily necessities. Thus Madame Zhang could not fathom, no matter how hard she racked her brains, why Concubine Wen would commit such a vile act. To avoid wronging an innocent person, Madame Zhang had the item thrown into the courtyard and then sent for Qiao Lan. Your servant pays respects to your highness. This is a private matter of the Qin family, but since no one in the household recognizes these poisonous herbs, I beg your highness to examine them. Qiao Lan took the herbs, studied them carefully, and nodded. To prevent the family's disgrace from spreading, Madame Zhang still had Qiao Lan escorted back to her guest room before beginning to interrogate Concubine 1. Concubine 1, what explanation do you have for this item being found in your room? Concubine 1 glanced at the poisonous herbs discarded on the ground and let out a cold snort. Your daughter-in-law naturally submits to mother's judgment. Madame Zhang looked at Concubine 1 with an expression of utter disappointment. My son has never been harsh with you. How could you be so cruel as to poison the legitimate wife? If you were sent to the authorities, would you have any chance of survival? Seeing Madame Zhang genuinely concerned for her welfare, Concubine 1 did not know whether to laugh or cry. If you truly cared about my life, you would not have gone against my will and forced me to become a concubine to the eldest young master. I was once a daughter of a respectable family. As Concubine 1 spoke, tears fell, and then her tone shifted, directly accusing Madame Zhang. If it weren't for her jealousy, how could I have failed to conceive the eldest master's child? After all these years, she has both sons and daughters, but what about me? Hearing Concubine 1's accusations, Madame Zhang could only sigh helplessly. From beginning to end, Concubine 1 had hated the wrong person. It was her own son who did not want her to bear a child. To let Concubine 1 die knowing the truth, Madame Zhang spoke the fact with tears in her eyes. The one who truly did not want you to have a child is now fighting the enemy at the border. At Madame Zhang's words, Concubine 1 burst into manic laughter. All these days she had tried every means to poison Madame Zhang, yet in the end she had hated the wrong person. Before anyone could react, Concubine 1 dashed her head against the well curb and died. To avoid alarming Qiao Lan and Madame Wang, Madame Zhang simply waved her hand and had the servants hastily dispose of the corpse. Thereafter, when Qiao Lan visited Madame Zhang's chamber at the usual time to perform acupuncture, she found no further anomalies. Madame Zhang gradually recovered under Qiao Lan's subsequent treatment, though Qiao Lan remained on her guard. Therefore, throughout the entire treatment process, the method of acupuncture was still primarily used, supplemented by decoctions of medicinal herbs. During her visits, young Madame Wang noticed her sister-in-law's gradual recovery, and it was not until evening that young Madame Zhang fully regained consciousness. Soon the news reached Madame Zhang. Madame, the young mistress has awakened. Clutching her prayer beads, Madame Zhang murmured a Buddhist invocation and then proceeded to young Madame Zhang's chamber. Mother. Hearing young Madame Zhang's voice, Madame Zhang's eyes reddened. As a mother-in-law, she had witnessed all the grievances and pain her daughter-in-law had endured these past days. Now that the child had finally awakened, the stone that had been weighing on her heart was finally lifted. After a brief examination, Qiao Lan found that although young Madame Zhang was not severely weakened, she still needed to rest in bed and recuperate. Young Madame Zhang had never met Qiao Lan before and was somewhat wary, but upon hearing from her mother-in-law that this person was her savior, she felt immense gratitude. Thank you, doctor, for saving my life. Without your miraculous skill, I would still be unconscious. All credit goes to your strong will, young madam. I merely played a supporting role. Please rest in bed these days and focus on nourishing yourself with food. After exchanging pleasantries, Qiao Lan returned to the side chamber to pack her belongings. Now that young Madame Zhang had awakened, it was time for her to return home after several days away. Madame Zhang, who had been waiting in the main hall, had already prepared a carriage and silver for Qiao Lan. I should have had my daughter escort you to the residence, but these two children have spent so little time together over the years, so I must apologize for the inconvenience. Qiao Lan merely responded politely. After all, her relationship with young Madame Wang was not close, and now that the treatment was over, it was fine for her to leave alone. You are too kind, madam. With that, Qiao Lan boarded the carriage. Noticing the silver and some food that Madame Zhang had placed inside, she opened the door to express her thanks and then departed. By the next morning, Qiao Lan had already returned to her courtyard. Xiao Tao had been waiting at the gate day and night, and only then did she realize that she had not been hallucinating. Master, you're finally back. I've been waiting at home, missing you so much. Qiao Lan handed her bundle to Xiao Tao and asked if anything had happened in the courtyard during her absence. As Xiao Tao helped Qiao Lan inside, she mentioned that a few days ago the dowager consort had felt terribly bored and had taken Jing'an away. Qiao Lan's eyes lit up. That little troublemaker was finally giving her a few days of peace. Now that Xie Chenai was still at the mine, and she had nothing to do. Qiao Lan began a new round of medicinal cuisine preparation after a short rest. Throughout the process, Qiao Lan experienced numerous failures until she eventually learned to flexibly blend medicinal cuisine with everyday meals. Xiao Tao looked at the bowls of delicate noodles Qiao Lan had prepared and was at a loss for words. Master, weren't you supposed to be making medicinal cuisine? Why are there bowls of noodles in the kitchen instead? For Qiao Lan, the ultimate goal was to create medicinal cuisine that the masses could accept. If she only made medicinal porridge, it would never satisfy the common people's hunger. Thus, she took a different approach and created this unique noodle dish. Although Xiao Tao found it hard to understand after tasting it, she gave Qiao Lan high praise. That evening, Qiao Lan brought the delicate noodles and the simmered medicinal broth to the dowager consort's chambers. Your son pays respects to mother. The dowager consort was slightly startled at the sight of Qiao Lan. A few days ago, she had sent Lingxiu to bring Jing'an over, and Qiao Lan had not yet returned. Now she noticed that the girl seemed a bit thinner. You must have had a tough time at the Zhang residence these past few days. Seeing that the dowager consort wished to speak privately with the Princess Lingxiu, and Xiao Tao tactfully withdrew. The Zhang family you visited, has their daughter-in-law's condition stabilized? Qiao Lan nodded, and then recounted the events of the past few days in detail to the dowager consort. After listening, the dowager consort surmised that the poisoner had already been dealt with by Madame Zhang. However, what shocked the dowager consort even more was Qiao Lan's intelligence. After dinner, Qiao Lan did not take Jing'an away, but left alone with Xiao Tao. That evening, while chatting with Lingxiu, the dowager consort expressed her satisfaction with Qiao Lan. This girl is clever and capable. She has secured the Wang and Zhang families for years. Perhaps that arranged marriage was not such a bad thing after all. Lingxiu naturally understood the dowager consort's feelings and echoed her sentiments. After leaving, Qiao Lan returned to the small kitchen to continue her research on medicinal cuisine. She needed to complete all the preparations and then focus on expanding her network. After all, it was not easy for a woman to open a medical clinic. Without sufficient connections and a well-established reputation, the clinic would inevitably face closure. Now that Xiao Tao no longer had to look after Jing'an, she stayed by Qiao Lan's side studying medical texts, hoping to assist Qiao Lan in the future. Thus, the two spent several days in the kitchen, only leaving to have meals in the dowager consort's chambers. The rest of the time, they were utterly absorbed in their work. However, under their care, the dowager consort's health improved remarkably, and her chronic ailments vanished, a development that surprised Qiao Lan. During this period, Jing'an also grew plumper under Qiao Lan's care. The initially scrawny little monkey had transformed into a chubby ball. As time slipped by, Xiechenya's work at the mine gradually drew to a close. In the past few days, Qiao Lan had also obtained the keys to the shop she intended to use for her clinic. All that remained was to spend her spare time cleaning and organizing the place with Xiao Tao, and within a few days the clinic could open. Qiao Lan began to tally the silver she had earned from renting out her properties, aware that once the clinic opened, money would flow like water. After settling her accounts, Qiao Lan was overjoyed to discover that leasing the houses had yielded a considerable sum of silver. She then decided to choose an auspicious day to open the clinic. After a careful survey of the terrain and surrounding facilities, Qiao Lan eventually chose to open the clinic in the eastern part of the city, where there were no other medical establishments. To prevent any troublemakers and ensure her safety, Qiao Lan planned to visit the slave market in the western part of the city to select a few strong male attendants. Early in the morning, after a simple wash, Qiao Lan dressed in men's attire and headed to the slave market. The owner, seeing her outfit and assuming she was a wealthy young master, immediately fawned over her. May I ask what kind of attendants this young master is looking for? What do you have here? Perhaps you could introduce them first. Qiao Lan had already learned the jargon of this trade before coming. The owner chuckled and led Qiao Lan to a back room where there were slaves of all kinds, some with peculiar appearances, others skilled in martial arts, and many with robust physiques. Qiao Lan simply selected a few women, reasoning that since she was only opening a clinic, there was no need for a grand display. The shopkeeper hurriedly placed several indenture contracts and agreements before Qiao Lan. How can I know their loyalty? The shopkeeper directly placed a bottle into Qiao Lan's hand. When Qiao Lan held the bottle in the sunlight, she discovered a goo insect inside. A mother insect is placed inside, while a son insect has been implanted in their bodies. If any of them dare to betray their master, the son insect will automatically perish. Qiao Lan had never imagined such a harsh punishment. She supposed they too had suffered greatly. After placing the silver on the table, Qiao Lan signed a false name on the contract. Qiao Lan did not bring the servants to the courtyard, but instead arranged rooms for them directly at the medical clinic. Now I have brought you here to guard the peace of this place. Keep yourselves clean and tidy, and do not concern yourselves with anything else. After giving these simple instructions, Qiao Lan returned to the courtyard first, having already tidied up the initial appearance of the clinic. The next step was to secretly send people to gather medicinal herbs and sign contracts with several supply shops. Qiao Lan had hoped things would proceed smoothly, and she was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, someone at the door requested an audience. After Xiao Dao inquired, she briefly summarized the situation to Qiao Lan. "My lady, I heard he is from the Gu family of Jiangnan, but he says he will only reveal why he came here if he can see you." Qiao Lan did not go out, for in this era, how could a woman without male companions in her household receive a stranger? To prevent gossip, Qiao Lan did not send Xiao Dao again. Until night fell when hoofbeats sounded outside the door. "The Gu family from Jiangnan pays respects to your highness." Upon hearing the commotion, Qiao Lan adjusted her attire and came out to welcome Xie Chenai. Xie Chenai instructed Zhao Feng to settle the guest, then came to Qiao Lan's room. "A few days ago, the Gu family sent me a letter saying their youngest daughter has contracted a serious illness. I wonder if I could request your ladyship's assistance." Qiao Lan was puzzled upon hearing this. Jiangnan was renowned for its countless skilled physicians, let alone the fact that this remote frontier region was worlds apart from Jiangnan. If even the renowned doctors of Jiangnan cannot cure her, how could I manage with my half-baked skills? This Miss Gu is currently traveling in this area. Who knows why she suddenly fell ill with a serious condition and sent someone to deliver a letter. As he spoke, he handed Qiao Lan the letter previously sent by the Gu family. After reading it, Qiao Lan understood that the prince's mansion was acting as an intermediary. "I wonder if your highness has ever had prior acquaintance with Lord Gu mentioned in this letter. Lord Gu once served the late emperor. Now that the new emperor has ascended the throne, Lord Gu has been residing in Jiangnan in retirement." Qiao Lan keenly sensed that Lord Gu must have had an old connection with Xie Chenai. With the new emperor's ascension, Lord Gu would inevitably be drawn into something, otherwise how could he remain unscathed? "When shall we depart?" "Now." The area around the relay station had long been surrounded by people from the Gu family, and the two were only able to enter under the guidance of the messenger. Qiao Lan went first to Miss Gu's room, and found her unconscious on the bed, her eyes moving slightly, yet her entire body uncontrollably convulsing. Seeing this situation, Qiao Lan immediately arranged her silver needles, disinfected them with the strong liquor she carried with her, and then tore a strip of cloth from nearby to place between Miss Gu's teeth. After taking a simple pulse, Qiao Lan realized Miss Gu was suffering from food poisoning. She could only use silver needles to briefly seal her heart meridian, then went outside to inquire about Miss Gu's meals that day. "Has your miss been eating anything unusual recently?" The personal maid at the door recounted everything Miss Gu had eaten in recent days to Qiao Lan. There was hawthorn paste, poria cocos, mushrooms, and some colorful little treats. Upon hearing the word mushrooms, Qiao Lan immediately understood. The vendor likely hadn't properly cooked them at high temperatures, and Miss Gu's digestive system was more delicate than ordinary people's. Qiao Lan quickly used silver needles to seal the acupoints on Miss Gu's stomach and intestines, then employed a unique technique to induce vomiting. Half an hour later, Miss Gu suddenly regained consciousness and vomited a pool of turbid liquid beside the bed. Miss Gu's condition is now stable. She simply needs to rest in a clean room for the night. After the personal maid settled Miss Gu into a clean chamber, Qiao Lan took her pulse once more to ensure she was well before departing with Xie Chenai. "How is it?" "Just a minor ailment. Miss Gu should be fully awake and energetic by tomorrow." Xie Chenai had never seen such a confident and cheerful Qiao Lan, leaving him momentarily stunned. Upon returning to the courtyard, Qiao Lan continued developing her medicinal cuisine, for her clinic was about to open soon. After dinner, Xie Chenai planned to rest at home for a few days. Unexpectedly hearing hoofbeats outside, he immediately went to investigate and was surprised to find Miss Gu. After regaining consciousness at the relay station, Miss Gu learned that Qiao Lan had saved her, so she wanted to come see what kind of renowned physician she was. I pay respects to your highness. May I ask where the princess is? Xie Chenai then had Xiaotao lead Miss Gu to Qiao Lan's small kitchen. As Miss Gu approached the kitchen doorway, she could already smell the rich fragrance of the medicinal soup. I never expected the princess to be so talented. This is the most fragrant soup I have ever smelled. Hearing an unfamiliar voice, Qiao Lan turned around, and upon seeing the familiar attire, immediately approached. Miss Gu, your body has not yet fully recovered. How can you wander about so freely? Calling me Miss Gu is so formal. You saved my life, so why don't you call me Yinner just as you would your father and mother? Seeing the innocent and romantic look in the girl's eyes, Qiao Lan could only nod indulgently. Now I see you are about my age. Since you have married second brother Xie, may I call you sister-in-law? Upon hearing Gu Yan's address for Xie Chenye, Qiao Lan was momentarily stunned, and Gu Yan also sensed something was amiss. Sister-in-law, I grew up with consort Lu in the palace, so when facing these princes and princesses I address them as older brothers and sisters. Hearing Gu Yan's explanation, Qiao Lan smiled gently. She was merely curious about the relationship between Gu Yan and Xie Chenye, with no improper thoughts. Seeing Qiao Lan's reaction, Gu Yan felt somewhat awkward for a moment, then turned her gaze to the pots Qiao Lan had prepared. I wonder what sister-in-law is preparing. I could already smell the fragrance from outside. Gu Yan had been a glutton since childhood, so seeing such delicious food naturally made her unable to resist. Seeing that Qiao Lan had no intention of introducing anything, Gu Yan gazed at her with pitiful eyes. This is the medicinal cuisine I usually prepare for Her Highness the Dowager Consort. Since you are now in robust health, you must not recklessly consume these as they may harm your body. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan unconsciously pouted. To her, being unable to enjoy delicious food was the most painful thing in the world. However, she learned that it was Consort Duan who was close to Consort Lu in the palace. Hearing that Consort Duan was ill, Gu Yan grew worried once more. If it is convenient for my sister-in-law, why not take me to see the Grand Consort? When I was young, my father, fearing that my aunt might feel lonely in the palace, sent me in to keep her company. But since I grew up, I have never entered the palace again. Qiao Lan did not refuse, and after the medicinal meal was ready, she brought Gu Yan along. At that moment, the Grand Consort's chamber was filled with joy and laughter. Ever since the little one Jingyan was brought into her room, the smile on the Grand Consort's face had never faded. Furthermore, under Qiao Lan's meticulous care, Jingyan was now no different from any ordinary child, and even more mischievous. You little rascal, you've nearly turned your grandmother's place upside down. A burst of giggles came from within, and Gu Yan, curious, pushed the door open directly. Instantly the room fell silent. Yinner pays her respects to the Grand Consort. I wonder if your grace still remembers me. Grand Consort Duan naturally recognized Gu Yan and quickly pulled the girl to her side. It's been over a decade since you left the palace. Back then you were just like this child, a little rascal by your aunt's side, making havoc in the heavens without fear of anyone. Grand Consort Duan recalled those peaceful days of yore, but beyond that time, all that remained were the darkest moments of her life. Seeing the Grand Consort's expression dim, Gu Yan hastily changed the subject. Is this my sister-in-law and second brother's child? Qiao Lan shook her head. Gu Yan did not pursue the matter further, silently walking over to Ling Xiu's side to play with Jingyan, while Grand Consort Duan was served the medicinal meal by Qiao Lan. After another half an hour, Gu Yan followed Qiao Lan as they left together. Now that you haven't seen mother for a long time, why not stay and chat a bit longer? Gu Yan sighed helplessly. She thought that the Grand Consort probably did not wish to recall the past. Compared to her own aunt, the hardships Grand Consort Duan had endured in the palace were unknown to anyone. I grew up by my aunt's side. Her health was frail, and my father's military exploits were outstanding, so the late emperor treated my aunt with respect and courtesy. Hearing Gu Yan's words, Qiao Lan was not surprised. After all, someone who could stand against the Empress Dowager was no ordinary person. Gu Yan followed Qiao Lan back to the small kitchen. In Gu Yan's memory, her childhood was carefree, and she even reigned supreme within the palace. But back then, Grand Consort Duan and Xie Chenye's days were not easy. At that time, the Grand Consort was merely a low-ranking concubine, without a title, unable to raise her own child. Like most others, she had to send her son to the clan court. But the servants of the clan court were all money grubbers. For someone like Xiechenya, who could bring them no benefit, how could he be treated well? Thus, whenever she encountered Xiechenya in the schoolroom, he was always covered in scars. Back then, second brother often went hungry. The late emperor had many sons, so why would he care about one who didn't know how to flatter him? However, Gu Yin was never restrained by the palace rules. When she saw the servants beating and scolding Xiechenya again, she stepped forward to defend him. But for a boy, this was nothing short of crushing his pride. Later, she remained in her aunt's palace and only heard of Xiechenya when the late emperor granted him a prince's mansion. After her aunt passed away, the late emperor sent her back to the Gu family in Jiangnan, and she returned to being the carefree young lady she once was. Hearing what Gu Yin said, Qiao Lan's heart was filled with sympathy for Xiechenya. It seemed she understood why he had been so protective of Anha Commandery Princess from the very beginning. But fortunately, second brother met someone like you, sister-in-law. It's like grasping the last glimmer of light in the darkness. Seeing Gu Yan's innocent smile, Qiao Lan felt a pang of pain. She recalled the shadow in Xiechenya's eyes when she first met him. To have survived such a childhood must have been no small feat. For Gu Yan, life had never presented any difficulties, but for Xiechenya, life had never offered any blessings. Lost in the same memories as Gu Yin was the grand consort in her chamber. She still remembered the time when little Gu Yin stumbled into her palace by accident. Thinking it was a little princess of some concubine, she wanted to offer her some fruit, but when she saw the moldy fruit on the table, she felt deeply embarrassed. But Gu Yin never showed any disdain. Instead, she handed the fruit to her and instructed the attendants to take good care of her. She had not intended to ignore Gu Yan's memories earlier, but those recollections were interwoven with too much pain, especially her guilt toward her son. Ling Xiao, seeing the grand consort's expression, tactfully carried Jing'an away. At that moment, the courtyard fell into a synchronized silence. Zhuefeng reported everything that had happened to Xiechenya, but Xiechenya's heart stirred not a single ripple. Without the sufferings of the past, he would not be as resilient as he was today. Compared to the grand consort's guilt, Qiao Lan felt more of a pang of sorrow. After the assassination attempt and Gu Yan's recounting, Qiao Lan had formed a picture of Xiechenya's story in her mind. Since these memories were painful for most, Gu Yin tactfully said no more. Now that she had finally arrived at her old home, she wanted to stay with Qiao Lan for a few days. Sister-in-law, I want to stay here for a few more days. Please take me in. Qiao Lan looked at Gu Yin and found that the girl had a certain charm. She simply could not refuse her request. Seeing Qiao Lan's hesitation, Gu Yin began to act spoiled. I will not cause any trouble for you, sister-in-law, or for second brother. If I break this promise, I will have father send someone to drag me back immediately. Seeing that Qiao Lan was unmoved, Gu Yin pitifully ran to Xiechenya and repeated the same words. Since he had to go back to the mine in 2 days to prevent any mishaps in the courtyard, Xiechenya decided to write a letter to Master Gu. After receiving permission, Gu Yin accompanied Qiao Lan in the small kitchen to prepare medicinal meals. Just then, the sound of horse hooves broke the tranquility of the courtyard. Zhuefeng immediately left the study and helped the soldier inside. In the room, Xiechenya's face was stern. He had repeatedly ordered that no one was to step into the courtyard. Your Highness, please calm your anger. I have an urgent matter to report. Then Zhuefeng took the letter from the soldier and handed it to Xiechenya. After opening the letter, his expression grew cold. The letter demanded that he take Qiao Lan to Lingnan to treat a patient. But the plague was raging in Lingnan. Wouldn't it be a death sentence to go there rashly? Summon the princess consort. Upon receiving the order, Zhuefeng went to the kitchen to bring Qiao Lan to the study, while the soldier remained hidden outside the window. Is there something urgent you need to discuss with me? After Qiao Lan spoke, Xiechenya handed her the letter on the table. For Qiao Lan, if there were patients suffering in dire straits, she would not hesitate to go. However, Lingnan was hundreds of miles away from where they were. If I'm not mistaken, this is clearly a trap set for you. If you don't go, it's disobedience to the imperial decree. If you do go, wasting time on the journey will still result in the deaths of many victims. Xiechenya did not respond to Qiao Lan. If I take you there, are you confident you can save those disaster victims? Even if we reach the victims, it will take 2 days to investigate the source of the plague before we can find a cure. After receiving Qiao Lan's answer, Qiao decided to give it a try. I will send someone to guard the courtyard. You go and pack your belongings. We shall depart tonight. Qiao, upon learning of this news, had intended to accompany them, but unexpectedly received a letter from official Gu at that very moment summoning her home. With no alternative but to comply, she could only obey. Qiao Lan had previously worried about Qiao's situation, but with this development her greatest concern was now resolved. After packing her belongings, Qiao Lan set out on an arduous journey to the Lingnan region alongside Qiao. In her memory, the modern Lingnan area was vast and abundant with picturesque landscapes. Qiao Lan hoped to find beautiful scenery along the way to relax, but she had forgotten that in the Lingnan region thousands of years ago, it was sparsely populated and belonged to the wild frontier. Therefore, in the early morning, when Qiao Lan intended to visit the mountain forest, she was taken away by Zhuefeng. Princess, there appear to be beasts roaming recklessly in the mountain forest now. If you go alone, you may fall victim to an ambush. Qiao Lan had no choice but to return to the carriage, looking at Qiao, who was resting with his eyes closed beside her, feeling speechless yet helpless. As the carriage continued on its way, it was suddenly jolted by an unusual sound and began to lose control. Fortunately, Zhuefeng handled the situation, promptly preventing any harm to those inside. After a day's journey, they arrived at a way station. We shall rest here today and set out early tomorrow morning. As he spoke, Qiao directly instructed the innkeeper to prepare 2 superior rooms. No sooner had the words left his mouth than they heard a thud. Looking towards the sound, they discovered an elderly man lying motionless on the ground. His son stood nearby at a loss for what to do, while his young grandson had already broken into tears. Innkeeper, I beg you to find a doctor in this town to treat my father. The innkeeper hesitated, for at this hour there were hardly anyone in the inn, let alone a physician. Moreover, the most renowned doctor in their town had already departed for the Lingnan region several days prior. I wonder if the elderly gentleman has any pills on him that could be taken to relieve his symptoms. Upon hearing this, the man shook his head. His purpose in coming was to find a doctor for his ailing father. Qiao Lan stood by the counter glancing at Qiao, and at his silent consent, she stepped forward immediately. If you trust me, why not lay the elderly gentleman flat on the ground? The man's eyes filled with doubt, wondering whose wife this was. His father was critically ill with little time left, and he couldn't simply allow strangers to meddle. Yet with no doctor available, he had no choice but to try anything. He followed Qiao Lan's instructions to lay his father on the ground, then watched as the young girl produced a relatively complete set of silver needles from her sleeve. What symptoms has the elderly gentleman experienced? A few days ago, my father suffered from excruciating headaches. We sought several doctors in our town, but no treatment could help. Hearing that renowned physicians were in the Lingnan region, we decided to relocate our entire family. Upon hearing the man's words, Qiao Lan already had a general idea. As she took the elderly gentleman's pulse, she found it heavy and sluggish, suggesting blood stasis. She then slowly inserted the silver needles into the acupoints. At this moment, the elderly gentleman's face had turned ashen and his body was slightly cold. The man's expression grew grave as time ticked away. He could only watch as a faint sweat began to form on the elderly gentleman's forehead, yet his complexion remained ashen with no improvement. Innkeeper, if it's convenient, could you fetch a few quilts from the beds? The innkeeper immediately went to comply. After all, human lives were at stake, and this was also about earning money, so he dared not be negligent. Once the innkeeper brought the quilts, Qiao Lan spread them flat on the ground, then instructed those nearby to help lift the elderly gentleman onto them. She then used the silver needles to draw out the stagnant blood from his body. Only after this did the elderly gentleman's complexion gradually improve, and 2/4 of an hour later his body temperature began to rise. The elderly gentleman's son watched Qiao Lan's miraculous medical skills from the side, admiration welling within him. Yet he couldn't understand why his father remained in a deep coma with no signs of waking. This young physician, I wonder how my father is doing. Qiao Lan smiled and replied that the elderly gentleman would be fine, then directly inserted the silver needle into his throat. Those present had never witnessed such a technique and couldn't help but startle. What is? The man hadn't finished his sentence when the elderly gentleman suddenly coughed up blood and slowly opened his eyes. Earlier, when the elderly gentleman fell into a coma, he struck his head, which caused blood clots to form in his throat. Now that he has awakened, he simply needs rest tonight. Upon hearing this, the man immediately knelt before Qiao Lan to express his gratitude. If it weren't for the divine physician's treatment, my father would have perished tragically at this way station today. If the divine physician has time, I would be grateful if you could also treat his chronic ailments. With the support of his family, the elderly gentleman slowly sat up in a nearby seat. Even if treatment is necessary, we must wait until tomorrow. Given the elderly gentleman's current condition, it is not suitable to continue treating him today. Upon hearing this, the man could only accept it. He sent someone to help his father back to the room, and then stood guard outside alone. This was partly because he feared something might happen to the elderly gentleman during the night, and partly because he worried that Qiao Lan and her companions might leave without saying goodbye. Qiao Lan paid no attention to these details and followed Xie Chenai back to their room. But who would have thought that as dawn broke, Qiao Lan and Xie Chenai would be awakened by knocking at their door? I sincerely apologize for disturbing your rest at this hour, but my father's condition has become far too severe. Upon hearing this, Qiao Lan immediately threw on her outer robe and followed the man into the room alongside Xie Chenai. Seeing the elderly gentleman convulsing uncontrollably on the bed, Qiao Lan felt a twinge of worry. Though she had encountered such situations before during her treatments with silver needles, it still concerned her. The previous patients had at least been young, so Qiao Lan had only needed to seal their acupoints with silver needles once more. Now facing this elderly gentleman, Qiao Lan could only do her best to employ some unique palm techniques to calm him. After a brief period of intervention, the elderly gentleman's vital signs all stabilized, but given his advanced age, he would likely need to remain in bed for rest going forward. If you trust me, I will prescribe some medicine for the elderly gentleman. In the future, he only needs gentle nourishment, and for this period, he requires bed rest. Having witnessed these two incidents, the man naturally placed his complete trust in Qiao Lan. After Qiao Lan hastily wrote out the prescription, she handed it directly to the man, instructing him to obtain the herbs and administer 1 dose daily. The elderly gentleman's vital signs are now stable. However, to prevent any complications, I will need to take his pulse again this morning. After the man expressed his gratitude, Qiao Lan returned to their room with Xie Chenai. Though the matter was resolved, Qiao Lan still harbored some doubts. Each time she used silver needles to stabilize a patient, the person would inexplicably begin convulsing afterward. She couldn't determine whether this was due to her needle technique or something else entirely. Xie Chenai noticed her sitting quietly by the table and asked, "It's still early. Why not rest a bit more?" Qiao Lan shook her head and began to leaf through the medical texts she had brought along. If this condition persisted, it could very well cause physical harm to the patient. No matter how hard she searched, she could not locate the source. Qiao Lan, unable to rest, directly started studying the medical texts to acquire knowledge. At the hour of C, accompanied by Xie Chenai, she arrived at the elderly man's room. The elderly man had already awakened and learned from his son about everything that had transpired since he fell unconscious. Seeing Qiao Lan enter, he rose to express his gratitude. "If not for you, young physician, I fear this old man would never have seen today's sun." Qiao Lan promptly stepped forward to decline. "It is all because of your blessings, elder. Now you must rest quietly and lie in bed to recover." After speaking, she took his pulse, which was no different from her examination the previous night. Evidently, the elder had also endured a bout of suffering this morning. "The prescription I gave you should be taken in the evening. During the day, you may still suffer, but please trust me. Within a week, all symptoms will subside." The elder looked at her with kindness. "This illness has tortured me for over a decade. Now it's just a daily recurrence, but my child refuses to give up." When the man returned with the medicine, Qiao Lan had already completed her examination and informed him of the general situation. The elder's stomach may cramp in the early morning. When that happens, use a hot water bottle to relieve it. The man thanked her and immediately sent someone to prepare the necessary items. As time was growing short, Qiao Lan was to accompany Xie Chenai to Lingnan. She could only give the man brief instructions before setting off. Throughout the journey, Qiao Lan's mind was consumed by a single thought: how to prevent convulsions after using acupuncture needles. In her memory, this reaction occurred when using the new set of needles. That is, the source of the problem might be the needle material causing a temporary rejection by the body. Therefore Qiao Lan resolved to have a new set of silver needles forged upon returning to the courtyard for comparison. After 2 days of travel, Qiao Lan and her party arrived in the Lingnan region. When Qiao Lan stepped down from the carriage, she was stunned by the sight before her. She had assumed that those afflicted by the plague would be no different from the refugees she had encountered in the city before. But after seeing them with her own eyes, she realized she had been mistaken. Compared to the previous victims of illness, these people were far more emaciated, which undoubtedly added to the difficulty of treatment. The local prefect came to greet Qiao and reported the general situation in the city. After preparing protective measures, Qiao Lan was deeply distressed when she came into contact with the afflicted. Their bodies were severely depleted. If she forcibly administered tonics, it would only worsen their condition. Now, coupled with the torment of the plague, it was like adding insult to injury. Qiao Lan left the worst-hit area and found Qiao. How is it? Qiao Lan shook her head. It was not as simple as they had imagined. Combined with the prefect's earlier summary, they still could not locate the source. Could it be man-made? Qiao Lan denied this. Based on her observations and the patient's symptoms, it was most likely smallpox, which is highly contagious. Smallpox has an extremely high fatality rate and is also highly contagious, essentially a devastating disease. In the modern era, with advanced medicine, smallpox could be completely eradicated through scientific techniques. But now she could only rely on the records and medical texts to provide treatment. After a brief moment of thought, Qiao Lan immediately had Qiao send people to seal off the area where the patients were located. For a plague like this, we can only use artificial isolation. Do not reveal the truth to the guards watching the patients, or it will cause panic. Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Qiao understood the gravity of the situation. After all, historical records show that countless people have died from smallpox over the centuries. After artificial isolation, at least those who had not been in contact with the patients could be kept safe. For those already infected, the only option was to keep them calm and try to conceal the truth as much as possible. Officials like the prefect, who had been in the same space as the patients, were also placed under a certain degree of quarantine and monitoring. At this time, Qiao Lan sent people to gather high-proof liquor from the town. In ancient times, there were no proper disinfection measures. Qiao Lan could only have people sprinkle the liquor on the ground to achieve a disinfecting effect. For now, we can only pray that the weather stays clear for a few days. At least that can help curb the spread of the virus to some extent. If a heavy rainstorm comes, we must immediately evacuate those downstream. This plague made Qiao Lan feel fear for the first time. Through her medical skills, she could only do her utmost to preserve the health of those who had not yet fallen ill. Qiao Lan had people disinfect the areas where the patients gathered every day, and all their clothes were also disinfected. In the short term, she could not think of a way to alleviate the patient's suffering. Meanwhile, Qiao had fallen into anxiety, for on the very day they arrived, he had already received dozens of letters. Seeing the prince's anxiety, Zhuifeng felt helpless and relayed everything to Qiao Lan. The capital is frantically probing for news from here. If it is not handled properly, we could be impeached. Qiao Lan had already thought of a way to prevent healthy people from contracting the plague. Based on the records and medical texts, she would collect the scabs from the patients and grind them into powder. Then this powder would be introduced through the respiratory tract of healthy individuals to trigger resistance, thereby granting them immunity. Upon hearing the news brought by Zhuifeng, she did not know how to alleviate Qiao's pressure. At present, it was already a great achievement to keep the uninfected living in a normal environment. Forcibly treating the severe patients would likely yield half the results with twice the effort. Therefore, Qiao Lan submitted to Qiao her method of conferring immunity to healthy people. We need to send someone fully equipped to collect the scabs, then use the powder to ensure the number of cases does not increase. Upon learning this, Qiao immediately ordered his men to carry it out. For now, all we can do is stabilize the number of cases first, then address how to treat and rescue. It may take a lot of time. Qiao understood Qiao Lan's difficulties and did not put pressure on her. Then let's proceed with your method first. If it doesn't work, we'll try something else. When Qiao Lan received the powder sent by Qiao's men, she began administering it day and night. Fortunately, it did not take too much time. Just as everything was falling into place, an unexpected incident occurred. Someone spread the rumor among the patients that there was no cure for their illness, causing panic and ultimately triggering a riot. Qiao was already in a desperate situation, and this incident only made things worse, as if he were being roasted over a fire. The prefect had already passed the critical period, and upon hearing this news he wished he could have gone back into quarantine himself. The rioters have been contained by our men, Your Highness. There is no need for anger, and no casualties have occurred. Qiao looked at the incompetent prefect before him, his frustration mounting, yet he could do nothing but hurry to inform Qiao Lan of the situation. Since the incident has already occurred, there is no need to distress yourself over it. We only need to secure those individuals and thoroughly disinfect any areas they have touched. Hearing Qiao Lan's words, Qiao's anger subsided slightly. Little did he know that Zhuo Feng's subsequent report would plunge him into an even deeper abyss. Your Highness, after the guards conducted a head count, they discovered that one critically ill patient is missing. Even Qiao Lan, who was usually composed, felt a chill run through her at these words. She longed to tear that delirious patient to pieces. Since this was entirely unforeseen, there was no way to mount a large-scale search at present. Qiao's anger had reached its peak. Is there any information about that person, or anyone else? Zhuo Feng handed over everything he had managed to uncover to Qiao. Your Highness, these are all the findings we have managed to gather so far. The rest may require additional time. At that moment, the prefect came running to Qiao in a state of utter panic, confessing his guilt. Qiao Lan believed that conducting a large-scale search might only incite further panic. Your Highness, we can only dispatch a few people who are familiar with his appearance to conduct the search. Since this area is near the forest, he may have accidentally wandered in. Upon hearing this, Qiao immediately issued urgent orders to the prefect before him. After dismissing the others, Qiao asked Qiao Lan with concern, if he fled into the forest, are we unable to contain the source of the disease? Qiao Lan shook her head. The disease spreads through human contact. If we are in the forest, and everyone takes adequate protective measures while searching, there should not be too many incidents. Hearing this, Qiao's heart finally began to settle. Do you have any idea how to treat the patients? Qiao Lan had previously found in medical texts that a certain herb called Jijian grass might have therapeutic effects on the patients, but this ultimately depended on whether their own healing abilities were sufficient. Given that we are in a mountainous forest area, there should be some Jijian grass growing here. I will send some guards to search the forest tomorrow, and tonight I will sketch the appearance of that herb. Qiao nodded in agreement, and then Qiao Lan, fully equipped, entered the area where the patients were gathered. Upon seeing the unfamiliar figure, everyone immediately surrounded her for questioning. Are we truly beyond saving? Are we being kept here simply to wait for death? Qiao Lan understood that their emotions were running too high, so she lied and claimed that those outside had already found a solution to calm them down. Everyone need not worry. I know you are suffering from this illness, and some of you do not even know the condition of your families. But I can tell you that through our collective efforts, we will surely defeat this virus. Some were moved by Qiao Lan's heartfelt words, for they had no intention of causing trouble. They only wanted to survive. Qiao Lan followed her usual routine, measuring their temperatures and checking their symptoms. She discovered that some patients possessed the ability to heal themselves, and their conditions were gradually improving day by day. After finishing, Qiao Lan informed Qiao of this good news, and only then did his furrowed brows begin to relax slightly. Then what should we do about the patients with milder symptoms? For now, we can only let them stay inside for 2 more days. If their symptoms continue to improve, we can consider relocating them. Qiao nodded. Seeing that the appointed time had arrived, he picked up a wine barrel to begin disinfection. He was personally handling all matters now, fearing that any further incidents might occur. After Qiao left, Qiao Lan opened her medical texts and sketched several copies of the Jijian grass, hoping that the forest would bring blessings to the people. Due to the urgency of the situation, both Qiao Lan and Qiao had forgotten their exhaustion. After Qiao Lan finished her sketches, Qiao personally sent people to search for the herb. The Jijian grass looked no different from the fodder fed to livestock, so great care and attention were needed during the search. As she led the others to search, Qiao Lan returned to the camp to check on things. The overview of today's examinations brought joy to Qiao Lan. At least most people were currently recovering. But just as Qiao Lan was stepping out of the camp, she received a shocking piece of news. Zhuofeng did not know how to break it to her without causing further pain. Your Highness the Prince may need to be isolated now. Why? Zhuofeng then gave Qiao Lan a detailed explanation. It turned out that Xie Chenai was worried that everyone might not be able to properly identify the Jijian grass, and he had seen it as a child in the area where cattle were kept. He had intended to search together with the guards, but somehow he had found that patient who had escaped earlier. Believing that Xie Chenai had come to arrest him, the patient had immediately pounced on him the moment they saw each other. During the entire struggle, the prince did not take any protective measures, so there may be complications now. However, he did not let that patient escape. Qiao Lan's mind was in a daze. She had never imagined that the person was truly hiding in the forest and that he had staggered to the room where Xie Chenai was being isolated. Do you feel any discomfort? Upon hearing Qiao Lan's inquiry, Xie Chenai moved his body and found nothing unusual. I do not feel unwell at all. This brought a slight sigh of relief to Qiao Lan. Compared to the others here, Xie Chenai's physique was relatively strong. Nevertheless, Qiao Lan could not help but worry. At first, she had wanted to administer the medicinal powder into Xie Chenai's nasal cavity, but something had delayed her. If I had ignored your objections and injected it directly, I would not need to worry about this now. Rest assured, with my physique, even without the injection, nothing untoward will happen. The other guards, after taking full protective measures, brought the escaped person back to the camp. Zhuofeng, his emotions are still in a manic state. I suggest we assign someone to guard him directly, otherwise it will affect the morale of the others. Upon receiving Qiao Lan's orders, Zhuofeng immediately made the arrangements. Only then did Qiao Lan feel at ease. After completing her protective measures as night fell, Qiao Lan entered Xie Chenai's room to check his temperature and symptoms. Only when she confirmed he was unaffected did she finally feel at ease. The guards had already placed the Jiji grass collected from the mountains and forests at Qiao Lan's doorstep. After carefully examining it, she proceeded to brew it into medicinal soup. Zhuofeng, the Jiji grass has now been brewed into medicine. From here on, you and the guards should distribute it to everyone and have them drink it, then rest well. As for Xie Chenai's portion, Qiao Lan had long prepared it separately, protected it carefully, and delivered it herself. Unexpectedly, during that brief interval, Xie Chenai's fever surged uncontrollably. Panicked, Qiao Lan hurriedly fed him the Jiji grass decoction and repeatedly wiped his body with cold water. My lord, can you hear my voice? If you can, please give me some sign. At this moment, Xie Chenai's fever had not subsided and his consciousness was gradually fading. He could not hear Qiao Lan's words at all. With no other option, Qiao Lan dispatched the guards stationed at the door to bring ice in batches. She then poured all the ice into a wooden barrel herself. All I can do now is lower your temperature, otherwise your nervous system will be damaged. If you feel uncomfortable, tell me. After speaking, Qiao Lan helped Xie Chenai slowly into the wooden barrel. Perhaps because the chilling cold of the ice was too intense, cold sweat poured from his forehead the moment he entered. Due to the external stimulation, Xie Chenai fell into a delirious state. He saw the child he once was abandoned and alone and witnessed the resolute look in his mother's eyes as she left him at the Zongrenfew. He desperately tried to rush forward and grasp Consort Duan, but she could not sense his presence at all. Mother, why did you send me to the Zongrenfew? Why would you not keep me by your side and raise me yourself? Yet Consort Duan, lost in his dreams, could not hear Xie Chenai's pleas. As before, she departed with the same resolute indifference. Hearing Xie Chenai's muttering, Qiao Lan could only do her best to comfort him. Consort Duan never abandoned you. Throughout, she has always been watching over your life. But no matter how desperately Qiao Lan pleaded, she could not awaken him. She could only watch helplessly as he suffered in his delirium. Nevertheless, thanks to the cooling effect of the ice, Xie Chenai's body was no longer burning or swollen, which brought a slight sense of relief to Qiao Lan. A quarter of an hour later, Xie Chenai's temperature had gradually stabilized. Qiao Lan helped him out of the ice barrel, wiped the icy water from his body, changed him into clean clothes, and covered him with warm bedding. I still need to visit the camp to check on the others. During this time, I hope nothing goes wrong with you. Though worried, Qiao Lan could not abandon the common people and had to hurry. However, things did not go as planned. After capturing the escaped patient, several guards had also fallen ill. For the next few days, confined them to their rooms and used the medicinal soup to relieve their symptoms. If their fevers worsen, place them in the ice barrel. After tending to the guards, Qiao Lan finally stepped into the patient camp. Fortunately, the patient's spirits and conditions had both improved significantly. "Little doctor, our condition is gradually improving. When can you let us out?" The crowd's questions rose one after another, and Qiao Lan could only explain patiently. "The situation outside is no different from what is happening inside this camp. In fact, I believe you are safer here than outside." Perhaps because Qiao Lan's earlier assurances had taken effect, the people were no longer so resistant. After examining the patients who were gradually recovering, Qiao Lan finally removed her protective gear. With Xie Chenai still ill, she could only shoulder his responsibilities. Only after recording all the patients did she hand over her compiled records to the prefect. "My lord has been unwell these past few days. All matters will be handled through me and relayed to you." The prefect naturally knew what had transpired during the day. "How is my lord's condition now? If you find it too burdensome, I can simply send 2 servants to assist." Qiao Lan declined. After all, Xie Chenai was still delirious, and if others overheard something, it would only cause more trouble. After settling all matters, Qiao Lan put on her protective clothing once more and entered Xie Chenai's room. Xie Chenai lay on the bed, his fever unbroken and his brows tightly knitted. Seeing this, Qiao Lan could only repeatedly wipe his body with cold water to reduce his temperature. "You were so stubborn earlier, claiming your body was strong, and now." Qiao Lan did not complain excessively. After attending to everything, she returned to her room and resumed studying medical texts. The stabilizing situation allowed Qiao Lan to relax somewhat. She had believed that within a few days the city would return to its former state, until someone suddenly came to report. "Guard Zhuifeng, please inform the princess. The patient who was held in solitary confinement earlier now has a faint pulse. It is feared that." Upon hearing this, Zhuifeng immediately informed Qiao Lan. After donning her protective gear, she went to visit. The moment Qiao Lan turned away, the patient's breath ceased. "Wait another half hour. If he does not recover on his own, send him directly to the crematorium for immediate cremation." Qiao Lan's heart was in turmoil. What worried her most was Xie Chenai's condition. She hurried back to his room, only to find that the fever which had subsided the night before was burning hot once more. Compared to the day before, Xie Chenai was not trapped in delirium this time. A small mercy in an unfortunate situation. Qiao Lan could only repeat the steps from the previous night, wiping his body over and over again. Zhuifeng reported from outside the door that the patient had been unable to breathe on his own and had been sent to the crematorium. What worried Qiao Lan even more was Xie Chenai's persistent high fever. According to the normal progression of the illness, Xie Chenai should have been showing typical symptoms today rather than a fever. Most of the patients in the camp had already stabilized and were simply awaiting recovery. Qiao Lan spent the entire day by Xie Chenai's side. The moment she noticed any sign of rising temperature, she immediately took action to cool him down. Even so, Xie Chenai's condition remained fluctuating. Qiao Lan could only take out the silver needles she carried and attempt to reduce his fever through acupuncture. When the silver needles pierced Xie Chenai's acupoints, blood seeped from his skin, indicating that his current condition was entirely unsuitable for fever-reducing treatment. Qiao Lan tried again and again, failing each time. In that moment, she felt the profound anguish of a healer who cannot treat those closest to her. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness washed over her. All she could do was repeatedly wipe Xie Chenai's body, hoping the cold water might lower his temperature. At this point, Qiao Lan had completely forgotten that she had not slept more than a few hours across these past days. If she continued to push herself like this room would only claim another patient. Zhuifeng could not bear to watch Qiao Lan torment her own body in this manner. After completing his protective measures, he entered the room. "Consort, if you insist on staying by the prince's side, let me handle these chores. Though the plague has been controlled, your weakened state makes you vulnerable to illness." Zhuifeng disregarded the consort's reaction and insisted on snatching the towel from her hands. If I had ignored his objections and directly administered the preventive medicine to him, he would not be in this condition. Qiao Lan had barely finished speaking when tears like large beans fell from her eyes. Zhuifeng stood helplessly by the side, yet he understood that should the prince awaken to witness the consort's distraught state, his heart would surely ache with sorrow. Qiao Lan was now consumed by profound self-reproach. She did not know what to do next, feeling that every action she undertook might cost a life. If I cannot even save him, who else can I possibly save? Feng recognized that Qiao Lan's spirit had broken, so he could only goad her on from the sidelines. You and the prince have saved the citizens of this city. You are not merely the pillar of this mansion, but the backbone of all the people in this city. If anything were to happen to you, the resulting unrest among the citizens would be impossible to quell. As Qiao Lan shook her head and sighed, Xiechenye's finger suddenly twitched. Consort, look, the prince's finger has responded. Upon hearing Feng's words, Qiao Lan immediately stepped forward to examine him, while Xiechenye slowly opened his heavy eyelids. I find myself quite weak in this state. Do you feel any discomfort now, eh? Xiechenye shook his head, feeling as though he had just awakened from a very long dream. Qiao Lan reached out to check his temperature and found it normal. It was likely because Xiechenye's constitution was strong that he showed no symptoms of illness. Xiechenye's pulse also indicated no abnormalities within his body. Rest for a few more days, and you will make a complete recovery. Xiechenye managed a weak smile, and his heart ached when he saw the exhaustion in Qiao Lan's eyes. In these past days between the citizens and myself, you must not have rested properly. Now that I have awakened, you should return and get some rest. Qiao Lan did not respond, instead sending someone to bring kanji. She then helped Xiechenye sit up slowly, while Feng, seeing the prince had awakened, discreetly withdrew. You've been in a coma for several days, depleting your strength. Eat something light to restore your energy. After finishing the meal, Qiao Lan helped Xiechenye lie back down to rest, checking his temperature once more to confirm he was stable before departing. At that moment, a family was shouting outside. The prefect went forward to investigate and realized these were the relatives of the deceased, who had likely encountered the funeral procession on their way here. My husband was vigorous and healthy in his daily life. When he first arrived here, there was no word of trouble. Now you expect us to watch him being cremated with our own eyes. What is your motive? Hearing the young woman's words, the prefect was also filled with anger. He had already pacified these patients initially, but if not for her husband causing trouble day after day, would he have had to involve a prince? Qiao Lan had intended to return to her room to rest, but upon learning of this matter, she came directly. Seeing that the prefect could not handle this family, Qiao Lan immediately stepped forward to counter their questions. He was a patient who was placed in the camp, and everyone cared for him wholeheartedly. Yet he not only refused to listen, but also stirred up trouble, making the condition of all the patients in the barracks even more severe. How should we account for this? Hearing Qiao Lan's words, the family opposite could not find anything to say. After all, according to the current laws, forcibly inciting trouble would warrant the death penalty. Seeing that the other party could not speak, Qiao Lan did not press further, instead leaving the follow-up matters to the prefect. It was not until she returned to her room that Qiao Lan let out a deep sigh. The most dangerous situations had all been overcome. Now she only needed to handle the aftermath. After composing herself, Qiao Lan came to the camp again to check on most people. Everyone's recovery status was roughly the same, they just needed to rest at home for a while longer. As the days until everyone can leave grow shorter, I will have these guards distribute a prescription to everyone. You only need to take it 3 times a day. The common people cheered with joy. Having been confined in the tents for so long, they could finally go out. When Qiao Lan left the camp, Feng asked her about those critically ill patients. Qiao Lan believed they could resist with their own healing abilities, they just needed to stay in the camp for a few more days. Then continue to deliver medicine to them according to the normal schedule. Their symptoms will gradually ease until they recover. Upon receiving Qiao Lan's response, Feng immediately issued the orders. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly heard a thud. Turning back, he saw Qiao Lan had collapsed to the ground. Consort. Feng hurriedly carried her into the room, and then explained the situation to Xiechenye. But given Xiechenye's current physical condition, he was completely unable to care for Qiao Lan. Go notify the prefect to send several maids to her room. I leave the rest entirely in your hands. Feng received the order and immediately sought out the prefect, arranging for the care of the consort. In her dazed state, Qiao Lan seemed to see her past life. In modern times, she was a pitiful corporate drone who did not need to think too much, only focused on making money. Since coming to this era, it seemed as though there were more familial bonds and friendships around her, along with various unnamed emotions lingering in her heart. These were things she had never experienced in the modern world. In her dazed state, she seemed to relive the events of coming to this world all over again. After half a day of rest, Xiechenya's body had gradually recovered. Worried about Qiao Lan's condition, he secretly sneaked in at midnight. But since he thought there might be a virus on himself, he wrapped himself tightly. After carefully examining, he found her spirit was listless, likely because she had entrusted all matters today and suddenly lost her energy. He did not understand medicine himself, so he could only check if she had a high temperature. Fortunately, Qiao Lan did not show any signs of fever. The moment Qiao Lan was touched by Xiechenya, she gradually woke up. Looking at the person before her, she could not help but tease. If anyone else had noticed, you would have been beaten out with sticks long ago. I thought the consort was critically ill. I did not expect your alertness to be so sharp. Qiao Lan wanted to speak, but her throat itched, and she could not help but cough lightly a few times, which directly woke up the maid outside the door. Consort, are you feeling unwell now? Do you need us to come in and serve you? Qiao Lan smiled at Xiechenya, who had no choice but to jump out the window. When the maid entered, she only saw Qiao Lan leaning slightly by the bedside. If the consort feels unwell, please call us directly. How can your body lean against this cold bed? Qiao Lan did not say much, just drained the teapot handed to her by the maid. She did not feel any physical discomfort, only a persistent dry cough. Please help me pour a few more cups. After gulping down several large cups of water, Qiao Lan finally managed to suppress the itching sensation. What the princess consort needs now is rest. Just now the prefect sent several physicians to examine you and prescribed some prescriptions. The prefect said he would inquire further after you awakened. Qiao Lan smiled as she took the prescriptions, noting that they were merely herbal remedies for replenishing qi and blood, which were of little use to her. No need. I only require rest. You may all leave. The maid bowed to Qiao Lan and departed. After a night of rest and recovery, Qiao Lan rose at dawn stretched and felt refreshed and full of energy. Upon stepping out, she saw Xiechenya also neatly dressed. It seems the prince has recovered well over these past days. Both donned simple protective gear and entered the camp together. By now, most of the patients had recovered enough to return home for convalescence. However, the severe cases remained in a dire state with no improvement. Qiao Lan observed that there were only a few such patients, so she decided to administer acupuncture directly to expel the poison, as the effect would be quicker than herbal medicine alone. After discussing with Xiechenya, Qiao Lan began her acupuncture sessions. Throughout the process, Qiao Lan meticulously minimized the impact of the silver needles on the patients. Combined with the herbal decoctions, most people felt a reduction in fatigue. However, for some children, Qiao Lan could not directly apply acupuncture, so she had to tactfully increase the dosage of the herbal medicine instead. After one-on-one treatment, each patient felt their spirits improved. Based on the feedback, Qiao Lan was convinced that in the future these severe cases would need acupuncture to detoxify. Why is there such a significant difference between these patients and ordinary ones? Qiao Lan also had this doubt, but during the acupuncture sessions she discovered that their immune systems had been damaged to varying degrees. It is because their self-healing abilities are insufficient, so even with external assistance they cannot achieve the full medicinal effect. Hearing Qiao Lan's explanation, Xiechenya realized that if Qiao Lan continued treating them one-on-one, her energy would be greatly depleted. He then proposed training the several physicians sent by the prefect. Since their symptoms are consistent, they should be treated simultaneously. The prefect has several physicians there. Why not train them uniformly, which will also save your energy? Qiao Lan agreed with Xiechenya's idea. After the first session concluded, the prefect organized the training for her to conduct. All the physicians were seasoned practitioners, so during the training Qiao Lan did not find it arduous. Instead, when she hesitated over certain acupoints, she received affirmation from the others. On the second day after the patients received acupuncture, their condition improved even more than the first day. Now the prefect could report the current situation in the city to the capital in full detail. Xiechenya finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the one far away in the capital was not willing to let him off so easily. I never thought that this second son would be so capable solving any difficult and complicated disease. An elderly man stepped forward and bowed. Indeed, but there are always difficulties in this world. If one attempt fails, just repeat it over and over. But for Xiechenya, he had long adapted to a life of being at others' mercy. However, he never expected to meet Qiao Lan on this path of banishment. All along, she had been solving various problems for him. While taking Qiao Lan to treat patients, Xiechenya wrote a secret letter dispatching someone to search for the finest medical texts in the world. After 2 or 3 days of acupuncture, the severe cases in the city had improved to mild ones. Now they only needed to be sent home for rest and recuperation. The prefect looked at Xiechenya and Qiao Lan with immense gratitude, for the incident had occurred in his jurisdiction. If it had not been handled well, others could have extricated themselves unscathed. But as for himself, he would have lost his head. Now that the prince has saved my life, if there is ever a need for my services in the future, I will do my utmost. These citizens resisted the virus through their own strong willpower, so you should go and thank them instead. As they were leaving, Qiao Lan and Xiechenya thoroughly disinfected their belongings and carriage to prevent the spread of any toxins, since the virus was imperceptible to the naked eye. In a few days we can return. Upon hearing this news, Qiao Lan was overjoyed. But it was still half a month before they could return home. She wondered how Xiao Tao and Jing'an were faring. While Xiechenya was accompanying Qiao Lan, the Princess Anha had already fallen into extreme madness. Especially after learning that Xiechenya had taken Qiao Lan away from home for over half a month. During these days, she had been studying medical books alone in her room, plotting to completely eliminate Qiao Lan from the residence one day. Seeing that Xiechenya had already discarded his dignity, Princess Anha had to suppress her temper and go to the residence of the Dowager Consort Duan. Dowager Consort. The Dowager Consort Duan was momentarily startled by Princess Anha's voice. Lately, due to her own discomfort, all her meals were brought by Lingxiu herself. Apart from accompanying Jing'an, she mostly rested. "You girl, you haven't come to see me these days." Princess Anha immediately smiled apologetically. "The princess consort has been regulating your health, and I can only make things worse, so I had my people search for a few medical books to study." Hearing that Princess Anha was diligently studying in her room, the Dowager Consort felt somewhat gratified, thinking that with her looks and demeanor, she would be able to find her a good match in the future. "Don't just focus on studying, take care of your health, and rest properly. Don't end up like me, feeling more useless as I age." Princess Anha immediately threw herself beside the Dowager Consort, laughing and joking. If the Dowager Consort says such things, how can Anha bear it? As she spoke, Xiao Tao brought in the midday herbal medicine and meal for the Dowager Consort. Seeing Princess Anha accompanying the Dowager Consort, Xiao Tao said nothing and quietly left. After all, the mistress had instructed her before leaving not to rashly engage in conflicts. But how could Princess Anha let such a prime opportunity for sowing discord slip by? Pretending to be ignorant, she asked, "Why has Xiao Tao been bringing these things these days? Where is the princess consort?" The Dowager Consort had also not seen Qiao Lan for several days, wondering what that girl was up to. So she did not respond to Princess Anha's question, but instead handed her a hairpin she had privately kept. "I haven't seen you these past few days. I had Lingxiu tidy up my jewelry box. This one seems quite spirited. Put it on quickly and let me see." Princess Anha was flattered, thinking that the Dowager Consort had completely forgotten about her after this period, but it turned out she still cherished her as a daughter.